Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Happy Birthday Tony. Third person's POV. A woman with long brown hair was seen walking down a long corridor with doors on either side. When she reached the end of the corridor, she ended up in front of a large white door, bigger than the ones she had passed. The door was covered in stickers with caution signs and images related to science. "Tony," the woman called, knocking on the door, "Tony dear, it's time to wake up." Hearing no response, the woman sighed before turning the doorknob. When she entered the room, she let out another large sigh. There was a little boy, about 4 years old, sprawled on the bed, buried in books. She couldn't help but massage her forehead at the sight, an image that had become all too common. She remembered the first time she saw it, she thought her baby had died. She went towards the large bed and started brushing all the books away. There was now a single large book over the boy's face as he snored soundly. The woman moved the book away from his face and shook the boy awake. "Tony, wake up, it's time to wash up and come down for breakfast." The boy stirred awake and rubbed his eyes. "Morning, Mom. I'll be down in a minute." The mother nodded and began to leave, but as she was leaving, she turned towards Tony. "Be sure to clean everything up as well." She saw how Tony put a thumbs up as he was stretching, and so she finally left. Tony let out a sigh as he laid back down on the bed and looked towards the high ceiling. "It's been 4 years since I reincarnated as Anthony Stark in this crazy world," he thought to himself before hearing the door open once more. "Oh, and Tony. Happy birthday," the mother said with a large smile. "Thanks, Mom," Tony smiled back as the mother closed the door. "Even my new parents' names are the same as they were for the original Tony Stark. My mother's name is Maria Stark, while my father's is Howard Stark." Tony got up and walked towards the nearest bathroom. When he entered, he saw maids in their regular uniforms waiting for him with towels in hand. When he saw them, he couldn't help but sigh. "Do you guys stay in here and wait for me to come in every day?" One of the maids, who had blue hair with pink tips, giggled. "Of course not, young master. We're just already aware of your morning routine." Tony just smiled as he spread his arms and closed his eyes. "Come on, beautiful maids. Take me." He heard them snickering as they took off his clothes before bringing him to the bath and bathing him. At first, he was a bit apprehensive when they bathed him, but after a while, he got used to it. "Miss Lacey, bubbles please," Tony asked the maid with the blue hair. "Certainly, young master," the maid said before putting her hand on the water. Bubbles started to escape from her hands. "Are you excited, young master?" the maid asked as Bubbles began to fill the bath. "For what?" "If you're talking about my birthday, not really, since that means I'll have to go to school." The maid scoffed playfully at his answer. "No, young master, I'm talking about getting your quirk. You are now 4 years old, which means your quirk will develop during this time." "Oh, that. I don't have big expectations for it," Tony shrugged his shoulders. The maid was washing his hair as Tony started playing with the bubbles. Afterwards, Tony was pulled out of the bath and dried off. He was then carried back to his room wrapped in a towel. "You know, at first this was really embarrassing, but now that I've gotten used to it, I don't think I can live without it. I'm living like a king in this world," Tony happily thought. When Tony was brought to his room, they started dressing him in a cute little suit with a red bow tie, and his hair was combed back. "Before my reincarnation, I was just a poor, penniless orphan doing whatever I could to survive. Now that I've had a taste of what wealth truly is, I don't want to give it up," Tony thought to himself as he instructed the maids to put all of his books back in their library. When he walked downstairs, he found his father, Howard Stark, with his mother, Maria Stark, waiting for him with a large cake and banners celebrating his birthday. Howard smirked upon seeing Tony. "Look who it is if it isn't the birthday boy." "Father dearest," Tony said in a teasing tone. They all sat down and began to eat a hearty meal, with big smiles on everyone's faces. "So Tony, tell me, what do you want?" Howard asked as he cleaned his mouth with a napkin. "You know what I want, Dad," Tony replied. "You truly want to go and explore Stark Industries that badly, huh?" Howard sighed. "I've said it once and I'll say it again. Please, 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 please," Tony kept repeating with his hands in a praying position. "Why do you even want to go there in the first place?" Howard asked. "Of course, for the arc reactor, why else?" Tony said with an excited glint in his eyes. Howard smiled at Tony's excitement. "Very well, Tony, you win. We'll go to Stark Industries." "Yes." Tony shouted and punched the air. Howard smiled. Just getting to explore Stark Industries itself doesn't feel like a birthday present on its own, so you can ask for one more thing. Really? Tony asked in surprise. Howard responded with a nod. Then I want my own personal lab. For what? Howard asked in confusion. To experiment with things, obviously. Howard had a straight face as he said, I'm not letting a 4-year-old be in a lab unsupervised. You can have Jarvis supervise me if you want. I'm not having my butler supervise you 24/7, Tony, just so you can play around. Play around? Who said I was going to be playing around? I need to start getting hands-on with inventions so I can have trials and errors. Otherwise, I can never hope to improve or bring forth ideas I have in my head, Tony said in a serious tone. Jarvis, who was standing behind Howard with his hands behind his back, smiled at Tony. I don't mind supervising the young master. In fact, I believe he may have a point. In order to learn, one must get their hands messy, he said as he winked at Tony. Howard looked at Tony, who was staring at him with expectation, and then at Jarvis. Very well, but if anything happens to the boy, Jarvis, be prepared to face the consequences. Jarvis put a hand over his heart. I'll watch him like a hawk. You have nothing to worry about. Howard nodded before they all cut the cake and ate a piece of it. Jarvis, please go and prepare the car, Howard instructed. Jarvis nodded and went on his way. Howard then turned towards Tony. Do you have everything you need, Tony? Tony excitedly nodded. Howard once again cleaned his mouth with a napkin as he stood up. Very well, come on, let's go. Maria soon followed and took Tony's hand as she led him to where Jarvis was parked with the car. Chapter 2, Exploring Stark Industries. Third person's POV. Tony stared out the window of the car and in the far distance, he saw the towering building of Stark Industries. Tony was sitting next to his mother in the limo while his father sat in front of them. So, tell me Tony, do you remember what Stark Industries does? Tony nodded his head. It's a weapon manufacturer for heroes, but they don't only build weapons. They build costumes and other advanced gadgets for heroes. It's one of the leading manufacturers in the world, extending to multiple states, with the largest one, or in other words, the main headquarters, being here in the United States. Howard smiled as he nodded. Yes, our company helps heroes all around the world with its technology, keeping the peace and helping out those in need. Howard then reached over and started to pat Tony's head. And one of these days, you'll be the one to lead it. Who knows, you might even make it better. Tony only nodded as he kept looking out towards the building as it kept getting closer. They soon arrived, and as they did, Jarvis came and opened the door for them. Thanks, Jarvis, Tony said as he looked around. He saw people in costumes coming and going in and out of the main entrance. Some weren't even human, one had the body and head of a bull missing a horn, and another had the head of a Rubik's Cube. A man and a woman wearing black then appeared behind them. They had the typical bodyguard outfits with glasses and earpieces, their faces remaining stoic. The woman had short blonde curly hair, while the men had the horns of a ram curling downwards. So, we have bodyguards. That is so sick, Tony said, looking at the two of them before winking at the female one, who looked at him weirdly. Yes, we do. Most heroes in the world depend on us to provide them with the equipment they need, so we come onto the radar of a lot of villains because of it. Tony nodded, and thus started his tour of Stark Industries. He saw many people in lab coats talking among themselves, showing tablets to one another as they discussed the information presented to them. Howard showed Tony where people tested weapons on costumes, making some of them bulletproof and some even fireproof. He then showed him where the weapons were made and tested. Tony saw them testing a laser that burned through layer after layer of metal. They also constructed vehicles and other machines. By the end of it, Tony was tired of walking around so much. When they were in the elevator, Howard smiled down at Tony. And now for the thing you've been waiting for most. Howard took out some keys and inserted them into the elevator panel, unlocking a brand new floor. As he did, they started going down past the lobby, further underground. The elevator door then opened, revealing scientists working around a large machine in the middle of the room. The machine was a wide cylinder shape with clear glass, providing a direct view of what was inside. A blue blur was going in circles, building up energy that was feeding the entire building. So that's the arc reactor, Tony said in awe. It seems you are really fascinated by this, Tony, Howard said with a smile. Tony nodded as they walked forward. Why is it so large? Howard let out a sigh. A good question, Tony, a very good question. I've tried to miniaturize the arc reactor before, but it has always ended in failure. I'm going to do it, Tony said, his hand unconsciously gripping his mother's hand. Howard looked at Tony in surprise and amusement but then saw his serious expression and how his eyes never left the arc reactor. Instead of being amused, Howard smiled, giving Tony a nod of approval. He ruffled his hair. If I can't accomplish it, then it is your job to finish it. The arc reactor is and will be our greatest legacy. You are smart, Tony, smarter than I was at your age. For crying out loud, you're 4 years old, and instead of playing with toys, you spend your days studying. So if anyone can do it, it's you. Howard then went on to explain how the arc reactor worked. The arc reactor operates on the principle of clean and virtually limitless energy production. At its core, it's a fusion reactor, similar to the sun but on a much smaller scale. The blue blur you see is plasma, a state of matter where gases are superheated to the point where atoms split apart into ions and electrons. This plasma is contained within a magnetic field, spinning rapidly to generate enormous amounts of energy. The glass cylinder allows us to observe the plasma, ensuring everything functions correctly. The energy created is then harnessed through a series of electromagnetic coils, which convert the energy into electricity that powers the entire building. The blue glow is actually the light emitted by the plasma and the energy it releases. The scientists and bodyguards looked at Howard oddly as they saw him explaining it to a 4-year-old boy, who nodded along as if he understood. Howard then started to introduce everyone to Tony, who was still looking at the arc reactor with a fiery intensity. He gave half-hearted hellos and greetings, not paying attention to their names. After everything was said and done, they started to leave. "So, honey, did you have fun?" Maria asked, holding his hand. Tony nodded. "It was also interesting. It's got me motivated to start inventing things on my own." Maria giggled as she ruffled his hair. Tony then looked at his father. "So, old man, how long will it take for you to make me my lab?" Howard pondered the question. "At most, a week." Hearing this, Tony released a sigh. "An entire week? Do you even love me?" he exaggerated. "It usually takes a month, you know. We can make it that long if you want to complain." "You know what, a week sounds so reasonable." "I know I'm your favorite, Dad, but you don't have to spoil me so," Tony said, whistling to the side. Maria covered her mouth and let out a chuckle, while Howard shook his head in amusement. Howard then turned to Maria. "You can take him home now. Now that I'm here, I'll take care of a few things before heading home." Maria nodded as the two kissed before going their separate ways. They arrived back at the limo, and Maria instructed Jarvis to drive them home since her husband still had work to do. As the drive went on, Tony started to get tired from all the walking and exploring he did, so he proceeded to fall asleep on his mother's lap. "Jarvis, drive slowly." Tony just fell asleep. "Let's let him rest for a while," Maria said, moving Tony's hair from his face. The limo then slowed down as Tony went into a deep sleep. Chapter 3, Flabbergasted. Third person's POV. "I'm sorry to say, Mr. and Mrs. Stark, but your son is quirkless," the doctor said. Howard and Maria Stark exchanged looks of disbelief. Maria covered her mouth in surprise. "Shocker," Tony said sarcastically, rolling his eyes as he sat between them. The doctor glanced at Tony with surprise, expecting the boy to start crying, as most children did upon hearing they wouldn't develop a quirk. "You were expecting this, Tony?" Howard asked, his voice tinged with concern. "A bit, yeah. I mean, I've already been gifted with so much. If I was given any more, I'd be God's favorite child or something," Tony replied. They all looked at him in confusion, causing him to roll his eyes again. "Come on, I'm like the cutest boy around, which means I have amazing good looks, I'm hella rich, and if people say that money can't buy happiness, it just means they're too poor to know. I have good parents, and not to mention the most amazing gift I do have. This." Tony pointed to his head. Maria and Howard began to smile, understanding his point. His genius was a superpower in itself. "Mr. and Mrs. Stark, I'm afraid your child is suffering from a mental breakdown and is using narcissism to cope," the doctor said. "I'm not having a mental breakdown, you quack," Tony said, glaring at the doctor. "So, anyway, now that this is over with, can we go home? You two took me away from my research. Time is a precious resource, people." He clapped his hands for emphasis. "Wait, there's a reason why you're quirkless," the doctor started to say, but Tony waved him off and stood up. Yeah, I already said why. When God was making me, he ran out of perk slots and couldn't add quirks. So, can we go now?" he asked his parents. Howard and Maria chuckled at Tony's attitude and the shocked expression on the doctor's face. "Yeah, we can go now," Howard said, standing up and shaking the doctor's hand in farewell. As they arrived back at their limo, Maria still looked at Tony with concern. "Tony, are you sure you're all right?" Tony grinned mischievously. Then, noticing their looks, he quickly changed his expression and pretended to cry. "Boo-hoo, whatever am I going to do? I don't have a quirk. Boo-hoo, the only way to make me feel better is if you buy me more things for my lab. Boo-hoo." He peeked through his fingers to see their reactions. They stared back at him with straight faces. "Wah. I don't have any quirk. What am I going to do with my life? My life has no meaning without a quirk. Tony continued his exaggerated performance. Howard sighed. All right, Tony, we get it. We'll get you more stuff for your lab. Yes. Tony pumped his fist triumphantly. Seeing his parents still looking at him seriously, he wiped the corners of his eyes. I mean, sniff, thank you, you guys are the best. It didn't take long for them to arrive back home. As soon as they did, Tony rushed towards his lab. It had been a year since it was created, and it had become his sanctuary. Tony sat down on a leather chair in front of a large monitor, his little fingers flying over the keyboard. I think a whole year is well enough time. It's time to be born, FRIDAY. Let's run one final check and add the last piece of the coding. Tony sat in his sleek, glass-walled lab, surrounded by an array of monitors displaying streams of code and intricate schematics. His fingers danced over the keyboard with a blend of urgency and precision, the hum of the servers providing a rhythmic backdrop to his work. The room was dimly lit, save for the glow of the screens. He leaned back in his chair, taking a moment to survey his progress. On the largest monitor, lines of complex algorithms scrolled rapidly, each one a testament to weeks of intense labor. His creation, an advanced AI designed to assist in his myriad projects, was nearly complete. Tony's eyes flickered with a mix of excitement and determination as he prepared to finalize his masterpiece. Let's run one final check and add the last piece of the coding, Tony said, his voice steady yet tinged with anticipation. He typed a series of commands, initiating a thorough systems diagnostic. The AI's interface began to pulse with a soft, blue light as the check commenced. He watched intently as the diagnostic progressed, his mind racing through the possible scenarios. The screen displayed a comprehensive analysis of the AI's core functionalities, data processing, decision-making algorithms, and neural network integrations. Each section reported back with a green indicator, signaling all systems were optimal. Good, Tony muttered to himself, a small smile playing at the corners of his lips. He took a deep breath, feeling a rush of adrenaline. This was it, the culmination of countless hours of work, the fusion of cutting-edge technology and his own genius. Tony opened the final script, a dense block of code that would integrate the AI's autonomous learning capabilities. He carefully reviewed each line, ensuring there were no errors or redundancies. Satisfied, he typed the last command, his fingers moving with confident precision. Now, let's see if you're ready to come to life, Tony said softly, hitting the enter key. The room seemed to hold its breath as the code compiled and executed. The AI's interface glowed brighter, and the screens filled with dynamic data streams, indicating the AI was activating and initializing its processes. For a moment, there was silence. Then, a calm, articulate voice filled the room. Initialization complete. All systems are operational. How can I assist you, Tony? Tony couldn't help but grin. He had done it. His AI was alive, fully functional, and ready to take on the challenges he would throw its way. Leaning back in his chair, Tony allowed himself a brief moment of triumph. Then, unable to contain his excitement, he jumped up from his seat and started dancing around his lab, singing, I did it, I did it, I did it. He swung his arms out before rolling back again. Cough. Tony did a slow turn and saw Jarvis standing by the door, looking at him with amusement. Don't mind me, young master, I'm just clearing my throat. You can go back to what you were doing. Tony stood there, a bit embarrassed, before shaking his head. He wasn't going to let that stop him from celebrating. Hey Jarvis, guess what? Jarvis raised a brow, waiting for him to continue. Tony pointed to himself with his thumbs. Guess who has 2 thumbs and invented an AI? Tony shook his thumbs to himself as he flexed. This guy. FRIDAY, introduce yourself to Jarvis, Tony said smugly. Good afternoon, Edwin Jarvis. I am FRIDAY, Female Replacement Intelligent Digital Assistant Youth. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, a female robotic voice said. Ah, hello. Friday, Jarvis said, not knowing what to say since it had just used his full name. Jarvis sighed. Young master, you've really outdone yourself. Tony continued to look smug. I know. Praise me more. You are amazing, master. You are fantastic. You are phenomenal, FRIDAY continued to praise in her robotic voice, making Tony puff his chest with pride. Chapter 4, Fire. Third person's POV. Fire. Jarvis, help. Tony screamed as he ran around his lab. Jarvis appeared with a fire extinguisher and quickly put out the flames on Tony's workstation. Tony coughed and patted Jarvis on the back. Jarvis, what would I do without you? Killed yourself, Jarvis said with a tired look. Most likely, Tony nodded in agreement. Friday, how many failures was that? Jarvis asked. 151, the robotic female voice answered. Young master, how are you not discouraged already? Any 7-year-old I know would have thrown a temper tantrum and given up by now. Tony looked at Jarvis weirdly and backed away slightly. You know other 7-year-olds apart from me. Why are you meeting them? Jarvis maintained a straight face and turned back towards the door. I'm leaving. No, Jarvis, I'm only kidding. Come on, my guy, you know I was only kidding. Plus, you know I can't be here without you. And the reason I'm not giving up is simple. The road to success is built upon the bricks of failure, as I always say. Each mistake I make just gets me closer and closer. Plus, the next one is when I complete it, I just know. I have everything ready already. Jarvis nodded. That is a very nice saying, young master. Thank you, Jarvis, Tony smiled. The door to his lab opened, and Howard appeared. Get ready, Tony. We're going to a party. Party? What party? Tony tilted his head in confusion. A party thrown for David Shield. He has won a Nobel Prize, and since we are collaborators, we have to be there to show our support. Ah, all right, Tony gave him a thumbs up. I'll go get ready then, old man. Howard nodded and exited the lab while Jarvis looked at Tony weirdly. What? Tony asked. I would have just expected you to throw a hissy fit or something. Tony rolled his eyes. Dad has already given me so much. It would be wrong of me to start complaining when he asks for something in return, even if it's small. Jarvis looked surprised and put a hand over Tony's head. What are you doing? Checking to see if you're sick. That was surprisingly mature of you, young master. Tony gave him a plain look and smacked his hands away. I hate you. Jarvis just smiled. I love you as well, young master. Tony rolled his eyes again and walked away to get ready. Friday, power saver mode on. Everything dimmed, and Tony got dressed in a little tuxedo with a black bow tie and black sunglasses. He licked his finger, ran it through his eyebrows, and finger-gunned the mirror. Oh yeah, baby, you still got it, he said with a charming smile. Maria walked in and blinked at Tony's actions. What are you doing? What do you think, my beautiful mother? Admiring God's greatest creation. I really need to get you checked to see if you really do have a case of narcissism, Maria teased. Now come on, Jarvis is waiting with the car outside. Don't miss me too much, Tony told his reflection with a snap of his fingers. Maria couldn't help but laugh. How do you even come up with these things, Tony? He. They soon walked out and got into the limo while Maria was still laughing at what she had witnessed. What's so funny? Howard asked curiously. You should have seen Tony in the mirror just now. Maria recounted the scene, which earned a chuckle from Howard. So, Dad, are you and this David Shield guy close? Tony asked. Very. We went to the same hero school together and had a bit of a friendly rivalry, Howard said with a reminiscent smile. We lost contact after he became the sidekick to Japan's #1 S-class hero. It was only recently that he came back into the business side of things. Huh? S-class? Tony asked, looking at Howard in confusion. I thought this was a My Hero Academia world. You haven't been doing your research, have you? I mean, I have, just not when it comes to heroes. I researched other academic things, like science and physics. So again, an S-class hero. Howard sighed and began to explain. It first started with Japan. They were the first to implement the system of ranking heroes in something they called the Hero Association. The rankings went from C, B, A, and finally, S-class. At first, people took examinations and were placed in their appropriate rankings. They would go up in ranks due to their deeds and popularity among people. The higher the rank, the more money they were paid. Thus, more and more people started to apply. The other countries, seeing the success of what Japan was doing, started doing the same. They built their own associations funded by the government itself. To further motivate heroes around the world, all nations hold an event named the World Conference every 10 years, where they show off the achievements of their S-class heroes. The 5 with the most achievements in the world gain the title of World Hero. Whoa. That actually sounds cool. I see how they would use that to motivate people to become heroes, Tony said, a bit impressed. Howard smiled as he continued. The hero David worked with is one of the best heroes in the world. All Might. He gained the title of World Hero for 3 decades in a row. It's said that he has brought a long state of peace to Japan. He has become some sort of symbol from where he's from. He's known as the symbol of peace. Well, that's awful, Tony sighed, shaking his head. Maria and Howard looked at him in surprise, expecting him to be excited or have some sort of admiration. Why is it awful? Howard asked curiously. Maria was also curious and waited for an answer. Even Jarvis, who was driving them, was listening in. Just imagine the chaos that would ensue when that symbol crumbles or retires. Once they lose that sense of security, villains will lose the shackles that kept them in place. Everyone and everything would go wild. All three looked surprised by what Tony was implying. Howard stroked his chin and nodded thoughtfully. I see what you're trying to say. And you do have a point. So what are you going to do about it? What? Tony asked, looking at Howard weirdly. It seems to me you truly understand what being a hero means, so I'm curious if you have a plan to fix the situation, Howard said with a smile. You're asking the quirkless boy if he has a solution for a problem relating to heroes? Tony asked, staring at Howard as if he had lost his mind. Humor me, Tony, Howard continued to smile. I know that being quirkless doesn't stop you. You've never once viewed your status as quirkless as a weakness that shackles you and stops you from reaching your dreams. So I ask you again, what would be your solution? Tony sighed and leaned back. I guess I'll do the thing I'm best at. I'll build something that can't crumble, that can't be stopped, that can continue even after I'm dead. Something that would be passed on to my kid and the next. Howard let out a hearty laugh while Maria looked at Tony with a soft smile. Even Jarvis, at the wheel, had a proud look. Howard patted Tony's head and nodded. I know you can do it, son. Yeah, I'm not being a hero. That seems like trouble that puts the people I love at risk, so I'd rather just keep inventing. Howard and Maria kept smiling, their expressions clearly indicating they didn't believe him. Yeah, think what you want. I'm not being a hero, Tony said as he fixed his hair. The limo began to slow down as they approached a large house. It wasn't quite a mansion, but it wasn't modest either. Other cars were pulling up, and people in fancy clothing and dresses were entering. They then heard Jarvis' voice over the intercom. Master, we have arrived, he said as the car stopped. Jarvis then came around and opened the door for them. Tony was the first to step out. He took his glasses from his shirt and put them on, walking with a swagger as Howard offered Maria a hand. They both exited the car and followed Tony. Chapter 5, David and Melissa Shield. Third person's POV. Tony continued to walk with a swagger, Maria and Howard exchanging amused glances at his antics. Even Jarvis shook his head in exasperation as he went to park the car and join them later. Come on, Tony. Let's go meet David. I heard he has a daughter around your age. I think it's finally time you make a friend, Howard said in a playful tone. Oh, that sounds like a wonderful idea, Maria agreed, equally playful. Har har har, you guys are absolutely hilarious. And for your information, I do have a best friend. Jarvis is our butler. He doesn't count, Howard said plainly. Jarvis will be hurt by that statement. #Butler Lives Matter, Tony said as they entered. Howard just sighed and shook his head. Maria grabbed Tony's hand so he wouldn't get lost, knowing how he tended to wander when bored. Ah, I see David, Howard said, leading them toward a man with slick brown hair, wearing a suit and black-framed glasses, talking with some people. A little blonde girl in a blue dress stood nearby, looking bored. As he lives and breathes, if it isn't Davy, Howard said. David looked up and broke into a wide smile upon seeing Howard. Howie, you haven't changed a bit. They shook hands and hugged, patting each other on the back and laughing. David then turned to Maria and they exchanged side kisses before hugging. Maria, it's so good to see you. It's good to see you again as well, David, Maria said. David then turned to Tony. And who's this little guy? This is my son too, Howard was cut off as Tony stepped forward and offered his hand. The name's Anthony Stark. I am pleased to make your acquaintance. David Shield, David said, shaking his hand with amusement. I must say, congratulations on winning the Nobel Prize. Such a feat isn't an easy thing to do, Tony said as they disengaged from the handshake. Thank you. David replied, looking at Howard in confusion. Ah, let me introduce you to. David was cut short as Tony stepped toward the little blonde girl. The name's Stark, Anthony Stark. May I have the honor of knowing your name, he asked, offering his hand. Melissa Shield, the little girl said a bit shyly as she offered her hand in return. Tony simply took it and kissed the back of her hand. A lovely name for a lovely mademoiselle, he said, smiling charmingly as his glasses slid down his nose a bit, giving her a wink. Melissa turned bright red and looked down, steam practically coming out of her head. David looked at Howard with a placated expression. I see the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Please tell your son to stop flirting with my daughter. Tony, Maria chastised. Yes, mother dearest. Tony asked in confusion. Howard had an awkward expression. Sorry about him. It seems he has a severe case of narcissism with no cure. Like I said, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, David said with a sigh. It appears you created a carbon copy of yourself. Wait, I just understood why people say that. Humans are mostly made of carbon, so a carbon copy would be an exact replica. Ha, the more you know, Tony said with a finger on his chin. Melissa, who had recovered from her embarrassment, had a shocked look. Oh wow, you're right. I didn't even think of that. I know, right? Me either. It just came to me just now. Crazy, right? Tony nodded while Melissa nodded back. It seems like they're going to get along perfectly fine, Maria said with a smile. Howard looked teasingly at David. It looks like we're going to become in-laws soon enough, Davy? Please don't joke about my daughter. You're about to give me a heart attack. Maria crouched down to Melissa's level. Your name is Melissa, right? Please be a dear and show my son around. He doesn't really know how to make friends. Okay. Melissa said cheerfully. She grabbed Tony's wrist and started to drag him around. Come, I'll show you around and where the other kids are. She said sadly. Why the sad smile? Tony asked as he was being dragged along. Ah, it's nothing. Don't worry about it, Melissa said, shaking her head. It's clearly not nothing if you're all frowny. How am I supposed to enjoy the tour if my tour guide is sad? Melissa let out a little sigh. Well, when I introduce you to the others, you'll probably want to hang out with them and not with me. And why would I do that? Tony asked, looking at her in confusion. You'll see. Was all Melissa said as she brought Tony toward where all the other kids were talking and showing off their quirks, laughing among themselves. Hey. Melissa said with a fake cheery smile. Look, I brought someone else. His name is Anthony Stark. Stark as in Stark Industries. One of the older kids, around 10 years old, said in surprise. He had deer antlers growing out of his head and soon developed an arrogant smirk as he walked toward Tony. The name's Harris. Let's become good friends, best friends even, he said, extending his hand. Here's a piece of advice as your new friend, don't hang out with that quirkless loser over there. You wouldn't want to catch her disease, he said in a joking manner, which caused the kids around them to start laughing loudly. Melissa put her head down with a sad look, holding her blue dress as tears gathered in her eyes, trying hard not to cry. Tony just looked at Harris's hand before looking up, not bothering to shake it. Melissa, you're a terrible tour guide. What? Melissa said in a sadder voice. You're supposed to show me the good part of the party, not the trash. They all had a look of shock, even Melissa had a stunned expression. The arrogant smile on Harris's face faltered. What? He asked in confusion. Hey dipshit, I'm quirkless as well. They all looked toward Tony with a hint of disgust while Harris slowly lowered his hand. He couldn't really do anything as Tony was from the richest company in the world. Harris could only scoff. Wow, two quirkless losers. You two were practically made for each other. Tony sighed. You just had to open your mouth. Tony didn't hesitate as he punched Harris in the mouth, causing Harris to stagger back and hold his mouth in surprise. Ow, he cried, with tears gathering in his eyes. The kids looked toward Tony in horror. When Harris looked down at his hand and saw blood, he began to cry out loud. You punched me. His tears then turned to tears of anger as he charged toward Tony with his antlers. Some quirkless nobody isn't going to get away with that. Tony simply stepped to the side and stuck his leg out, causing Harris to trip and roll on the ground. Harris then held his face as he began to cry even louder. Tony looked toward the others. You guys want some as well? They all shook their heads. Hearing the commotion, adults came running. They gasped in horror seeing Harris bleeding and crying while the other kids looked at Tony fearfully. Make way, they heard David's voice, so they parted. David came running through with Howard and Maria in tow. Seeing how the kids looked at Tony with fear, Howard and Maria sighed. Tony, again. Didn't you promise to stop this? David looked toward them in surprise. Tony didn't look the least bit remorseful. They were making fun of her and making her cry. You know I don't do this unprovoked. Tony. Howard sighed. Melissa then came to his defense. He's right, he was just protecting me because they called me a quirkless loser. David nodded his head, then turned toward Tony. Thank you for looking after my daughter, but please don't resort to violence. I can't promise that. If they get on my nerves, I'm going to punch them, Tony shrugged before walking off. Come on, princess, you owe me a tour. But before he walked off, he turned toward his father. He called us both quirkless losers that were made for each other. Please take care of it, father. My poor feelings were hurt. Howard only scoffed before nodding his head. Tony then turned back, seeing his father confirm it, and walked away with a blushing Melissa following close behind. Chapter 6, Quirkless Club. Third person's POV. Melissa looked at Tony shyly as she asked, Why did you call me a princess? Because you're wearing a shiny blue dress and have blonde hair. When someone mentions a princess, blonde hair and a blue or pink dress come to mind. I see, so are you really quirkless? I'm too great to have a quirk, Tony casually said. Melissa looked at Tony in confusion. Huh. Tony just looked at Melissa with a smile. We were born with so many wonderful gifts that our bodies didn't have any more room for quirks. Melissa let out a chuckle hearing that. That's the first time I'm hearing that. Did you make that up? Nope, it's just a scientifically proven fact, Tony said confidently. Huh. Where did you read that? It's scientific research I did using myself as the base. You need more than one test subject to make a hypothesis like that, Melissa chuckled again. See, you know about the scientific method, which means you're way smarter than people your age. Which also means you're too smart for a quirk. That makes 2 for 2, Tony said, patting his chest with pride. Tony then held out his hand high for a high five. Here. Melissa only stared at Tony in confusion. You haven't seen a high five before? Tony asked. I just don't know the reason, Melissa said. Isn't it obvious I'm welcoming you into our little quirkless club? Melissa giggled upon hearing that. Tony then motioned his hand. Come on now, don't leave me hanging. Melissa gave Tony the high five as Tony then nodded, to being quirkless. Melissa continued to laugh, to being quirkless, she repeated. Hey, Anthony. Call me Tony. Only strangers and people I don't really like have to call me Anthony. Does that mean we're friends? Melissa said with an excited expression. You're being way too excited, girly, Tony said. Melissa started pressing her index fingers together. Sorry, I just haven't had a friend before. Whoa. Was all Tony managed to say as he didn't know what else he was supposed to say. What did your parents mean when they asked again? Do you usually beat up people? Melissa asked curiously. A bit. When I first started school, people quickly found out I was quirkless and started bullying me. And me, being the great person that I am, obviously fought back. But isn't that bad? Melissa asked. Tony slowly turned to look at her. You're kidding, right? Melissa only looked at Tony in confusion. Hurting people is something only villains do. Oh my God, you can't be serious, Tony asked. Seeing her confused expression, he sighed. So what, I'm just supposed to keep getting bullied and picked on my whole life? Melissa shook her head. You get an adult or someone older to help you out. You sweet, innocent child. Is that what you want your whole life to be? Having other people solve your problems for you? No. Melissa muttered. Tony nodded. We are quirkless. This world is full of power, villains, and heroes. In order for our voices to be heard, we have to scream the loudest. In order for our actions to be recognized, we have to put in twice the effort. People bully us because they think we can't defend ourselves, because they think we'll amount to nothing. Do you know how we prove them wrong? Melissa shook her head while looking at Tony with expectation. We fight back. We make them think twice about messing with us. Tony then pointed up while lowering his glasses, looking at her. We, who are at the bottom of the barrel, have to get our own hands dirty to reach the top. So there is nothing villainous about having to get your hands dirty and fighting against what you believe is injustice and what you believe is right. Melissa had a look of fascination while he heard clapping behind him. Tony's expression grew plain as he turned and looked towards Jarvis, who was clapping his hands with a proud look. That was an amazing speech, young master. Absolutely amazing. I've been moved to tears, Jarvis said, grabbing a handkerchief from his side pocket and wiping his tears. Melissa looked at Jarvis oddly and leaned in to ask, who is that? My obnoxious butler who seems to have forgotten his place, Tony replied. Jarvis knew Tony was only joking and just smiled. Whatever do you mean, young master? You know my place is always by your side, protecting you. Yeah, then protect me in silence far away from me, Tony said, shooing him away. Jarvis only chuckled. So who's your little lady friend? He asked, looking towards Melissa. Melissa did a quick introduction. Hello, I'm Melissa Shield, pleased to meet you. Ah, I see, you must be the host's daughter. Thank you for being friends with the young master, Jarvis said with a smile. Melissa only shyly nodded her head. Jarvis then turned towards Tony. Congrats, young master. Now you have another friend besides me. You really have no tact for a butler, Jarvis, Tony said, shaking his head before turning towards Melissa. Weren't you going to show me around? Last time you took me to a place full of trash, please let the next place be more pleasant. Melissa smiled and nodded her head. Come, I'll show you around some more, she said, grabbing his arm and dragging him along. She started showing him the different rooms around the house. She also showed him her room, which was filled with gadgets and advanced books that looked too advanced for her age. What are you making? Tony asked. Right now, I'm trying to make a pogo stick, but I'm having a bit of difficulty getting it to fit into a box form to make it easier to carry around. Have you thought about using collapse tech? Collapse tech. Collapse tech is a design concept that enables objects to transform into a more compact shape for easy storage and transport by using a series of interlocking segments that can slide into each other or fold in an almost origami-like manner. This way, you can reduce it to a fraction of its operational size without compromising its functionality or strength. I see, that's really interesting. I haven't really thought about that, Melissa nodded her head. You should come to my lab then, you'll see more amazing things, Tony said with a proud smirk. You have a lab? Melissa asked, a little jealous. Sure do. Crash. They all heard the sound of multiple windows breaking. Even the windows in Melissa's room shattered as someone burst through them, wearing a black Kevlar mask. All of his fingers had some type of circular metal attached to them. Tony put his body in front of Melissa to shield her from the flying glass shards. Look who we have here, if it isn't the target, the masked man smirked. He aimed his fingers towards them, and they started to give off a red light as if charging. Jarvis ran in front of Tony and Melissa and kicked the man's hand upwards, causing red laser bullets to escape his fingers and hit the ceiling. Jarvis got into a boxing stance and started punching the man in the stomach before punching him in the face, causing him to stagger back. The man aimed his fingers towards Jarvis and charged up an attack, but Jarvis, without hesitation, grabbed his hand and twisted it, dropping the man to the floor. The man shot lasers from his other hand at Jarvis's foot, causing blood to escape. Jarvis winced before twisting the hand harder. Arg! The man screamed as he heard his arm crack. With his other hand, he punched Jarvis in the stomach and tried to shoot him there as well. Jarvis tried to grab that hand too, but the man used the opportunity to escape from Jarvis's grasp. He tried to step back, but Jarvis stepped on his foot with his bleeding one and held him in place, continuing to punch him in the face until blood painted the bottom half of the black mask red. Jarvis then grabbed him when he tried to retaliate and flung him out the window. As he flew out, he was upside down with a scary expression in his eyes. If I'm going down, I'm taking all of them with me, he thought before aiming all of his fingers towards Tony and Melissa and shooting lasers that flew at rapid speed. Jarvis, seeing this, jumped and covered their little bodies with his. Just like how I wanted it, he thought as he fell to the floor. Tony stared with widened eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. Jarvis's body had multiple holes, with blood leaking from them. Jarvis looked towards Tony with a smile as blood escaped his lips. You're safe. I'm glad, he managed to say as he slid off their bodies and fell to the floor with blood pooling everywhere. Jarvis? Tony asked, his hands shaking and his eyes still wide. Chapter 7, Jarvis. Third person's POV. No, 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 Tony kept repeating as he knelt down towards Jarvis. This can't be happening, not you, Jarvis, not to you. Please, Tony pleaded, trying to cover the holes in Jarvis's body to keep his blood from escaping. I'm afraid so, young master. You'll have to forgive me, it looks like I'll have to resign shortly. Tears streamed down Tony's face as he clung to Jarvis. Please, Jarvis. You yourself said that I'd be killed without you. I need you. Tony continued to cry and plead. Blood escaped from Jarvis's mouth as he let out a cough, staining Tony's cheek. Jarvis shakily lifted his hand and wiped the blood off Tony's cheek. Young master. I'm afraid I'll have to go early, but I want you to promise me something, Jarvis said hurriedly, knowing his time was running out. Tony just continued to cry as he clung to Jarvis. What is it, Jarvis? Jarvis took a gulp but just ended up coughing more blood. I've seen what you're planning. I was with you for a long time, so I know how incredibly smart and talented you are. So, I want you to do it. Please become this world's greatest hero. If anyone in this world can do it, it's you. Tears streamed down Jarvis's face as he felt his life slipping from his grasp with every breath he took. He knew that the next breath he took would be his last. And so, with all his willpower, Jarvis gave Tony his final words. Tony, you are too mature for your age. You understand problems that normal people wouldn't. So, I know you can do it. I have not a single doubt in my mind that you will be an amazing. Jarvis didn't manage to say the last word as his eyes closed and his head dropped to the side. Jarvis. Tony softly asked. Jarvis. No. Please. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Tony's face as he continued to cry and sob, hugging Jarvis's lifeless body. Tears also began to stream down Melissa's cheeks as she stared in horror. More masked men, all wearing different masks, appeared as they heard the commotion. Their smiles grew as they saw Tony. Hey, look boys, we hit the jackpot. Two men took out bags, and as Melissa turned around, they put a bag over her head and lifted her off the ground, causing her to scream and kick, but they sealed the bag with her inside. When Tony looked back, hearing the commotion, he saw green smoke rising up from behind them as they put him in a bag as well. No matter how much they kicked and called for help, no help came. Tony heard one of them say, "The sleeping gas should last a good 30 minutes. Let's leave quickly before the police get here." Tony just felt himself being moved around, causing him to grit his teeth with hate. The man he considered his best friend had just been murdered, and he hadn't had the time to mourn due to his kidnapping. And that reminder brought a wave of sadness over Tony. He tried to calm himself. "Friday. Are you there?" Tony whispered. "How may I be of assistance, master?" Tony heard Friday say as a screen appeared in his glasses. "I'm being kidnapped. Be sure to keep track of my location and send it to the police, the heroes, and my parents when they wake up." "It shall be done," Friday replied. Tony then felt himself being thrown, smashing against what he believed was the back of a truck. He then heard the sound of Melissa's cries as she was also thrown next to him. "Melissa, can you hear me?" Tony asked out loud. "Tony. Is that really you? I'm scared, what's going on?" Melissa continued to cry. "It appears we have been kidnapped." Tony then heard someone scoff in amusement. "And it appears we have company. So, what is it that you want?" "Money. Because if it's money, I have billions for pocket change." Tony then felt himself being kicked in the stomach. Ugh, a simple no would have sufficed, you know. You know if the merchandise gets damaged, the ransom decreases. "Liam, stop it, he's right. We can't have anything happen to him." "The boss wouldn't like it," another male voice said. "Right, but I just couldn't help it. He's talking to us like we're merely peasants." "Oh, so you are all working for someone." "Liam, you should keep that guy's mouth shut before he spills out anything else," Tony said, acting like they were all buddy-buddy. Tony then felt another kick, causing him to start coughing. "Terry. Sorry, but you're right. He's annoying. Let's see if we can get some tape." "I'll keep quiet, no tape, please," Tony said quickly. "Tony, are you all right?" Melissa asked worriedly. "Never been better," Tony replied sarcastically. In a nearby police station, monitors suddenly started flashing warning signs. Even in the commissioner's office, the computer was flashing. "Anthony Stark is currently kidnapped." After the warning, a video from security cameras showed men wearing masks carrying 2 bags that were kicking around, and then throwing them into the back of a black van before driving off. The commissioner, a burly man with red hair and a thick red beard, stood up from his seat and looked at the screen in surprise. The door to his office opened. "Commissioner Ramsey, sir, you're gonna wanna come and see this," a black-haired man wearing a police uniform said. "Is it about the kidnapping of Anthony Stark?" The police officer was surprised but nodded. "Are you seeing this too, sir?" Ramsey turned his monitor towards the officer. "I take it this is happening on everyone's screen?" Ramsey asked. The officer just nodded his head. "That's not all, sir. We've been receiving calls that even heroes are getting this." "I see. Stark, huh? That must be their child that was kidnapped. But what has occurred to them?" Ramsey asked. The screen then changed as if answering his question. "They are in the Shield residence, unconscious due to sleeping gas." It then showed the outside of David Shield's residence, with green smoke escaping from its shattered windows. "Who are you?" Ramsey asked. The words then changed to 2 words, Anthony Stark, causing his eyes to widen. Ramsey then looked towards the officer in front of him, grabbed his police jacket from his chair, and put it on. "I need you to gather 2 separate squadrons. One needs to go to the Shield residence, and the other one to follow that vehicle. But that one needs to be stealthy. We'll keep a safe distance behind and let them get to their destination first. Come on, people, move it," Ramsey ordered with authority. "If anything happens to anyone named Stark, it will be our heads on the line." Everyone started to move immediately. They all rushed towards their cop cars and went in 2 separate directions. The heroes weren't any different, but their reasons for action varied. Some were motivated by greed, thinking, if we could get the Starks to be indebted to us, we'd be set for life. But not all the heroes were like that. Some were truly selfless and wanted to help because the life of a child was in danger. Chapter 8, Rescued. Third person's POV. Tony felt the vehicle suddenly stop. He thought it was another red light, but then he felt the engine turn off. He was then picked up and slung over someone's shoulder. "Whoa!" Melissa yelped in surprise. "Where are you taking us?" she asked nervously. "To meet the boss, obviously," Liam answered. Tony, still with a bag over his head, just felt himself being carried. He could have watched himself from a third-person perspective, but the area they were bringing him to didn't have any cameras nearby. After a while, and many twists and turns, Tony felt himself being sat down and tied up with rope. The bag over his head was then removed. Melissa's bag was removed as well. They sat back to back, tied to their chairs. Melissa had to look away due to the sudden light, but Tony wasn't bothered. He looked around, and his glasses locked onto faces, pulling up information on their quirks and criminal records. So which one of you is Liam, and which one of you is Terry? I'd like to make a formal complaint about how I was treated on the ride here, Tony said. If you have any formal complaints, be sure to take them up with me, an amused deep voice responded. Who's me, you dumbass? My back is turned toward you, and I can't exactly turn around, Tony said, irritated. Tony, please stop antagonizing them, Melissa pleaded in a scared tone. The man who spoke had black hair and glasses. He wore a burgundy business suit and had a glass of whiskey on his desk. He looked toward one of his men and twirled his finger around. A man with dark blue hair, who looked to be in his early 20s, picked up the chair and turned them around. You better listen to the little lady, boy. Antagonizing me isn't in your best interest, the man said. So you're the boss. What do you want? Money. Like I told Liam, I have plenty, Tony said with a straight face. The man grabbed his whiskey and twirled it slightly before drinking it. Really? Intimidation tactics on a child? Tony said plainly. The man chuckled as he put the empty glass down. I'm afraid money isn't what I'm after. Since you're in a family business, you know money comes and goes. No, I need something else. Sorry, I don't deal in prostitution. I don't sell my body to anyone. The boss heard someone snicker, causing him to shatter the glass with his fist. The name is Hammer Fist, and I used to be one of your dear old dad's employees. So I know firsthand how incredibly smart he is. You'll be used as a ransom, all right, but not for money. For power. I will make him create a weapon strong enough to threaten any hero and villain alike, making me the kingpin of the underworld. And if he doesn't comply, your life is forfeit, along with the little missy here, who is an added bonus. My uncle is All Might, you know. Melissa suddenly said in desperation. Once he learns what happened to me, he will come flying faster than a plane to save me. Hammer Fist scoffed. I don't have time for your lies, little girl. Cover her mouth, he ordered. She isn't lying, Tony said plainly. Hammer Fist looked at him with a raised brow as Tony continued, you should really look at who you kidnapped first. That is Melissa Shield, daughter of David Shield, whose party we were just at. And everyone in the United States knows that David Shield used to work for All Might. The reason Tony was doing all this talking was that his glasses were warning him of someone fast approaching. Hammer Fist scoffed again, but before he could finish, they heard someone behind the door. New order. The air around Anthony Stark, create a barrier to protect him, the voice commanded. The air around Tony suddenly shifted, creating a bubble around him. Due to their close proximity, Melissa was also protected. The door was then suddenly punched open, causing Hammer Fist to click his tongue. His figure shifted as he was suddenly covered in a rock-like armor, resembling the Thing from Marvel. I don't know how you found us so quickly, but I'll make sure you don't get out of here, Hammer Fist said, rushing toward Stars and Stripes. He went to punch her, but she blocked it with her palm, catching him by surprise. While Hammer Fist was busy with Stars and Stripes, his men were trying to break the barrier to use Tony and Melissa as hostages. His name is Irvin Patrick, Tony said, looking at Stars and Stripes. She smiled and nodded before looking at Hammer Fist. New order, Irvin Patrick is unable to use his quirk. The rocks around him crumbled as he looked at himself in surprise. Before he could retaliate, Stars and Stripes knocked him out with a single punch. New order, I'm super fast, she then smiled, turning into a blur and running around, knocking out everyone else in the room. When she punched the last one, he went flying back and ended up embedded in the wall, unconscious. Cancel new order, Stars and Stripes commanded. The barrier surrounding Tony and Melissa vanished, and she untied them. Thank you, Melissa said with a large smile and a look of deep admiration. Tony, however, looked at her quizzically. Why would the #1 hero come to personally save us? Aren't you more of a military hero? She chuckled. Let's just say your father has a very close connection with the military and is highly respected among them. So tell me, boy. How did you do it? How did you warn the police and the heroes that you were kidnapped, if you were, well, kidnapped, she asked. Melissa, hearing this, looked at Tony in surprise. Did you really? Stars and Stripes nodded. It was one of the reasons I was able to find you guys so quickly. Tony tapped his glasses. I don't wear these just to look cool, you know. I see, she said with a smile. It looks like you inherited your father's smarts. Don't patronize me, Tony said, walking away. Stars and Stripes had an awkward smile as she watched him leave, with Melissa following after him. You were able to warn the heroes and get us help. You're amazing, Tony. Melissa said in awe. I know, he said arrogantly. So how do the glasses work, she asked, curiosity burning in her eyes. Friday, I'm giving her access, Tony said as he handed the glasses to Melissa. Melissa put them on and held the sides as she looked around. Minimum clearance level towards Melissa shield activated. How may I be of your assistance, Melissa Shield? She heard Friday ask. Whoa. Who's that? She asked. I am Friday, Tony Stark's personally crafted AI that helps him with his needs. You made an AI? Melissa asked in amazement. You said you have a lab, right? You have to let me come and see it, Melissa said in a begging tone. She took Tony's hand and pleaded, pretty please. Fine, but only if you promise to be my lab assistant, Tony said. His smile then grew a bit sad. I'm in need of one after all. Melissa nodded her head. I'll be the best assistant ever, she declared. They soon found themselves outside with police cars parked everywhere and Howard, Maria, and David all waiting for them. Tony. Howard and Maria yelled. Melissa. David yelled. Seeing her dad, all the emotions Melissa had been suppressing came flooding back. Tears flowed from her eyes as she clung to her dad. Daddy. I was scared. Tony surprisingly wasn't any different. As soon as Maria and Howard knelt down and hugged him, he broke down. Dad. Mom. Jarvis, he gave his life for me, Tony sobbed. We know, baby, we know, Maria said, tears in her eyes. And I couldn't be more grateful to him, Howard said, tears in his eyes as well. After all, Jarvis had been with him for a very long time. Tony's heart-wrenching sobs caused them to break down as well. Even when Tony was a baby, he didn't cry. Hearing him cry so much for Jarvis made them realize how much he was hurting over his death. Chapter 9, Declaring and Speech. Third person's POV. A few days after the event. There was a big funeral held for Jarvis, mostly with friends and family. There were many tears among everyone. Seeing all the people who came, Tony turned towards Howard. It appears Jarvis was very loved, he said. Howard smiled sadly as he nodded his head. Yes, he was. When he was in the military, he helped out everyone he could. Almost everyone who knew him had a sense of admiration for him, Howard said. Many people gave speeches about how Jarvis had helped them at some point in their lives, how they were forever indebted to him, and how he was a good friend and a great son. After the last person gave their speech, the pastor then asked, does anyone else have something to say before the end of the ceremony? Me. They heard the voice of a little kid. When they turned, they saw Tony with his hand raised and a note in hand. Everyone was a bit surprised as he stood up and walked towards the podium. Are you sure you want to do this, son? The priest asked. Tony nodded and walked in front of the podium. Do you guys have a booster seat? This is kinda tall for a kid my age. That earned him a chuckle amid their tears. I'm being serious. Can't you see I'm small? They soon got him a large stool to sit on. Southwest He could get close to the microphone on the podium. Honestly, I have many things to say, but first, let's start with the introduction. Hello, everyone. I am Anthony E. Stark. Jarvis was a butler who worked under my father for many years, to the point where they became very close friends. Since I was born, Jarvis has been a constant presence in my life. He has seen many of my firsts, my first steps, first words, first inventions, and many of my failures. Along the way, Jarvis became more than just a butler in my life. He became a friend, a best friend even. In this crazy world, we have many heroes to look up to. But to me, my number one hero will always be Jarvis. He saved my life in more ways than I can count. Tony paused and chuckled a bit. Funny thing is, before we left for the party, I made a joke asking where I would be without him. Without hesitation, he said I would have probably killed myself, just to show how many times he saved me from my own hands. Tony then gripped the podium as he bit his lip. It truly isn't fair how Jarvis has left us. He was a good man. He gave up his life to save mine. He used his own body as a shield to make sure I was all right, and I will never forget it. I was with him in his last moments, his last breath. And he used that chance to tell me something. He told me he believed I could be a hero. Can you guys believe it? Me, a quirkless little kid. He used his last breath to tell me he had confidence that I could become a hero. Ha 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 ha. He laughed into the microphone, causing people to believe he had lost his mind. The priest went to grab him. I think that's enough, son, he said, putting a hand on his shoulder. Tony shrugged him off and grabbed the microphone again. Fine, Tony said, looking at everyone present. Since that's what he wanted, that's what I'll do. I'm using this chance to declare to Jarvis, who is watching over me, and to all of you who are here as witnesses. I, Anthony Stark, hereby declare that I will be this world's greatest hero anyone has ever seen. Think what you all like about my quirkless status. I'll let my actions speak for themselves. Tony then grabbed his note from the podium and jumped off before walking towards his father. Although he felt all gazes on him, his movements never faltered. That was a fantastic speech, Tony, Howard said, patting his head with a proud smile. His mother gave him a hug as she nodded. Truly, it was wonderful. He then felt someone pat his shoulder from behind and found David Shield giving him a thumbs up in support while Melissa leaned forward. That was fantastic. You were so cool. When have I not been? Tony scoffed arrogantly. This caused Melissa to roll her eyes, as she was now getting familiar with Tony's narcissism. Soon after the speeches came the burial. Tony threw a bouquet of flowers as they started lowering the casket. Tears still fell from his eyes seeing this. After it was covered in dirt and he was properly buried, all that remained was a tombstone that read, "An amazing friend but an even greater butler." Tony was seen sitting in a limo staring into the graveyard. He felt a hand on his and saw Melissa holding his hand with a worried look. "I'm fine," he said, shaking his head. "Is there any place you want to stop by, Tony?" Maria asked, looking at Tony a little worriedly. "Yes, home. I have something I need to complete." Tony nodded with a serious expression. Tony then turned towards Melissa. "And you better change. I don't think you'll be of much help in a dress, unless you want to dirty it." "Tony, that's no way to talk to a lady," Maria chastised. "What?" "She agreed to be my lab assistant, so her help will be needed," Tony said, shrugging his shoulders. "That still doesn't give you the excuse to talk so rudely to people." Tony didn't want to argue with his mother, so he sighed. "Yes, mother." They first dropped off Melissa and David before heading home. As he exited the limo, Tony said, "Don't disturb me. I'm going to my lab, and if Melissa arrives, send her there. No one else is allowed to enter." Maria just looked at Howard with worry. Howard put a hand on her shoulder. "Don't worry. He's just very motivated right now and wants to do this. No, he needs to do this, for his own good." "But still." Maria wanted to insist, but Howard gave her a side hug and kissed her on the cheek. "I know, my love, I know." As Tony entered his lab, he took off his three-piece suit, leaving him only in a shirt. He rolled up the shirt sleeves and unbuttoned a few buttons at the top. "Friday, commence attempt number 152. Welcome back, Master. Now commencing Project Artificial Heart, attempt number 152. Chapter 10, Arc Reactor. Third person's POV. It took Tony an hour to set everything up, from taking out and arranging the tools to getting the right elements in place. "Friday, what was wrong with attempt number 151? Tony asked as he sat on his chair, twirling a stylus on his finger and looking at the large table with the image plans of a mini arc reactor. Attempt number 151 experienced a power fluctuation due to an instability in the energy modulation circuits, Friday responded. This caused an intermittent power output that could not be regulated effectively, leading to a failure in maintaining a consistent energy supply. Tony nodded, deep in thought as he reviewed the design. "Alright, let's focus on stabilizing those circuits for the next iteration. Friday, what elements are we using in the energy modulation circuits? Specifically, is palladium still a key component?" Tony asked, leaning closer to the image plans on the table. "Yes, Master," Friday replied. The energy modulation circuits currently utilize palladium as a primary element for its conductive properties. Additionally, the circuits incorporate an alloy of titanium and gold to enhance stability and durability. Tony frowned, tapping the stylus against the table. Could the palladium be causing the instability? Have we tested alternatives? We have tested alternatives, including rhodium and platinum, Friday answered. However, they did not provide the same level of efficiency as palladium. The instability seems to be related to the configuration rather than the materials themselves. Interesting, Tony mused. Let's run a simulation with a modified configuration. Try altering the arrangement of the energy modulation circuits and see if that improves stability. Understood, Master. Running the simulation now, Friday responded, as the plans on the table began to update with the new configuration. Tony watched as the simulation ran, the plans on the table updating in real time. Friday, give me a status update. Everything appears to be in order, Friday responded. The energy modulation circuits are stable with the new configuration. Conductivity tests with palladium and the titanium gold alloy are all green. Thermal regulation is within acceptable limits. Magnetic field alignment is optimal. Structural integrity of the reactor casing is confirmed. Tony leaned back, feeling a small sense of relief. What's the one thing that's still in the red? The power distribution network is still experiencing a bottleneck. The conduits are not handling the peak loads efficiently, causing a delay in energy transfer. This bottleneck is the primary issue preventing the mini arc reactor from achieving full functionality. Tony's eyes narrowed as he focused on the highlighted section of the plans. Alright, let's isolate that problem and find a solution. Once we fix the power distribution network, we'll have a working mini arc reactor. Tony stared at the highlighted section of the plans, his mind racing through possible solutions. Friday, let's focus on the power distribution network. What materials and configurations have we tested so far? We have primarily used standard copper conduits and a linear layout for the distribution network, Friday replied. Alternative materials such as superconducting alloys and graphene have also been tested, but with limited success. Tony tapped the stylus against the table, deep in thought. What if we switch to a radial distribution layout and use a high-temperature superconductor for the conduits? Something that can handle the peak loads more efficiently and reduce the delay in energy transfer. High-temperature superconductors could indeed improve efficiency, Friday acknowledged. A radial layout would also help distribute the load more evenly across the network. Shall I run a simulation with these changes? Yes, do it, Tony said, watching as the plans updated once again. The table displayed the new radial layout with high-temperature superconductor conduits. Simulation running, Friday reported. After a few moments, the AI continued, the new configuration shows a significant improvement in power distribution efficiency. The peak loads are now handled without delay, and the overall performance of the network is within optimal parameters. The bottleneck issue has been resolved. Tony grinned, feeling a rush of excitement. That's it, Friday. We finally cracked it. Implement the changes in the prototype, and let's run a full systems test. Understood, Master. Implementing the changes now, Friday responded, as the plans finalized the adjustments. We are ready for the full systems test. Tony stood up, energized. Let's light this thing up. Tony Stark, only 7 years old but already a prodigy in his own right, stood in the heart of his workshop, surrounded by an array of tools and materials meticulously organized around him. His eyes gleamed with determination as he prepared to embark on the ambitious task of building an arc reactor from scratch. Friday, let's begin, Tony said with a confidence beyond his years, addressing his AI assistant. The workshop buzzed with activity as the mechanical arms Tony had designed and built himself sprang into action. They fetched the raw materials Tony had meticulously gathered, palladium cores, titanium gold alloys, and the high-temperature superconducting materials he had researched extensively. Tony, wearing scaled-down safety gear that made him look even smaller but no less determined, carefully laid out the components on his workbench. With a steady hand, he started assembling the core structure of the arc reactor, referring to the detailed schematics he had drawn up with Friday's guidance. Friday, confirm the alignment of the palladium core, Tony instructed, his voice steady despite the excitement bubbling within him. Alignment confirmed, Master, Friday replied promptly. Proceeding with the next phase, integrating the titanium gold alloy stabilizers. Tony nodded, focusing intently as he placed each stabilizer in its designated position around the core. The mechanical arms assisted him in handling the heavier pieces, ensuring every connection was secure and precise. As the assembly progressed, Tony meticulously wired the circuits, double-checking each connection to ensure optimal conductivity and energy efficiency. The workshop filled with the hum of machinery and the occasional beep from diagnostic devices as Tony worked with unwavering concentration. Friday, status update, Tony requested, wiping sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. All primary components integrated and circuits connected, Friday reported. Awaiting final calibration and power-up sequence. Tony took a deep breath, his heart racing with anticipation. With meticulous care, he performed the final calibration, adjusting settings and parameters according to the real-time feedback from Friday's diagnostic readings. Prepare for initial power-up, Tony announced, his voice tinged with excitement and determination. With a flick of a switch, the workshop was bathed in a soft, pulsating glow as the arc reactor came to life. Tony's eyes widened in awe as he watched the energy levels stabilize on the diagnostic screens, confirming the successful activation of the reactor. We did it, Friday. Tony exclaimed, unable to contain his joy and pride. The arc reactor is operational. The mechanical arms, programmed to celebrate success, performed a cheerful dance around Tony, who joined in with infectious enthusiasm. In that moment, surrounded by his creations and guided by his AI assistant, Tony Stark proved that age was no barrier to ambition, innovation, and achieving the extraordinary in his workshop. Tony put both hands on his workbench as silently sobbed, "Are you seeing this, old friend? I did it. I built it. Just like how I promised you I would. I built a miniature arc reactor." Tony felt a hand on his shoulders. When he looked back, there was no one there. Tony all smiled as the tears ran down his eyes. "Thanks for the support, buddy. Enjoy the afterlife." Chapter 11, Testing. Third person's POV. When Tony exited his lab, he walked toward his mother and father, who were each sipping wine together. Upon seeing Tony, Maria looked at him with concern. "Is something wrong, honey?" Tony didn't answer and just grabbed her hand, pulling her off her seat. She turned toward Howard worriedly. Howard shrugged his shoulders and shook his head, until Tony, with his mother in tow, grabbed his father's hand as well. Now with both of them in hand, he started leading them somewhere. Tony. What is it, son? What do you want to show us? Tony didn't reply as he kept dragging them until they reached his lab. He then stopped and stood behind them. Enter, was all Tony said. Maria and Howard looked at each other before they both entered, and what they saw left them in awe. It was a circular object with a pulsating blue light standing on a workbench surrounded by tools. Even from where they stood, they felt the energy the object was emanating. Tony. Is that what I think it is? Howard asked in awe. They turned and looked at Tony, who was smiling smugly. You tell me, father. Howard went towards Tony, picked him up into the air, and started to throw him around. You actually did it. You crazy son of a gun. You actually built a miniature arc reactor. I couldn't be any prouder. Howard said as he brought Tony into a hug. Howard then brought them into one big family hug. Maria gave Tony a kiss on the cheek as she congratulated him. Howard looked at everything. Truly, Tony, this is amazing, and you're only 7 years old going into 8. Come, let's go and celebrate. Howard said. Can we do that tomorrow? I still want to do research on it, and Melissa is going to be here any minute, Tony said, smiling towards the arc reactor. Howard smiled as he patted Tony's head. Sure, son, whatever you need. Every step Howard took was one with pride. Maria, who was walking behind him, shook her head. Tony looked at the reactor and smiled. Things are about to change. Tony took his seat and went back to the screen with the stylus. Friday, pull up the manipulatable hologram of the files marked, Project the Ironman, Mark 1. A holographic image of the classic Ironman suit appeared. Except it was painted a different color. Instead of the usual red and gold, Tony added his own colors, something to make his own individuality. Even though he was known as Tony Stark, he was his own person. It was black with neon blue lighting, which, in his opinion, looked much better. Friday, use the simulation you ran of the arc reactor and implement it into the Ironman tech. In the hologram, an image of a small arc reactor was placed in the empty chest piece, and Tony saw how it started glowing and powering up. He then heard a knock on the door to his lab. Who is it, Friday? It is Melissa Shield, Master. Tony nodded. Let her in. He spun around in his seat as the door to his lab opened. Just who I wanted to see. Melissa was wearing a lab coat with glasses on her face and her hair tied in a ponytail. Are you serious? Melissa blushed. What? The glasses and the lab coat. Really? I actually usually wear glasses since I need them. The lab coat is just me being fashionable. Whatever, Tony said, rolling his eyes, which caused her to pout. She then saw the pulsating arc reactor and looked at it curiously. What is that? The heart of what's going to make me a superhero. Melissa looked at him, confused, which caused Tony to sigh. Come grab a seat. She did as she was told and sat next to Tony. She saw the Ironman hologram and looked at it in awe. Whoa, what is that? The thing you're going to help me build. I call it the Ironman. What does it do? She asked, her curiosity growing the more she looked at it. See the thing in its chest, right? Tony asked. Melissa nodded. Well, that's the thing on the table over there. It works as a battery that powers the suit. Friday, show a small simulation of what the suit can do, Tony commanded. The hologram then displayed thrusters emerging from the suit, flying around, and lifting a car with just one hand. Melissa was shaking in her seat. What are you doing? That is amazing, she exclaimed with childlike wonder. She grabbed Tony's shoulders and began to shake him. Are you really going to let me help you build it? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's begin, she said, clenching her fist. Tony was pretty sure he saw fire burning in her eyes. Melissa wore a mask and goggles that made her eyes look extra wide as she twisted a bolt around a piece of equipment. She then heard Tony's voice over an intercom. Melissa, you done? Yes, she shouted, taking everything off her face and carrying 2 pieces of silver armor towards Tony, who was in another room connected to his lab. Wow, these are heavy, Melissa grunted. She found Tony with 2 pieces of armor around his arms, connected to an arc reactor on his chest, waiting for her. Why is this room mostly empty? Melissa asked curiously. I had my dad make it as a small testing site. Melissa nodded as she put the pieces down near Tony's leg. Here, let me help you put them on. Melissa helped Tony put on the leg armor, securely connecting it to the arc reactor that was framed on his chest. After securing both pieces, she gave them a little tap. You are now good to go. Tony nodded his head. Stand back, please. Melissa nodded and stood all the way back. All right, Friday, start at 0.1 thrust capacity and slowly increase the numbers until I'm up in the air. Thrusters started escaping from his palms and feet. Ever so slowly, Tony was lifted off the ground. Wow, whoa, Tony said, trying to maintain his balance. Haha, you see this, Melissa? I'm doing it, I'm actually doing it, Tony happily laughed as he wobbly moved his hands to stabilize himself. Melissa was clapping and cheering. You're actually doing it. Ha 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 ha. This is amazing, Tony. Tony was slowly moving back and forth. He then started to lower himself. Here, you have to try this out. Wait, really? Melissa asked worriedly. I mean, of course. You helped me build it. It's only fair you have a go at it. Come help me take these off so we can put them on you. After a while of taking it off him, it was Melissa's turn to wear the small gears. Friday, start slowly as well. 0.1, as well. As Melissa started to rise, she became nervous. Tony, I'm scared. Relax, Tony said calmly and reassuringly. Take a deep breath. Melissa nodded, took a deep breath, and allowed herself to relax slowly. She started to fly and hover over the ground, laughing happily. Ha ha ha, Tony, are you watching? I'm doing it. After a while, ever so slowly, she came down. After Tony undid her gear, she jumped into Tony, giving him a giant hug. Did you see me? I was amazing. The thing went shum and phmmm and then. As she started breathing heavily, Tony motioned for her to calm down. You're too excited. You're even becoming tired from how excited you are. You're right, sorry. But it was the coolest thing ever. Damn straight. Now, let's go ahead and start making the rest before it gets too late. Melissa nodded, still clearly very excited. Chapter 12, Discovering New Element. Third person's POV. Tony. Howard started, looking at his son with a discerning expression. You are now 8 years old, and honestly, I don't know what to give you that you yourself can't already make. I know you're working on a project with Melissa, something you keep private and want for yourself. So, I decided to give you something entirely new, something even I myself haven't been able to acquire. Tony, who was in his father's home office, looked at him quizzically. I have many things to say. First, why are you saying it like you're giving me your will? And two, you can't really gift something you don't have to someone else. Howard chuckled. Because what I'm about to give you was supposed to be in my will if I ever did pass. Honestly, you're just too incredible. As you are already aware, I possess the quirk called computerized brain, which means my brain works like a computer. Now, the downside to the quirk is that it's really hard to use creativity. My brain works best with facts and knowledge. So, you possess something I don't have, something I'm quite jealous of. You have creativity and the freedom to think outside the box. Howard then stood up and walked towards a section of the bookcase in his office. He reached over and pulled a door, causing the shelf to split apart, revealing another door. Howard scanned his hand. After a green flash and an audible click, the door opened. Tony was taken aback when Howard opened the door. It led to a small room with one table in the middle, upon which sat a small replica of Stark Industries. Howard picked it up and brought it to Tony. Here, I want you to have it. I know I'm 8, but I never really had a thing for playing with toys. Thanks for the gift though, it's the thought that counts, as they say. Howard scoffed, finding Tony's retort amusing. No, Tony, it's not a toy. This is something I only managed to make halfway through. I can't complete the other half. I used all of my quirk's power when making this. I almost gave myself an aneurysm and had to be in urgent care for an entire week. You're serious? I'm afraid so. That's what happens when I try to push the creativity and go beyond my quirk's limits. So, when I tell you I can't finish it, I literally mean it could lead to my death. Damn, old man. So, what is this thing anyway? Tony asked, though he already had an idea. The creation of an entirely new element. Tony smirked upon hearing the confirmation. Nice. Having the younger generation take over, old man. Stop calling me old man. I'm still in my late 30s, which means I'm still in my prime. Anyway, yes, I want you to have it. It's yours. Sorry, I can't, Tony said, shrugging his shoulders. Howard was surprised. What? Why? I just meant that it can't possibly be mine. I mean, you already completed half of it. All I'm doing is finishing the other half. It wouldn't be fair for me to take credit. So, the best I can do is make this a project between father and son. Howard had a soft smile on his face as he already guessed what Tony was trying to do. He nodded his head. All right, fine. You win. It's a project between father and son. Tony nodded, a skip in his step as he walked towards his lab. I'm off to discover a new element, father. Call you in an hour. Howard scoffed. I'm afraid it's not that easy, Tony. It'll take more than just an hour, even for you, and he's already gone. Great. Tony set the model of the Stark Expo on the workbench. As he did so, he glanced to the side and saw Melissa working intently on an Ironman armor, sparks flying from the metal face covering she wore. She was so absorbed in her work that she didn't notice Tony enter the lab, causing him to shake his head in amusement. Friday, scan the model and conjure a 3D manipulatable hologram of the Expo. One of the mechanical limbs around the workbench extended, a green light scanning the Expo model. A holographic image of the Expo then materialized above the real model. Hologram completed as requested, Master, Friday said. Tony manipulated the hologram with his fingers, spinning it around like a basketball before setting it upright in front of him. He clicked on the globe in the hologram and enlarged it slightly. Friday, we're seeing the same thing, right? It appears to represent the appearance of an atom, Master, Friday confirmed. That's right, Tony said, clicking the middle of the globe. Which means the nucleus should be about right here. He expanded a section of the globe. Now lose the footpath, the landscaping, the bushes, and trees, Tony instructed, swiping away everything extraneous from the screen, including the parking lots, exits, and entrances. Now structure the neutrons and protons using the pavilions, Tony continued, spinning in his chair. The hologram shifted, rearranging the pavilions into clusters representing neutrons and protons around the nucleus. Tony watched the transformation keenly. Good, he said. Now, let's add an additional orbital layer. Calculate optimal electron positions for maximum stability. Friday complied, showing new electron pathways forming around the nucleus and calculating their positions. Simulate interactions with various elements and compounds, Tony commanded. After a few moments, Friday responded, simulation indicates high stability and unique bonding properties, Master. Tony's eyes lit up. Interesting. Enhance the model with potential energy states and reactivity profiles. Friday enhanced the hologram, displaying energy levels and reactivity with different elements. This new element has potential beyond our initial expectations, Tony mused. Document all findings and prepare for prototype synthesis and real-world testing. Documentation in progress, Master, Friday confirmed. Friday, call my father. For some reason, I feel like breaking his heart a little, Tony teased himself. A holographic projection appeared, indicating the call to Howard. After a few rings, Howard's face appeared on the hologram. What is it, Tony? It hasn't even been 30 minutes. Already giving up, Tony? Howard asked slowly. Tony beamed, his smile so large his eyes were closed. Yes, father. What's that behind you? And why did you call me? Tony waved it off. Oh, that. It's just a new element I discovered a while ago. I just called since I was bored and had nothing better to do. Don't mind me in the slightest. Howard's expression was the most deadpan Tony had ever seen. I'm hanging up and disowning you. Huh. Tony was genuinely taken aback by the last part. Meanwhile. Woohoo. He did it. He really did it. That's my boy. Ha 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 ha. 30 minutes hadn't even passed. Howard celebrated with the largest smile on his face. Chapter 13, Particle Accelerator. Third person's POV. Melissa finished up the last touches. There, I'm done. When she lifted her metal mask, she saw Tony looking at an empty hologram with a bit of surprise, displaying an element she hadn't seen before. Hey Tony, I'm done, Melissa called out, snapping him out of his trance. Huh. Oh right, so we can begin. Mark 1 is completed, Tony smirked as Melissa nodded, looking at the Ironman armor in front of her. It took us 3 months because we messed around with some parts and accidentally destroyed a few more, but we can begin test flights whenever you're ready, Melissa said. They then heard Friday's voice warning them, Master, your father appears to be on the way here based on his path. Oh, they both said as they started rushing around the room. They quickly put a tarp over the armor just before they heard a knock on the door. The tarp concealed what was hidden underneath, appearing as just a flat sheet over something. Come in. Tony yelled, and soon his father walked through the door. Melissa, your father's waiting for you. He's leaving already, Howard said. Melissa looked at her watch. Oh man, it's late. She turned towards Tony and pointed a finger at him. You better not try it without me, Tony, I swear. Yes, princess, I promise, Tony said, waving her off. Melissa rolled her eyes at the nickname before waving goodbye to both Tony and Howard. She then peeked her head back in. Oh, and Tony, once again, happy birthday, she said before leaving. Yeah, I already said thanks, he yelled after her. So you really did it, huh? Howard said, looking at the floating element. Tony nodded. I need your help to bring it forth, though. Oh. Howard said, looking down at Tony curiously. We need to make a particle accelerator. Do you even have the materials needed to make it here? Howard asked. I don't, that's why I said I need your help. Howard looked at his son with a deadpan expression. So the issue is money, huh? Yeah, I spent my allowance on the thing I'm presenting to you tomorrow, Tony said, motioning towards the tarp. You really are secretive about that thing. Of course, you'll be so jealous. Anyway, would you be able to get the materials? It's pretty late. Tony. We're rich. Oh, right. Ho 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 ho, they both then faked laughed like rich people before actually laughing. Howard shook his head. Make a note of everything you'll need. Tony nodded. Stainless steel or aluminum for vacuum chamber walls, electron guns or ion sources for particle generation, copper or superconducting wire for electromagnets, copper for RF cavities, photodetectors and data acquisition systems for beam diagnostics, transformers and capacitors for power supplies, heat exchangers and cooling fluids for cooling systems, computers with interface cards for control systems, emergency shutdown systems, and radiation shielding for safety systems, and reinforced concrete or steel for infrastructure. Did you get that? Tony asked after his rant. Howard nodded and said, wait, I need to make a phone call. After 5 minutes, he returned. It'll be here in 30 minutes. Tony nodded, and the two then waited. An hour later. It took another 30 minutes to bring everything inside and set it down in Tony's testing room. Tony surveyed the array of components. Well, old man, looks like we'll be pretty busy. I don't want you hurting your back when we start making it, Tony remarked, half-jokingly. Howard shook his head. Why are you like this? Tony just shrugged his shoulders, a smirk playing on his lips as they began unpacking and organizing the materials. The vacuum chamber was carefully positioned in one corner, while the electromagnets and RF cavities were laid out on sturdy workbenches. Power supplies and control systems were placed strategically nearby, ready to be wired up. All right, let's get to work, Howard said, rolling up his sleeves. Over the next few hours, they worked side by side. They connected wires, adjusted settings, and tested each component meticulously. Tony's expertise with electronics and Howard's mechanical finesse complemented each other perfectly. With a final adjustment and a few last-minute checks, they stood back to admire their creation, a sophisticated particle accelerator, assembled from scratch in Tony's humble testing room. Ready? Tony asked, hand hovering over the control panel. He finished putting a crystal prism inside it. Howard nodded, his heart swelling with pride. Let's see what it can do. Tony grinned, pressing the power button. The room hummed to life with a gentle buzz as systems powered on. They watched as indicators lit up and monitors displayed vital signs. It's working, Howard murmured, awestruck. Initializing particle accelerator, they heard Friday's voice say. A blue light started flashing around the accelerator, the light grew brighter in power and as it glowed. Howard went and grabbed a giant wrench which he put by the valve. Howard smiled as he said, Tony held me out. Tony went as they both began to move it, which moved the crystal prism. As the prism moved, blue light exited from the accelerator and started burning and cutting everything it touched. They slowly moved it until it reached a metal triangle that was hoisting it up in front of them. As the blue light and triangle made contact, it started to glow brighter and make a small humming. Tony quickly turned it off, Howard said, but Tony was all right on it and turned it off. All that remained was a bright blue triangle humming with power. They both walked towards it, examining it. Tony grabbed tweezers and picked up, examining it closer. They both stared in awe. Congratulations, Master and Sir, you two have created a brand new element, Friday informed them. The arc reactor, quick get it, Tony said towards Howard. He nodded as he went and got it. They took out the palladium core and Tony carefully put in the bright triangle in the middle. The reactor closed around the new elemental core and started to slowly hum with power. After it had settled, Friday then said, Master, the reactor has accepted the modified core. I will now begin running diagnostics. Yeah, you go do that, Tony said absent-mindedly. Tony and Howard just looked at each other, unsure of what to say. Slowly a smile started growing on their faces. They both leaned and examined the arc reactor, unable to look away from it. So Friday, what's the verdict? Tony said, spinning around in his chair. Master, the modified core is stable, Friday's voice echoed through the room, breaking the brief silence that followed their successful integration of the new elemental core into the arc reactor. The new element exhibits optimal stability and energy efficiency, Friday continued. Initial diagnostics show power output exceeding previous simulations. Integration with existing systems is seamless. Tony nodded, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. Excellent, Friday. What about potential applications beyond the reactor? Analysis suggests broad applications in energy generation, propulsion, and advanced materials, Friday reported. Further exploration into these areas is recommended to maximize potential benefits. Howard looked impressed, nodding approvingly. And safety protocols. Core containment and safety protocols are functioning within established parameters, Friday assured them. There are no indications of instability or risks at this time. Tony exchanged a glance with Howard, both sharing a moment of quiet pride. Thank you, Friday. Begin preparations for the next phase of testing and development. Understood, Master, Friday acknowledged. I will initiate protocols for continued monitoring and optimization. As they both let out a sigh of relief, they both yawned, making them realize that they were beyond tired. Well, I better get enough sleep. I'm showing you something amazing later on, old man. Can you get a large airspace for us and rent it out to make sure no one is available to witness what I'm going to show you? Howard looked at Tony curiously but shrugged his shoulders. Sure, think of it as a reward for what we just accomplished. And like that they called it a day. Chapter 14, Mark. Third person's POV. Howard, Maria, and David were seen standing outside a hangar with a runway in front of them. Did Tony tell you what he wanted to show you? Melissa didn't want to say anything about it. All she kept saying was that it was amazing, David asked, looking towards Howard and Maria. They both shook their heads. They've been pretty secretive about this project, Howard said. They then heard something like a wheel moving behind them. When they looked, they saw Melissa pushing one of those machines that shoot out tennis balls. Howard blinked a few times and looked towards Melissa, who was wearing a lab coat, an earpiece, and a backpack. I'm sorry to say, dear, but those already exist, Howard teased. Melissa let out a sigh and shook her head. You're just like Tony. Howard only smiled upon hearing that. Melissa reached for her backpack and pulled out a tablet. She then tapped the earpiece and said, You can start now, Tony. They barely managed to hear Tony's voice as he said, Copy that. Start what, sweetie? David asked. Melissa didn't answer and just pointed to the air. Soon, they saw a red and gold metal suit of armor flying around. They saw how the armor had its legs tucked together while its arms were a bit apart and was flying in the air. It started moving around, doing flips and spinning. It even started riding in the air with the trail of smoke it left. The name Tony Stark was written before it was underlined. At first, Tony wanted to make the suit black and blue for individuality, but since it was the first Ironman ever made, he decided on making it his signature color. Soon, the piece of armor dropped from the sky and landed in front of them on one knee, cracking the ground due to its weight. Superhero landing, they heard Tony whisper. As he looked up, the mask also went up, revealing his face. He watched in amusement as they stood with their mouths agape and their eyes widened. Melissa went in front of them and snapped their picture on the tablet, giving Tony a thumbs up. I got it. The flash from the picture snapped them out of their trance. Tony, what are you wearing? What is that? Howard asked excitedly, his excitement only growing as he looked at the arc reactor on Tony's chest. I look cool, right? Tony said smugly. And this is my superhero outfit. Maria softly smiled at Tony. I see, so this was the answer to the question that day. Okay, wow, you figured that out way too quickly, Tony said, looking at his mother oddly. I'm your mother, it's only natural, she said smugly. David looked at the suit in awe. What else can it do? I'm glad you asked, Davy, Tony teased, causing David to scoff slightly. Melissa, hit it, Tony said. Melissa nodded and gave a few taps on the tablet. The tennis machine started charging up, and a ball was then shot into the air. They watched as Tony aimed a hand towards the ball. They heard the sound of something quickly charging up before being released. Zap. They watched a repulsor shot shoot out from Tony's armored hand and hit the ball, causing it to explode upon impact. More, Melissa. Melissa gave the screen a few more taps, and more balls shot out. Tony moved his hands back and forth, shooting repulsors from both his hands, each hitting the balls and causing them to explode. Tony then turned towards them and gave them a thumbs up with a large smile. Whoa, Howard and David muttered. You guys haven't seen anything yet. Melissa, rapid fire, Tony said as he crossed his arms. Melissa's fingers started to rapidly tap on the tablet, and the balls all shot out in a rapid burst. They heard the sound of something charging up once again, but this time it was much louder. Tony puffed out his chest, and a large repulsor beam shot out from it. Tony followed the rows of tennis balls as they disintegrated upon contact. They were all left speechless. Tony and Melissa performed a low five before bumping fists. Tony, are you planning on taking over the world? Howard asked, unsure of what else he was supposed to think after such a demonstration. I'm only showing you this so we can get more funds to continue building and creating new things, Tony said with a smile, completely ignoring the question. Howard put a hand on his chin and narrowed his eyes pensively. Tony, tell me, what are your future plans? Why? Like always, humor me. Tony shrugged his shoulders. I was planning on studying abroad in Japan for hero school. I looked it up, and UA is the best school there. Since I declared I wanted to be a hero, I'm following through. I'm going where the Hero Association was first created and where the 3-time world champion currently resides. Howard then turned towards Melissa. And how about you? Tony already told me his plan before, so I did my own research. It turns out UA has its own tech department, so I was planning on joining that. Plus, I can see Uncle Might if I go there, so it's a win-win. Howard nodded. Tony, when you turn 10, I'm putting you in charge of a Stark branch in Japan, and Melissa, you will be going there as his secretary. What? They all shouted as they looked at Howard. Tony's suit was now unimportant compared to the news Howard just dropped. Tony was the only one who didn't react, he just nodded his head and accepted the news. You're not sending my baby all on his own to another country, Maria said with narrowed eyes. He won't be alone. I have a friend there who owes me a couple of favors. I'm sure he would be more than glad to have Tony and Melissa. You remember the Yaoyorisis, honey. You even got along very well with the missus. Why is my daughter included in your plans, Howard? David asked with narrowed eyes. Howard didn't answer with words. He just made a motion with his hands that said, take a look for yourself. Melissa was standing next to Tony, holding the tablet close to her chest, and her earpiece had a blue glow. The glasses didn't help the case. Melissa looked like the definition of a secretary standing next to Tony. Have you even asked your son if he wanted this? I sure as well know my daughter didn't agree to this, David said, not having anything else to retort. No, and I don't need to. Tony's smart. He already figured out why I'm doing this. They all then turned to look at him. Oh, you want me to explain it? Tony said before sighing. Basically, he wants me to not be dependent on him for money and make my own. This will also be a test to see if I can take care of a business so when the time comes, he can safely pass Stark Industries down to me. Probably when I graduate or something, Tony briefly explained. Hey, you even figured out this was a test, Howard said with pride. David ignored him. I'm not letting my only daughter be away from me. Please let me go, Daddy, Melissa said, looking at David pleadingly. What? But why? No offense, but you've only known Tony for like 3 or so months. I don't think the reason you would want to follow him to another country is because you guys are the best of friends. 2 reasons, Melissa said, raising 2 fingers. First, I told Tony I was going to be his lab assistant. I don't want to go back on my word. And second, just like you said, I've only known him for 3 months, but in those 3 months I've learned so much, things I wouldn't even have thought possible. I want to keep on learning new things from Tony. If I have to follow him to another country to learn, then so be it. But honey, that would mean being away from each other, David said sadly. Melissa hesitated. I promised to visit during the holidays. Hearing that, David almost went to his knees as he held his heart in pain. My own daughter. Maria just patted his shoulder with a sympathetic look. Can we go back to testing my armor, please? Tony pleaded. Oh, right, Melissa said upon realizing why they were there. Have you tried going at your max speed? Tony shook his head as he walked towards the runway. During this time, David turned towards Howard. We'll talk more about this later. And properly. Howard had a serious expression as he nodded. Tony then got on the runway, tucked his legs together, and stuck out his arms slightly. He shot into the sky, creating a giant gust of wind that stirred up a cloud of dust. They all had to cover their faces and take a step back. Once the dust cleared, Melissa was looking at the tablet with concentration. So, how fast is he going? Howard asked as he saw how high Tony was flying. Melissa turned the tablet towards everyone. He's currently going at Mach 5. I think the new arc reactor would allow him to go faster, but his thrusters were not designed to accept any more power than the previous arc reactor had, Melissa explained. Incredible, Maria couldn't help but say. Do you know what he called that suit? David asked curiously. Melissa nodded. He called it Mark 1. Chapter 15, I Am Me. Third person's POV. Tony was flying over the ocean in his Mark 1 Ironman armor. Woohh, he shouted, feeling freer than ever. He glanced at his reflection in the water, but his speed parted the waves. Lucian spun around, put his hands in front of him, and shot up towards the sky. This is amazing, he exclaimed, losing count of how many times he had told himself that. He quickly passed through a cloud, and the condensation slid off him. Friday, what's the highest record someone has flown up on their own without a space shuttle? The highest a person has traveled using only their quirk is 50,000 meters, or 50 kilometers. And what's our current altitude? 1,700 meters. 3,400 meters and climbing by the second, Friday responded as the overlay screen displayed the data. We've entered the area where frost can accumulate. How's that looking? All systems are operational, Master. The heater is currently working as intended. Good, Tony said, keeping his eyes on his altitude. As he flew up, various ideas filled his mind, different suits, different weapons. Can I create vibranium? It should be possible. All I need to do is calculate its atomic structure and elemental components. Friday, create a file called vibranium. It is done, master. In just 20 seconds, Tony reached around 34,000 meters. In 5 more seconds, he reached 42,500 meters. I wonder what else from Marvel I can bring forth to reality, he thought. Friday, create multiple files, adamantium, unstable molecule fibers, PIM particles. 4 now. Tony stopped as he neared his target altitude. In total, 29 seconds had passed, and Tony had reached 49,300 meters. In just 30 seconds, he hit 51,000 meters, completely breaking the previous record. Tony hovered with one leg, arms spread out, staring into the sun. You know, when I painted Ironman red and gold, I kind of expected to have an identity crisis. I was worrying about nothing. Just flying here, away from everything, made me realize something. I am not Tony Stark from the Marvel Universe, and in turn, he absolutely isn't me. I'm not some impersonator or thief. I am just me. I am just Anthony Stark. And nothing or no one will be able to take that away from me. What was that, Master? Friday asked. Nothing, Friday. Nothing. Let's free fall, he said, putting his hands behind his head and beginning to fall back down. Oh, and create another file named Solar Battery and a different file named Mark II. After Tony returned, he let Melissa have a go, although David was worried sick. Melissa seemed to have enjoyed it, though. She couldn't stop shaking afterward due to her excitement, appearing as if she was going through a sugar rush. After demonstrating the Ironman suit, Tony and Melissa were back in his lab, looking at the hologram projection of the armor they had just made. We need to upgrade many things on it, Melissa said with a serious expression. Tony nodded. We need better thrusters. The ones we have suffice, but better is always better, as they say. Melissa looked at Tony oddly before shaking her head. We also need to work on how to carry it around. We had a bit of difficulty transporting it from place to place, she said. And not to mention putting it on is a hassle. We need to work on that as well, Tony said. We can use the collapse tech you mentioned previously, Melissa suggested. Good idea, but we still need to worry about the weight. It isn't exactly what I would consider a handbag. Not to mention the braking. In some instances, when I wanted to stop, I had to do it early because the momentum would still carry me, Melissa added. Let's first start with Mark II and the collapse tech. As we go deeper, we'll worry about the other things. Who knows, we might come up with the solution as we go, Tony said. It took them 2 months to complete Mark II, due to the many intricate problems implementing the collapse tech created. During those 2 months, Tony also tried to work on his other files but underestimated how challenging they would be, even with an AI at his disposal. When they completed the Mark II armor, Tony and Melissa decided to relax for a bit. Their family took them to a private beach where they just relaxed and forgot all about their problems. That vacation lasted 2 weeks. Once they returned, they immediately got back to work with refreshed minds. This time it took them only 1 month to complete Mark III. They used a lighter metal, making it easier to carry around. But that also compromised its durability. During this time, Tony asked for a fighting instructor, which Howard thought was a good idea. Naturally, Melissa joined in as well. The instructor was a B-rank hero, a 30-year-old man with black hair, a thick beard, and a military background. While his name was George, his hero name was Shatter. His quirk, weak point, allowed him to see the weak points of things. The downside of my quirk is that I need to be strong enough to take advantage of those weak points. The upside is that I used my quirk to see my own weak points and guard against them. So while you're training under me, I will keep attacking those weak points of yours until you can guard against them. Do I make myself clear? Sir. Yes, sir. Tony and Melissa saluted. After training under him for a week, Tony thought George was a great teacher, or at least his quirk made him so. He taught Tony and Melissa the proper stance for kicking and punching. After their practice, they were back in their lab. What if we added weapons to make up for the lost durability? Melissa suggested. It'll just add back the weight, but I got nothing else, so let's go with it, Tony shrugged. Since they couldn't get their hands on ammunition, they designed weapons that shot lasers using energy from the arc reactor. Tony and Melissa each had a glow from the Ironman armor. On top of it, a small gun was present. They shot holographic targets that floated around, practicing their marksmanship. Mark IV was soon completed, mostly composed of laser weaponry. Out of all his files, Tony only completed 2, the solar battery and the unstable molecule fiber. Melissa was in her section of the lab, while Tony was leaning back in his. Thanks to the Mark IV Ironman armor, Melissa had developed a fascination with weapons. Melissa stopped and turned towards Tony, who was deep in thought. So the expo is in a few months. Have you thought about what you're going to present? That's right, the expo. I forgot about that, Tony sighed. No, not really, but I bet I can quickly come up with something. Right, I forgot that there's no island in this world. The Stark Expo has become that very thing. Are you going to show off one of the marks? Are you crazy? For an expo? Of course not. Melissa was paying attention as Tony was talking and ended up puncturing a tiny part of her thumb. Ouchie, she said, flicking her hand and sucking her thumb. Seeing the scene, Tony narrowed his eyes before smirking. Friday, create a file. Master, I would highly recommend completing one of your ongoing projects before starting another. Just create the file, Tony sighed. And what would the master want to name said file? Project Baymax. Chapter 16, Stark Expo Part. Third Person's POV. A month after Tony turned 9, the Stark Expo began. It was a grand event where everyone showcased their inventions. Besides inventions, the expo also featured studies about quirks. The Stark Expo was an artificial moving island, home to thousands of scientists from all over the world. Tony and Melissa arrived on the island by private plane, each carrying a suitcase. As soon as they disembarked, they were bombarded with camera flashes from all directions. Well, we certainly are popular, Tony said, glancing at his father, who was a few steps behind with his mother, David, and some security guards. We hold the most power when it comes to technological advancement. What do you think? Howard replied. Tony reached for the glasses hanging from his shirt and put them on. I think I love being rich. Melissa tapped the side of her glasses, darkening the tint to protect her from the flashes. Should I really be seen with you guys? She asked, a bit nervous. Melissa, honey, you've been with us for 2 years. You're practically family, Tony said, waving off her concern. Plus, you're doing it wrong. Doing what wrong? When in front of reporters, you're not supposed to appear nervous. You look straightforward, chin high, and walk like they matter nothing, Tony said, demonstrating. See. Just follow my lead. Melissa adopted a serious expression as she mimicked Tony's confident walk. David's eyebrow twitched as he sighed at the scene. They soon arrived at their private building, built just for them. Howard turned to Tony and Melissa. Tomorrow is the official beginning of the expo. Why don't you get settled down and explore this place a bit? Sure, why not? Tony shrugged. After settling down, Howard gave them passes to hang around their necks and told them to enjoy themselves. As they went outside, Tony and Melissa touched the sides of their shoes, activating a metal exterior that extended beneath them to form hoverboards. They rose into the air, gliding smoothly. You can never go wrong with a hoverboard, Tony said, a lollipop stick jutting from his mouth. They flew around, weaving through the crowds, with kids their age looking on in amazement. They soon arrived at a large white building. Friday, their AI, provided them with information about it. So this is a museum that shows super advanced support equipment for heroes, Tony summarized. Most displays were robots designed for specific tasks, first aid, rescue, firefighting. Our suits are better, Melissa said. Tony scoffed. Is it even a fair comparison? They saw powerful excavation tools, jetpacks, large rocket boots, and barriers made to protect against bullets. Have we made a suit made with simply barriers? Melissa asked. Tony shook his head. Tony then smirked. It looks to me like you enjoy making suits more than I do. Melissa blushed slightly. It's just really fun creating new suits. I wasn't saying anything bad about it, Tony teased. As they continued exploring, they gathered many ideas for new marks. What about 2 different kinds of suits, one for rescue missions and one for apprehending villains? They could be Mark 9 and 10, Melissa suggested, seeing glowing blue ribbons restraining a robot. Just note everything down, Tony said as they finished exploring the museum. Afterward, they decided to get something to eat. Tony opted for a simple burger with French fries and a milkshake. Melissa chose pizza with a large soda. Once done, they continued exploring the island and came across a quirk training ground. Teens in hero suits were competing in various activities like obstacle courses, target practice, and rescue competitions. Melissa and Tony watched, using the opportunity to brainstorm suits based on people's quirks. Oh, how about one with the power to control the electromagnetic spectrum? Melissa suggested. That one should be tough but not impossible. It also reminded me that we need to make some that aren't affected by those with magnetic quirks, Tony said. After growing bored, they decided to call it a day and head back home. So what are you going to present at the expo? Tony asked. Melissa scoffed. You're not telling me what this Baymax project of yours is, so I'm not telling you mine. Whoa, so childish. What? Melissa glared at Tony, who was teasing her. Well, may the best man win, Tony said with a thumbs up. I'm a girl. And it's about time someone put you in your place. You might have created something amazing like always, but I created multiple things to defeat you, Melissa said. I'm sure at least one of those things will be enough to defeat you. Quality over quantity, my dear friend. Melissa scoffed. I'm going to make some last-minute touches, she said, heading towards her room. Sounds like someone isn't very confident in their win if they need to make last-minute touches, Tony teased. Melissa covered her ears. La 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 la, I can't hear you. Tony just smiled and shook his head as he also went to make some last-minute checks for the expo tomorrow. After he was done, he put the red and purple metal box to the side. He lay in bed and tapped the side of his glasses. They expanded and slowly turned into visors that covered most of his eyes. He was able to see multiple holograms in front of him that he could manipulate but were visible only to him. Let's see what adjustments we can make, Tony said, focusing on the screen. He typed rapidly, pulling up the latest simulation data and visual models of the vibranium structure. All right, Friday, bring up the atomic configuration and the energy absorption patterns. The holographic display shifted, showing a detailed atomic lattice with energy pathways highlighted in different colors. Tony scrutinized the data. If we modify the lattice spacing and introduce some stabilizing agents. Friday, run a simulation with these parameters, adjust the atomic spacing by 0.02 nanometers and introduce a carbon-based bonding agent. Running the simulation now, Master, Friday replied. The progress bar filled rapidly, and the new results popped up on the screen. The structural integrity has improved by 12%, but it still fails under maximum stress conditions, Friday reported. Tony went on to try many other patterns and sequences, only managing to bring it up by an additional 3%. Keep running simulations on your own. If you come across any obstacles, be sure to inform me, Tony instructed. Understood, Master. And good night, Friday replied. Good night to you too, Friday, Tony said as he took off the glasses and went to sleep. Chapter 17, Stark Expo Part. Third Person's POV. The next day. Everything appeared like a big celebration, the place was filled with decorations. Everyone had big smiles on their faces as they entered a giant building with a sign that was bright red and red, the Stark Expo. As Tony and Melissa made their way towards the expo, Melissa turned to Tony. I know this is mostly an exposition, hence the name. But I heard there will still be judges and the one with the highest score wins. But what do they win? One of the most important things a scientist can get, exposure and recognition, Tony answered before fully explaining. They will gain opportunities. Big and famous heroes will come to them when they need something, which in turn would make them somewhat famous. Winning the expo opens a lot of doors for people, so it's a really big deal. For example, if someone wants a job and they've won an expo before, they would be automatically hired. Melissa nodded in understanding before narrowing her eyes at him slightly. What? Tony asked. Your dad owns everything, which means you will too. You will be their boss. What if the judges choose your creation as the winner to curry favor? Don't worry about that. The judges are impartial. That's been the case for many years, Tony reassured her. I'll trust you on this, Melissa said. When they got inside the building, they saw multiple panels with different advertisements trying to draw people in. They maneuvered through the crowd while carrying their suitcases. Soon, they saw two empty panels. One had Tony's name on it, and the one across from it had Melissa's name. Try not to cry when everyone turns their backs on you to look at my expo, Tony smirked. Melissa scoffed and went towards her stand, while Tony walked towards his. Each panel appeared like a stage. Tony opened his suitcase and took out two things, a red and purple box, which he laid on the ground, and a foldable chair, which he opened and sat on. Tony then took out his phone and extended it, turning it into a gaming console. Meanwhile, Melissa was taking out many items from her suitcase, most of them weapons, ranging from swords to guns, all with different colors and designs, to gauntlets of various sizes. When she turned to look at Tony, she couldn't help but twitch her lip at his behavior. She glared in his direction before shaking her head and focusing on finishing her final touches to the stage. It took nearly an hour for the expo to officially begin. Fireworks were lit up outside, visible from within. Soon, people began exploring the different panels. Seeing this, Tony smirked as he turned the gaming console back into a phone. He reached into his pockets and pulled out an earpiece to amplify his voice. He began tapping quickly on his phone, and soon every advertisement screen was hacked, showing his name, face, and location. Everyone, seeing this, grew interested as they had never seen anything like it. What mostly drew their attention was his last name. Tony soon saw the area around him become crowded. Why, hello everyone. I wonder what brings you all here today. Tony smirked, earning a few chuckles from the crowd. I'm not sure if you all have seen, but my name is Anthony Stark. To show off what I created here today, I would like a volunteer who isn't ashamed to divulge their medical history. Anyone interested? Tony saw a few hands go up and covered his eyes with his hands, moving them around. You. When Tony uncovered his eyes, he saw he was pointing to a woman. The beautiful woman with the beautiful smile. Oh, wait, I have to be more specific since every woman here is beautiful and has a beautiful smile. This earned him a few ahs, mostly from the women, due to Tony's age and appearance. The woman in the white summer dress and pink hair. The woman soon made her way to the stage. So, what do you want me to do? She asked sweetly. Tony reached into his inner jacket pocket and pulled out a roll of duct tape. Please give me your arm, Tony said, pulling on the piece of tape. The woman looked at Tony in confusion and stuck out her arm. I'm sorry, Tony said. The woman continued to look at Tony in confusion until he put the tape on her arm and ripped it off. Ouch. Why would you? Beep beep. The woman stopped talking and turned towards the sound of the beeping. She saw the box on the ground next to her open up. A white marshmallow-like figure began to inflate, growing in size. Seeing the figure, many became interested and were instantly drawn to its cute appearance. The marshmallow looked down at the ground, slowly stepped out of its small box, and softly walked towards Tony and the woman. It bumped into the foldable chair, lifted it slightly off the ground, looked both ways before setting it aside, and continued waddling towards them. The marshmallow approached the woman, lifted a hand, and moved it in a circle as it introduced itself. Hello, I am Baymax, your personal healthcare companion. I was alerted to your need for medical attention when you said ouch. The woman blinked as she stared at Baymax. A screen lit up on Baymax's stomach with numbers going from 1 to 10, with a smiley face progressively turning into a frown as the numbers increased. On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you describe your pain? A 3, the woman answered, unsure how to respond. Meanwhile, everyone watched curiously, interested in what was going to happen next. I will scan you now, Baymax said as it looked her up and down. Scan complete. It showed a white demonstration of a female body on its screen before highlighting the section around her forearm where Tony had ripped off the tape. You have a slight epidermal abrasion on your forearm, Baymax said as it lifted a finger. I suggest an antibacterial spray. Baymax waddled closer and took her hand into his. Whoa, Baymax, what if she's allergic? Tony said with a smile. The main ingredient in the antibacterial spray is bacitracin. She is not allergic to bacitracin, but she does have an allergic reaction to peaches. Whoa. I do. How did it know? The woman asked with a smile. Hearing this, the crowd began to clap slightly. Baymax then started applying the spray to the area. After he was done, he presented her with a lollipop. You have been a good girl. I hope you have a safe delivery and childbirth. The woman's face dropped. What? Tony then heard another person in the crowd scream, what as well? I take it you didn't know? Tony asked. The woman shook her head, tears starting to stream down her face as she put a hand near her mouth. Can you please tell me more? During your scan, another sign of life was detected around your abdomen, Baymax said, showing a picture of the same white figure and highlighting the small sign of life it had detected. The woman turned towards Tony. It isn't lying, right? Tony shook his head. Baymax was built to detect anything within a person's body, so if it says you are pregnant, that is most definitely the case. Thank you truly. My husband and I were having a bit of difficulty conceiving. We took this trip to take our minds off it. Who knew coming here would reveal this? A man with dark blue hair came running up the stage. He picked up the woman and spun her around. We're going to have a baby, he said excitedly. Let's give the couple an applause for their wonderful news, Tony said, motioning towards them. The crowd began to clap, even more interested in Baymax. The couple gave Tony a bow of thanks and started exiting the stage. Baymax then started to follow them. Wait, Tony called out awkwardly. When they turned, they found Baymax following them, causing them to look towards Tony in confusion. It won't leave your side until the person in distress says they're satisfied with their care. The woman smiled upon hearing that and turned towards Baymax. I am satisfied with my care. Baymax nodded and started walking back towards its box. Wait, Baymax buddy, I still need you, Tony called out, making it waddle back to Tony's side. Well, that sure was a surprise, wasn't it? But a welcome one. Tony scratched the back of his head. That honestly threw me off a bit. Hold on a minute, everyone. The crowd chuckled at that. Let's talk more about Baymax, shall we? Tony went and touched the place where a normal heart would be. The area slowly opened, and out came a chip. This chip contains over 100,000 medical procedures. It is what makes Baymax, well, Baymax, your helpful healthcare companion. Due to this chip, Baymax has absolutely zero desire to harm anyone and only wants to help. His insides are mostly made of carbon fiber, making him extremely light, while his outside is made of vinyl, giving him the squishy, marshmallow-like appearance, Tony said, giving Baymax a hug and sinking slightly into him. Tony then went on to present all the medical equipment he had installed in Baymax, like defibrillators in case someone went into cardiac arrest, bandages, and band-aids, a heating and cooling system, and much more. Tony and Baymax then bowed to the crowd. And that, everyone, is Baymax, the ultimate nurse. Always making sure you are all right in this dangerous world we live in. Everyone soon began to clap, genuinely impressed with Baymax. During this expo, everyone can come up one by one to get your very own checkup by Baymax. Who knows, you might discover something you didn't know before, Tony said, winking at the couple from earlier. Everyone then became curious, wondering if they themselves had something they didn't know about. One by one, they all went and received their checkup from Baymax. Baymax discovered hidden injuries in many of them, which took most by surprise as they believed they were healed. Most of them were heroes who had fought many battles. They thanked Baymax and congratulated Tony on his incredible invention. One of the phrases Tony mostly received was, "You truly are worthy of the Stark name," making him inwardly roll his eyes. Chapter 18, Stark Expo Part. Third Person's POV. It was Melissa's turn to present her invention. Luckily for her, there were many people around due to Tony's intervention, so they turned towards her presentation when they finished with Tony's, or was it really luck? Melissa started to present her first weapon. I'm sure many of you are here to see inventions that could replicate or surpass a person's quirk. I am here today to see if I can meet your expectations. Melissa grabbed the first weapon from the display shelf. It looked like a large handgun from a sci-fi movie. It was black with light blue neon lights around the middle. Instead of words, I'll first show a demonstration of what it can do. Melissa tapped her watch and a few drones shot up from behind her, flying around. Thanks to months of practice, Melissa had become a great shot. She pulled the trigger and a light blue energy shot out, hitting a drone. Upon contact, the drone was turned into solid ice and dropped to the ground with a thud. Everyone was immediately surprised upon seeing that. Melissa shot down more drones from the skies before she began to explain her invention. The cold gun works by harnessing energy pulses to rapidly extract thermal energy from its targets. Upon activation, it projects a beam of light blue energy that instantly freezes objects upon contact, as you just witnessed with the drones, Melissa elaborated, her voice filled with enthusiasm. The technology behind it involves a specialized mechanism that absorbs heat at an incredibly fast rate, cooling the target to sub-zero temperatures within milliseconds. It's designed for precision and efficiency, capable of immobilizing targets without causing permanent harm, she added, gesturing towards the frozen drones now lying on the ground. Everyone began to clap, very impressed with her invention. After all, it replicated ice quirks. Even Tony, who was still on his platform, had an impressed look. Melissa then grabbed the handle of a sword. When she pulled it out, the blade side of the sword was missing, leaving only the back blade. I know what some of you may be thinking, what a lackluster sword, she said. Some chuckled, thinking exactly that, until Melissa pressed a button on the lever of the sword. From the sword, a blue beam of electricity filled out the missing parts. She built a lightsaber. Tony thought, raising an eyebrow with an amused look. Melissa called forth more drones, and they all came flying towards her. She grabbed the sword with both her small hands and started cutting the drones apart. There was more applause due to her performance. The sharp edge is made purely out of electricity, making it sharper than steel. It utilizes a controlled plasma field confined by magnetic containment to slice effortlessly through conventional barriers and armor. Melissa explained the intricacies of how the weapon worked. After showcasing the weapons, she went on to present hero support items. Once she was done, she gave everyone watching a bow. Thank you all for your time and patience. There was a round of applause as the audience was very impressed with Melissa, especially considering she was just a young girl able to accomplish so much. This scored a lot of points with the judges present to witness both Tony's and Melissa's exhibitions. Unfortunately for Melissa and Tony, they had to wait for the judges to tour the entire expo and thoroughly explore each exhibit, as they took their jobs very seriously. Tony looked towards Melissa and gave her a thumbs up, indicating she did well. Melissa had a small grin and gave him a nod of thanks. The day soon passed with more people coming to see their exhibits. Eventually, everyone was summoned to a big auditorium. Melissa and Tony sat next to each other as they saw the judges walk towards the podium. Be prepared to lose, Melissa said teasingly. Oh. Someone is getting a bit of an ego. Maybe they're spending too much time with bad influences, Tony retorted. You definitely are a bad influence, Melissa nodded. Tony scoffed before paying attention as a man with a handlebar mustache walked up ahead of the other judges, one of whom was a woman and another who was a bit chubby. I hope everyone had a wonderful time today at the expo. Let's give every participant a round of applause for their time and effort. After the round of applause, the men put up a hand to stop it. Now then, there were many great entries in the expo this year. Some were unique, some were interesting, and some were even revolutionary. But unfortunately, not everyone can be a winner at the expo. My fellow judges and I took our time to examine and study every invention very thoroughly. We will now announce the top 5 contestants we have carefully chosen. In 5th place, we have Tony. Tuned them out as he didn't really care much and was just interested in hearing his or Melissa's name. In 4th place, the top 3. 2nd place goes to. It was at that time that Tony raised an eyebrow, since 2nd place didn't belong to either Melissa or him. Now, this came as a shock to us, as it will be to you all here today. For the first time in history, we have our first Stark Expo tie. Bullshit, Tony thought, already figuring it out. Melissa wasn't any different, her eyebrows twitched in annoyance as she knew what was coming. The 2 winners of the expo are Anthony Stark and Melissa Shield. Anthony Stark's invention, the Baymax, has the potential to help millions of people and could revolutionize healthcare. Meanwhile, Melissa Shield created multiple extraordinary inventions that replicate quirks and include her remarkable support items. Both Anthony and Melissa looked at each other, both wearing the same irritated expression. Let's give them both a round of applause and welcome them up to the stage to receive their awards. As people clapped, Melissa and Tony walked towards the stage, giving each other side glances. They approached the judges, who shook their hands. Congratulations to the 2 of you. They both wore apathetic expressions and gave the most casual speeches they could muster. After the award ceremony, Tony and Melissa met up with their parents. So, did you 2 enjoy yourselves? Howard asked. No, they both replied, clearly unsatisfied. But you both won. That's fantastic, David said with a smile. Tony and Melissa clicked their tongues and looked to the side, irritated. There's no such thing as 2 winners, Melissa said, narrowing her eyes at her father. Hearing this, Howard laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. She's becoming a Stark now. David sighed and grumbled to Howard, your son is corrupting my daughter. Make him stop. Howard just put a hand on David's shoulder. Just embrace it, old friend. Just embrace it. Maria shook her head and giggled. She watched as Tony put his hands in his pockets and started to walk away, leaning forward a bit. Melissa walked close to him with a pout. Where are you 2 going? Maria asked. Home, they both said at the same time, clearly still irritated by how everything turned out. But there's still more to the expo, Howard said. We're done with the expo. It's a stupid thing in the first place, Tony grumbled, while Melissa nodded in agreement. I mean, we mostly came here for them. If they don't want to be here, we can't really force them, Howard said. Nice try. You still need to get some work done around here as you're the owner. Don't worry about the kids, I'll take them home, David said with a scoff, while Howard grumbled at being found out. Maybe Tony was right. It is a stupid thing in the first place, Howard mumbled. Maria rolled her eyes and patted his back. Don't worry, I'll stay here with you. David, please take care of them until we get home. David nodded and soon followed after the kids as they ended their trip to the Stark Expo earlier than planned. Chapter 19, 10 years old. Third person's POV. After the expo, Tony and Melissa stopped building armors for a while. They mainly focused on studying and building their knowledge. Since Tony knew he was going to be popular, he decided to spread his name, as it would help him when he took over the Stark branch in Japan in the upcoming months. In the following months, Tony spent his time studying, solving difficult mathematical equations, and learning multiple languages, mainly Japanese, as he knew that would be the language he would mostly be speaking. At just 9 years old, Tony Stark managed to gain an Abel Prize, which is the Nobel Prize for Mathematics, and a Nobel Prize for Energy Research. This took most of the world by surprise due to his young age, but they soon understood since he was a Stark. Tony and Melissa quickly turned 10 years old. Tony and Melissa were standing in front of a private jet with Howard, David, and Maria in front of them. You can change your mind if you want to, Princess, David said, looking at Melissa sadly. Melissa went and hugged her father. I'll miss you, Daddy. Tears flowed down his face as he hugged Melissa tightly. Maria wasn't any different, almost choking Tony with how tightly she was hugging him. Mother, we have a private jet, which means you can visit whenever you want, Tony said in a strained voice. It doesn't matter. I'm going to miss you, Maria cried out. Howard just gave Tony a pat on the shoulder. The board of directors will be waiting for you to take over as you arrive. They will greatly underestimate you due to your age. Show them hell, son. Aren't they like our employees or something? Shouldn't you be saying something like go easy on them or listen to what they have to say since they have experience? Howard scoffed, oh please, experience means nothing in front of our Stark genius. Tony just smiled, I guess I'll have no choice but to give them hell, as you say. Howard smiled as they said their goodbyes. When you arrive, a chauffeur should be waiting to take you to the Yayarosa residence. Be sure to behave and not shame the Stark name. With that piece of advice, Tony and Melissa entered the private jet, although Melissa had tears in her eyes. You can video call your dad anytime you want, so if you ever miss him too much, it should be pretty easy. As I said earlier, we have a private jet. Melissa wiped her tears. I'm sorry. It's just that I haven't been away from my dad like this before. Tony didn't say anything and just patted her head to make her feel a little better. They saw the indication to buckle up, and soon Tony and Melissa took to the skies. During their flight, to get Melissa's mind off missing her dad, they started to plan what they were going to do with Stark Industries. Tony pulled out his tablet and presented her with the plans. Here's what I was able to come up with in the meantime. As you are my secretary, you will be the only one allowed to preview any of this. I see. Melissa said as she swiped through the tablet, quickly reading and analyzing everything. Wait, are there really so many people embezzling money? Melissa asked in surprise. Tony nodded. There are mainly two reasons why they're doing this. 1. They believe that since we have so much money, we won't notice the money disappearing since we will gain it right back in seconds. 2. They believe we won't really care since they're just a branch company and nothing else. Melissa nodded in understanding as she continued to study everything. After a few hours, they arrived at their destination. When they arrived at the airport with their bags, they found a Japanese man wearing a typical chauffeur outfit holding a sign that read, Anthony Stark and Melissa Shield. A/N, they will be speaking Japanese from here on out. The chauffeur, upon seeing them, nodded and took their bags. Follow me. They arrived in front of a limo. The chauffeur opened the door for them, and once Tony and Melissa were inside, he put their bags in the trunk before driving off to their destination. After close to an hour, they arrived in front of a big, beautiful mansion. In front was a large black gate, and by the side of it was a sign that read, the Yayarosa residence. The chauffeur rolled down the window and pressed on the intercom. I have brought over the guests. The black gate then parted, and the limo went inside. Once in, the chauffeur opened the door for Tony and Melissa. They grabbed their bags and walked towards the front door. As they were about to knock, a maid opened it. Inside, they were greeted by a Japanese man with short black hair and black eyes, wearing a business suit, and a woman with long black hair and a spiky ponytail. Tony and Melissa bowed in a Japanese greeting, and the couple did the same with a smile. You must be Anthony Stark. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Hiroshi Yayarozu. Tony and Hiroshi shook hands. As you mentioned, my name is Anthony Stark. My father mentioned a bit about you. All good things, I hope, he said with a smile. The woman then introduced herself. My name is Ayako Yayarozu. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. And you must be Melissa Shield. Melissa nodded as she introduced herself. Ayako then reached behind her, revealing a little girl about their age looking at them with curiosity. Her hair was down straight, with a bit sticking out forward. This is my daughter, Momo Yayarozu. She should be about your age. Come and say hi, Momo. Momo shyly gave them a little wave. Hello, she said in a small voice. After Tony and Melissa greeted her, Hiroshi guided them to the room they would be staying in. After a bow of thanks, they were left alone to organize their rooms, which were connected to each other by a door. Melissa held her chest as she let out a sigh of relief. Whoa, that was nerve-wracking. It wasn't so bad. It was just a bit awkward since, for 1, we're just children no older than their daughter, and 2, we literally just met. Once we get past this initial awkward stage, it should be simple. Who knows, you might even become good friends with their daughter. But we're not here to make friends. We're here on business. Ouch, Melissa said, holding her forehead in pain after Tony flicked it. What was that for? She glared. For saying something stupid. Melissa, it's okay to relax and make friends. We're going to be here for a long time. I'm sure being friends with just me must be driving you crazy. Plus, you also need to socialize with other kids your age. Why are you acting all mature all of a sudden? Because while we're here, it's my job to make sure you're all right. If anything happened to you, I wouldn't be able to look David in the face. Melissa gave a little pout as she blushed slightly. Well, stop treating me like a little girl. Tony said uncaringly. After setting your things up, we have a meeting, so hurry up. Melissa let out a sigh. We just got off a plane. Can't we rest? After the meeting, we can sleep all we want, Tony said. But the meeting is with Mr. Yayarosa himself. He isn't going anywhere, Melissa sighed. You know how I am about getting things done quickly and efficiently, Tony said. Melissa only sighed and nodded, knowing that as his secretary, she wasn't allowed to complain much and had to follow what Tony wanted. Chapter 20, CEO. Third person's POV. Hiroshi and Ayako were in their office discussing their new house guest when they heard a knock on the door. Who is it? It's Anthony Stark. They told me this is where I would most likely find you, Tony said from the other side of the door. Ayako and Hiroshi exchanged curious glances. Come in, Hiroshi said with a smile, intrigued by what Tony wanted to say. Tony entered with Melissa, who was carrying a tablet close to her chest and standing a bit behind him. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, he said, looking at Ayako and then at Hiroshi. Nonsense, we were just discussing your arrival. Is there anything you need? Anything you're unsatisfied with? We've just got here. It would seem weird if I was already unsatisfied with something, Tony said with a straight face. Hiroshi scratched his head and gave an awkward smile. I suppose you're right. Ayako covered her mouth and let out a small chuckle. Anyways, I want to make a deal with you. I noticed that although you are Japan's main supplier for material, you don't deal with Stark Industries, and I can already guess why. Hiroshi smiled. Are you sure you want to discuss business right now? You two just got off a long flight. You should be resting. I like efficiency, Tony replied. Hiroshi nodded. Well then, yes, I don't deal with Stark Industries. Although I respect Howard and think of him as a great friend, dealing with the Japanese branch of Stark Industries doesn't bring me any profit whatsoever. I suspected as much. Melissa. Melissa presented her tablet with a stylus and put it on Hiroshi's desk. Hiroshi took the tablet with a confused look and began to examine its contents. Ayako looked over his shoulder, also studying it. What is this? Calculations. Calculations. Ayako repeated. Tony nodded. I calculated my future profits based on the economics of this country, the future of the stock market, geopolitical stability, technological advancements, potential regulatory changes, and consumer trends. My analysis also factored in variables such as currency fluctuations, interest rates, inflation projections, and the impact of global trade policies. I also estimated your profits and gains to the last decimal. Hiroshi studied everything carefully and nodded. This is really impressive stuff. But what you're asking me is to take a gamble and hope that all of your calculations are correct. How would I know these are correct, and how would I know I would truly be making the right choice by signing with you? First of all, I don't like my competence being questioned, so you can drop your little test. When you looked at it, you already started doing the calculations yourself and know these are right. You're only making a fool out of yourself, Tony said with a straight face. Melissa and Ayako looked at Tony in surprise. Ayako turned toward Hiroshi, expecting him to be angry at being spoken to like that, but all she saw was a smile on his face. Hiroshi chuckled and shook his head. You Starks and your pride, he said, taking the stylus, scrolling to the bottom, and signing the document. I'm taking a huge gamble with this, so don't disappoint me, he said, finishing the signature and handing the tablet back to Melissa. Tony scoffed and started walking away. If you've truly been a friend of my father, you should know the last thing we Starks do is disappoint. With that, Tony exited, and Melissa quickly followed behind him. Ayako and Hiroshi were now alone in the room. Ayako looked at Hiroshi strangely. Didn't you sign that way too quickly? You didn't realize? Hiroshi asked with a smile. Realize what? That kid doesn't really need us. He's doing us a favor. What? Ayako asked in surprise. Hiroshi nodded. If he truly needed suppliers, he would have become one himself and probably overtaken us. He signed a deal with us for 2 reasons. First, it's like rent for him, a thank you for letting him stay here. And second, he already said it, he likes efficiency. Although he could become a supplier on his own, it's more efficient for him to just sign a deal with us. Okay, I understand the second one, but how did you get the first one out of all that? I already said it, it's their Stark pride. They don't like owing debts. Although we're letting them stay here due to our close relationship with Howard, he and I don't have that friendship, so for him, he is practically staying here for free. Seriously? Ayako asked in astonishment. Hiroshi nodded. He's one scary kid. What the hell was that? Melissa asked. What? Why were you being so rude? I know you don't like being tested, but wasn't that a little too much? Tony simply rolled his eyes. Because what he did was a test within a test, which is even more annoying. Melissa looked at him in confusion. What was the test? He wanted to get a glimpse of my personality, to see if I'm confident and all that jazz. Huh? Why would he do that? Tell me, would you make a bet against someone who is uncertain about themselves or lets others walk all over them? No. He's the same. He wouldn't have cared if I was my father's son. If he saw that I was unconfident, that would have been a potential loss of profit for him. He's a businessman at heart, which is why he and my father got along. He would have declined to sign the deal if I had answered him otherwise. Melissa was shocked to hear that. But he didn't seem that way to me. Like I said, a test behind a test. He used that first question as a cover to hide his intention. This is why I hate dealing with politics, even if it's just in business. You have to listen to their every word, look at their expression, their body language, their single muscle spasm, just to figure out what they truly are thinking and saying. If you misread it or miss anything, it could lead to a loss. That seems really complicated. It's not complicated, it's annoying is what it is. Anyways, that's it. You can get some rest now, Tony said, feeling tired himself. Melissa nodded, and with a good night, they both went off to their rooms to rest. The next day in the board of directors meeting room. There were 12 members in total, 5 were female while the other 7 were males. They were all seated at a long table with the main chair in front being empty. One of the men had an irritated expression. He had black slick back hair, black eyes, slanted eyes, and sharp ears, but his irritated expression was just a masquerade for his true feelings. He was furious. They demoted me for a fucking child just because of who his daddy is. Others, who had different color and shaped hair, looked towards the irritated men with worried expressions. Just as they were about to question where their new boss was, the door opened. Tony, wearing a black suit, entered with Melissa, wearing her lab coat, glasses, and holding her signature tablet with a stack of paper on top of it. "Hello everyone," Tony greeted with a happy-go-lucky smile, waving towards them before sitting down in the main chair that faced everyone, with Melissa standing next to him. "Now that I have your attention." After Tony said this, his smile dropped as he gained a cold expression, clasping his hands on the table and looking towards everyone. His sudden demeanor surprised everyone, but before they had a chance to say anything, Tony continued. "It has come to my attention that some of you have been embezzling money from my company." Everyone's eyes widened until the slanted eyes slammed his hands on the table. "You can't just enter here and make such accusations." "Melissa," was all Tony said. Melissa walked around and started handing out the papers she brought. "In your hands is all the evidence you need. As you can see, it matches with the data from the company, which should tell you I'm not just making accusations." Tony surveyed the room and noticed some people got nervous while others looked at each other suspiciously, trying to identify the culprits. Hiroto Yamato, Takashi Tanaka, and Aiko Takahashi. "You 3 have 1 day to fully return all of the money you have embezzled, or be prepared to face the consequences. And to that, I swear on my Stark name." Hiroto, the man with the slanted eyes, had a look of horror as he stared into the unforgiving eyes of Tony, who looked right at him. Chapter 21, I am here. Third person's POV. "You have 3 seconds to pack up your things and leave," Tony said as he leaned back in his chair. "You can't just kick us out. You'll need all of our help," a woman with green snakeskin and yellow eyes started to say. "Security," Tony happily sang out. The door then opened, and a group of men wearing security gear appeared. "Yes, Mr. Stark," they said with a bow. "Take him, and her out. They are from here on out banned from this fine establishment," Tony said, pointing to a man with slanted eyes, another man with large teeth that were too big for his mouth, and the snake-like woman. Hiroto, the man with slanted eyes, jumped up from his seat in a rage and charged at Tony, grabbing him by the neck. "Listen here, you brat." Tony moved his hands behind him and hit a few buttons on his watch before it expanded, covering his hands and palms. Hiroto's words were cut short as he was suddenly blasted back and slammed against a wall, taking it down with him and burying him in rubble. Tony had a red glove over his hand as he aimed where Hiroto once stood. "Take them away," he said, fixing his tie. The security guards took hold of the others and escorted them out. Tony then put his watch back in place and sat back down. "Now that the trash is taken care of, we can begin to organize this mess of a company. So, any questions?" Tony saw all of their hands go up. "Too bad," he said, not caring for their questions. All of their hands went down. "You all have to learn that when it comes to me, your opinions don't really matter. So suck it up. Your main jobs are going to be making sure everything is running and working as intended. For starters, we'll be focusing on the medical sector of this company as that's where I believe our chance to make the most money as efficiently as possible lies." Some wanted to protest and speak up against the way Tony was speaking to them and treating them, but then they saw the hole in their office wall and hesitated. "If you all would ever so kindly turn the page of what my lovely assistant handed to you, you would see some of the products I have in store." They became curious and turned the page, mostly seeing robotic limbs, most of them cybernetic. "We are in the age of heroes, which means missing limbs and body parts are all too common, unfortunately. Even with technological advances, prosthetic limbs are still so underdeveloped." Tony then went on to explain a tiny bit of his future plan for the company. The reason was simple, so they wouldn't bother him. Once they had grown confident in his skills and innovations, they immediately grew interested in what Tony was planning and were drawn into the most important part, the prospect of money. The more Tony talked, the more his charisma shined through, and they began to nod and agree with him. Once they were in and hooked on Tony's ideas, Tony immediately set everything into motion. 1 month later. In just 1 month, Stark Industries went through a lot of changes that helped it rise from the ashes. They soon became a giant in the technology industry. One of the main reasons was cybernetics. Many retired heroes would give a lot of money to be able to do hero work again, and Stark Cybernetics were simply ahead of their time. But they didn't only focus on cybernetics. Just like the main Stark Industries, the one in Japan also focused on making support items for heroes. Due to their quality materials and how advanced they were, they became a hot-selling item, especially when top A-ranked heroes used them. Apart from Stark Industries' development, not much happened in their daily lives. Melissa and Momo had become good friends very quickly due to their high intellect. Right now, Melissa was looking outside with an excited expression. They heard a strong whooshing sound from the skies, and as they looked up, they saw a man land with a small squad in front of them. The man was tall, muscular, with blonde hair and 2 large strands standing upright. The man stood up straight and put his fists by his waist as he posed with a large smile. "I am here. Uncle Might." Melissa ran up to him and jumped into his arms. "Ha ha ha. Melissa, it's so good to see you. So that's All Might, huh?" Talk about aura, Tony thought as he looked at how they greeted each other. "Imagine my surprise when I heard from David you would be staying in Japan for a couple of years," All Might said with his signature large smile. All Might then turned towards Tony, "And you, young man, must be Anthony Stark." "David mentioned you as well," he said, offering his hand. Tony shook it. "Yeah, I am." "So you're All Might?" All Might smiled at them as he asked, "Are you too hungry? I know a great ramen place around here." Melissa nodded eagerly, wanting to spend time with her uncle. Tony shrugged his shoulders. "I haven't really had a chance to try authentic food here, so I'm okay with it." "Perfect," All Might said in a cheery voice. He then scooped up Tony in his arms. "Dude, what are you doing, on hand?" Tony didn't have much of a chance to say anything as All Might leapt into the air. "Woohoo!" Melissa shouted with her hands in the air. When she turned to look at Tony, she saw him looking at her with a straight face, causing her to grow embarrassed. Due to All Might's speed, they soon arrived at their destination. Everyone started greeting All Might excitedly upon seeing him, as he was a big celebrity due to his status as the #1 S-rank hero. But even as they greeted All Might, it appeared he was a regular as they respected his privacy. Surprisingly, even Tony was recognized as he himself was a celebrity in his own right. Having just taken over Stark Industries, it had grown beyond belief in his hands. Soon they all sat down in the little restaurant, which gave off a homey vibe to all who entered. As they sat down, they looked at their menus and placed their orders. "I recommend the miso ramen, it's the best this place has," All Might suggested. Without much complaint, they followed his advice and ordered. "So tell me, what are you doing here in Japan?" All Might asked, patting Melissa's head. Melissa, who was happily swinging her feet, answered, "I'm Tony's secretary and lab assistant. I'm learning a lot from him, so I kinda followed him here to continue learning. He's incredible, you should see the things he can do." "Oh. Is that so, young man? So tell me what you've learned," All Might asked like a caring uncle. "It's mostly how to build things and create great hero support items. Thanks to it, we're helping out so many people," Melissa said with pride in her voice. When the food arrived, they clapped their hands, said the phrase, and began to eat. As Melissa and All Might continued to talk and eat, Tony kept thinking about one single thing: how the hell is he alive, and how is he even able to eat with a destroyed stomach? Chapter 22, A New Friend. Third person's POV. During their lunch together, All Might was a bit surprised to learn that Tony was the one leading Stark Industries. He was a bit slow on the uptake. "Wait, are you serious? And you're saying Melissa here is your secretary? Did you just get it now?" Tony asked, looking at him weirdly. "What did you think she was talking about?" All Might grew embarrassed as he rubbed the back of his head. "I thought you kids were playing a game together and you two were going to school here. You know I pride myself on not being easily surprised, but just wow," Tony said, shaking his head in disbelief. Melissa nodded. "I have to agree with Tony on this, Uncle Might. It's kinda embarrassing it took you this long to figure out. Please cut me some slack. How was I supposed to know a little kid would be such a big deal?" All Might said, his large smile faltering a bit. "Do you not pay attention to the news?" Tony said with a raised brow, proud of his popularity. All Might shook his head. "I mostly spend my time helping people however I can." Melissa's eyes shone with admiration while Tony nodded in understanding. All Might then turned towards Melissa. "So you're helping young Stark in making equipment for heroes?" Melissa nodded. "It's awesome. Even though we're quirkless, it's like we're making a difference in our own way." "You're quirkless as well, young Stark. I would have assumed it was your quirk that made you smart enough to handle a company on your own," All Might said in astonishment. Tony knocked on the side of his head. "All authentic." They soon finished their meal and paid for their food. As they walked, Melissa and All Might talked about David and how he was doing. But as they were in the middle of their conversation, a speeding car passed by, with people shooting from it. Not long after, police cars were right on their tail. Tony and Melissa saw All Might struggling to make a decision, his gaze shifting between them and the direction the speeding cars went. So they made the decision for him. Just go, Uncle Might. You're a hero, so do what a hero is supposed to do. Don't worry about us, we can hang out another day. Are you sure? How are you? All Might began, but Tony interrupted him with his phone in hand. Just go. I already texted our chauffeur to pick us up. Don't worry about us, Tony shooed him off. All Might gave them one last look. It was nice seeing you again, Melissa. And it was nice meeting you, young Stark, he said before leaping into the air. What an interesting fellow, Tony said, watching him go into the distance. Melissa nodded smugly. Uncle Might is the best. It didn't take the chauffeur long to arrive and pick them up, taking them back to the Yayarosa residence. Momo was happy to see them, as they had become her only friends. Everyone who had approached her before only wanted to be friends because of her family's name and money, which she had learned one too many times, leading her to start homeschooling. Upon learning about her past, Melissa felt a bit of pity towards her. After days of exchanging stories, they became friends. As Melissa and Momo started spending time together, Tony found out she was someone he could tolerate and didn't mind being friends with. When they arrived, Momo looked at them shyly. She pressed her thumbs together and said, "You guys said you were going to help me train my quirk." "We haven't forgotten, don't worry," Tony said with a playful eye roll. "Sorry if I was being a bother," Momo muttered. "You're not. If you were, Tony wouldn't have been friends with you," Melissa said teasingly as she patted his back. "Really?" Melissa nodded. "Tony is very simple. If he finds something annoying, he ignores it until it goes away. But if he finds it interesting or not bothersome, he doesn't mind being around it." "Stop speaking like I'm autistic or something," Tony said with a straight face, causing Melissa and Momo to giggle. Momo grabbed both of their hands and led them to her training room. 1 year later. "Are you guys really going to let me see it?" Momo asked excitedly. "We're taking you there, aren't we?" Tony said, leaning back in the limo seat. "But this is your laboratory we're talking about." "Even I, who have been your closest friend, haven't been there before," Momo said with enthusiasm. That's because Tony was customizing it and adding upgrades. He was very indecisive about many things, so it took a while for it to finally be complete. "Hey, you wanted the walls to be purely white. There's no way I was going to have that. The interior design needed to be perfect." "White hurts my eyes too much," Tony said, closing his eyes. They soon arrived at what appeared to be a seaside mansion perched on top of a cliff. As they got out, the limo turned around and drove away by itself, as it was self-driven. Momo looked at the giant house in amazement. "If you own this, why do you live with me?" "My mother." Tony sighed, and with that, they all headed inside. Once inside, they heard a British woman's voice. "Welcome back, Master. What plans do we have today? Aren't you the one supposed to keep tabs on that, Friday?" Tony teased. "Who is that?" Momo leaned towards Melissa to ask. "That's Friday, his AI." "He has an AI?" Momo asked in surprise. They then heard the AI sigh. "Master, you know I meant, what are your orders for today?" "Then you should have said that in the first place," Tony continued to retort. "Congratulations, Tony, you managed to get an AI tired of you," Melissa said, looking towards Tony. "For your information, I programmed her to be that way." "Isn't that right, Friday?" "Yes, Master. You said, and I quote, I'm gonna make her a little sassy." There's no better AI than a British bantering AI. "Anyways, onto the tour," Tony said as he began to lead them around. "There's the couch. There's the television. There's the piano. The way to the balcony leads to an amazing view of the sea." Tony pointed to everything, giving minimal explanations. They soon arrived at the piano, where Tony sat down. "Come a little closer," he told Momo. They stood by the piano as Tony began to play the Marvel theme song, not that they recognized it. Soon, they heard the sound of gears shifting and something mechanical moving. They looked around to see the space around the piano breaking away from the floor and starting to sink down as they descended. "Whoa," Momo said as they sank further down. She looked around and saw the platform transporting them to Tony's underground lab. There were cars of different colors and designs, workbenches with various materials scattered around, and in the middle of the lab was a marshmallow-like figure with a small broom sweeping in place. But what surprised Momo the most was the 15 suits of armor behind glass panels, each of different colors. When Momo looked up, she saw that the place they came down from was closed. "Friday, how long has he been cleaning that spot?" Tony asked as they reached the ground. "It has been 5 hours, Master." Tony sighed. Baymax, buddy, when I said clean this place up and I pointed to the floor, I meant to clean the entire lab, not just the spot I was pointing to. Baymax looked towards Tony and gave his circular wave. I see. I will now begin cleaning the entire laboratory. He's so cute. Momo said, looking at Baymax. Melissa nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Tony stepped away from them and spread his arms out. Anyways, Momo, I officially welcome you to the lab. Hope you enjoy the visit. Chapter 23, Vibranium. Third person's POV. 1 year later. Momo stood in the middle of an arena, holding a staff in her hands as she circled her opponent. Baymax stood opposite her, also holding a staff. He remained in his stance but followed Momo's movements closely. As Baymax turned his head, Momo rushed forward and swung her staff, but Baymax quickly reacted and blocked it with his own. The sound of their staffs clashing echoed throughout the arena. Tony, however, didn't pay any mind to the noise. He had a visor over his eyes, examining everything. All right, Friday. I can't believe it has taken us this long, but what's the current progress on the Vibranium project? Tony said as he hung by a bar. Based on our last simulation, 99%, sir, Friday responded, having switched to using sir instead of master after Tony turned 12. That 1% has caused too many failures for too long. Let's solve it here and now, Tony said, pulling himself up. Bring up the molecular structure of our last simulation and highlight the point of failure. On it, sir, Friday responded. The room dimmed as holographic displays flickered to life. The molecular structure of vibranium appeared, a complex lattice of interconnected atoms and energy bonds. Tony released the bar, landing lightly on his feet after finishing his sets of pull-ups, his sweaty muscular figure in display. He approached the holographic display, scrutinizing the intricate details. All right, let's see where it's falling apart. Friday highlighted a section of the lattice in red. This is the weak point, sir. The bonds in this region are unstable, leading to the material's structural failure under stress. Tony narrowed his eyes, analyzing the highlighted section. It's the interatomic bonds. They're not maintaining integrity. What are the parameters of this region compared to the rest? Friday pulled up additional data, overlaying it onto the holographic display. The atomic spacing and bonding energy are slightly off in this region. It appears to be a result of an inconsistent synthesis process. Tony nodded, deep in thought. We need to stabilize these bonds. What are our options for modifying the synthesis process to achieve uniformity? Friday displayed several potential adjustments. We can modify the temperature gradient during synthesis or introduce a catalyst to promote uniform bonding. Alternatively, adjusting the pressure could ensure consistent atomic spacing. Tony reviewed the options. Let's start with the catalyst. Bring up the simulations for introducing a stabilizing agent into the process. Friday complied, running simulations in real time. The catalyst is showing promise, sir. It increases bonding energy consistency and reduces atomic spacing variability. Tony smiled. That's it. We'll integrate the catalyst into the synthesis process. Run the full simulation and prepare for a live test. Friday acknowledged, simulation running now, sir. Preparing for a live synthesis test upon completion. Tony stepped back, satisfied. Finally, we're going to crack this. Let's make some real vibranium. Simulation complete, sir. The catalyst integration appears successful. We're ready for a live synthesis test, Friday reported. Tony took a deep breath, a mix of excitement and determination in his eyes. All right, let's do this. Prepare the lab and begin the synthesis process. Friday activated the lab systems, and the machinery whirred to life. The room filled with a hum of energy as the synthesis chamber prepared the necessary materials. Tony donned his protective gear and moved to the control panel. Initializing the synthesis process now, Tony said, his fingers dancing across the interface. Introducing the catalyst, increasing pressure, and adjusting the temperature gradient. The chamber glowed as the materials within started to react. Tony watched the readouts closely, monitoring every parameter. Minutes felt like hours as the process continued, each step crucial to the success of their endeavor. Temperature stable, pressure within optimal range, catalyst performing as expected, Friday reported, her voice steady and reassuring. Tony's eyes were glued to the display, the molecular structure of vibranium slowly forming. Come on, hold together, he muttered under his breath. The final phase of the process began, and the chamber's glow intensified. Tony's heart raced as he watched the bonds solidify, the lattice structure stabilizing. Finally, the process completed with a soft chime, and the chamber powered down. Process complete, sir. The vibranium sample is ready for extraction, Friday announced. Tony approached the chamber, his hands steady but his anticipation palpable. He carefully opened the chamber and retrieved the sample. the vibranium gleamed with a unique, almost otherworldly luster. Friday, run a full analysis on the sample, Tony instructed, holding the vibranium up to the light. Friday conducted the scans, her voice filled with pride. The sample is stable, sir. All parameters are within the desired ranges. Congratulations, you've done it. A broad smile spread across his face. We've done it, Friday. This is a game changer. He placed the vibranium sample in a secure container and turned back to the control panel. Start production protocols. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. As the lab buzzed with activity, Tony couldn't help but feel a surge of accomplishment. The creation of vibranium marked a beginning for him, and he has created something which once was something make-believe. He was now ready to push the boundaries of what was possible. I still didn't like how long that took me, though, Tony said with a sigh as he looked at the 17 pieces of armor on display. Not to mention, there's also the adamantium I have to come up with. But with this now complete, it should be much easier, or so I hope. One step at a time, let me just bask in this moment, Tony said to himself. All right, Friday, make a new file, Mark 18, Vibranium. On it, sir, Friday readily replied. Have it powered by kinetic energy, and focus on stealth. Add retroreflective panels to give it an invisibility aspect as well. Add, stealth suit, in parentheses to the file name. Tony then chuckled to himself. Friday, add another file and name it Vibranium Shield. It has nothing to do with the suits, not yet. Just add it as a side project to remind me to add it later. Tony laughed again as another idea came to mind. You know what, Friday? Make another file over the one I just mentioned. Name it Mark 19, Iron Patriot. Ha 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 ha. I want it to have a round shield on its back and be painted blue, white, and red. Tony pretended to wipe imaginary tears. Man, I crack myself up, he said before stopping abruptly. Hey, wait, where's Melissa? She's at the monthly hangout with the S-rank hero All Might, Friday informed him. What? She went without me. That traitor. It's not like I like spending time with that musclehead idiot anyway, Tony grumbled. Sir, my sensors detected a lie. What? Since when do you have a lie detector? When did I make something like that? Tony asked, surprised and defensive. I don't, sir. I was lying. I'm unplugging you, it's night-night, Friday. Wait, sir, no, I apologize, Friday hurriedly said before Tony could act. Tony scoffed, as the Japanese would say. Stupid baka Friday. Sir. Baka and stupid mean the same thing. That's it. I'm waterboarding your circuits as punishment, Tony said with a straight face. Chapter 24, One for All. Third person's POV. Tony was now 13 years old, and not much had happened in recent months apart from the fact that Tony had started delving into biology. With all his tools and knowledge, Tony could technically be one of the world's best surgeons or doctors if he truly wanted to. Apart from that, Tony and All Might had become somewhat close friends, largely due to Melissa always wanting to take Tony with her during her monthly visits with All Might. Momo had only met All Might occasionally. One day, All Might, Melissa, and Tony were walking down a beach, each with an ice cream in hand as they strolled by the setting sun. You two, I have something to share with you, All Might said in a somber tone. That you're dying. Tony said as he licked his ice cream, his face stoic. Huh. Melissa said, looking at Tony in surprise. She quickly turned towards All Might with tears in her eyes. Is it true? Are you dying? I'm not dying, blurg. All Might said before coughing up blood and, with a puff of smoke, transformed into a skeletal figure, a complete 180 from his usual appearance. Ah! You are dying. Melissa screamed in fright. All Might wiped the blood from his bony chin. Damn it, it appears my time has shortened again, he mumbled before sighing and looking towards Tony and Melissa. Tony continued to eat his ice cream while Melissa was bawling her eyes out, crying for him not to die. I wanted to explain before showing you this, but it appears the time I can maintain my figure has shortened, All Might briefly explained. He then turned towards the relaxed Tony and asked, How did you know? I knew since the first day I met you, Tony explained, tapping the side of his glasses. You should know me by now, old man. These aren't just for show, they detected your injury. I see. All Might nodded in understanding. Injury? What injury? Melissa asked. Haven't you found it weird that our monthly hangouts mostly last for about 30 minutes to an hour? Tony asked. No, Melissa shook her head. I just assumed since he was the #1 hero, he was always busy saving lives and was being kind by spending time with us each month even when he was busy and could have been saving lives. Tony and All Might just stared at her before Tony turned towards All Might. Alright, dude, she needs to stop spending time with you. She's catching your idiot disease. What injury were you two talking about? Melissa interrupted, not wanting the subject to change. All Might lifted his shirt and showed his damaged stomach. Melissa looked at it, horrified. How are you even alive? Sheer fucking will, Tony said as he licked his ice cream. Language, young Stark, All Might said. Melissa then turned towards Tony. If you knew all along, why didn't you tell me sooner? We could have helped him, we could have come up with a cure, she said with quivering lips and a hurt look. Tony shrugged his shoulders. Because it's not my secret to share. He would have told us when he was ready. All Might nodded. And I can't thank you enough for keeping it a secret, young Stark. Now I know I can safely share more with you without worry. More? Melissa asked as she wiped her tears from her eyes. You see, there's a reason I wanted to meet you two even if it isn't our usual time to meet. I have another secret, one only a select few friends know. A secret about my quirk. All Might held out his hand as he began to explain, his two large strands of hair blowing back against the wind. Many have speculated about the name of my quirk and what it entails. The name of my quirk is One for All, a quirk that is passed on from one user to the next. Huh? Melissa exclaimed in utter shock. Is such a quirk even possible? Melissa, remember my rule in science? Melissa nodded with a serious expression and calmed down. Anything is possible if you believe it to be. Melissa then looked towards All Might, awaiting his next words. My master passed my quirk on to me, which was passed on by her master and so on. I am currently the 8th holder of One for All. The reason I am sharing this with you is that I want you, Melissa, to be the 9th. Melissa looked bewildered as she pointed to herself. Me, she shouted before looking towards Tony, who was still calmly licking his ice cream. All Might nodded. I have known you since you were just a tiny child. I can see the fine woman you are becoming. You always want to help people. You, Melissa, have the heart of a hero, and I couldn't have chosen a better candidate for the next One for All user. Melissa looked pressured by the burden before looking at Tony for help. Seeing her look, Tony sighed. Melissa, I'm sorry, but I can't help you make this decision. I can't always make the decisions for you, Melissa. You have to learn how to make decisions on your own. Just know that no matter what you choose, I will always have your back. Melissa took a deep breath to calm herself down. You're right. I'm sorry. This is something for me to decide. All Might nodded. This is why I shared this secret with young Stark as well. Melissa looked down at her feet, closed her eyes, and began to think about everything. She turned towards Tony once more, remembering the first time they met and her life that followed. She exhaled sharply, her shoulders slumping, before looking up with a large smile. Uncle Might, I. Melissa paused dramatically before crossing her arms. Decline. All Might was surprised upon hearing her answer, and even Tony was a little shocked. May I ask why? All Might asked with a confused look. As vice president of the honorary quirkless club, I can't possess a quirk. Sorry. Melissa shrugged before looking towards Tony with a large smile. Quirkless club? All Might asked, lost. Tony's mouth was slightly open. You still remember that? Tony then looked towards All Might and briefly explained, when we first met and became friends, I made a joke about welcoming her to the quirkless club. Are you sure, Melissa? All Might asked. Melissa nodded with a serious expression. I thought about it, and having a quirk would definitely help me become a hero and save people. But thanks to someone, I realized a quirk isn't what makes someone a hero, it's their actions. So I won't need it. Once again, sorry, Uncle Might. All Might sighed and scratched the back of his head. I honestly didn't expect to be rejected. I thought since you were quirkless, you would have instantly agreed. All Might then turned towards Tony. And I take it would be a pointless endeavor to ask you as well. Yup, Tony said, popping the P. Just like the number 2 hero, your actions would be pointless. Oh, what a burn, Melissa said, covering her mouth playfully. Tony pointed towards her. Nice. Thank you. It looks like I'll have to consider Nisa's offer, All Might muttered quietly. Now that all of this is out of the way, when can you come by my lab? Tony asked as he finished his ice cream. All Might looked at him in confusion. For what reason? Tony rolled his eyes. Did you really think I just sat around with the information of your injury while you waited to tell us? I already developed the procedure to cure you of your injury. So when can you come by? Really? Melissa asked excitedly. Tony nodded. I can synthesize the body parts you need and cure you of your poison whenever you are ready. Are you being serious, young Stark? All Might asked in surprise. You think I made Stark Industries the way it is by just sitting around and lying about my products? I suppose not. You have always been exceptionally brilliant, All Might admitted. Can I bring a friend along? All Might asked. Who? And why? Tony asked. It's the principal of the UA Hero course. He's someone who has helped me a lot. He has used his many connections to find a way to heal me. He even recommended I go to Stark Industries due to their cybernetics, saying they would most likely have a way to help me. Why didn't you? Melissa asked with a hard gaze. All Might sighed. Because, despite being the #1 hero, I was afraid. Afraid that if I showed any vulnerability, it would shatter the image people had of me. I didn't want to let anyone down. But over time, I realized that pretending to be invincible was only making things worse. Principal Nizu has always been there, quietly supporting me and urging me to seek the help I needed. I owe it to him to finally accept that help and show that even the strongest heroes can't do everything alone. Tony nodded. Very well. When will you be coming? Tomorrow, if you don't mind. Tony smiled as he looked towards Melissa. So what do you think, Secretary? Is tomorrow all right for me? Do I have anything planned? Melissa smirked back before putting a finger on her chin and pretending to ponder. I don't know. You do have a few meetings and interviews to do, but I think I can push them back a few days, she teased. Tony nodded before looking at All Might with a smirk. Well, look at that. It looks like I do have room for you tomorrow. All Might chuckled at their antics before smiling warmly at them. Thank you. Thank me when I heal you, Tony said before turning around and heading home. Melissa waved goodbye to All Might before running after Tony and jumping on his back. All Might continued to smile as he watched Tony carry Melissa on his back. Chapter 25, Saving the #1 hero. Third person's POV. The next day, Tony was seen in his lab, arranging everything in order for his visitor who would be arriving any minute now. The cases holding his suits were all obscured, making it impossible to see what was inside them. Sir, your guest has arrived. They are waiting for you by the front door, Friday informed Tony. All right, I'll be right there, Tony said as he made his way towards the main entrance of his mansion. When he opened the door, there stood a buff All Might in his iconic stance. I am here. And I brought a guest. Perched on All Might's shoulders was a small white bear-like creature, which Tony immediately recognized as Principal Nizu, hitching a ride. Hello, Nizu greeted before jumping down and extending his hand, paw. Tony shook it with a nod as he greeted him back. I have to say I'm a big fan of your work. At such a young age, you have more accomplishments under your belt than any starting hero, Nizu said, smiling. Let's not wait any longer, shall we? Come, follow me. I have everything ready, Tony said as he led them toward the lab. I'll give you guys a tour after we're done with the surgery, Tony added as he gestured for them to follow him. Confused, they watched as Tony sat down at the piano. Well. Get closer, you guys are out of range. They moved closer, and Tony began to play the Avengers theme. Nizu couldn't help but laugh, while letting out little squeaks between chuckles. This wasn't something I was expecting, Nizu commented. They were shocked to see Tony's futuristic lab with holograms floating around. Melissa appeared wearing a nurse uniform, complete with a mask and gloves, ready to assist. Come and follow me, Tony instructed as he walked through his lab, passing by a door before turning a corner and entering another room. They arrived at what looked like a medical bay, with a large bed and screen devices on the side. Inside the room, there was another door labeled Disinfectant Room, which Tony led Principal Nizu into. Melissa followed, with All Might looking around nervously. After a few minutes, a slimmed-down All Might emerged wearing patient garb, while Nizu and Tony came out dressed in blue surgeon outfits with caps, masks, and gloves. Surprisingly, another figure emerged with them, Baymax, round and soft as a marshmallow, also dressed in a surgical outfit. I don't quite understand, why am I dressed up as well? Nizu asked awkwardly, looking down at himself. In case you need to touch something, Melissa informed him. I was looking for a more thorough explanation, Nizu said with a puzzled expression. Well, you'll be present, right? I assumed you'd want to be here, Tony replied. I thought I'd be observing behind a glass window that shows inside the room, Nizu added. Hearing that, both Tony and Melissa froze momentarily. Seeing their reaction, Nizu chuckled. Did you guys forget that was an option? Tony cleared his throat. No more questions, please. All Might looked at Nizu with concern before Tony guided him to the large bed. On one of the screens, a complete image of All Might's insides was displayed. Seriously, how the hell are you still alive? Tony muttered as he examined the image in front of him. Even I'm beginning to question that myself, young Stark, All Might replied, studying the images showing his severely damaged stomach, liver, and the toxic residue. As I mentioned before, I've already secretly examined you. The poison is a highly advanced compound, a combination of biotoxins and some form of dark energy residue. Whoever designed this knew exactly how to attack both your physical and metaphysical aspects. Is there a cure for it? Nizu asked. Nope, Tony said, popping the P. Whoever made this ensured there was no cure whatsoever. Ah. But didn't you say you have a way to help him? Nizu said, narrowing his eyes at Tony. And I do. We won't be curing it, but we will be removing it. What are you planning? Nizu asked curiously. Friday, display a holographic image of All Might's body, please. As the image appeared, Tony grabbed the damaged part of All Might, removed it, and threw it in the trash. Then, he retrieved a replacement part seemingly out of nowhere and inserted it into the empty space. We're basically remaking the damaged parts of his body, Tony explained. He isn't a machine where you can just replace whatever part is broken, Nizu said with displeasure. Tony rolled his eyes. Relax, he'll be in cryogenic sleep where his body will be completely still. We'll remove all the damaged parts and replace them with synthesized organs, stomach, liver, muscle fiber, veins, and skin. Tony continued explaining how they would use All Might's DNA from each part as a basis for a perfect match. After everything was explained, Nizu looked at Tony and said, if you wanted to, you could create a functional human body, couldn't you? I could, but it would be just a husk. I don't have the power to manipulate souls. And honestly, I don't want to create one. Why? You could have an army if you wanted, Nizu remarked. Because I was raised right. What kind of stupid question is that? I thought you were supposed to be smart, Tony retorted. Nizu chuckled. That's the first time I've heard such an answer. All right, I'll choose to trust you, for now. Yes, thanks. Your trust means so much to me, Tony said sarcastically, then turned towards All Might. You ready, old man? Ready as I'll ever be, I suppose, All Might muttered. Great answer, Tony nodded. Baymax, turn off his lights. Baymax walked towards the light switch on the wall and flicked it off. I mean, put him under anesthesia. Tony shouted. Tony then heard Baymax's footsteps, causing him to sigh. Baymax, turn the lights back on and then put him under anesthesia. Baymax's footsteps stopped, and it turned around to switch the lights back on before returning to All Might. Is it too late to change my mind? All Might asked. Yes, Tony said as a needle extended from Baymax's thumb and injected All Might. A few seconds later, All Might started going under. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Nizu said with a straight face. Guess, Tony replied shortly. All right, Friday, activate cryogenic sleep, Tony instructed. Soon, glass began to appear from the sides, covering the top of the bed to form a capsule. All right, Baymax, you know what to do, Tony instructed a few minutes later as All Might began to turn pale due to the cold. And just like that, Tony and Baymax began their work. They placed their hands into a compartment of the capsule, their hands showing inside, touching All Might. Little by little, they began to remove all of All Might's damaged parts. Due to his cryogenic state, no blood escaped his body as it remained frozen. Tony then collected the DNA of the damaged parts and placed it inside a vial before inserting it into a machine stationed on one of the desks. The machine functioned like a 3D printer, using the energy from the arc reactor to print living tissues. Little by little, they began the reconstruction of the parts they had removed, making All Might as good as new. Nizu watched everything with extreme fascination. Melissa stood by with a towel, wiping Tony's sweat. After it was all over, Tony asked, Friday, give me a diagnostic of his vitals. Apart from his slow heartbeat due to his cryo sleep, all of All Might's vitals are within normal parameters. The newly printed tissues have integrated successfully with his existing cells. There are no signs of the poison remaining in his system. How many hours did that take? Tony inquired. 12 hours, sir. Tony nodded before saying, you can begin to take him out of cryo sleep. Anything else to report? Due to constantly being poisoned and having to survive for so long, his vitality is low. This means he can only transform into All Might for 15 hours, afterward, he will need to take a break. Any more, and he will begin to harm his body, Friday informed them. Tony nodded and turned towards Nizu, did you hear that? Make sure he doesn't push himself more than necessary. Nizu nodded seriously and bowed his head towards Tony. You have saved Japan's greatest treasure. Others may not know, but I do, and for that, you will have my gratitude. Dude, chill. I'm just doing what I'm supposed to, Tony waved him off. Confused, Nizu looked at him, prompting Tony to elaborate, I'm going to be a hero in the future. I'm just doing what heroes do, saving lives. Melissa, who had been watching everything, smiled, her gaze turning soft. Tony's lack of quirk wasn't a big secret, so almost everyone knew about it. Nizu hearing this from him caused his eyes to widen slightly before he smiled. He offered Tony his hand, then I hope to see you at UA in the coming years. Tony shook his hand, scoffing, I expect the red carpet. Nisa chuckled at that, and a few minutes later, All Might awakened. He was back and as strong as ever. Chapter 26, Birthday Present. Third person's POV. Tony and Melissa were seen on an airplane back to Japan after they spent Melissa's 14th birthday party with their family. Melissa was slightly pouty as she looked out the window, ignoring Tony. Tony, seeing how Melissa was ignoring him, rolled his eyes. "Are you really that mad I didn't get you a birthday present?" Tony teased. "Oomph," she said, turning her head further away. "I would have been fine with even a birthday card," she muttered. "There's a reason I haven't given you your present yet." "It's back home," Tony continued to tease. Melissa looked towards Tony in confusion. "What? What is it?" Melissa asked curiously. "Oh. Now you want to talk to me." Melissa just looked down as she pressed her fingers together. "It's just you didn't seem to care much about my birthday, so I was worried." Tony rolled his eyes before smirking and interrupting her sentence. "Just wait till we get back home, then we will see if I care enough." Melissa nodded her head and kept trying to guess what Tony had gotten her. Tony just denied all her guesses until they landed. It took them about an hour before they arrived back at his lab. "Come, follow me." When they made it to the center of his underground lab, they found a large box wrapped in wrapping paper with a large red ribbon on it. "What is it?" Melissa asked as she looked at the side. "Why don't you open it?" Tony said as he sat down on his chair and spun around. Melissa walked towards the large box, pulled on the ribbon, and moved out of the way as all four sides came down, revealing the inside of the box. It was a beautiful blue Ironman suit, clearly designed for a woman, specifically for Melissa. Image. She looked at it with widened eyes and saw that there was a note taped to its chest where the arc reactor was. She reached for it and read the front, "For Melissa Shield, happy birthday my little secretary, from the greatest mind this world has ever seen." She chuckled and scoffed, "You're even arrogant in your birthday card, typical." She then opened it and read the letter inside. "I know you wanted to go to the tech department at UA, but I think that is a waste of your potential. All Might had once said it as well, you have the heart of a hero, so why not become one? Join the UA Hero course with me, since after all, every Ironman needs his Iron Maiden." Melissa looked towards Tony with quivering lips and teary eyes. "Tony, is this a proposal?" "Huh?" Tony asked, taken aback by the question. "If I didn't know any better, I would have thought you were proposing to me." "What?" "Especially this line here, every Ironman needs his Iron Maiden." Tony started to stutter, taken aback by how she was interpreting it. "What I meant was, I didn't mean it like that." Tony began to blush. Melissa giggled as she went and wrapped her arms around Tony. "I'm only pulling your leg, Tony." "Thank you." Tony let out a sigh of relief. "Don't worry about it." "So what do you think?" Melissa wiped her tears before nodding her head. "All right, I'll join you. I'll be your Iron Maiden," she said in a teasing tone. "Please stop saying it like that," Tony said, still embarrassed. Which caused Melissa to giggle. "Why don't you try it on?" Tony said, changing the subject. Melissa nodded and walked towards the suit of armor. When she put a hand on the arc reactor, the suit opened up, exposing its inside to her, almost like an invitation. Melissa put her back towards it, and the suit closed like a door. She heard some things locking and spinning into place before turning on. She then heard Friday's voice, "Retinal scan complete. Welcome aboard, Melissa Shield. All systems are fully operational." "Still as cool as the first day I put on your suit," Melissa said with a large smile as she examined her hands while opening and closing her fists. Tony smiled as he watched Melissa enjoy herself. She turned her head towards him and said, "Come on, put on your suit. I don't want to fly alone." Tony smirked as he put his index and thumb in his mouth and whistled. Melissa watched as one of the cases with a red and silver Ironman suit opened. Its eyes glowed to life, and it began walking toward Tony. Tony spread his arms as he stood up and walked back. The suit mirrored his movements, opening its arms. The front of the suit then split open, ready for him. With a fluid motion, Tony stepped into the suit. It closed around him, bolting shut with a series of clicks and whirs. "Friday, open the window," Tony commanded. The window leading to the beach outside slid upwards. Tony turned to Melissa, a playful grin on his face. "After you, my lady," he teased. Melissa smirked and activated her thrusters. She soared out the window, her suit systems humming with power. Tony followed close behind, his suit a blur of red and silver. Once outside, Melissa's voice came through the comms. "What mark is my suit, Tony?" A FaceTime screen popped up in her HUD, showing Tony's face. "Yours is marked 24. Mine's 23, Tony replied. "Figures," Melissa said, good-naturedly. They soared over the coastline, performing intricate maneuvers. Melissa tested her suit's weapons systems, firing repulsor blasts into the ocean. Tony demonstrated the suit's ability to withstand high-velocity impacts by diving into the water and rocketing back out with ease. Let's test the unibeam, Tony suggested. Melissa nodded, aiming at a distant rock formation. The suit's chest plate opened slightly, and a powerful beam of energy shot out, disintegrating the target. Wow, that packs a punch, Melissa said, impressed. Try the flares, Tony instructed. Melissa deployed a series of flares from her suit, watching as they ignited and spread out, creating a brilliant display of light. These will come in handy against heat-seeking missiles, Tony explained. They flew higher, testing the suit's altitude capabilities. Activate stealth mode, Tony commanded. Their suits shimmered, blending into the sky until they were nearly invisible. This is incredible, Melissa whispered, admiring the camouflage effect. Tony smiled through the HUD. Just wait. Let's try the emergency medical protocols next. Melissa simulated a critical system failure, watching as her suit immediately administered a painkiller and deployed a medical diagnostic display. This could come in handy, she noted, impressed by the suit's emergency response capabilities. All right, now for something fun, Tony said, deactivating stealth mode. Engage combat training simulation. Their HUDs filled with virtual targets and obstacles. They weaved through the sky, taking down simulated drones and avoiding energy blasts. Melissa's movements became more fluid as she adjusted to the suit's responsiveness. How's your targeting system? Tony asked. Spot on, Melissa replied, hitting every mark with precision. Let's test the suit's AI interface, Tony suggested. Friday, initiate tactical analysis. Friday's voice came through both their comms. Tactical analysis initiated. Assessing threats and providing optimal combat strategies. Their HUDs displayed strategic overlays, highlighting potential threats and suggesting countermeasures. They followed the AI's guidance, executing maneuvers with precision. As the sun began to set, they hovered above the ocean, their suits casting long shadows on the water below. Thanks for this, Tony, Melissa said sincerely. Tony smiled. Anytime. Now, race you back to the lab. You're on. Melissa laughed, and with that, they both took off, streaking back toward the shore in a blur of blue and silver. Chapter 27, The Super Soldier. Third person's POV. 1 month later. Melissa was working on her suit, wearing a large metal mask as she used a blowtorch. She then heard Friday relay a message through the entire lab. A message from All Might, please come to the beach where I told you all my secret. There is something I have to show you both. Melissa turned to look towards Tony, who seemed to be in a state where he ignored everything around him as he focused on his suit. He was wearing a similar outfit to hers, a black tank top that showed all the results of his years of exercise and hard work. His skin was dirted by grease, which should have diminished his appearance, but to Melissa, it added to his appeal, and she couldn't help but stare. After a while, she shook her head and walked towards Tony, tapping him on the shoulder. What is it? He asked as he lifted his mask. Uncle Might wants to meet us. He sent us a message, Melissa informed him before going over to change. As she walked away, Tony stared in her direction, realizing what she was wearing. He couldn't help but shake his head. Puberty is one hell of a bitch, he muttered. Friday, send a message over that we will meet All Might in a few, Tony said as he went to a different place to get changed. When they got out of their car, Melissa turned towards Tony and asked, what do you think he wants to show us? If I had to guess, he finally found a wife to settle down with and retire, Tony teased. Melissa chuckled. I'm being serious here. And so am I, Tony said, clearly lying. When they walked down a few stone steps and reached the beach, they found All Might standing next to a boy around their age. The only difference was that he was as skinny as a twig, with green hair and freckles. Are you serious? He still got chosen as a successor. Just wow, so that's the MC, Izuka Midoriya, Tony thought to himself. When they arrived, Midoriya started to freak out. He turned towards All Might, you didn't say that the friend we were waiting for was the great Anthony Stark. Midoriya did a 90-degree bow while extending his hands. Hello, I'm Izuka Midoriya. Pleased to meet you, I'm a very big fan. Tony looked at him weirdly as he shook his hand. You are. Midoriya rapidly nodded his head before becoming shy. He had a small, self-deprecating smile as he said, you see, I was also born without a quirk. Melissa nudged Tony's side. A new member of our quirkless club, perhaps. Midoriya looked at them in confusion before continuing, so seeing someone who is also quirkless do so much and help heroes all over Japan is a really big inspiration to me. Who is he, Uncle Might? Melissa finally asked. Uncle Might. Midoriya wondered. All Might laughed happily as he patted Midoriya's back. This right here is my successor, he said proudly. Melissa and Tony looked at Midoriya's skinny frame before looking towards All Might, then back at Midoriya. They both just sighed as they facepalmed. Seeing how they were judging him, Midoriya looked down in shame. Why did you choose him? Melissa asked. Ha ha ha. Even though he was quirkless, he rushed into danger to save his friend. All Might's words were interrupted by Tony, who pulled out his phone. Friday, show us, Tony demanded as a hologram appeared above the phone. Melissa and Tony watched how Midoriya ran through a crowd of people and threw his backpack towards a sludge monster, hitting it in the eyes, exactly as it happened in the series. When I asked why he did that, he said that his legs moved on their own, which are truly the markings of a great hero, All Might explained. Melissa nodded. At least he has guts, but isn't he a bit too skinny? Not to mention the entrance exams for UA are in 10 months. Scanning complete. Hearing this, Melissa and All Might turned towards the sound, where they found Tony had finished scanning Midoriya. Tell me, did you always want to be a hero? Tony asked. Midoriya nodded his head with a serious expression. You could have fooled me. Honestly, if you wanted to be a hero, why didn't you train the only thing you did have, your body? I don't. Forget it, Tony shook his head. First things first, stop being such a pussy. Young Stark. All Might reprimanded. Melissa sighed as she covered her face. Midoriya was taken aback. Huh. You hurt me. You are going to be All Might's successor. Being pussy doesn't suit it. Young Stark, please stop using such foul language, All Might pleaded. Tony then looked at the scan. Let's see here, no diseases, no heart condition, no diabetes, no asthma, no muscle defect. You are perfectly normal, which means you have no excuse not to have exercised. Midoriya just looked down in shame. You know, you remind me of someone. Someone I kinda look up to, Tony said. Melissa looked at him weirdly since the only person Tony could have possibly looked up to was himself. I'm pretty sure he was older than you by a few years, but he was 5 feet 4 inches and weighed no more than 90 pounds. He was pure bones too. He had asthma, scoliosis, heart arrhythmia, partial deafness, stomach ulcers, and pernicious anemia. They were looking at Tony, intrigued and questioning where he was going with this. It was during a time of war, so he wanted to be a soldier, but not because he wanted to fight the opposite side. He wanted to help his countrymen. During a time of war, he didn't want to fight, he wanted to protect. Tony then looked at All Might. His heart of gold captured the eyes of a scientist who had a way to help him and make him strong. It was, let's say, a serum. All that serum did was enhance the person. If the person was good, it enhanced the good, if the person was evil, it enhanced the evil. There were multiple soldiers he could have chosen, soldiers that were strong, healthy, in all technicality a better option due to their position in the war. But the scientist chose him out of everyone. He helped enlist that skeletal man into the army, where he failed practically every test they threw at him except for the test of wits and character. Tony saw that they were all looking at him with burning curiosity, wondering what would happen next. Then it came time to administer the serum. As they were administering it, the spies that were present during the presentation killed the scientist who created the serum. But the serum was already administered, and he had turned into a specimen of a man, he had turned into the ultimate super soldier. And so began his saga of how he started fighting in the war. He went into enemy lines, rescued captured soldiers. He always charged recklessly into battle if it meant saving someone. Melissa interrupted as she pointed to Midoriya. I see, so in this scenario, Midoriya-kun is the weak, pathetic, skeletal. Melissa, that's enough, you're killing him, Tony teased, imagining what it would be like if this were an anime, with arrows made out of words stabbing through Midoriya. Midoriya is the soldier, and Uncle Might is the scientist in this story. No, sure, let's go with that. Basically, what I was trying to say with all of that is that you were chosen compared to everyone else for a reason, although I don't even know you, I can already tell how you are, don't doubt yourself. Midoriya and All Might then felt their phones buzz. There is a training routine and the plans for a proper diet for him to follow if he wants to get stronger quickly and build muscle based on his physique. Follow it. I never gave him my number, Midoriya thought to himself. And All Might. Yes. You are the #1 hero, which means you are rich. Use it to buy the proper training equipment and train him properly. That's all the help I am offering, Tony said as he turned around and started walking away. Bye, Uncle Might. And it was nice to meet you, Midoriya-kun, Melissa said as she followed after Tony. Why are you leaving in such a hurry? Melissa asked. Tony didn't respond to her. Instead, he spoke to his phone. Friday, make a new file, code name, the Super Soldier Serum. Chapter 28, Becoming the Super Soldier. Third person's POV. 5 months later. Tony was in the lab with a stylus in hand. All right, attempt 208, replace potassium nitrate with lithium carbonate, then substitute sodium chloride with magnesium sulfate. Let's try a synthesized peptide chain instead of the traditional amino acids. How about replacing titanium dioxide with graphene oxide? And let's experiment with cobalt nanoparticles instead of iron nanoparticles. Let's see what happens if we use a carbon nanotube matrix instead of a polymer matrix. Replace sulfuric acid with hydrochloric acid, and swap out silver nanoparticles for gold nanoparticles. Let's switch from a hydrogel carrier to a lipid nanoparticle carrier. And finally, let's replace polyethylene glycol with polyvinyl alcohol. Friday, initiate simulations for all these substitutions. Now running simulations. Are you still on this, Tony? Melissa asked with a sigh. Yup, Tony nodded. You are literally trying to create something you just completely made up in your head, Melissa sighed. Isn't that what all inventions are? Tony asked, looking at her like she was an idiot. Melissa rolled her eyes. And I thought we had this whole pact about no superpowers. This isn't a superpower, this is evolution. Think of it like unlocking the peak of what a normal human can reach. We are only gaining access to what we already possess. But still, didn't you just make the story up to motivate Midoriya? Why are you more fascinated with your story than he is? Because if I thought of it, then that must have been for a reason, Tony said smugly. Simulations complete, congratulations, sir. Everything is showing as intended. We can now begin production. Huh, both Melissa and Tony said as they looked towards the monitor in complete surprise. Melissa then turned towards Tony. Why the hell are you surprised? You created it. Tony scratched his cheek. I thought it would have taken me longer. I'm not gonna lie. Well, that was easy. You are so unbelievable, Tony, I swear. Ah, thanks, Tony said with a touched expression. So, are you going to just make it and take it? Yup, Tony nodded, but it's not just for me, it's for the both of us. Tony, are you sure that thing is safe? Melissa asked, worried. Yes. Want to know why? Why? Because I created it. Honestly. I've known you for so long that what you just said is actually a valid argument. You know what? Let's do it. Since you trust your invention so much, I'm not backing down. Let's take it together. Atta girl, Tony said. Friday, make an order for all the things we will need. 30 minutes later. Baymax walked down with a parcel in hand and handed it to Tony. Tony then began with its creation. The reason it took Tony so long to make was that he had to make it from scratch, not to mention he adjusted it so it didn't have the need for radiation. Just accepting it into your bloodstream would be more than enough. 2 vials were inside a machine in front of him, shaking around, turning into a blur. Tony watched how the liquid inside turned from a dark red color to an ocean blue. Ding! Tony grabbed the vials and put them inside another apparatus, which just appeared to be a syringe gun. Tony handed the gun to Melissa. Ready. Tony, if I die, I'm haunting you down as a ghost, Melissa said flatly. Joke's on you, I'ma be dead alongside you, Tony said as he injected the serum into his veins, which Melissa soon followed. Their veins started to turn a bright blue color. The color began to spread through all of their veins, even showing on their necks. They gritted their teeth as their eyes widened before they collapsed on the floor. Baymax appeared before both of them. He picked them both up and put them to sleep in their beds. A few hours later. Tony woke up with sweat everywhere, his clothes sticking to him, his hair wet and messy. First of all, YUCK. You know what, I'm rich, I don't have to deal with broke people problems. Friday, throw away my entire bed and get me a new one while I shower. As Tony got out of bed, he looked at his arms. Oh. Daddy is liking how his arms are looking. And the rest of me too. Tony went to his bathroom and took off all his wet clothes. Meanwhile, Melissa was having a shower as well. She was washing her long blonde hair. I've grown taller. I hope I don't look too weird. She muttered until she heard Tony laughing loudly from his side of the room. Ha 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 ha. Holy shit, my cock is massive. Melissa grew bright red and covered her face. She had to crouch down as the water hit her due to the embarrassment she was feeling. Does he have zero shame? Oh, who am I kidding? Of course he has no shame, but he should at least have some decency. After Tony finished his shower, he dried off and got changed. Luckily for him, most of his clothes were made from unstable molecule fibers, so they fit him perfectly no matter what size he was. Tony got dressed in a black tight long-sleeve shirt, black sweatpants with his ankles exposed, and black sneakers. He spiked his straight hair up with his fingers and nodded his head as he looked at himself in his mirror. I just grow sexier by the minute, don't I? And with that, Tony headed back down to his lab, where he found Melissa, and for the first time, Tony could finally say he had been mesmerized. Her blonde hair was slightly curly while her black glasses hung loosely by the bridge of her nose, her lips a beautiful red color as she wore a black wool sweater. Tony had to blink a few times before shaking his head out of it. You are still wearing your glasses. Melissa, realizing Tony had arrived, looked towards him and froze as she looked him up and down. I don't need them, but they have the HUD, which is helpful. Ah, okay. Tony said a bit awkwardly. You look good. Melissa blushed. So do you. Shall we test our enhancements? Tony asked, quickly changing the subject. Melissa nodded. The first thing they tried out was their strength. They walked over to their gym room, where they would normally exercise. They went to a weight bench that had been specially reinforced for their tests on the Ironman suit. Let's start with a simple bench press, Tony suggested. He added weights to the bar, stacking it up to 500 pounds. Melissa laid down on the bench, gripped the bar, and with a smooth motion, pressed it up without much effort. This is incredible, she said, her eyes wide with amazement. Tony smiled and added another 200 pounds, bringing the total to 700 pounds. Melissa managed to press it up again, though with a bit more effort this time. I think I can go higher, she said, a determined look on her face. Tony added another 100 pounds, bringing the total to 800 pounds. Melissa took a deep breath and pressed the bar up again, her arms shaking slightly but still managing to complete the lift. That's my limit, I think, she said, lowering the bar back to the rack with a sigh of relief. Tony took his turn next, starting with the same 800 pounds. He managed to lift it with slightly more ease than Melissa, then added another 100 pounds, bringing the total to 900 pounds. He pressed it up, his face showing strain but still managing to complete the lift. I think that's my limit too, he said, lowering the bar back to the rack. Next, they moved on to testing their speed. They went towards a treadmill and both of them began to run. Tony reached a total of 120 miles per hour, 193.1 kilometers per hour, while Melissa reached 110 miles per hour, 177 kilometers per hour. Finally, they tested their reflexes using a series of automated drones that fired soft projectiles at them. Both Tony and Melissa moved with blinding speed, dodging and deflecting the projectiles with almost superhuman reflexes. After the tests, they both sat down, catching their breath. I can't believe how much we've improved, Melissa said, her face flushed with excitement. Tony nodded in agreement. It's incredible, I'm so fucking awesome. They both then began to laugh together as they leaned against each other. A/N. Tony's before and after pic. Melissa before and after pic. Chapter 29, Entrance Exam. Third person's POV. 5 more months had quickly passed. During these months, Tony and Melissa had met up with All Might and Midoriya on a few occasions. Due to the diet plans and training exercises Tony had provided, Midoriya had grown more muscular than he was originally supposed to be, not to mention a bit taller as well. Image. But the thing that shocked Tony the most was Midoriya's improved confidence. When Tony asked how that happened, Midoriya said it was thanks to his story about the soldier. It made him realize that among everyone in the world, All Might had chosen him as his successor. Meanwhile, All Might was surprised by Tony's and Melissa's transformation. When Tony mentioned constantly training for the upcoming exams mixed with puberty, All Might bought it hook, line, and sinker. Now it was time for the entrance exams. Melissa and Tony were running around their mansion, scurrying for their things. Do you have everything? Tony asked Melissa. Melissa lifted a blue briefcase up towards Tony. Yes. They both then felt their phones buzz. When they checked, it was an image All Might had sent them, a skinny Midoriya next to how he looks now. It made them smile at his transformation. Sir, Ms. Yayorozu is waiting for you both at the front, Friday informed them. Tony and Melissa rushed out with excited expressions and entered the limo that Momo had opened for them. You two seem very excited, she teased as she and Melissa hugged and gave a side kiss. If I remember correctly, you were also like this during your recommendation exams, Tony said with a smirk. Did you receive the results yet? Melissa asked. Momo shook her head. It looks like we will all get the results together. It didn't take them long to arrive at UA. When they arrived, they looked towards Momo and smiled. Momo just giggled. What are you talking about? I'm just making sure you all finish this quickly so we can all be UA students together. Good luck out there, you guys. Thanks, they both said as they exited the limo. As it drove off, they stood watching UA with their briefcases in hand. Tony held his casually over his shoulder, while Melissa held hers with both hands in front of her. They looked at each other and smiled before they began to walk forward towards their destination. They found Midoriya by the entrance, mumbling to himself. They were about to call out to him when he suddenly took a step forward and ended up tripping on his own 2 feet. A girl with short brown hair put her hand on his back and stopped him before fixing him back up. She put her hands together, and Midoriya landed back on the ground. Instead of wrapping his face with his arms and blushing like a madman, he just rubbed the back of his head and began talking to the girl, who Tony knew was Uraraka. Midoriya awkwardly laughed as the girl just giggled before waving goodbye. What the hell am I witnessing? Tony thought to himself as he walked behind Midoriya and slapped his back, startling him. Wah. Oh, it's just you, Tony. Don't you, oh, it's just you, me. What the hell was that? Since when do you know how to flirt? Tony asked, looking at him weirdly. Midoriya looked at him in confusion, unsure of what he was talking about. Melissa shook her head. Ignore him. Let's go inside, the written exam is about to begin. They were all separated into different rooms where they were sat down and handed sheets of paper with questions. All of the questions were academic until the last one. Why do you want to become a hero? Tony smiled as he looked at the question and began to write. He even chuckled at the answer he gave. Afterwards, they were led to an auditorium where they were debriefed on the practical exam. Tony and Melissa sat together with Midoriya seated a few seats across with a boy who had spiky sandy blonde hair. Tony smiled as he saw Present Mike walk to the stage. Welcome to today's live performance. Everyone say, hey. Present Mike said as he cupped his ears towards everyone. HEY, both Tony and Melissa shouted back before they began to chuckle and giggle between themselves. Thank you, you two random test takers, Present Mike cheered. Now then, I'm here to present the guidelines of your practical exam. Are you guys ready? Hell yeah, Tony and Melissa shouted back. Now everyone was looking at them weirdly. A boy with short blue hair and glasses was glaring at them with extreme displeasure. Tony and Melissa didn't care. They just watched as Midoriya started fangirling over Present Mike before being told to shut up. This is how the test will go, my listeners. You'll be experiencing 10-minute-long mock cityscape maneuvers. Bring along whatever you want. After this presentation, you'll each head to your assigned testing location. I see, so we won't be able to help each other. That's good, Melissa nodded. Tony nodded right back. This way, we can finally compete properly and it won't end in a tie. Melissa just looked at him and smirked in amusement. Each site is filled with 3 kinds of faux villains. Points are awarded for defeating each according to their respective difficulty levels. Use your quirks to disable these faux villains and earn points. That's your goal, listeners. Of course, playing the anti-hero and attacking other examinees is prohibited. The boy, whom Tony identified as Ida, who had been glaring at Tony and Melissa earlier, rose up and lifted a hand holding a sheet they were given about the practical exam. There appear to be no fewer than 4 faux villains in this handout. Such a blatant error, if it is one, is highly unbecoming for UA, Japan's top school. We are all here today in the hopes of being molded into model heroes. Ida turned around and pointed towards Tony and Melissa. And you too. This isn't a game. We are here to be. Snore. Tony yelled as he grabbed his sunglasses, putting them on and throwing his head back, not paying attention. Ida grew red in the face at such blatant disrespect. He was simply at a loss for words. All right. Examinee 7111, that was a good catch, thank you. But the 4th faux villain variety gets you 0 points. He's more of an obstacle. Have you all played Super Mario Bros.? The old retro game. It's kind of like a thwomp. Only one at each site. A gimmick that'll rampage around in close quarters. After Ida gave his thanks for the explanation, Present Mike continued. That's all from me. I'll leave my listeners with our school motto. The great hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said, true heroism consists in being superior to the ills of life. Present Mike took a deep breath. Plus ultra, break a leg everyone. Tony and Melissa looked at each other and gave large toothy grins. It's time we put on a show, Tony said. And we'll see which one of us had the most impact. Melissa finished. They grabbed their briefcases and began to walk in separate directions. Chapter 30, Practical Exam. Third person's POV. Tony walked towards his test site, looking at his letter A, Melissa had C, while Midoriya was taking D. When he arrived, he found people of all different sizes and shapes, all with different quirks. Some looked really nervous, some looked like they were ready to throw up. No one was even paying much attention to him. To people, he seemed familiar, but their nerves didn't allow them to approach. And begin. Present Mike announced. Everything soon grew confused, except for Tony. Tony laid the briefcase down and touched the centerpiece with his thumb. After the scan, the briefcase flipped open, revealing intricate machinery inside, while 2 large arm handles were raised up. Tony inserted his arms into the handles, twisted them, then lifted the briefcase to his chest. What are you waiting for? The test has begun. Go. 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 Present Mike shouted. Everyone began running while Tony continued to suit up. They looked at him a bit weirdly at first but soon ignored him and continued running. If Tony had seen what Melissa was doing, he would have laughed and smiled. They mirrored each other perfectly. Once they brought their armor to their chests, they stretched out their hands while holding the handles. The handles wrapped around their arms before the chest piece started to expand, covering their bodies down to their legs. Their necks began to get covered as chin guards appeared before covering the entirety of their heads, leaving their faces exposed. A mask then emerged from the back of their heads, sliding down to cover their faces. There were many clicks and whirs before their arc reactors glowed, followed by their repulsors and eyes lighting up in tandem. "It's showtime," they both said in unison with a light smirk. All of this happened in 10 seconds. In a showroom where many teachers watched, the participants were intrigued by their suit-up sequence. "That was so cool," Midnight said in fascination. All Might, who was present, laughed. "Young Stark loves to show off, doesn't he?" "I'm more interested in what they are wearing," Nisa said with eyes beaming with curiosity. "What are their quirks?" Aizawa asked curiously. Nizu smirked. "They're quirkless." All of their eyes widened as they saw Tony and Melissa fly off, speeding past everyone. Tony and Melissa stood in the middle of their arena and started sending repulsors flying out from their hands. From their shoulders, a small machine gun appeared, shooting laser bullets toward the foe villains. "Is this even allowed?" Midnight asked curiously. Nizu nodded. "I met with young Stark before. He is exceptionally gifted. Although he doesn't possess a quirk, he is smart enough to make such a piece of art." "Here," Nizu said as he handed them a portfolio. "I take it this is the same Anthony Stark who is in charge of Stark Industries?" Aizawa asked with a straight face. They opened the files and started reading out his achievements. At just 10 years old, he took over Stark Industries stationed in Japan. In just 1 week, it went from the brink of collapse to becoming one of the top companies selling cybernetics and other different inventions. It has become a company equal to its main building in the US, while he became the owner of several Nobel Prizes and awards for different subjects. There are most likely more achievements he has kept hidden from the world and wouldn't like to share, which shows his great insight at such a young age. Why would he want to be a hero? Isn't he like the richest person in the world, technically? If I were his age with that kind of money, becoming a hero would be the least of my concerns, Midnight said as she looked at everything. "Read the last page," Nisa said as they watched Tony catch a fallen building a robot created, saving some people below them. They then looked towards Melissa, who stood in front of some people as she used her body as a shield to protect them from the bullets. "Isn't this the test they just took?" Midnight asked. She then looked at the last question. She couldn't help but chuckle at the answer. She read the question out loud before reading the answer. "Why do you want to become a hero?" "Because my butler said so." He, what kind of answer is that? They then watched as Tony flew right to one of the robots and didn't stop as he continued flying through them. Aizawa watched everything with a pondering look and narrowed eyes. He looked towards Melissa and watched how she carried people who got themselves injured away and how she provided first aid to them before jumping back to fighting. How long do those suits hold up? What if they don't possess those suits? They will be defenseless without them, Aizawa asked and criticized. But All Might defended them. "That isn't true. You are underestimating just how smart they truly are, Aizawa. They are both very special, I just know it. And you are forgetting they are mainly an energy-related company, so I say those suits will hold on for a very long time," Nisa said with a nod. All Might then shifted all of his attention towards Midoriya, watching as he expelled green energy from his body while he went around helping those in need and destroying as many robots as he could. All Might couldn't help but be proud of how far Midoriya had come. Vlad then turned towards Aizawa. "If you don't want them, I will gladly take them into my class." Aizawa scoffed. "Keep dreaming. They are both coming with me. If they can't keep up with the others, I will expel them without hesitation. I don't care how rich they are." Meanwhile, Tony was slowing down. He flew between buildings and started to only decimate a few of the robots, not all of them, to give the others a fighting chance to get into UA. Tony then had a sudden idea and chuckled to himself. He held his forearm close as part of the armor lifted up, revealing hidden keypads. He immediately took over 2 of the robots and controlled them to shoot at each other. Power Loader, who was the main person that created those foe villains, looked at them in surprise. "Did he just hack them and take the controls away from us?" Yes, he did," Nisa chuckled. Aizawa just continued to observe everything, taking mental notes of what he was seeing. "I think it's time we finished this little exercise," Nisa said with a smirk as he went and pushed a big red button with his little paws. In all the test sites, they heard something large rumbling. A massive green robot appeared, taking down everything in its path. As it moved, buildings were torn down. Tony saw everyone scrambling towards safety, so he landed on the ground with a superhero landing and walked forward between the crowd that was running in fear, pushing everyone aside. "Everyone, be mindful of how you are behaving. Pushing people away so you can get to safety isn't the way a hero should be acting," Tony said as he calmly walked towards the calamity. When he got past everyone, he raised a fist. From his wrist, a little rocket appeared before it activated and flew towards the robot. As the tiny rocket embedded itself in the robot, Tony turned around and started walking back towards everyone. PHTTT, what's the little rocket supposed to do? Midnight started before her question was answered. Boom. As the large explosion occurred and the robot was engulfed in a storm of flames, Tony never once looked back. Those that turned due to the explosion looked back and shook in fear as they watched Tony casually walking towards them with the flames roaring behind him. In the showroom, they all had their mouths agape, unable to believe what they witnessed. Their heads quickly snapped towards Melissa to see if they would witness something similar. Melissa casually floated towards the giant robot while most of them ran away. She crossed her arms over her chest as her chest repulsors charged. She thrust her chest forward as a giant beam of energy escaped from her arc reactor, creating a giant hole through which one could see the other side. The hole was bigger than Melissa's body, and if she wanted, she would have been able to fly through. Melissa smiled as she looked at the destroyed insides, with the outer layer of the hole burning red due to the heat. In the showroom, the teachers were equally as shook. Those suits, I want to examine them, Power Loader said with envy. Vlad turned towards Aizawa, you can at least spare one, can't you? Aizawa just leaned against the wall and closed his eyes, pretending he didn't hear anything. All Might then turned his gaze towards his disciple, watching with great interest. As Midoriya watched the giant robot destroy everything in its path, he saw Uraraka, the girl who had caught him as he fell by the entrance, trapped under some rubble. Midoriya closed his eyes and took a deep breath to calm his nervousness as everyone ran past him. The soldier that runs recklessly into battle to save those in need, he thought to himself as he got into a running stance. Full cowling 5%, he thought as green arcs of electricity escaped from his body due to his excess energy. He let out a groan of pain. I'm only using 5%, but it still feels like my muscle fibers are about to rip. But I can do it. Midoriya ran before jumping up towards the robot. He flexed his arm and threw a punch forward, causing the robot to break and be pushed back. He then quickly realized he didn't make a plan for when he was falling, so he helplessly flapped his arms as he fell. Just as he was about to reach the ground, his face was slapped, which took him by surprise. He then realized he was floating in the air and, when he turned, saw Uraraka looking a bit green as she floated with the rubble around her. Midoriya fixed himself as Uraraka joined her hands together with great strain. When they landed back on the ground, Uraraka immediately started to puke. Blurg. Are you okay? Midoriya asked with worry. Uraraka, catching her breath, threw a thumbs up. And it's all over. Present Mick's voice resounded throughout all the testing sites. Chapter 31, Acceptance Letter. Third person's POV. 1 week later. Are you sure you don't want me to hack into UA? I can view our test scores right this instant. Tony asked with a bit of impatience. Tony, the best part about a test is waiting for the results. Plus, I'm sure we did well, so have patience. All good things come to those who wait, Melissa answered calmly. Sir, 2 letters from UA have arrived in the mail, Friday informed them. Move it, Tony. The acceptance letters are here. Melissa shouted as she pushed Tony out of the way so hard he had to take a few steps back to make sure he wasn't sent flying. Tony rolled his eyes before scoffing. She was probably even more impatient than me and was just putting up a front. Not even a minute passed before Melissa arrived back, waving 2 letters in the air. They're here, Tony. She handed the one addressed to Tony to him and grabbed hers. They both then went to their respective corners and opened their letters. Out came a disc, and as it activated, a holographic video of All Might in his iconic pose was shown. I am here to give you your results. You performed wonderfully out there, young Stark, Melissa. You managed to impress many of the teachers with your actions. Even though you don't possess a quirk, your actions speak louder than words. At this academy, we don't only test the power you possess, we also test your character. Apart from the number of robots you defeated, you were also graded on the people you saved. These are called rescue points. Here, I'll show you the results of your hard work. All Might said as he pulled out a remote, displaying a list of names with scores next to them. A/N, VP, Villain Points, RP, Rescue Points. 1. Anthony Stark, 111, VP, 92, RP, equals. 2. Melissa Shield, 85, VP, 101, RP, equals. 3. Izuku Midoriya, 29, VP, 71, RP, equals. 4. Katsuki Bakugo, 77, VP, 0, RP, equals. Congratulations, young Stark. You have beaten my record of 197. You are already walking the path of a fantastic hero, All Might said with pride as he took out a party popper and popped it towards the hologram, showering it with confetti. Whoa! Tony heard Melissa shouting. When he turned towards her, he saw her running towards him excitedly. He quickly stood up as she jumped into his arms with a large smile. Her smile and excitement were so contagious that Tony couldn't help but smile and laugh as he spun her around in the air. Melissa laughed, her arms resting on his shoulders and around his neck. We're going to be heroes, she said happily. Ha ha ha, I guess we are. They continued chuckling and giggling as they looked at each other. When Tony put her back down, they stared into each other's eyes. Melissa still had her hands on his shoulders and around his neck, while Tony held her waist. Their eyes followed the same pattern, looking into each other's eyes before glancing down at their lips. Their lips were like magnets as they slowly moved closer to one another. As they drew closer, they subconsciously closed their eyes until their lips finally connected. After a few seconds, their kissing started to turn more passionate. Melissa's hand moved from Tony's shoulders to his cheek, while her other hand moved to his chest. Tony pulled her waist closer, and Melissa leaned back into his hands that held her waist and back, with both her hands now on his cheek. As their lips pulled away, their foreheads remained pressed together, both breathing a little heavily as they stared into each other's eyes. Melissa blushed bright red, her hands now on his chest. I'll tell you what, that was way better than any acceptance letter I could have ever received, Tony teased. Melissa giggled as her shyness was washed away by Tony's remark. I guess you were right, good things do happen to those who wait. God, you're so cheesy, Melissa continued to laugh. Melissa started to grow embarrassed again and asked, so, what are we? What do you think? Tony asked with a raised brow. I'm thinking that the kiss felt really nice, and perhaps I would like another one. She said, looking up at him shyly. You don't even have to ask, Tony said as he lowered his head back down towards hers while she lifted a foot off the ground. Tony and Melissa were now on a plane headed to the USA. My dad is going to freak out when he finds out we are now dating, Melissa said as she held Tony's hand. I'm pretty sure my mom is going to be the opposite. She always viewed you as the daughter she never had, Tony retorted. Melissa had a small blush, just imagining how they were going to break the news. Okay, but did we need to get on a plane first thing in the morning the next day? You know it's for something important, Tony said, shaking his head. I know. I'm sorry, I'm just nervous. How are you more nervous about this than when we took the practical exam? Tony asked in amusement. Mumble asterisk, Melissa mumbled something incoherent. Pardon. Melissa sighed and covered her face with the back of her hand. Because I care about us more than an exam I knew we were going to pass. Seeing how beet red she had turned, Tony just had a large smile. Aw, he said playfully as he pulled her into a large hug. Melissa covered her face with both her hands as Tony chuckled. When they landed, their families were already informed of their arrival, which came as a bit of a surprise since they hadn't heard from them for an entire month. Tony and Melissa exited the plane holding hands, with Tony holding 2 gift bags in the other. As they walked down the steps, they saw their families smiling at them. All their faces froze when they saw the two of them holding hands so intimately. Finally. Howard shouted in exasperation, while Maria smiled and David just shook his head, smiling. Melissa walked with her head down, too embarrassed to look at them. Tony walked towards David and handed him one of the gift bags. Father-in-law, he said, bowing. Howard was holding his stomach, laughing, while Maria slapped his arm, telling him to behave. David took the gift bag and looked at Tony. I take it this means you and my daughter are dating. Tony nodded with a serious expression. We only began dating yesterday, so we wanted to inform you guys first. And I thought it was better to do it face to face, to show my sincerity towards your daughter. David nodded, sighing as his smile grew. He put a hand on Tony's shoulder. Don't worry, I accepted the relationship between the two of you a long time ago. Tony, I know you're a fantastic guy, so I know you'll treat my daughter right and make her happy. What did you mean a long time ago? We only started dating yesterday, like I said, Tony said, confused. David scoffed. Oh, please. It was already obvious you two had chemistry together. It was as clear as day you would end up together. Tony looked towards his parents and saw them nodding in agreement. Tony rolled his eyes as Melissa gained a small smile. Anyways, we came for another reason as well. Both Tony and Melissa took out their acceptance letters. We got accepted. They all cheered and hugged Tony and Melissa in congratulations. Howard cheered, this calls for a celebration. As they got in the limo, Tony looked towards his parents with a serious expression. Can we make a quick stop first? Howard looked at Tony in confusion. Tony still held his acceptance letter as he said, I have someone else I need to show this to. Howard had a soft smile as he nodded, pressing the intercom. Take us to the cemetery. The limo started and drove off. Tony sat in front of Jarvis's tombstone. Hey, old friend. Sorry I haven't come to visit recently, you know how life is, okay, not a very good pun, my bad, he chuckled to himself. Tony grabbed the gift bag and pulled out a green bottle with a red cup in the shape of a disc. This is moonshine, one of the most expensive alcohols I could find. Since I have big news, we have to celebrate. Tony then pulled out his acceptance letter. I did it, I got accepted into one of the most prestigious hero schools in the world. He poured the drink into the cup, laying it and the bottle down as offerings. Just one step closer to my goal. Tony's eyes grew misty as his voice began to crack. This is proof that you don't have to worry, old friend. I'm accomplishing what you believed I could do. I'm showing you that you didn't die for nothing. Tears rolled down his face as his hand slightly trembled, holding his acceptance letter towards Jarvis's grave. Melissa's arms wrapped over his shoulder, holding him as she leaned her head against his, tears streaming down her eyes as well. Tony gave her arms little pats as he wiped his tears. Tony then lifted the sake cup and placed his acceptance letter under it. Here, hold on to it for me, won't you? I'll come and retrieve it once my name resounds around the whole world. Tony then stood up and said his goodbyes. As he walked back, Howard patted his shoulder and smiled warmly. Tony then felt the wind suddenly pick up. When he looked back, he narrowed his eyes slightly, seeing a man in a butler's outfit with his hands behind him. The men gave Tony a smile and nodded before turning into particles of light and disappearing into the wind. Tony blinked, then shook his head and smiled. Now we can celebrate, Tony said with a smile gracing his lips. A/N, this is the end of Volume 1, like always I want to know your favorite part of the story so far. These are all the chapters I'm uploading today. The uploads for these will be random, I won't have a particular upload schedule. Chapter 32, class is in session. Third person's POV. Upon learning that Tony and Melissa were going out, Momo had the same reaction as Howard, shouting out, finally. Afterwards, Tony invited Momo and Midoriya for lunch to celebrate getting into UA together, where they met each other for the first time. Then came the time to submit their hero costumes to UA. Tony and Melissa didn't need to do such a thing, but they both helped redesign the costumes, as they were the experts when it came to hero attire. Momo and Midoriya seriously needed the most help due to the designs they were planning on using originally. Then came the morning when school was about to start. Melissa stood dressed in her UA uniform. She did a little twirl for Tony before holding the hem of her skirt. What do you think? Anything you wear looks beautiful on you, so there's no point in me saying anything, Tony said with an eye roll, which caused Melissa to giggle happily to herself. In all seriousness, whoever designed the male version of these clothes needs to be fired, Tony said as he looked himself over. Melissa just fixed his red tie as she said, well, I think you look very handsome. When do I not? Shall we go now? Tony asked, and Melissa nodded. They both grabbed their bags as they made their way towards the garage. Tony looked towards all of his handmade cars before stopping and looking at the red and white motorcycle. We're taking the bike, Tony said with a grin. Melissa shook her head with a sigh and rolled her eyes. Wait here a minute, Tony said as he went back inside. After a minute, he returned with 2 helmets in hand, one red and another one in blue. He threw the blue one to Melissa, who caught it with one hand and put it on while Tony put on the red one. Tony sat down on the bike, shifted his bag to his front, while Melissa climbed behind him and wrapped her arms around his waist. After turning on the bike, Tony turned towards Melissa. Are you ready? Melissa just wrapped her hands around him tighter in confirmation. And with that, Tony took off, exited the garage with a jump, and they went riding off in a blur while maneuvering through traffic. Due to their speed and Tony's driving skills, they quickly arrived at UA. Upon arrival, Tony stopped the bike and turned it off before they tapped the side of their helmets. The helmets came off of them and slowly compacted themselves into metal discs, which they put into their bags. With their fingers interlocked, they made their way inside the large H building with the sign that read, UA. They quickly found their way inside and walked towards the giant door that said, 1A. As they entered, they found Momo sitting by herself in an empty classroom. Momo, what the hell are you doing? Tony asked, amused. Momo grew embarrassed as she covered her face. I got too excited and arrived 30 minutes early. Tony and Melissa covered their mouths as they tried not to laugh but failed, causing Momo to turn even redder. They then took a seat. Momo sat directly in the middle, so Melissa took a seat next to her in another row, while Tony sat next to Melissa in the last row facing the window, or as Tony would call it, the protagonist seat. Seeing that it would take a while for everyone to arrive, Momo and Melissa started gossiping among themselves while Tony leaned back in his chair, put his feet on the table, and started playing games on his phone. Many more people started entering after Tony and Melissa. As soon as Ida arrived, he immediately walked towards Tony and started to chastise him for putting his legs up on the table. This is a respected school establishment. Aha, Tony said absent-mindedly as he ignored him. Please pay attention when someone is speaking to you. So interesting. We are here to learn. Wow, your words have such profound meanings, Tony said in a monotone voice. Ida started turning red in the face as he saw he wasn't getting through to Tony. Melissa chuckled as she shook her head. Tony, please stop bullying him, she said in a teasing tone. Tony had a small smirk as he sat upright and turned off his phone. Thank you, Ida sighed tiredly. Yes, Drill Sergeant, Tony said as he did a military salute. Ida's brows twitched before he sighed and went back to his seat. Bakugo then entered looking really irritated. He went and sat down before kicking his feet up on the table and crossing his legs. Drill Sergeant. Drill Sergeant. He has his feet up on the desk. Ooh, Tony said with a large grin as he flicked his wrist like he caught someone doing something bad. Everyone immediately started laughing while Melissa covered her mouth and giggled. Ida laid his head on the desk and had a defeated look. Come on, Drill Sergeant. What kind of favoritism is this? You chastise me for doing it but not him, Tony said, shaking his head. Tony then began looking around and noticed that there wasn't a single person missing from the anime, except for Midoriya and Uraraka who hadn't arrived yet. Interesting, he thought to himself. The door then opened, and Midoriya walked in as he surveyed the classroom, with Uraraka right behind him. As the two of them began talking by the door, Bakugo glared at Midoriya with gritted teeth. The bell then rang, signifying the start of the class. So we got our entrance ceremony and guidance sessions today, yeah. Wonder what our teacher will be like. I'm nervous. Uraraka said towards Midoriya. If you are here to socialize, then leave, they heard a monotone voice say. Midoriya and Uraraka turned towards the ground in shock as they saw a man in a sleeping bag take out a packet snack and started drinking it. This is the hero course, he said. He then stood up while still wrapped like a yellow caterpillar, which took most of them by surprise. It took you all 5 seconds to quiet down. It's not bad, but it could still be improved. Time is a precious resource, after all, Aizawa said as he started taking off his sleeping bag. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Pleased to meet you all, he said in a monotone voice. He then took out the gym uniform and said, quickly now, change into your gym clothes and head out to the grounds. They all soon arrived outside in their gym uniforms, while Aizawa stood in front of everyone. We will now be testing our quirks, Aizawa said. A test of our quirks, most of them asked. What about the entrance ceremony or the guidance sessions? Uraraka asked. We have no time to waste on useless things like that if you want to become heroes. UA is known for its freestyle education that applies to us teachers as well, Aizawa informed them. Softball throwing, the standing long jump, the sidestepping, the grip strength test, etc. You did all of those in your middle school, yes. In your standard no quirks allowed gym tests. Stark, how far could you throw in middle school? Aizawa asked as he pulled out a handball. Wait, Stark, as in Tony Stark, from Stark Industries. They all began to whisper among themselves, all shocked as they looked at him in awe. Homeschooled, Tony answered. This caused Aizawa to look up, close his eyes, and sigh. Forget it. He said as he looked around before setting his eyes on Bakugo. And you? Tony felt his eye twitch as Melissa patted his back, trying hard not to laugh since she knew that Aizawa's comment got on his nerves. 67 meters, Bakugo answered. Great, now try it with your quirk. Do whatever you need to do but don't leave the circle, Aizawa said as he threw the ball to Bakugo, who was now in the softball pitch circle. Bakugo flexed his arms, took a deep breath, arched his arm back, and threw the ball. Die, he screamed as he activated his quirk, creating a large explosion in his hands which sent the ball flying towards the sky. It's important for us to know your limits. That's the first rational step to figuring out what kind of heroes you will be, Aizawa said as he turned his screen towards them, showing 705.2 meters. Chapter 33, Quirk Test Part. Third Person's POV. Everyone was amazed by Bakugo's quirk demonstration and the distance the ball traveled. Whoa. This is awesome. So we can use our quirks for real. Man, this hero course is going to be great, Mina, the pink alien girl, cheered excitedly. Aizawa stared at them as they cheered before saying in a plain voice, awesome you say. His voice started to deepen, showing his seriousness as he then said, you're hoping to be heroes after 3 years here, and you think it'll all be fun and games. Aizawa's eyes turned lifeless as he looked at all of them. Right. The one with the lowest scores in all 8 events will be judged hopeless and will be expelled. Everyone's eyes widened as they couldn't believe what they just heard. Wait a what? Aizawa raised his hair from his eyes, which started to gain a red glow, his smile slowly growing, causing shivers to go down everyone's spines. Your fates are in our hands. I formally welcome you to the hero course of UA High. The lowest score would be expelled. It's only the first day, I would hardly call that fair, Uraraka said. The whole world is unfair, Aizawa said as he released and fixed his hair back down. This world is filled with natural disasters and rampant villains. It is the job of the heroes to correct those unfairnesses. If you're hoping to spend your time socializing or making friends, I'm sorry to tell you but for the next 3 years UA Hero Course will be putting you through the ringer. The demonstration is over, now it's time for the real deal. The first event was the 50 meters dash. The first 2 participants were Tony and Ida. They both got onto the starting line. "Well, drill sergeant, I guess it's you versus me," Tony said teasingly. Ida fixed his glasses. "Please stop calling me that." While Tony and Ida got into position, the gossip started among the others. "I heard he was quirkless. Would he be all right?" Mina asked. "I wouldn't worry about Tony if I were you," Melissa said, stopping them from continuing. "He did get first place in both exams for a reason." Midoriya and Momo nodded in agreement. "Wait, was he the guy in that suit of armor flying around?" Hagakure asked in confusion. "No, I'm pretty sure it was a girl that was flying in a suit of armor," Kaminari said. "There were two. I was the one in blue and Tony was the one in red," Melissa informed them. They nodded in understanding, while Bakugo looked irritated upon hearing that. As Tony and Ida got into running positions, Tony double-tapped his shoes together. The bottom of his shoes suddenly gained thrusters that were difficult to see. "Begin," Aizawa announced. Tony turned into a blur as his thrusters pushed him forward. 1.01 seconds, the machine at the finish line announced as Tony slid to a stop. Ida was running with his leg engines on as the machine announced, 3.04 seconds. Everyone had their mouths agape as they looked towards Tony, who pushed his hair back as he made his way towards everyone. He turned towards Ida and said, "I advise adding wheels on your shoes. It'll help with mobility." Aizawa had an intrigued look. "I didn't even notice they carried gadgets. I wonder how many more they have hidden on them. Interesting." Next was Melissa's turn as she was up against Tsuyu Azui. Melissa gave quick taps to her bracelets which quickly morphed over her hands. "Begin," Aizawa announced. Melissa shot out repulsors from her hands as she was sent flying forward. 1.20 seconds. Not long after, Azui jumped in. 5.56 seconds. Melissa sighed as she touched her wrists, causing her gloves to retract back into bracelets. So repulsors weren't the way to go. "Told you," Tony said with an eye roll. Yeah, I just wanted to try a different method." "Bite me," Melissa scowled before pouting. Tony only chuckled as he put his arm over her. "Are the two of you dating?" Mina asked, wanting to know the gossip, causing the others to also become interested. "No, she's just someone I pay to act as my armrest when my arms get tired," Tony said plainly. Melissa elbowed his side and glared at him. "Yes, we are dating," she said as she turned and smiled at Mina. Mina became fascinated. They all continued to gossip as the test continued. Tony became interested when he saw the test was against Midoriya and Bakugo. "Oh, this is going to be good." Once they got into position, Aizawa announced, "Begin." Midoriya was surrounded by green arcs of electricity and sprinted, while Bakugo's hands caused mini explosions that sent him flying forward. As Bakugo crossed the finish line, the machine read 3.34 seconds. Midoriya, who was right on his tail, crossed the line at 3.35 seconds. Bakugo stared at Midoriya with a look of disbelief before his expression contorted into fury. "Deku. Have you been lying to me all this time? You had a quirk." I. Midoriya began to stutter, not knowing how to respond. Tony inwardly groaned. "He's a late materializer." "A what?" Bakugo asked, turning his sharp gaze toward Tony. "It's someone who develops a quirk later in life. His quirk was too powerful for his child body, so to protect him, his body didn't fully develop the quirk until later in life." "Nice save, young Stark," All Might, who was peeking and watching everything, said, giving Tony a secret thumbs up. "Is that true, Deku?" Bakugo asked with narrowed eyes. Midoriya quickly nodded his head. Bakugo scoffed. "Whatever. It doesn't matter if you have a quirk or not. You're still an extra just like everyone else." "Whoa, I can't imagine coming in 4th place in the entrance exam and having that much pride," Tony scoffed. "You bastard." Bakugo shouted as he activated his quirk and flew toward Tony. But before he reached him, he ended up face first on the ground. They all turned toward Aizawa as his hair rose up and his eyes glowed bright red. "Drop it. I don't have time for your childish games. Another delay, and I'm expelling everyone without hesitation. Do I make myself clear?" As his hair came down, Aizawa lifted his head and started adding eye drops to his eyes with an irritated expression. "You kids are really testing my patience. Whoever makes me use my quirk next is automatically expelled as well." Midoriya wanted to fangirl upon realizing who Aizawa was, but he was too scared of upsetting him to say anything else. Everyone else chose to remain quiet as well, not wanting to be expelled. Everyone soon quietly completed the 50-meter dash. Next came the grip strength test. They were each given a machine to squeeze. Tony, like Melissa, tapped on his watch, which slowly turned into metal gloves over his fingers. As he squeezed, he saw that it read 8:20. When Melissa squeezed hers, she saw 7:95. Seeing it, she began to pout. Why is your score always better than mine? Because all of that added pressure also includes my sexiness, Tony said, putting his hand under his chin. Melissa rolled her eyes. You're such a narcissist. Midoriya did his grip test while using full cowling and saw 250. Meanwhile, Momo also had metal gloves, but hers had laces that ran up her fingers, increasing the pressure of her grip. 210. Are you really quirkless? Azui asked, looking down at their scores. That we are. Melissa answered with a nod. Wait, you as well? Uraraka asked. Yup. Both of us were born quirkless, so we got inventive. As Melissa started making friends, Tony wasn't any different. He stood next to Shoji, looking up at him. So does that mean you can have sex with more than one woman at once? Huh? Shoji asked, looking at Tony weirdly. Mineta and Kaminari, who were next to him, also looked toward Shoji. Can you? They both asked excitedly. Man, now I'm really jealous of your quirk, Mineta said, biting his nails. Kaminari and Tony both patted him on the back as they nodded. You have a fantastic quirk. You will make a lot of women very happy. Shoji started turning red as he was growing embarrassed by their conversation and praises. You guys are pervs. When they turned, they saw floating clothes next to them. Oh hey, I didn't see you there, Tony teased. He, why is that the first time I'm hearing someone make that joke? After the grip strength came the standing long jump. Tony, like in the previous test, double-tapped his shoes. This time, he didn't jump, he just floated up and continued flying until he was at the complete opposite side of the field. How many points does this generate? Tony shouted, cupping his mouth so they could hear him. Aizawa just rubbed his face as he sighed. I can already tell who's going to be the problem child of this class. Chapter 34, Quirk Test Part. Third Person's POV. After Tony's little performance, the others started taking turns doing the long jumps. Melissa used her new strength alongside her repulsors to jump past the sandbox and land perfectly back on the ground. She struck a little pose afterward, which resulted in Tony doing fast claps, causing her to grow embarrassed and walk toward his side. Meanwhile, Momo made springs attached to the soles of her feet, which she used to jump the entire sandbox as well. After the long jump came the side-stepping. Tony and Melissa both activated their boot thrusters and the repulsors in their hands. They rapidly moved to one side before quickly turning to the other, going back and forth to complete their test. After they were done, they watched Mineta set up 2 of his purple balls on each side and rapidly bounce off them. Bakugo used the blast from his explosions on each hand to help him, while Azui used the power of her frog legs to bounce side to side. The 5th test was the ball throw, the same as the demonstration at the beginning of the test. As Tony went up to pitch, he was still a bit irritated at what happened at the start of the demonstration, so he reached into his pockets and pulled out his glasses, putting them on. What is he doing? Kirishima asked curiously. Melissa sighed. The thing he does best, showing off. Tony brought his wrist up and tapped the middle a few times, bringing forth holographic bars of measurement on the power setting. He put 4 fingers on the bar and raised them all the way up before closing it like a tab. Tony brought the ball close to him before taking a deep breath. He raised his leg all the way towards the sky before using that momentum to move and twist, then threw the ball. Just before releasing it, he sent out a large beam of repulsion that sent the ball flying, creating a sonic boom. He had to summon his rocket boots to stop the recoil from sending him out of the circle. As the ball flew, Tony sent another beam of repulsion from his hand to keep it flying straight. As the ball started to fall, it fell onto the repulsor Tony had sent out, which sent it flying up towards the skies once more. Tony got on one knee and held his arm out, sending one final repulsor shot. As the ball flew, the repulsor shot came from underneath, sending it even further into the air. Aizawa looked impressed and nodded his head before turning the screen. 5,467 meters, impressive. Tony nodded as he went back. Then it was Melissa's turn. She looked towards Tony with a confident smirk. This might be the first time I beat you. Good luck, Tony scoffed. Melissa only smiled and walked towards the pitch where she was handed another ball. She then did something that took Tony by surprise. She took off her shoe. She grabbed her shoe, stuffed the ball inside, and activated the thrusters, sending it flying into the skies. She turned towards Tony and gave him a peace sign with her tongue slightly out. Aizawa had an amused look as he flipped the screen, showing the numbers climbing. They had long passed 5,000 and were reaching 10,000 before it turned into an infinity symbol. Tony's mouth was slightly agape before he held his stomach and laughed. Melissa started hopping on one leg as she made her way towards Tony. She leaned on him before double-tapping her glasses. Her shoe, which was far off, did a U-turn and started flying back towards Melissa. She caught it, took the ball out, and handed it back to Aizawa before putting her shoe back on. After Melissa, it was Midoriya's turn. He activated full cowling and threw the ball with great force, generating a strong gust of wind. 509 meters, Aizawa said, showing the screen. When it was Momo's turn, she added tiny thrusters to the back of the ball before throwing it. Unfortunately, her thrusters didn't last long, and the ball only made it to 800 meters. For Ajui's turn, she wrapped the ball with her tongue and did a spin before flinging it across. 196 meters, Aizawa announced. After the softball throwing, the seated toe touch was next, a regular stretching exercise. The other remaining tests were also regular exercises that didn't really require quirks to perform well. Once all the tests were completed, Aizawa stood in front of everyone. Moving along, time for the results. Your total scores reflect your performance in each event. Explaining the processes would be a waste of time, all you are getting is the final rankings. As Aizawa brought forth the scores, he smiled wildly. Also, I was lying about expelling someone. Everyone stared at Aizawa's smiling expression in disbelief. That was a rational deception meant to bring out the best in all of you, Aizawa explained. Wait, they all screamed. Momo had a hand on her waist. Well, of course, it was a lie. It didn't take much to figure it out. I'm sorry, Momo, but you are wrong, Tony said, looking at Aizawa with a plain expression, while Melissa nodded. Eh? I'm wrong. Yup. He really was planning on expelling everyone, Melissa said. Tony pulled out his phone and displayed a hologram of Aizawa's record. Shota Aizawa, aka Eraserhead. The number 1 B-rank hero. He could be A rank if he wanted to, but he likes to keep a low profile as he is more into espionage. Tony continued, during his time at UA, he expelled a total of 157 students due to them failing to meet his criteria. Just last year, he expelled the entirety of Class 1A, so there is no Class 2A in this school. Melissa nodded. Not once has he lied to us. He would have expelled someone or everyone if we had failed to meet his expectations. Everyone had a horrified look as they turned from Tony's information to Aizawa. That wasn't information for you to share. Aizawa said without any emotion. Tony didn't hesitate to retort, staring right back unblinkingly. We are training to be heroes. You, who works in espionage, know how important and valuable information is. Keeping even a single piece of information to oneself can cost lives. Aizawa's grin widened. Good work. You are absolutely correct in your statement. In hero work, information is a saving grace. I'm glad to see someone understands that very well. Anyways, here are everyone's scores, Aizawa said, changing the subject and pointing towards the hologram. 1. Anthony Stark. 2. Melissa Shield. 3. Momo Yayorozu. 4. Shoto Todoroki. 5. Izuka Midoriya. 6. Katsuki Bakugo. 7. Tenya Ida. 21. Toru Hagakure. 22. Minoru Mineta. Bakugo stared at his name and started to breathe heavily, looking at his own hand before turning to Midoriya. His hands started to shake. I'm not even in the top 5. Deku scored higher than I did. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Bakugo screamed as explosions went off in his hands. There is no way I'm not even in the top 5. There's just no way in hell 2 quirkless losers are better than I am. Everyone slowly backed away from Bakugo as they started witnessing his mental breakdown. Aizawa let out a sigh. Class is dismissed. I'll take care of it. Kakin. Midoriya muttered with worry. They all just looked at each other and went back to get changed back into their school uniforms. Chapter 35, Ideas and Battle Training starts. Third person's POV. Tony and Melissa were coming out of the school as the test had taken all day. Next to them were Kiminari and Kirishima, with Momo next to Melissa and Mina. In front of them were Midoriya with Ida and Uraraka. Come on, dude, you have to share your workout routine. How are you so jacked? Kirishima asked, flexing an arm. I already told you, I took hardcore drugs. Tony said with a smirk. Kiminari laughed while Kirishima continued to look at him expectantly, not taking that as a real answer. Tony rolled his eyes. Even if I told you, it wouldn't have the same effects on you. We have different body types. Different body types need different workouts. Kirishima scratched the back of his head. I suppose you have a point. I think what would be best for you is pure destruction. Tony said. Pure destruction. Both Kirishima and Kiminari looked towards Tony in confusion. Tony nodded. This will probably help your quirk as well. You need to literally break yourself while working out. Your quirk is hardening, right? So, while hardened, break yourself while working out. When you heal, you will have more resistance to breaking, thus making you stronger. Dude, that sounds masochistic as hell, Kiminari said. Would I even be able to heal properly? Not to mention how much time it will take for me to heal, Kirishima sighed. Are you really considering it? Mina asked. I mean, it sounds about right, doesn't it? It will be like working out my muscles but with my quirk as well. My suggestion, get help from the school nurse. She should have a healing quirk, right? And this is a hero school tailored to help students get stronger. I'm sure she will help you heal quickly if you just ask, Tony suggested. That might actually work. Kirishima said, putting a hand on his chin and stopping in place. I'm sure the teachers are still in, so she might be in her office, Melissa advised. You should hurry and ask. Kirishima nodded before turning around and running back towards the school. As he ran, he turned towards the others and waved. Thanks for the advice, you guys. He isn't going to kill himself, right? Mina asked a bit worriedly. It sounds like you care about him, Momo said. We went to the same middle school, so we're friends, Mina informed them as they arrived at the entrance of the school. Meanwhile, Tony was tapping on his watch. Not long after, a red and white motorbike appeared in front of them. Whoa! Kiminari said as he looked at it. That thing looks sick. Thank you, I made it myself, Tony said as he and Melissa reached into their bags and took out a disc. They put the disc by their heads, and it rapidly transformed into a helmet. Are you guys even old enough to drive that thing? Mina asked. Tony got on with Melissa on the back. Oh, honey, the law doesn't matter when you're rich, Tony said as he turned it on. So we won't be going home together? Momo asked sadly. Sorry, Momo, we have to be at the lab today. Momo looked a bit disappointed but nodded as she understood. Tony gave them the peace sign before driving off. The next day, Bakugo was seen at his desk without much of an expression. His usual scowl was lessened, and he was leaning on his desk with his cheek resting on his hand. It looks like the reality check hit him harder than I thought. Tony thought to himself as he leaned back in his seat. Present Mike was teaching a regular English class, as UA was still a high school. For the duration of his class, Tony and Melissa were both a bit absent-minded, thinking of what to invent and design. As Present Mike finished his class, there was a brief intermission as they waited for their next teacher. I could possibly make a suit focused purely on speed, like the one Spider-Man once created. I could create one for every basic element like fire, water, earth, and air. Another one purely for speed, another purely for strength, etc. Tony thought to himself. As Tony drew suit designs in his notebook, his thoughts expanded. My suits don't have to be purely Ironman. What if, instead of metal plating, the suit was made of metal threads? They would be much easier to store, but it would be harder for the suit to carry any weapons. After morning classes, it was lunchtime, served by the Cook Hero lunch rush. So did you discuss it with the school nurse? Mina asked Kirishima. Kirishima nodded his head with a smile. Yeah, she said she would be more than happy to help me out. She was a very kind old lady. After lunch came the afternoon classes. While everyone waited for their next teacher, they suddenly heard a voice from the other side of the door. I am. The door slid open with a large force as All Might entered the classroom. Coming through the door like a normal person, he yelled while his cape flapped behind him. All Might, the majority of the class yelled. Uncle Might. You're a teacher at U.A. Melissa asked with a large smile. Uncle Might. Does Melissa know All Might? Are they close? All Might is wearing his Silver Age costume. I'm getting goosebumps. Some of them started gossiping and fangirling over All Might. You seriously didn't know? Tony asked Melissa. You knew. Melissa turned towards Tony. He's friends with Nizu. What do you think? In my defense, two people from two different occupations can be friends without it having to do with the other's job. I just thought they were close friends, Melissa said defensively. We really have to work on your detective skills, Melissa, because they are abysmal, Tony said, shaking his head. Melissa started to blush slightly as she pouted. As All Might finished flexing, he looked around the entire classroom. Hero Basic Training. That will be the class I will be teaching. It will be the class that puts you through all sorts of special training to mold you into heroes. All Might smiled brightly as he gave everyone a thumbs up. For this lesson, we will be having battle training. The walls then started to expand out, revealing metal cases. And for that, you will need these. In accordance with the quirk registry and the special request forms you filled out before being admitted. Costumes. Everyone shouted excitedly. After you all change, come to ground beta. After shouting in confirmation, they all went to get changed. One by one, they started to appear on the training ground with multiple buildings around, looking like a replica of a city. Momo had a long, sleeveless red and white one-piece suit which showed her back and the side of her thighs, with a utility belt and white boots. Image. Deku had his green suit which he originally had but with added equipment. He had white arm gauntlets, dark gear, and red shoulder pads and leg boosters which covered half his legs. On his face, he had an open face mask that covered the bottom half of his face. Image. Soon everyone else appeared wearing their superhero outfits and stood in front of All Might. All Might looked around and asked, "Where are Melissa and young Stark?" Momo raised her hand with a sigh. "They are late, sir. You know how Tony likes to make an entrance." They suddenly heard two fast objects moving in the air. When they looked up, they saw two suits of armor flying in the sky. They circled around each other before they both dropped down on one knee with their fists on the ground. They slowly stood back up and started walking towards everyone. Tony wore a black and gold suit with a glowing red centerpiece. Image. Melissa wore a blue and black suit with a golden mask. When they arrived, they heard Tony's metallic voice as he addressed everyone. Image. "Sorry we're late, everyone. I failed to realize these suits don't have pockets," he said jokingly. "So cool." Kirishima, Kiminari, and Siro shouted with stars in their eyes. "Whoa, Melissa, is that you?" Mina asked as she knocked on the suits. "Ribbit, I gotta agree with the guys on this." "Very cool," Azui said. "Did you create this?" Jiro asked as she looked at Melissa up and down with interest. Yes, I did. We finished making these just yesterday," Melissa said proudly. All Might then clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. All right, everyone. Settle down. Class is now in session. The battle training is now about to begin. Chapter 36, Battle Training. Third person's POV. Looking good, everyone, All Might cheered with a thumbs up. Looking presentable is a big part of being a hero. You want to appear dependable and give the reassurance that everything will be alright. Mineta was observing the girls with a pervy expression, while Tony and Melissa just stared at Hagakure. "What?" she asked, noticing their gazes. "Why the hell are you naked?" both Melissa and Tony asked at the same time. "Wah. You can see me," she screamed as she went and hid behind Melissa. "It's a bit difficult, but we can see your outline as you reflect light off your body," Melissa explained. The floating gloves went and covered her face. "This is the only way I would be able to use my quirk, otherwise, my clothes would be detectable." Both Tony and Melissa sighed. "We are building you a new suit," they both said once again simultaneously. "Huh? Would you really be able to do it?" Hagakure asked shyly. Tony and Melissa nodded their heads. "It's honestly a very simple procedure," Melissa said. As they continued to discuss Hagakure's wardrobe situation, the others looked around their surroundings. Ida raised his hand. "This is like the entrance exams. Will we be battling robots in the cityscape once more?" "No, young Ida," All Might said as he went into further detail of their training exercise. "You will all be experiencing an indoor battle training exercise. Although most fights against villains often occur outdoors, more often than not, you will have to face villains indoors. Now then, everyone will be split into two oppositions, that of a hero and that of a villain. You will all then battle in a 2 versus 2 indoor battle," All Might started explaining. Everyone immediately started asking questions. "What determines victory? Are you going to expel us if we fail like Aizawa? How will we divide ourselves? Don't I just look absolutely fabulous?" Whoa, everyone calm down. "Give me a chance," All Might said as he motioned for them to calm down. All Might took a paper from his pocket and began to read it like a script. "All right, listen up everyone. The villains will be hiding a nuclear weapon in their hideout. The hero will have to go in and take care of it. The hero will have a limited amount of time to either capture the villain or secure the weapon. The villain either has to capture the hero or wait till the timer is up. Who will be heroes or the villains will be decided by drawing lots," he announced, taking out a box. "Let's see." All Might muttered as he rapidly counted while moving his finger. When he was done, he said, "It seems we have a bit of a situation. Due to the number of people, there will be a 3 versus 3 as one of the fights. All right, show of hands, who wouldn't mind being the 2 to pull lots out to see which team they will be in?" Tony and Melissa raised their hands, and as All Might saw them, he nodded his head. "All right, you two will be the last 2 to pick." They all soon drew lots, making their teams. The ones with 3 members on them were the letters C and I, which were unsurprisingly the 2 letters All Might pulled out from the hero and villain slot, respectively. Tony and Melissa looked at their lots and saw that Tony had the letter I, which meant he was the villain, while Melissa had the letter C, which meant she was the hero. "Yes, I'm the villain." "Yes, I'm the hero." Both Tony and Melissa turned towards each other, narrowed their eyes, and scoffed before turning away and walking towards their teammates. Tony's teammates consisted of Momo and Shoji, while Melissa's consisted of Todoroki and Aoyama. He, it looks like we'll be the villains, Tony said to his teammates, rubbing his hands together. Why do you want to be the villain so bad? Shoji asked. Well, big guy, it's because, for one, it's fun. And two, who wouldn't like to be a rebel once in a while? Tony said proudly. Since the teams have been decided, both teams get into positions. I, alongside the rest of your classmates, will be watching your battle via the CCTV. The villains will get a 5-minute start to prepare. When the timer is up, the heroes sneak in and stop the villains. Good luck, everyone. All Might, alongside the others, went to the showroom where they watched everything from the CCTV. Tony, alongside his teammates, were near the nuclear weapon they had to defend. Alright, here's what we'll do. First, Momo, I will need you to make some things for me. Todoroki, without much emotion, turned towards the others. Stand back and don't step foot inside if you don't want to get frostbite. What are you planning to do? Melissa asked. Just wait patiently. Based on your costume, I'll assume you have an ice quirk. Based on your words, I'm going to assume you're planning on freezing everything. Am I wrong? Melissa asked. Todoroki stared at her for a bit and shook his head. Yeah, I thought so. But you see, that won't work. Why? Todoroki asked. Because we made these suits tailored to dealing with any kind of quirks, ice especially, so Tony will most definitely have a counter for them. I see. So what do you suggest? Todoroki asked. After they finished discussing, Melissa gave her forearm a bit of a tap. From it came out a tiny flying machine. What does it do? Aoyama asked curiously. From her forearm, a hologram appeared connected to the flying machine. It's a spy drone. It'll allow us to view what they are doing without being detected. Melissa controlled the flybot and made it fly towards their windows. She saw Tony in his Ironman suit leaning against the wall arrogantly while the nuke was surrounded by electric wiring. Can you see further into the room? Todoroki asked. I can't get too close, otherwise, Tony will be able to detect it. Alright, we can work with this. We will go with your plan, Todoroki nodded without much of an expression. Heroes may now enter. All Might informed the heroes. Melissa grabbed Todoroki and Aoyama by their collars and flew towards the outside window of the top floor and threw both Todoroki and Aoyama in. Once inside, Todoroki froze all the traps while Aoyama turned towards Tony and thrusted his hip, shooting his laser beam from his stomach. Melissa flew in behind them and put her hand on the nuke. Once her hands were on it, she turned towards Tony, looking smug, but her expression froze as she saw the suit of armor crumble into pieces as it was hit by Aoyama's beam. Todoroki turned towards Melissa in confusion. Your hands are on it. How come we haven't been declared the winner? This room is a decoy. Before Melissa had a chance to answer, 2 sheets came off the wall, revealing Shoji and Momo each carrying a large stick. They both put the sticks next to Aoyama and Todoroki's necks and electrocuted them unconscious. In front of the nuke, Tony undid his cloaking and blasted a red repulsor beam from his palm, hitting Melissa and sending her flying into the next building. Melissa stood up from the rubble, irritated, and flew towards Tony, where they both met in the middle with a punch. As their fists connected, Melissa shot a repulsor beam from underneath, hitting Tony's stomach and sending him flying into the air. Tony immediately stabilized himself and sent 2 repulsor beams from his hands towards Melissa. Melissa turned her body, dodging the repulsors, and shot some of her own. From her shoulders, 2 miniature rockets appeared and flew towards Tony. 2 of the same rockets appeared from Tony's shoulders and flew towards Melissa's, creating a giant explosion that filled more than half the sky with black smoke. Meanwhile, in the showroom. Are they trying to kill each other? Mina asked. Ribbit. I thought they were going out. I don't think that's how a couple would behave towards one another, Azui said awkwardly. Bakugo sat on the couch, leaning forward with his arms on his knees and his hands interlocking, his eyes following their every move. His scowl was gone, replaced by a serious expression. Whoa, even though they're quirkless, they seem so powerful. Uraraka said in wonder. Are we really sure they're quirkless? Jiro asked with an uneasy smile. Tony waited for Melissa to pop out from the black smoke, but when she didn't, his eyes widened. I'm not the goal. He muttered with a smile. Melissa flew back towards the building, but before she could enter, Shoji appeared wearing a large metal gauntlet. Instead of meeting him head-on, Melissa shot repulsors from her hands, making Shoji dodge out of the way. Melissa didn't hesitate to increase her thrusters and fly back into the building past Shoji and Momo, who had no choice but to move out of the way if they didn't want to be injured. Not long after Melissa passed by them, Tony appeared, flying after her. In the showroom, everyone was following the CCTVs up and down and to the side as Tony chased Melissa while she searched every floor she passed. All of their heads were moving frantically, trying to keep up. Even Bakugo's eyes shifted rapidly before looking down and closing his eyes, his hands clenched into fists, releasing barely audible explosions. Melissa blasted a door open with her repulsors and found a room filled with nukes. Her eyebrows twitched upon seeing them. Melissa's HUD scanned everything in the room before she noticed something, but before she could act, Tony appeared behind her and tackled her through the walls, ending up outside. As they ended up outside, they spun around before Tony landed on the ground with Melissa on top of him with her repulsors ready. "Stand down, Tony. You were smart to have Momo make a hologram disc to fill the room with holograms, but that won't be enough." Tony's mask lifted up, exposing his face, which showed him sticking his tongue out playfully towards her as he put his hands behind his head. Melissa's eyes widened. Son of A.B. And that's time. The villain team wins. Chapter 37, Battle Training Review. Third person's POV. Tony and the rest soon appeared in the showroom with everyone else. Tony and Melissa didn't want to be in their suits all day, so they came out of them and sat down on the couch. Does someone want to take a guess at what each team did right and wrong? All Might asked as he looked around. Momo raised her hand immediately. "Oh, young Yaoyorozu, go ahead," All Might said with a nod. This might come off as gloating, but I think everyone did their part wonderfully. Each team worked as a team, they got together and worked out a plan of attack. Our team, the villains, focused on what we were supposed to do, stopping the heroes and securing the nuclear weapon. The hero team focused on what they were supposed to do, stopping the villains and capturing the weapon. Though if I had to criticize someone, it would be Melissa. She viewed Tony as the biggest obstacle, so she put Shoji and me as low-priority targets, which cost her the lives of her teammates, even though she planned to end everything quickly and in one fell swoop. Now, if this was a real scenario, she did focus on the main objective, taking the weapon away from the villains at all costs, even if it ended up in failure due to Tony's planning. Gee, good job, you've said exactly what I was thinking. I couldn't have said it better myself, All Might stuttered due to Momo's review before turning towards everyone. Let this be a lesson, young heroes, never underestimate your opponents. It may end up costing you dearly, All Might said with a serious expression. They all nodded their heads while Melissa looked down in a bit of shame. Tony just massaged her back to make her feel better. Now, onto the next team, All Might said cheerfully as he reached into the slots and took out the letters A and D from the hero and villain slots. The A team consisted of Midoriya and Uraraka, who were the hero team. The D team consisted of Bakugo and Ida, who were the designated villains. As they all went and got ready, Melissa bowed towards Todoroki and Aoyama. "I'm sorry, you guys. Because of me, we ended up failing. It's alright, Mon Amy. Even in failure, I still look fabulous," Aoyama said with a flap of his cape while looking into the distance. Meanwhile, Todoroki just looked towards her before turning to the screen to watch how the next team was doing. There were a few seconds of silence before he said, "We were a team. It is your fault as well as mine." "Thank you," Melissa said as she bowed once more. Meanwhile, Tony saw Bakugo rush out as he went flying with his explosions, leaving Ida alone with the nuke. Luckily I can read lips. Tony thought to himself as he watched Bakugo give the order to take care of the nuke by himself while he handled Deku and Gravity Girl. Even if his usual scowl was gone, his brow knitted in anger as his hands were behind him. "Deku!" Tony saw Bakugo shout. Midoriya immediately prepared for the offensive, already anticipating his confrontation. But instead of going for Midoriya, Bakugo blasted himself over him and drop-kicked Uraraka, who was behind him, taking everyone by surprise. He shouted towards Midoriya to make them think he was going for him, but actually, he was going for Uraraka. "I have to say, that's pretty smart of him," Tony inwardly praised. Bakugo then started fighting both of them with aggression and ferocity. Even when he was affected by Uraraka's quirk, he still moved like he wasn't affected. Everything flashed with green and dark orange colors as Midoriya and Bakugo duked it out. When Uraraka tried to escape, Bakugo put a hand on her stomach and sent her flying back, crashing hard against a wall, causing the others to wince. "Isn't he using a little too much force with her?" Azui asked, tilting her head to the side with a finger by her chin. "Nope. I even dare say he's doing a fine job," Tony said as he leaned his head back on the couch, sitting rather arrogantly with his hands spread out on top, with Melissa leaning into his arms. Everyone looked at him weirdly. "What do you mean by that?" Mina asked curiously. "Two things," Tony said as he lifted two fingers. 1. Bakugo's job is to act as the villain. He isn't holding back and is treating her as any old villain would. Villains don't care about gender, they only care about accomplishing their goal and won't hesitate to eliminate anyone in their way, male, female, young or old, crippled or not. Most of them were surprised by Tony's words, but what he said made sense to them, and they nodded in agreement. And 2. Bakugo is treating her like a UA student. Uraraka has been accepted into UA for a reason, she's strong. One doesn't get into UA for being weak. Plus, Bakugo has a very high battle IQ. He may look like an out-of-control idiot, but he knows what he has to do. How do you know Bakugo has a high battle IQ? This is only our second day here. Ojiro, the guy with the tail, asked. 1. Someone who can fight 2 people at once like that has to have a high battle IQ. And 2. Tony took out his phone, swiped a few times, and then flipped it over, revealing Bakugo's entrance exam footage. I've done my research. Kaminari turned towards Tony and said, dude. You're kinda scary, you know that. Tony just smiled proudly. Thank you. That wasn't a compliment, Kaminari muttered. All Might turned towards Tony. You know that footage belongs solely to UA, right? Tony shrugged his shoulders. Then it shouldn't be that damn hackable. I literally got this footage in a matter of seconds. Tony and the others then focused back on the fight between Midoriya and Bakugo. Midoriya was jumping from wall to wall, building momentum before kicking towards Bakugo. Bakugo blocked Midoriya's kick with his grenade gauntlets, causing him to grit his teeth due to the strength of Midoriya's kick. Bakugo grabbed Midoriya's leg and used his explosions to spin around and throw him toward Uraraka. But Midoriya managed to recuperate in time and slid to a stop on the floor. Uraraka, go up. Midoriya quickly ordered as his right arm started sparking with electricity. No you don't, you damn nerd. Bakugo shouted as he pulled both pins on his grenade gauntlets and pushed his hands towards the ground while shouting. It doesn't matter if you have a quirk all of a sudden, you will always be below me, you damn extra. You know what, I take it back. He is simply an out-of-control idiot, brace yourselves, Tony said, causing everyone to look towards him. Boom. Even from their building, they felt the ground shake, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. They watched as the floor below Midoriya and Uraraka completely crumbled, destroying the floors beneath them and making them all fall. The entire structure then became unstable, causing it to completely collapse with Ida coming down as well. And the villain team wins, Tony said in a mocking voice as he got up and walked towards his suit, with Melissa walking towards hers. Where are you two going? Momo asked. To dig them out, Tony said as he walked back to his suit, which closed around him and Melissa. Both Tony and Melissa flew towards the site and started moving the rubble, getting everyone out to safety. You guys look like shit. Tony said as he looked at their dirty and bloody forms. Tony then looked towards Bakugo. Nice going, dumbass. Bakugo only scowled towards Tony and tried to get up but groaned in pain. I wouldn't do that if I were you. You have some broken bones in your arms and ribs from being a suicide bomber. Just leave me alone, you metal bastard, Bakugo groaned. Tony ignored him and flew them all to Recovery Girl to receive their treatment, then flew back to the others. Thank you, young Stark and Melissa, for getting them the help they needed, All Might nodded towards them. Tony and Melissa just nodded as they exited their suits and sat down. Now then, we will give Midoriya and the others their evaluation when they return. Who's next? All Might said, trying to maintain a positive attitude. One by one, they went and fought against each other. Some heroes won rather easily, while some of the villains won with careful planning, strategies, and power. After each battle, Tony, Melissa, Momo, and All Might gave their perspectives on the evaluation. Then Midoriya and the others returned, covered in bandages. Are you guys ready to get criticism after being released from the hospital? Tony teased. Midoriya and Uraraka had awkward expressions, while Bakugo didn't show much expression and just scoffed towards Tony. Ida let out a sigh of resignation. For the hero team, Midoriya and Uraraka, you two showed great teamwork and strategy. Midoriya, you anticipated Bakugo's moves and tried to use his aggression against him. Uraraka, you provided support and stayed focused despite the intense pressure. However, you both underestimated Bakugo's unpredictability and brute force. Midoriya, you need to improve your defense against unexpected attacks, and Uraraka, try to keep your distance and utilize your quirk more creatively to avoid close combat situations, at least for now until you can learn to fight in close quarters. For the villain team, Bakugo, your aggression and ferocity were effective in keeping your opponent's attention on you and stopping them from focusing on the nuke. You were doing great with your initial feint and kept up relentless pressure, but you got too emotional. You need to be mindful of the collateral damage your attacks can cause. You're strong, but control is key. Your final move, while effective, was excessive and reckless, leading to unnecessary injuries and damage. Only an idiot attacks without thinking things through. Ida, your only downfall was having Bakugo as a teammate. Even though you guys won, I'm sure you are unsatisfied with that kind of victory. Everyone just stopped and stared at Tony with their mouths agape, unsure how to react. Even Bakugo was looking at him weirdly, unsure how to insult him properly. All Might coughed into his fist to break the awkward tension. That was a great assessment, young Stark. I don't think I have much else to say that you haven't already said. All Might turned towards everyone and gave them a thumbs up. Good work, everyone. This battle has shown everyone your strengths and weaknesses. All that is left is to keep practicing to overcome those weaknesses and grow as promising heroes. Now then, everyone, class is dismissed. Plus Ultra. All Might said as he skedaddled out with a large smile. Chapter 38, Mark. Third person's POV. Tony and Melissa were both in their lab, dressed casually. Tony wore a tight short-sleeved shirt with sweatpants, while Melissa sported a long tank top and jean shorts, her glasses hanging loosely on her face and her hair tied in a messy bun. Tony was focused on designing Hagakuru's suit, making corrections and adding bonuses. Meanwhile, Melissa was brainstorming new suit designs and ideas. They each had a large tablet and stylus in hand at their respective tables. Any ideas for suits? Melissa asked, feeling stuck. Yeah, I was actually thinking of something. How about a skin-tight suit instead of a metal one? It would give us better flexibility, but the downside would be fewer weapons, Tony suggested, leaning back and scrutinizing his design before starting over. What do you mean? Melissa asked, intrigued. I mean, the suit would still enhance our strength and capabilities, but instead of heavy metal plating, it would use flexible materials like unstable molecule fibers. And instead of built-in weapons and missiles, we could integrate your weapon ideas. It could be like a mercenary suit, with swords and handguns, Tony explained. I see what you're going for, Melissa said, her hands immediately starting to move. After a while, Melissa finished her drawing and swiped it to Tony's screen for his review. Tony noticed the arc reactor in the center with neon lights flowing through the suit. On its back were 2 katanas and 2 hand cannon revolvers, with a sleeker version of the Ironman helmet. We could give the swords and guns different elemental abilities, like ice, fire, electricity, and pure energy modes, Tony suggested, sketching his ideas for the weapons and forwarding them to Melissa. I see. I like the idea. How about making it so you can unleash elemental slashes from the sword? He, Melissa said excitedly, her hands moving rapidly. Let's connect the sword and gun with a neural link, so we can switch modes in seconds, Tony added, finishing the last touches on Hagakuru's suit. Tony then commanded Friday to begin production of Hagakuru's outfit. He and Melissa then collaborated on making the suits, configuring the weapons and other enhancements. After 3 hours, they finished their suits. 2 suits were displayed on mannequins, one black with bright blue accents and a blue helmet, and the other suited more for a female, in black and purple with a similar helmet. Both had a black hood with a cape. Reference pics. I'm still amazed you managed to turn vibranium into small threads and integrate them with unstable molecule fibers, Melissa said in awe, shaking her head. It was actually quite straightforward. The unstable molecule fibers, UMF, are inherently unstable, which makes them flexible enough to integrate with vibranium threads, Tony explained. Melissa turned to Tony with a smile. Shall we try them on? Is that even a question? Tony grinned, going to the mannequin and activating the arc reactor on its chest. The threads unraveled and stored themselves inside the reactor. Melissa and Tony grabbed the reactor and placed it on their chests, double-tapping to release the threads that formed the suit around their bodies. They extended their hands, and the sword sheaths flew from the mannequins to them. They secured the sheaths on their backs and holstered their guns at their hips. Helmets flew toward them, turned around, opened up, and secured themselves on their faces. A large blue V covered Tony's face, while a purple one covered Melissa's. Okay, that was so cool, Melissa exclaimed, giddy with excitement. I know, right? Tony echoed her enthusiasm. Do we call them marks? Melissa asked curiously. Yup, they're Mark 29, skin suit. The name is still pending, though. Now come on, let's try them out, Tony said, already running through his lab. Melissa followed eagerly. Tony unlocked a door with a touch, leading them into an empty space. Friday, initiate a simulation where we're discovered and surrounded by ninjas, trying to take us down, Tony commanded excitedly. The scene around them began to change as they were transported to an open green field outside a traditional Japanese home. Ninjas surrounded them, clad in black with red scarves, wielding katanas and kunai. Tony and Melissa moved with precision and power, their swords emitting a cold fog with an ice blue glow. Tony nodded approvingly as he spun his blade in his hand. Nice. Friday, begin, Tony commanded. He dashed forward, meeting the charging ninjas head-on. Tony maneuvered between them, cutting down his opponents with swift strokes. The wounds he inflicted frosted over, freezing their weapons upon contact before he decapitated them. Meanwhile, Melissa moved gracefully, her face lit up with a big smile. She leaped into the air, landing with a powerful stab of her swords into the ground. An icy blast emanated from the impact point, freezing the ninja's legs in place. Tony quickly joined her, using her as a springboard to spin and twirl around, decapitating more ninjas with each fluid movement. Some ninjas threw kunais at him, but Tony deflected them skillfully, rolling away from any threats. Melissa drew her handgun, firing frost energy bullets at the remaining adversaries. Tony's sword began to change color, glowing bright red. He melted weapons and bodies alike, cleanly severing heads with ease. With a powerful slash, 2 red arcs flew from his sword, leaving open cuts on their targets. The ninjas adapted, dodging Tony and Melissa's attacks more effectively with each confrontation. One ninja managed to sneak close and slice Tony's side, but his suit protected him from the attack. Melissa stowed her guns and retrieved her swords from the ground. Electricity sparked from the edges, enhancing the cutting power of her strikes. She swung her sword overhead, sending a ninja's head flying into the air before slicing it cleanly as it fell. The battle raged on, Tony and Melissa combining their elemental abilities and combat skills to overcome the increasingly resilient ninjas. After they were done testing their weapons, they high-fived each other. Tony then brought her close, prompting their masks to drop from their faces. Tony just held her cheek and kissed her, which Melissa liked a lot. If our test results in a kiss, we should start doing it more often. Melissa teased playfully. Tony only smirked. Honey, I don't need a successful test for it to be the right time to kiss you, he said teasingly before bringing her for another. Oh yeah. And why is that? Melissa asked as she held his face with a loving smile. Because all the time is the perfect time to kiss you, he said as he kissed her once more, making Melissa giggle at his corny words. Chapter 39, Speechless. Third person's POV. The next day. Like previously, Tony and Melissa both got off their motorcycles and began walking to school together with their fingers interlocked. Immediately, they were bombarded by the shudder and blinding light of cameras flashing in their faces. They grabbed their sunglasses and continued walking as reporters started asking them questions. Oh wow, it's Anthony Stark. I heard you've been accepted into UA. Do you have anything to say about it? Are Stark Industries and UA High collaborating? What is your opinion of All Might working as a teacher? Are you one of All Might's students? As everyone knows that you are quirkless, did you bribe U.A into letting you in? Tony lowered his sunglasses and stared right at the men who asked that. Oh, Melissa muttered with a sigh. Did you really just ask me that? Tony asked, raising an eyebrow. Everyone fell silent. They all heard the sound of the men gulping slightly and watched intently, waiting with bated breaths. Tell me, do you think I made Stark Industries what it is today by bribing people? I'll answer that question for you, I didn't. Stark Industries stands as a beacon of innovation and hard work. I've faced challenges, skepticism, and countless obstacles. But I didn't overcome them by simply throwing money at them. I did it with my mind, my determination, and my vision. Being quirkless doesn't make me less capable. If anything, it's pushed me to work harder, think smarter, and innovate relentlessly. You see, power isn't just about physical abilities or flashy quirks. True power lies in resilience, intelligence, and the willingness to push beyond limitations. When I applied to UA, I didn't ask for special treatment. I submitted the same application, took the same exams, and faced the same scrutiny as every other student here. And I got in because I earned it. Never underestimate someone because they're different. If anything, it's our differences that give us strength. So, to anyone who doubts me or thinks I don't belong here because I'm quirkless, remember this, it's not the quirks that define us. It's our actions and our relentless pursuit of excellence. I didn't bribe my way into UA. I fought for it, just like I fight for everything else I believe in. And if you still doubt me, then watch closely. Because I'm just getting started. The silence that followed was palpable, broken only by the many flashes of light that could have blinded someone. Tony put on his glasses and strutted forward, holding Melissa's hand in one hand and a gift bag in the other. No more questions, Tony Stark out, Tony said as he threw up a peace sign. The reporters kept trying to ask him questions, but Tony ignored them and headed inside. That bastard, asking if I bribed myself in. Who does he think he is? I should get him fired for such nonsense, he grumbled. Melissa giggled as she went on her tiptoes and kissed his cheek. Well, I thought you were wonderful out there. I thought you were going to curse that guy out publicly. I got worried. Oh please, I still have a reputation to uphold. I should be the one saying, oh please. You would totally do that and not care if the entire world was watching. They soon arrived at the giant door of Class 1A, where they found the others already seated. They were the last two to arrive, but luckily class hadn't started. Here, Tony said, placing the gift bag on top of Hagakura's desk. Huh, she asked in surprise. Already? I thought it would have taken longer. Hagakure excitedly reached into the bag and found a metal case similar to the ones where the others stored their suits. When she opened it, she saw a beautiful black outfit with long, fingerless gloves and little bags that attached to the thighs. As soon as Hagakure touched it, it turned invisible. Whoa. She released it, and it reappeared before she grabbed it again and it disappeared once more. She immediately stood up and hugged both Melissa and Tony. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, she repeated 1,000 times. The others were curious and watched. Melissa then started describing the material and the effect her suit had. It is made from unstable molecule fibers, a unique material only Tony has been able to make. It's the perfect material for any hero suit because it can adapt to various environments and powers. For your suit, it synchronizes with your quirk, allowing it to become invisible whenever you do. It also provides enhanced durability, flexibility, and temperature regulation. Plus, the little bags on the thighs are for carrying any small tools or gadgets you might need. Not to mention the shoes are made from sound-dampening material so you don't have to worry about making noise when you move. You also see the black rings. They are connected to strong black wires that are extremely durable, so you should be able to capture people rather easily now as well. You don't have to worry, they turn invisible too, Tony said with a proud look. All of a sudden, they heard loud crying from in front of them. I don't know why you guys are doing this for me, but thank you. I'm sorry, but it's just weird that you are naked all the time, Tony said awkwardly, unsure of how to comfort her. Melissa just hugged Hagakure, and then Aizawa walked in and saw the other girls jump in to comfort Hagakure. What's wrong with her? Aizawa asked. I'm afraid it's because I'm too handsome. It just brings some women to tears. Sigh, maybe I do have a quirk, and this is it, Tony lamented. Aizawa just stared at Tony while the others covered their mouths, trying not to laugh in front of him. In your seats, everyone, class is about to begin, Aizawa said, choosing the best course of action possible, to completely ignore Tony. Tony felt it was a shame he didn't get any reaction from Aizawa. I suppose no reaction is a reaction in itself, he thought. I have seen and reviewed all of the footage from your battle training with All Might. You all did well. Except you, Bakugo. Grow up. You are talented, stop wasting it on being childish and throwing temper tantrums. Bakugo clicked his tongue, looking irritated at being singled out. But what irritated him further was that he knew he deserved it. Now then, onto homeroom business, Aizawa said with his usual apathetic look. You will be picking a class president. A completely normal school activity, they all simultaneously thought. Everyone soon raised their hands and started shouting to be picked. Even Bakugo seemed enthusiastic about being elected. Let's do this the old democratic way. We will put it to a vote, and the one with the most votes wins. To make it more interesting, you guys can't vote for yourselves, Tony said as he leaned back in his chair. But we don't really know each other well enough to carefully select who we believe would be a good class president. Ribbit, Azui pointed out. That's what makes it interesting, Tony smirked. Let's do it. Kirishima cheered. It sounds fun, Mina nodded. Everyone soon started agreeing, finding the idea acceptable. Since everyone has agreed, we will write our names on a piece of paper, we will count them at the end, and the one with the most votes wins, Tony added. Everyone looked at the votes. Tony Stark. Melissa Shield. Momo Yaoyorozu. Midoriya. Bakugo. I thought we agreed on no voting for yourself, Bakugo, Tony teased. How the hell was I supposed to know you were actually following such an idiotic rule? Plus, the one I believe has a chance to lead is me, damn it. Bakugo shouted in embarrassment. Tony walked up to the podium and put his sunglasses on. Is it better to be feared or respected? Everyone looked at Tony curiously, waiting for him to continue. I say, is it too much to ask for both? Tony said as he leaned on the podium. A hero must walk a fine line between fear and respect. Those who should fear you will do so, and those you aim to protect will respect you. Fortunately for all of you, I can handle both perfectly. In this role, I promise to be a leader who embodies these qualities. I'll be someone who can strike fear into the hearts of villains and command respect from allies and peers alike. But it's not just about power or authority. It's about responsibility and empathy. A true hero understands the weight of their actions and the impact they have on others. I will ensure that our voices are heard, our needs are met, and our potential is realized. Together, we'll push the boundaries of what it means to be a hero. We'll train harder, learn more, and grow stronger. We'll support each other through every challenge and celebrate every victory. As your class president, I'll fight for what is right, not just what is easy. I'll listen to your concerns and work tirelessly to create an environment where we can all thrive. Because at the end of the day, being a hero isn't just about the powers we wield or the battles we fight. It's about the difference we make in the world and the legacy we leave behind. So, let's stand together, united in our pursuit of greatness. Let's show the world what it truly means to be heroes of UA High. Thank you. And plus ultra, everyone. Tony started waving like a prince as he held his chest and spun his hand side to side. We've created a monster, Melissa muttered with a heavy sigh. Everyone just stared at Tony with their mouths agape, wondering if they had really chosen correctly. Even Aizawa, who was lying on the ground wrapped in his sleeping bag, stared at Tony's backside strangely before choosing what was best for his state of mind and needed sleep, ignoring him as always. Chapter 40, Break In. Third person's POV. Lunchtime. Was that speech really necessary? Melissa asked Tony, looking at him in confusion. Of course it was. I was practicing for when I actually run for president, Tony replied. Wait, really? Momo asked as she sat in front of them with a tray of food in her hands. What? Of course not. You actually believe I would bother with something like that? Tony scoffed. Yes, Momo instantly replied. Absolutely, Melissa nodded. I don't even know you that well and I agree with them, Mina nodded. Just based on what I've seen these past few days, you look like someone who would run for president. That is the nicest thing anyone has ever said to me, thank you, Tony said with a hand on his chest. Mina had an amused expression. Kaminari and Kirishima then appeared, sitting on Mina's left side. Sup? Hey, did you guys also get interviewed by the reporters outside? Kaminari asked, motioning towards the reporters still seen outside the school. Mina sighed and nodded, they were relentless. I mean, All Might is the #1 hero. It's expected that the reporters would show up upon learning about it, Kirishima added as he stuffed his mouth with food. Aren't you eating a little bit too much? Mina asked, looking at his plate of food. I kinda have to. Ever since I started my new training, I'm always left exhausted and hungry after Recovery Girl heals me. Alarm alarm. Security level 3 has been breached. All students, please evacuate in an orderly fashion, everyone soon heard. A loud siren resounded through the cafeteria, flashes of red lights appeared by the exits, which started mass hysteria. Every student got up and started pushing everyone away so they could get out faster. Momo and the others were also about to get up, but Tony stopped them. Momo, I need a favor. Create some earplugs for everyone here. What? Just do it, and quickly. Momo did as she was told and handed earplugs to everyone. As they all had their earplugs in, Tony stood on the table and held a tiny device in his hand. As he pressed it, it released a high-pitched sound wave, causing everyone to stop and hold their ears in pain. Tony reached into his pockets and pulled out another device, which he connected to his throat before turning off the sound machine. Seeing that he got their attention, Tony's voice was heard throughout the cafeteria. If you all stop behaving like idiots and look outside, you would see that this is caused by news reporters. There is no danger, so as heroes in training, stop making fools out of yourselves. Good thing I prepared for this, Tony inwardly patted himself on the back as he sat back down. The others then took out their earplugs. As expected of the class president. Mina said, giving him a thumbs up. Thank you, Tony said as he bowed. He then stood up and grabbed his burger and fries from the plate before getting up. Where are you going? Momo asked curiously. To see what actually happened. I'm coming with, Melissa said, following after him. The others were left to look at each other in confusion. As Tony and Melissa arrived outside, they found the police had already arrived and were ushering everyone out. That was quick, Tony thought. But we did take our time getting here. Stark, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at lunch? Aizawa asked. Tony, who took a bite of his burger, just shrugged his shoulders. I got curious. Aizawa sighed, just go back inside. We already have everything handled. Aha, Tony said as he chewed nonchalantly. So listen, this is a highly secured establishment. I doubt a bunch of reporters did this. He said, reaching down and taking some fries into his mouth. You think this was done with a different purpose in mind? Yup. I mean, it's pretty obvious. You're a smart man who works in espionage. This shouldn't come as a surprise to you. Aizawa nodded his head, you might be right, but this is a job for the teachers of UA. We have everything under control, so like I said earlier, you can head back inside. Yeah, sorry, can't do that. You see, my life might be threatened. I'm a very important person, so I take security very seriously. Tony handed Aizawa his food. Here, hold this for a sec. Tony dusted his hands and reached for his phone. Melissa, help me out here for a bit. Melissa nodded and took out her phone as well. They both began scanning the breached place and the dust piled up on the ground from the disintegrated doors. Friday, try to see if you can get any footage the reporters might have of what just occurred. They could be of use. It wasn't long before Nizu appeared, with Midnight following right behind. What are they doing? Midnight asked curiously. Aizawa sighed. They are investigating the crime scene. After Tony and Melissa were done, they both walked up to Nizu. All right, do you want the good news or bad news? Tony asked. Nizu looked at Tony for a bit before nodding. The bad news first. This was done by a single person, meaning he has a pretty powerful quirk. And most likely, he didn't do this to help the reporters but for personal gains. And the good news? Nizu asked. The students aren't the target. How do you know that? Midnight asked. It's common sense, really. UA hasn't been attacked for many years. Suddenly, you get a new and awesome teacher, and then it gets attacked. Which means the target is. Tony motioned for them to finish the sentence. All Might. Nizu, Aizawa, and Midnight sighed. Ding. 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 Bingo, but no prize. Tony and Melissa then joined their phones together and aimed them towards the gates of the school. A holographic projection of someone holding out their hands and touching the doors appeared, showing it all then crumbling down. Based on our research, the quirk is most likely related to decaying and disintegration, Melissa informed them, showing a video of atoms breaking apart before it expanded, showing the pile of dust that was once the gates. I see. Nizu said, with a hand on his chin. Is there an event or special training All Might will be in? Tony asked before shaking his head. Don't answer that, I'll just look for it myself. Tony began rapidly tapping on his phone. Let's see here. Ah, it appears we will be going to USJ. Nizu's lip twitched. Please stop hacking into our systems. That's very invasive. Sorry, can't help it. It's like an open door with a sign that practically yells at you to come in. Anyways, it looks like All Might will be a participant in this. Are you saying there will be an ambush happening for All Might at the USJ? Aizawa asked with a serious expression. Tony took his food back from Aizawa's hand and began to eat it. Yup. Most likely. Then we have to cancel it, Midnight advised. Aizawa was in agreement. No, both Tony and Nizu said at once. Nizu and Tony looked at each other before smiling. Nizu, you can't be planning on putting their lives in danger, are you? Midnight asked with worry. I will take full responsibility if it comes to that, Nizu said. Nizu turned towards Tony and Melissa. You two can go to class now. Thank you for your help. It was much appreciated. Aha, Tony said as he finished the last bit of his food. As Tony and Melissa started walking away, Melissa turned towards Tony and asked, why did you and Nizu agree not to cancel the event? Because he's planning on using the villains and this event to make us grow. Diamonds only shine through with pressure. Is he crazy? This could go wrong in so many ways. It could, but he has faith in one thing. Uncle Might. Yup. After school, back in his lab, Tony had a pensive look. The USJ is about to begin. Who knows what other variables are in store? I can't just solely depend on the skin suit. Friday, control the suits to help me build some things I have in mind, Tony commanded. The casings for all the suits suddenly lifted up and all the eyes of the suits flashed on before they began walking towards him. Tamura was sitting on a bar stool, in front of him was Kurogiri cleaning glass cups with a towel. Tamura turned towards two TV screens, one hoisted up showing the news and the other a box TV with a barely visible person. A few years ago you mentioned All Might being injured and not being able to perform his hero duties like he used to. But the more I see him, the more he looks like his old self. Are you sure he's injured? Tamura asked as he looked towards the figure on the TV. It appears he found someone to cure him of his rather troublesome injuries. It still has taken a lot out of him. He isn't as strong as he used to be, that I can assure you. But he's still strong. Stronger than I am, Tamura said with gritted teeth as he began to scratch his neck. Ha ha ha, worry not. As another reassurance, I will give you more than one Nomu. That should calm your nerves. I still want you to go ahead with the plan. As long as I can extinguish the symbol of peace, that is all that matters. Chapter 41, USJ Incident Part. Third Person's POV. Tony and Melissa were seen with injection pistols in their hands, aimed at their arms. Every time they pressed the trigger, they winced slightly and Friday would call out how many times they had done it. Ouch. 46. Ouch. 47. 48. 49, stings as much as it did the other 48 times, Tony grunted as they both started flicking their arms. After they were done, Baymax appeared and started cleaning the bloody parts of their arms. The micro receivers are safely implanted. Shall we perform a test run? Friday asked. Unfortunately, there's no time. We're already late to school as it is, Tony grumbled as he flicked his arms once more. But how do we know they will work? Melissa asked as they went and started grabbing their stuff. Because I'm Tony Stark, that's why, Tony said confidently as they both rushed out and got on his motorcycle. It wasn't long before they arrived at UA and got into class, where they found the others already seated, waiting for them. You two are late, Aizawa said plainly. Sorry, both Tony and Melissa said apologetically as they went and sat down in their seats. They went on with their day until it was time for their class with Aizawa once more. Aizawa was standing in front of everyone. Now for today's basic hero training. This time, All Might, myself, and one other will be supervising. We will be preparing you for disaster relief, from fires to floods. Basically, rescue training. Everyone immediately got excited. I doubt it will be a normal training course. A flood is where I will most excel, ribbit. Man, I'm so pumped. I get to see if all that extra training really worked. Quiet down, everyone. There is more to it, Aizawa demanded. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a remote. It is up to each of you if you want to wear your costume, as some of them are ill-suited for this type of activity. Aizawa clicked a button, and the walls started to protrude, showing the cases with their hero suits. The training site is a bit remote, so we will be going by bus. Let's all get ready. They all soon stood by the bus wearing their hero costumes. Tony and Melissa were wearing their skin suits with their helmets in hand. Whoa. You guys look badass, Kaminari praised as he studied their looks. I'll say, you guys look like ninjas, Siro said, giving them a thumbs up. Why are you guys always wearing something different? Mina asked curiously. Because I'm always improving my suits to be better than the last. Why do you guys have swords and guns? Aizawa couldn't help but ask. Tony gave him a thumbs up as he grinned. Because they're cool as hell. Be careful with them, Aizawa warned. Don't worry, we know, Melissa nodded with a serious expression. So what do you guys think? They all heard someone in between Tony and Melissa, causing them all to jump in surprise. Who said that? Mineta asked, looking around rapidly. It's me. Hey Gakure, and tell me honestly, does this outfit make me look fat? Wow, I didn't even realize you were here, hey Gakure. Uraraka said, impressed. Pretty cool, right? Even though they couldn't see her, they could detect her smugness. Aizawa then motioned for everyone to go inside the bus and be seated. Once they were seated, they began their drive. I've been meaning to ask, but Melissa, you call All Might Uncle Might. Why is that? Azuri asked. Oh yeah, I completely forgot that you did that. Now I'm curious, Mina said. Melissa grew embarrassed as she scratched the back of her head. You see, my dad was once All Might's assistant while he was in America. So he's always been a constant presence in my life since I was a little girl. He was like that super cool uncle, so I started calling him Uncle Might since I was little. Wow, you've basically known All Might your entire life. That's so cool. Uraraka exclaimed. They all continued to talk and developed a deeper friendship the more they talked. Some were even poking fun at Bakugo's personality, which came as a great shock to Midoriya. They soon made a sharp turn and arrived at a large building. They all got out and lined up in front of the person waiting for them inside. It was the Space Hero 13, an A-rank rescue hero. Midoriya and Uraraka began to geek out upon seeing him. Aizawa walked up towards 13. Is All Might here? He whispered. I'm afraid not, he got distracted by people needing help. Every time he makes his way here, new people just keep needing his help, so he's a little late, 13 explained. Aizawa clicked his tongue. What about the others? They have hidden themselves outside, ready to intervene when the moment arises, 13 quickly informed him. Aizawa nodded as 13 turned to look at everyone present and held up a finger. Everyone, I have a point to make, so listen up. Actually, it's 2, maybe 3, probably 4, he said, holding up 4 fingers. As many of you are aware, my quirk is called Black Hole. It can suck up and tear anything apart. I have used it to save many in disastrous situations. However, my power can just as easily kill someone if I'm not careful. I have no doubt some of you have similar abilities. In our superpowered society, the use of quirks is heavily restricted and monitored. It may seem like the system is a stable one, but we mustn't forget that it just takes one wrong move from an uncontrollable quirk for people to die. This class will show you how to effectively utilize your quirks to save lives. Your powers are not meant to inflict harm. I hope you all leave here today with the understanding that you're meant to help people. 13 then bowed towards everyone. Thank you all for listening. As most gave him a round of applause, Tony pointed behind them. Yeah, that's nice and all, but we are being attacked. 13 and Aizawa quickly turned around in time to see a hole forming in the air behind them. The portal expanded, showing Tamura sticking a hand out before revealing his face. It then expanded further, throwing out more villains. Melissa and Tony were the first to move. They both rushed past Aizawa and 13, stood on top of the railing, and pulled out their guns from their sides. They immediately began firing electric bullets, which electrocuted some of the villains while others shrugged it off. What is going on? Ida asked Aizawa, who clicked his tongue at Tony's and Melissa's actions. We're being attacked by villains. Be in constant vigilance. Aizawa shouted as he pulled up his goggles. Tony, Melissa, get back. This isn't a game, Aizawa commanded. Don't you think we know that? Tony said as he kept firing. Tamura kept dodging and looking toward Tony and Melissa in annoyance. As more villains kept coming out, Tony's eyes widened. Just how many Nomas are there? There are already about 5. Tamura looked around as he dodged. Where is he? I didn't come all this way for nothing. Maybe a couple of dead kids will bring him here. Tony, you're the class president. Take care of everyone and lead them to safety, Aizawa said as he jumped down. That's practically suicide. Aizawa's quirk works best one-on-one. He will be helpless out there, Midoriya said, ready to jump in as well. Midoriya, wait. Let Melissa go, she is better trained to fight against a group of people. No, I can't allow that. 13 interfered. No offense, but as the class president, I know their capabilities better. Ida, you're the fastest one apart from me. Head outside, there will be teachers awaiting in ambush. Call them in, Tony quickly commanded. Just then, a Nomu with light blue skin, a yellow beak, and wings came flying toward them, while a black portal appeared behind them. You aren't going anywhere. I get to decide that, Kurogiri said, his figure appearing to block the exit. Meanwhile, the Nomu in the air stretched out both its arms, causing them to rapidly elongate toward Tony. Tony grabbed his sword from his back, and it glowed bright red as the hands were ready to grab him. Tony cut them apart. Greetings. We are the League of Villains. Based on your conversation, it appears you were aware of our Bakugo, Todoroki, neck brace. Don't order me around, damn it. Bakugo yelled as they both rushed toward Kurogiri. Bakugo was blasting through the air, while Todoroki rushed in, turning his ice into a path to skate ahead. Seeing the attack coming, Kurogiri started to spread himself, but Bakugo was faster. He held the neck brace and blasted him to the ground. And just in time, Todoroki appeared and froze the entire neck brace to the ground, making it hard for Kurogiri to move. Ida, what are you waiting for? Move. Tony shouted. Ida nodded and rushed outside the door. There are villains attacking, he shouted at the top of his lungs. Chapter 42, USJ Incident Part. Third Person's POV. As Melissa jumped down towards Aizawa, she kicked a man with 4 arms and rock skin hard enough that he went flying back, crashing into another man. What are you doing here? You should be with the others. Aizawa yelled as he wrapped his scarf around a man with shark-like teeth, pulled him in, and knocked him out with a knee to the face. A woman with long purple hair controlled it and shot it forward, wrapping her hair around Melissa's arms as they reached for her sword. Sorry, class president's orders, Melissa said as she twisted her arm around the strands of hair, reaffirming her grip, and pulled the woman towards her. As the woman came flying towards her, Melissa jumped, spinning around and hitting those around her with the woman's body until she was knocked unconscious, causing the tendrils of hair to unwrap from her arms. Aizawa watched as Melissa ran and slid under a 2-meter-tall man before kicking him on the back of the knee, causing the man to kneel. Melissa quickly got up and used the man's knee as a springboard to knee the bottom of his chin, sending him flying back and knocking him unconscious. Aizawa was impressed. Fine. You can help, but follow my lead, his words were cut short by Melissa whipping out her gun and shooting without looking. A light blue energy bullet went past his face, hitting someone in his blind spot. When Aizawa turned to look, he saw a woman whose torso was encased in ice, unable to move. Don't get distracted now, sensei, Melissa said in amusement. Aizawa scoffed, hearing the amusement in her voice, before wrapping his scarf around a woman who was shooting acid from her fingers. With one look from his eyes, the acid stopped, allowing him to immediately subdue her. Tamura gave them a quick glance. Nomu number 3, take care of them. If taking out the students isn't bringing all might, maybe taking out both a teacher and a student will, he said as he began scratching his neck. A Nomu with pure white skin and a skull over its face began running towards Melissa and Aizawa, the ground shaking with each step. Nomu stuck its hand out forward, and from its fingertips, bones began to appear before flying like bullets. Melissa quickly reacted, she grabbed her swords and deflected all the bones from reaching her and Aizawa, who was preoccupied with someone else. What is that thing? Aizawa asked as he stared at Nomu. I don't know, but I don't detect any life from them, Melissa said as she ran with her sword out. Melissa went to cut Nomu with her sword, but its skin was too tough. Nomu backhanded her with enough force to send her flying away from Aizawa. Melissa. Aizawa yelled before directing his gaze at the Nomu. Aizawa ran towards the Nomu, but his attacks didn't do anything. No matter how much Aizawa attacked, the Nomu grabbed Aizawa by his torso and began to squeeze, causing him to scream in pain. Melissa then appeared from the air, her sword glowing a dangerous red color. She slashed her sword down on the Nomu's wrist that was holding Aizawa. The Nomu let out a painful screech and released Aizawa. Melissa was halfway through Nomu's thick bones when it began swinging its arm in a frenzy. Aizawa blinked, allowing Nomu to activate its quirk again. Long bone spikes began to grow from its arms, hitting Melissa but not causing significant damage. If Melissa had to describe them, she would say they were uncomfortable. Melissa quickly realized what Nomu was going to do. She let go of her sword and dropped down to pick up Aizawa. Bone spikes flew forward, and Melissa used her body to cover Aizawa, causing some of the spikes to hit her. Melissa, shit. Are you alright? Aizawa asked with worry. It's fine. These suits are kinda indestructible, so I'm not really injured, but that doesn't mean I can't feel the pain, Melissa briefly explained. Nomu grabbed the sword from its wrist and tried to crush it but couldn't. It simply threw it away as white matter began to fill the entire cut point, making it whole again. His entire body is made out of bones. Melissa quickly figured out what was happening. It looks like I will need to call for an upgrade, she muttered as she quickly made a signal with her hands. There are villains attacking, they heard Ida shouting. As Ida called for backup, the Nomu facing Tony opened its beak and started breathing fire. Tony immediately reached for his sword, twirled it in his hands, and sent a light blue X of cold energy, creating a large smoke explosion. As all the UA teachers and heroes rushed in, Kurogiri sighed, looks like we need to improve, he muttered before exploding into a giant black mist that started swallowing everyone, even the heroes. The explosion took Bakugo and Todoroki by surprise, sending them flying back, with the ice holding him beginning to crack due to the pressure. Everyone was immediately swallowed by the black mist. As they were disappearing, they heard Tony's orders, watch each other's backs and stick together. Tony appeared falling in the air with the Nomu right in front of him. The Nomu swung its limb and wrapped its stretched out arm around Tony, pulling him closer. As it opened its beak, it released flames directly at him. When the flames stopped, Tony was unharmed. Thanks for the tan, but your breath stinks, Tony said as he began pushing his arms out, causing the arm wrapped around him to widen, giving him space. Tony then tucked his arms back in, and the space in the arm was now completely open, allowing Tony to slip through the gap. Toodaloo, he said as he began to dive. Seeing that Tony had escaped, the Nomu tucked its wings together and dove after him. As Tony was diving, he double-tapped his shoes together. As he neared the water below, his shoes morphed into thruster shoes. Just before he hit the water, the sequence finished, and the thrusters activated, allowing Tony to narrowly avoid hitting the surface. The same couldn't be said for the Nomu. As Tony avoided it, the Nomu dove right in, creating a giant splash of water. Haha, sucker, he exclaimed. Just then, a giant Nomu with the head of a shark jumped from the water and took a large bite of Tony. As its teeth clung to Tony, it shook its head with ferocity and threw him away before diving back into the water. Tony began skipping along the water like a stone, eventually sinking into the water. As he floated down, he saw the two Nomus swimming towards him. Tony sighed as he saw them coming. All right, that's it. Come to Papa, my sons. Friday, give me a countdown. 25. 24. 25 seconds. Are you kidding me? 23. Tony quickly used his thrusters to maneuver out of the way of the shark Nomu that tried to bite him again. Tony had to put a leg to the side and dodge the other Nomu that was in the water with him. 20. Tony had to dodge the limbs of the Nomu while in the water as well. They spun around him as he began swinging. Once they got close, Tony tried to use his sword, but it wasn't as effective underwater. 15. Tony tried to cut the skin of the shark, but his sword blade would just slip right past it. Slippery skin, great, he thought. Tony immediately used his thrusters to dive down, causing the other Nomu to miss and hit the shark Nomu instead. Blood started to rise to the surface. 10. The only energy bullets that were effective were the pure energy ones, as any other element would be useless underwater. Tony pulled out his gun and began firing at them as they swam towards him. The wound on the shark's side slowly closed. 5. Hearing this, Tony began to go up. Just below him, the two were slowly catching up with him. 3. Tony saw the surface of the water just a few inches away from his face. 2. The two Nomus had caught up to him, so Tony used the shark Nomu's nose as a springboard, lifting him up towards the surface while simultaneously grabbing his sword sheath and gun holsters. 1. As Tony broke through the water's surface, he tossed his swords and guns away, using the Nomu's momentum to propel himself higher into the air. He turned to face the Nomus, spreading his arms and legs out. Pieces of his Ironman armor flew down behind him, assembling and combining over his body to form a sleek silver Ironman suit. The repulsors on his hands opened and expanded, sending out two large beams of repulsion energy that pushed the two Nomus back into the water. Image. The two beams of repulsion created large craters in the water, causing them to clash like two waves smashing into each other. Tony got into a hovering position and spread out his arms slightly as he took a deep breath. Smells just like a new car, doesn't it, Friday? The first to jump out of the water was the shark Nomu, but Tony only held his forearm out for protection. As the Nomu bit down, most of its teeth shattered into pieces. Adamantium. 9 out of 10 dentists wouldn't recommend it. Bad for the teeth. Tony's chest repulsors opened and shot an even larger beam down, hitting the other Nomu as collateral damage. An even larger hole formed in the middle, creating a sinkhole where water just flowed toward. Friday, status. They are both unconscious, sir. Good, Tony said as he turned around and flew away from the sinkhole that was slowly being covered by water once more. Chapter 43, USJ Part. Third person's POV. Melissa heard the sound of glass shattering above them and smirked as she took off her sword sheath and gun holsters, throwing them to the side. Meanwhile, as Aizawa knocked someone out, he looked up in confusion. What is that? My upgrades, Melissa smirked as she charged towards Nomu. The Nomu grew spikes all over its body and charged toward Melissa. As the Nomu threw a spike punch, Melissa used its momentum to leap onto its arm and run up to its shoulder. Once on its shoulder, she jumped into the air, twirling as pieces of her Iron Maiden suit assembled onto her body. She quickly activated the thrusters and came flying down with a punch so powerful it created a sonic boom. As her punch connected with the Nomu's head, everyone around was thrown back. The Nomu was brought to the ground by Melissa's strength. When she landed, the ground around her cracked. She remained crouched in a superhero landing, her fist still connected to the Nomu. Cracks spread through the Nomu's body, especially its skull, with multiple pieces of bone visible and her fist imprinted. Melissa slowly looked up, her eyes glowing with energy and power. Although the skin suits are great, nothing beats the original. Melissa's HUD locked onto the faces of multiple villains in the surroundings, each identified with precision through her advanced targeting system. From her shoulders, small compartments opened, revealing an array of non-lethal, high-voltage projectiles. In swift succession, the projectiles launched out like bullets, each one aimed with pinpoint accuracy. Upon impact, the projectiles delivered powerful electrical shocks, effectively incapacitating the targets without causing permanent harm. The villains convulsed briefly as the electricity surged through their bodies before collapsing to the ground, immobilized. Melissa looked at the repulsors in her hands and at her purple and golden armor. Nice. Meanwhile, with the others. Momo, Jiro, and Kaminari appeared in the mountain zone of the USJ. By their side was Midnight, looking around and preparing for battle. In front of them were villains, all with different quirks, awaiting to fight. Stand behind me, Midnight ordered as she ripped part of her hero outfit. Momo didn't listen. From her suit, she pulled out a bow staff, twirled it around, and stood by Midnight. Sorry, we're training to be heroes. I can't stand by and watch you fight on your own. Jiro and Kaminari followed Momo's lead and stood by her side. She's right. We can't let you fight on your own, Jiro said, her ear jacks connecting to the device in her hands. What kind of man, much less a hero, would I be if I let such beautiful ladies fight while I stand back? Kaminari smirked as his hand crackled with electricity. Midnight looked towards them and smiled. Try to keep up, she said as she rushed towards the group of villains. Momo followed immediately after, with the others right behind her. In the ruin zone, Bakugo and Todoroki dropped down, with Kirishima coming right after with Cementos. Noticing the villains around, Cementos put his hands on the ground and immediately walls of cement protected Kirishima and the others, leaving Cementos to face the villains by himself. Until he heard an explosion behind him, which sent cement parts flying everywhere. Stop getting in the way, you blockhead. Bakugo yelled as he blasted himself forward towards the villains. Kirishima had his entire body hardened as he rushed in after Bakugo with a large grin on his face. Don't hog all the villains to yourself, Bakugo. Todoroki appeared ice skating forward before stepping his foot on the ground, ice spreading everywhere and encasing most of the villains. Todoroki's breath began to appear as it slowly escaped from his mouth. Cementos sighed. Youngsters, always so reckless. Landslide zone. Satu, Mina, and Siro appeared, looking around apprehensively. Noticing they were surrounded by villains. From above, Snipe dropped down and held out his revolvers in front of him. If you three want to make it out alive, follow my lead. Downpour storm zone. Tokoyami and Kuda appeared with rain falling everywhere. Dark shadow emerged from Tokoyami's robe. Tokoyami looked up towards the rain. This is the perfect place for me. They suddenly felt a presence behind them. When they turned around, they found Power Loader, ready for battle. We have to work together if we want to survive, Power Loader advised. Kuda and Tokoyami nodded in agreement as Dark Shadow went past Power Loader and punched a villain that was sneaking his way towards them. Conflagration zone. Ojiro was seen running around, his tail swinging wildly toward villains as they tried to attack him using their quirks. Occasionally, a villain's head would swing side to side before closing his leg in pain, toppling over. Wow, that is satisfying, Hagakure muttered, before rushing in a carefree manner toward the next villains. Multiple ectoplasms were seen helping both of them take down villains, each working as a team. As Tony flew over the water, he heard a loud shout followed by gushing water. Oh yeah. Tony flew towards the source to find Present Mike in the air while Ajui's tongue was wrapped around his waist, hoisting him up. Below them were villains in a whirlpool of water and purple balls, most of them already knocked out as they were being pulled toward the center. As Ajui pulled her tongue back and Present Mike landed back on the boat with Midoriya and Mineta, they heard Tony shouting towards them. Jump and hold on, I'll take you guys to land. Tony had his arms out as he passed below them. They all jumped and took hold of Tony's arms. Present Mike held Tony's right hand as Mineta held Present Mick's waist. I thought I was going to die, he cried out, blood flowing from his head. Midoriya held his left hand while Ajui took a hold of his left arm. New suit? Ribbit, Ajui asked. Yup, brand new. What do you think? It looks cool. Doesn't it just? Tony grinned as he flew them towards land. Be ready, there are villains everywhere, which means as soon as we land we will be facing them, Tony advised. Or not, since I see that Melissa has taken care of it. Tony said awkwardly. Tony softly put them all on the ground. Almost immediately, Tamura started throwing a temper tantrum. No. 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 This wasn't how it was supposed to go. Tamura yelled, stomping and scratching his neck. The symbol of peace hasn't even arrived. How am I supposed to kill him if he's not here? It's all their fault. It's all their fault. Tamura stopped scratching his neck and sighed. Looks like I will need to get my hands dirty. I'll have fun until All Might arrives. Nomu number 1, Nomu number 2, take care of those students in the toy armor. I'll deal with their sensei. He's been using his eyes all this time, they must not work all that well by now. Tony turned into a silver blur as he and the purple Nomu from the anime both charged towards each other. They both stopped in front of each other and punched. As their fists connected, a strong gale force exploded, followed by the sound of a large impact, which sounded close to an explosion. The ground beneath their feet cracked due to the strength they unleashed. There was a short pause before their fists started becoming a blur. They were both at a stalemate. Tony was stopping himself from flying off using his feet thrusters, while the Nomu barely moved due to its shock absorption quirk. They both then met in the middle with a strong push, their fingers interlocked as they tried to push each other. Tony's thrusters grew larger and stronger, pushing the Nomu back. It tried to stop itself, dirt being picked up by its feet as it was being pushed. Tony then smirked, the repulsor on his chest widened, glowing and humming with power. The Nomu tried to break away from Tony's grip but couldn't. Tony's hands were like vice grips, unable to release him. The Nomu yelled loudly in Tony's face before it tried headbutting him, but it only ended up hurting itself. Tony released his grip as a large beam of repulsion engulfed the entire Nomu. The Nomu was sent flying back with no indication of stopping. The repulsor beam ripped through the air and ground, carrying the Nomu away, even managing to blast a hole through the USJ. The ground in front of Tony was scorched as he viewed the outside of the USJ. I am so awesome, it's crazy, Tony said smugly to himself. Chapter 44, USJ Part. Third Person's POV. The second Nomu was just as large and muscular as the one Tony faced, except this one had a long tail with fingers like razor-sharp claws. It got on all fours and, as it opened its mouth, let out a sonic roar that ripped through the ground as it made its way towards Melissa. Melissa used her thrusters to push herself out of the way of the sonic blast before flying towards the Nomu that was now charging at her, its tongue and tail swinging wildly. It slashed its claws towards her, but she blocked it with her forearm before uppercutting the Nomu into the air, thrusters on her elbows adding to her power. Melissa then flew up, following the Nomu, but it flipped forward, joining its hands together. As Melissa appeared before it, it hammered her down. Melissa plunged rapidly towards the ground, creating a large impact and a dust cloud. When the dust cleared, Melissa was seen on one knee, looking up at the Nomu as it appeared to be taking a large breath, ready to unleash another sonic scream. Melissa's thrusters blasted her right through the sonic roar. Seeing Melissa wasn't really affected by it, the Nomu swung its long tail towards her, trying to swat her down once more. But Melissa simply held out her hands and caught the tail. She used her foot thrusters to stabilize herself and the thrusters on her elbows to rapidly spin around. The Nomu tried to break free by wildly swinging its tail, but Melissa's grip was too strong. It tried to swing towards Melissa, but her spinning was too fast for it to properly move. Melissa then released it, throwing it towards the ground. As it fell, its back started turning red due to its falling speed. Its figure ripped through the ground, creating a miniature earthquake around the area. She dropped from the skies and landed on top of the Nomu in the middle of the crater, causing it to puke out purple blood. She used her elbow thrusters to send multiple punches towards the Nomu's face. At the same time, Tony had just sent another Nomu flying off with his chest repulsors, creating a giant hole on the side of the USJ. Tamura, who was rushing towards Aizawa, froze as he stared at Tony and Melissa. Although Tamura was quiet, it was all due to the anger he was feeling. He decided to switch targets, running towards Melissa and holding his hand out towards her back. Before he could reach her, a green light flashed in the corner of his eye as Midoriya came flying through and punched Tamura in the face, sending him flying back. Tamura went flying back as Midoriya came to a halt behind Melissa. He got into a fighting position with green arcs of energy flashing off of him. "If you want to get through her, you're going to have to go through me," Midoriya said seriously. Tamura held his chin with 4 fingers in pain while he grew annoyed. "Cheaters. You are all cheaters. You shouldn't have been able to take down the Nomus. They were all designed to take down All Might, not be beaten by cheaters with level 100 armor," he whined as he stood up. Kurogiri stood in front of the Hero 13, with Uraraka, Ida, and Shoji scattered around him. "Don't stand too close," 13 ordered as he opened a cap around his finger and started pulling in the mist Kurogiri was releasing. From behind 13, Kurogiri's mist started to appear with a powerful suction, mostly from 13's own quirk. "13. Uraraka called out with worry. Ida immediately activated his leg engine and rushed towards 13, taking him away before his own quirk could fully affect him. "Thank you, young hero," 13 said as Ida slid to a stop and put 13 down. Uraraka was on Shoji's arm, having made herself light. Shoji then swung his tentacle arm, which sent Uraraka flying. Uraraka reached out and grabbed Kurogiri's neck brace with both her hands, making him zero gravity. Uraraka then flung him towards the sky, away from them. As Kurogiri was in the air, he was able to see the entire USJ fully. He saw how all the teachers and students were working together to defeat the villains, how Tony and Melissa each took out the Nomus, and how Midoriya rushed in and punched Tamura off. Kurogiri sighed. "All Might hasn't even arrived, and most of our forces are done for. I guess it's time to abort. Let's get the young master." Just as Tamura stood up, black mist began to appear behind him. Tony calmly walked next to Midoriya and held out his hand. The part connecting his forearm to his elbow disconnected, and his arm armor went flying towards Tamura. Tamura dodged, but the hand simply turned and grabbed Tamura's shirt, causing him to scoff. "You shouldn't grow too confident in that tin can." Tamura put both hands on the armor that was holding him and waited. Kurogiri stepped out of the mist and was surprised to see that the suit wasn't disintegrating. Tamura quickly turned towards Aizawa, but he wasn't paying much attention to them, mostly securing all the knocked-out villains. They then turned towards Tony, who chuckled. "You shouldn't grow confident in the thing you call a quirk," Tony said, putting his hand forth and calling his armor back. As the armor flew back towards Tony, Kurogiri started creating multiple portals with his mist all around them, making it difficult for the piece of armor to fly back towards Tony. Kurogiri grabbed the flying Tamura and ripped off the piece of clothing that Tony's armor was gripping. The armor piece, no longer bothered by Kurogiri, swiftly flew back to Tony's arm, seamlessly reattaching itself. Tony clicked his tongue in annoyance but remained focused. Melissa appeared after knocking the Nomu out and started shooting repulsors from her hands. However, Kurogiri's purple mist portals intercepted her attacks, redirecting the energy blasts to random locations. Tony joined the fray, firing his own repulsors. Some of the redirected blasts nearly hit them, but Tony and Melissa managed to dodge, their reflexes honed to perfection. They flew around Kurogiri, trying to find a blind spot, but Kurogiri had learned from past encounters and guarded his neck brace diligently. Tony and Melissa became blurs of purple and silver as they flew at Kurogiri from different angles. Kurogiri, however, was like a conductor orchestrating a symphony of chaos with his portals. Every time Tony or Melissa entered a portal, they were ejected from another, often disoriented and off balance. Midoriya, not one to be left out, tried to jump Kurogiri, his one-for-all enhanced speed turning him into a green blur. Yet, Kurogiri was too careful, his misty portals redirecting Midoriya's every move. No matter how much he pushed his limits, he couldn't get close. Present Mike and Aizawa joined the battle. Present Mike unleashed his devastating sonic attacks, but Kurogiri's portals redirected the sound waves harmlessly into the distance. Aizawa's erasure quirk was ineffective, as he couldn't get a clear line of sight on Kurogiri's true eyes. Tony and Melissa regrouped midair, exchanging quick glances and formulating a plan. Tony sent a coded message to Melissa via their HUDs, and they split off, attacking Kurogiri from opposite sides in a coordinated assault. Their movements were precise and synchronized, making it harder for Kurogiri to predict their actions. Kurogiri continued to manipulate his portals, but the sheer speed and unpredictability of Tony and Melissa's attacks began to strain his abilities. They pressed their advantage, forcing Kurogiri to split his attention between the two of them. Midoriya saw an opening. With a burst of speed, he launched himself at Kurogiri, who was momentarily distracted. Present Mike amplified Midoriya's war cry with his own voice, adding to the confusion. Aizawa, seizing the moment, used his capture weapon to try and entangle Kurogiri. Kurogiri, sensing the imminent danger, created a massive portal to escape. But Tony and Melissa were ready. They unleashed a barrage of repulsors, targeting the edges of the portal, destabilizing it. Kurogiri struggled to maintain control, his form flickering between solidity and mist. Kurogiri, sensing the imminent danger, created a massive wave of black mist that surged outward, pushing everyone away with a powerful force. Tony, Melissa, Midoriya, Present Mike, and Aizawa were all sent flying, struggling to regain their footing. Tony's armor absorbed much of the impact, and he quickly stabilized himself midair. Melissa did the same, using her repulsors to counterbalance. Midoriya hit the ground rolling, immediately springing back to his feet. Present Mike and Aizawa landed with practiced agility, but the sheer force of the mist had created a significant distance between them and Kurogiri. Kurogiri's form flickered, the strain of maintaining such a large-scale defense evident. Yet, he managed to keep the black mist swirling around him, forming a protective barrier. He's getting away. Midoriya shouted, already sprinting forward, his one-for-all power crackling around him. Tony and Melissa exchanged quick glances, their HUDs updating in real time. They flew towards Kurogiri, repulsors blazing, trying to penetrate the mist barrier. Kurogiri, with a final effort, expanded the black mist further, creating a near-impenetrable wall. Tony and Melissa's repulsor blasts were absorbed into the void, disappearing harmlessly. Present Mike's sonic attacks and Aizawa's capture weapon were equally ineffective against the dense mist. With a final, almost imperceptible nod, Kurogiri summoned all his remaining strength. The mist swirled and condensed around him, and in a flash, he and Tamura vanished into the darkness, escaping through a rapidly closing portal. Tony and Melissa landed, their masks lifting up, frustration etched on their faces. Midoriya stopped in his tracks, panting heavily. Present Mike and Aizawa regrouped, assessing the situation. Damn it, they got away, Tony muttered. Space quirks are a serious pain in the ass, I'll need to think of a way to counter them. Just barely, Melissa added, her eyes scanning the area for any lingering threats. Aizawa adjusted his goggles, his expression stern. We need to regroup and plan our next move. This isn't over. Midoriya nodded, determination blazing in his eyes. We'll get them next time. We'll be ready. Let's start by capturing all the villains that we can, Tony added. I am here. All Might burst through the door with a serious expression. You're useless. Tony, Aizawa, Melissa, and Present Mike shouted with anger. Chapter 45, Clean Up. Third person's POV. Tony dove into the flood area once more and returned to shore with two unresponsive Nomas, all while All Might was being chastised primarily by the teachers. All Might rubbed the back of his head. Forgive me, I kept getting distracted. There were people that needed my help, I couldn't just ignore it. We needed your help as well, Aizawa said as he finished apprehending the villains close to them. You were aware of what was going on and what was going to happen. Something could have gone seriously wrong because you were being irresponsible. Midoriya looked surprised hearing this. They were aware we were going to be attacked by villains. All Might looked a bit ashamed of himself as Aizawa continued, if it wasn't for Stark and Melissa taking care of those big guys made to take you down, we would have had serious problems. Made to take me down? Wait, what are they really? All Might asked, confused. Frankenstein's monsters, Tony said as he dropped them at their feet. And I'm not joking when I say that. These are really a type of Frankenstein's monster. What did you find out about them? Aizawa asked. You know how Frankenstein was made out of multiple human parts and then brought to life by some crazy scientist? Yeah, these things are the same. They were made from the bodies of multiple people mixed with multiple quirks. Tony showed them a hologram from his armor forearm. You see, every person with a quirk has this thing called a quirk factor. No one really knows where they came from, whether it was man-made, the next step in the evolutionary line, or simply something from outer space. These quirk factors are the collective traits that compose a quirk. These things, or Nomas as the villains were calling them, have more than one quirk factor inside them, meaning they possess more than one quirk, they all muttered. All Might's expression turned to that of a grimace as he had a faint idea of who the creators of the Nomas were. Why are they so unresponsive? They won't get up and attack us, right? Present Mike asked. No, they won't. They need orders, Melissa added as she jumped into the conversation. They are effectively brain dead. They respond to one person. If the person isn't present to give them orders, they do not know how to operate. In other words, they are on standby until further notice. Policemen then started appearing and began taking in the villains that were already in hero custody. Meanwhile, Momo was moving between villains, knocking them unconscious. A woman made a move and started shooting sharp metal pin needles. But Momo twirled her bow staff in front of her while running towards the woman. Seeing Momo getting close, the woman tried attacking with her fist, but Momo swatted it away with her staff before plunging the staff into the woman's stomach. A charge of electricity exited from the staff, causing the woman to scream out in pain before falling unconscious. Momo then threw her bow staff, hitting the last villain that was running towards Kaminari, who had a stupid expression on his face and throwing 2 thumbs up. Jiro covered her mouth, trying to laugh but failing to contain it. Midnight had her foot on top of a pile of men and women who were sound asleep. Midnight covered her skin and turned towards the others. Good job, you 3. Let's take them towards the front. The same thing occurred throughout all sections of the USJ until none of the villains were left standing. When they all arrived at the front, they found the policemen taking testimonies and questioning everyone while a line of marching villains were being escorted out by them. Momo found Tony and Melissa. Waving to them, she went to make sure they were all right. Are the 2 of you okay? You guys didn't get injured, right? Us, get injured? Come on, Momo, you should know us by now. Do you really expect me, of all people, to be injured? Tony smugly said. Melissa only had an amused look as she shook her head. She's only asking because she's worried about us. And yes, Momo, we're all right. We didn't get injured. Momo scratched the back of her head, a bit embarrassed. It was then Melissa's turn to ask about her. How about you? Are you okay? Tony then intervened as he asked, so, did you kick ass? Did you have fun? Momo chuckled at Tony's question. She looked towards Melissa, smiling as she said, I'm fine. I'm not injured. She then turned towards Tony and put her hands on her hips. I did indeed kick ass, even if I don't like to use such language to describe it as such, she said proudly. Tamura and Kurogiri stumbled out of purple mist portals and landed in the middle of their bar, taking a few seats and a table down with them. Kurogiri groaned in pain, lacking the energy to stand, but Tamura managed to get up. He grabbed one of the chairs that had tumbled down with his entry and used it to help himself up, only for the chair to disintegrate into dust. Tamura grabbed the hand that was covering his face and threw it in frustration. Damn it. Damn them all. Curse those blasted heroes. All for one's cold voice was then heard. Tamura. Calm down. Explain what happened. How did the mission go? Tamura stood in the middle of his messy bar, his knuckles paler than usual due to him tightening his fists. We failed the mission, he said through gritted teeth. AFO let out a disappointed sigh. I see. So All Might managed to stop you, even with all those nomas. It wasn't All Might, Tamura said slowly. What? I said, it wasn't All Might. Watch your tone, boy, AFO said in a cold voice. Causing Tamura to flinch slightly, sorry, I was just frustrated. All Might wasn't even present during the ambush. What? AFO said, his voice sounding a bit taken aback. Explain yourself. Are you saying you lost to a bunch of students? How? You had 5 nomas with you, not to mention Kurogiri. Kurogiri, still on the floor, groaned out the answer to AFO's questions. The nomas. They were taken down by 2 students. They're actually pretty popular. Tony Stark and his assistant/partner Melissa Shield. There was heavy tension in the air as AFO digested the information. From what my intel could gather, they were quirkless, playing hero in a suit of armor. Are you saying they managed to take down weapons designed to take down S-class heroes? My quirk, it didn't work on their suits. They were indestructible. It didn't decay, and the one person that could have stopped my quirk wasn't even looking at the time. There was another tense silence before they heard AFO sharply exhale. Tamura, you are going to need to start making some friends. Huh? Tamura asked, confused, unsure if he had heard AFO correctly. We will need to expand the League of Villains if what you are telling me is correct. You'll need comrades. You'll need help. There's Tamura. AFO called out in a warning tone. Tamura looked down, blood dripping from his hands due to his grip while he bit down on his lip. Now then, explain everything from the beginning, and do not leave anything out, AFO said. Although they couldn't see his face, both Kurogiri and Tamura knew he was displeased, and that was putting it lightly. Chapter 46, Review. Third person's POV. Tony and Melissa were back in their labs after finishing their conversation with their parents. Is your dad still worried? Tony asked. Melissa sighed as she put her phone in her back pocket. Yeah, I had to convince him not to take a plane and come visit us. Tony chuckled, yeah, my mom was the same. I had to get my father to calm her down, or else she would have flown the private plane herself. Melissa giggled at the idea before sighing. She put a hand on her hip and ruffled her long, curly blonde hair. Shall we review how our suits performed? Yup. Tony agreed. Let's start with the skin suits. Melissa nodded. Although they performed great, it just wasn't the same as wearing our normal armor. Tony nodded in agreement. Well, they were just a test, mostly ideas brought forth. Not all our ideas are going to turn out like we want them to. The sword and pistols are too lethal for hero work. These suits work better for stealth missions, where our normal suits would be too conspicuous, Melissa added. Now, Mark 30, Project Indestructible, what do you think about it? Tony asked. I'm still amazed you managed to make an indestructible metal, Melissa said with a sigh of awe. Near indestructible, Tony corrected. This metal still has its weaknesses. Melissa nodded. I remember, itself, right? Yup. I'm glad to see it worked against decay, so we know this armor won't disintegrate. The blue-haired guy was the one that did that to the school gates, right? He tried to use his quirk on my armor, but it didn't work. Now then, for the bad sides of the armor. It took too long to arrive. A lot could have happened in the 25 seconds it took to get to us. Well, it's not really the suit's fault. We were pretty far away. Not to mention the micro-receivers worked as intended. Well, I will say a downside is how heavy the armor is. The thrusters in the elbows helped, though. Tony sat down in his chair and pulled Melissa to sit on his lap as they brainstormed ideas to make their suits more accessible. We can have our suits become like flying companions, Melissa said hesitantly. What? Tony asked, looking at her funny. Melissa blushed slightly. Here, she said as she reached over his desk, grabbed a stylus, and began drawing. Tony just stared as she pushed her blonde hair behind her ear and began to explain. Tony! Melissa yelled, snapping her fingers to get his attention. What? Why are you yelling? Tony asked, shaking his head awake. I've been calling you for a minute, but you didn't respond. Tony, what is that I'm feeling by my butt? Melissa slowly asked. Tony rubbed his chin as he looked away. I think you know. Tony. Melissa called, her face turning slightly red. I plead the fifth, Your Honor. Tony covered his face, embarrassed. It's not my fault, all right. Then are you saying it's mine? Melissa said, covering her face as well, feeling just as embarrassed. All I'm saying is that the hair tucked to the ear was too much for my hormonal self. No one told you to be that pretty. Melissa slightly moved on his lap, causing Tony to simply hug her waist. You, young lady, are playing a very dangerous game. Melissa put her hand over Tony's as he held her by her waist. Let's wait like this until that thing calms down. Tony nodded as he put his chin over her shoulder while Melissa leaned back into him. There was a comfortable silence between them, which was quickly interrupted by Melissa asking, So I excite you, huh? Not helping, Melissa. It's just nice to know, that's all, she said, giggling a bit, although she was still blushing. Melissa then turned around and kissed him. You're making it worse. Good to know, she said, kissing him again. Tony held the side of her face as Melissa had her hands around his neck and the back of his head. A few minutes later, they were both a bit breathless and back in the position they once were in. So shall we get back to this? Melissa asked as she straightened her hair and caught her breath. That sounds like a good idea, Tony said as he licked his lip and ran his thumb along its underside. So, as I was saying, which you weren't paying much attention to, we can make our suits fly around us like companions on standby. Friday will be the one in charge, she will be flying around us controlling it, and it will always be available when we need it most. Like Max Steel. Tony thought to himself. Tony nodded with an impressed look. That could definitely work. We can also make it so it would be able to attack without us being in it. We'll make it almost like a flying eye. The eye part will be the arc reactor, which Friday will be able to use and shoot repulsor beams when needed. If we are making two of them, then you will have an eye of your own. Oh, an eye solely for me. That sounds awesome, Melissa agreed. Friday, it appears you will be receiving a little sibling. Aren't you excited? Ecstatic, ma'am, Friday responded, causing Tony to chuckle. All right, we've already solved the time issue. We need a name for it. You come up with it since it was your idea, Tony said with a faint smile. Melissa put a hand on her chin and pondered. Mark 31, +1. +1. Tony asked with an, are you sure, expression. Yeah, since we will have our suits by our side like little companions, they'll be like our +1. Hey, was it you or me that came up with this idea? I didn't say anything when you named Mark 29, skin suit, Melissa pouted. Tony raised his hands in surrender. I didn't say anything. Like you said, your idea, your name. Melissa scoffed as she nodded. Luckily, we have 3 days since the school has decided to give us a break due to the villain attack. So we have time to experiment a bit. Is there anything else that we need to review? Yeah, Tony nodded. We will need a suit to fight underwater. Thanks to being thrown in the flood area of the USJ, it reminded me that although our suits are waterproof, we don't really have anything that fights underwater enemies. I see your point. Tony then had a teasing expression. Let's name it Mark 31, Water Buddy. Melissa looked at him with a straight expression, knowing he was making fun of her naming sense again. She grabbed his chin and gave it a little shake as she said, "You're lucky you're cute." "Thank you, it's one of my most redeeming qualities." Melissa playfully rolled her eyes as she still held his chin. "Only next to your big ego," she said as she went and kissed him once more. "Now, come on, we have new suits to make," Melissa said with a sensual smirk as she stood up. Chapter 47, Test Run. Third person's POV. Melissa's finger hovered over the enter button, before curling her finger into a fist and turning towards Tony, who was wearing his large safety goggles as he had a small flashlight inside his mouth tinkering with what's in front of him. "Tony, are you absolutely sure I can use the name? Won't it be better if we switched the name?" Melissa asked with uncertainty. Tony shifted his goggles to his forehead and took the flashlight out his mouth. "Melissa, that day he didn't just shield me, he also shielded you. You can use the name. Here," Tony said as he turned towards her. He put a hand on his chest and raised his other. "I, Anthony Stark, give you, Melissa Shield, access to his name and use if you're A.I." As he was done then he looked at her with a raised brow. "There, better right?" Melissa sighed. "I suppose so," she said with a faint smile, which she then hit the enter button. A status screen appeared with a process bar which quickly filled up. There was an activation noise as a male British voice introduced him. The letters JARVIS appeared on screen. "Good even madam, I am Jarvis." Just a rather very intelligent system. The letters went in a row as he introduced himself. "How am I be of any assistance?" "Hello Jarvis, I am Melissa Shield. And for now just be on standby for further notice." "Of course," Jarvis responded. Melissa giddily started drumming on the table. "Are you hearing this, Tony?" "Loud and clear, dear," Tony said with a smile of his own as he moved and connected wires around. Tony reached over and grabbed his arc reactor. He gave his arc reactor a flip in his hand before putting it in an empty socket. He twisted around like he was screwing in a light bulb, which began buzzing with power soon after. Melissa grabbed a hard drive from the side of her computer. She pushed her seat out and rolled to the other side of the room where her +1 was currently at, connected to wires. Melissa opened up its side and inserted the hard drive. A hologram screen appeared close to it. Melissa tapped casually and gave it a few taps before another loading screen appeared, installing personal A.I system. After getting the green light, Melissa took out the hard drive and started securing everything. Tony performed a last-minute system check and nodded. "Everything is operational, are you ready?" "Ah." Melissa was busy typing something before pushing everything away. "Yup, I'm all ready," she said as she started disconnecting the excess wires. Tony and Melissa then tapped their watches, causing the machines at their respective stations to give a little shake as if they were just waking up. Tony had given their arc reactor eyes the ability to blink, which started off slowly. The one on Tony's desk was royal blue with golden accents and had flipper-like hands. Melissa's machine was similar except for being royal purple with golden accents. Both machines had small thrusters in the back that lifted them up from the tables. They swayed side to side slightly before stabilizing themselves. Image. "Friday, how are you doing?" Tony asked. Friday flew close to Tony and started orbiting around him before she saluted. "Everything seems to be in order, sir." "And you, Jarvis?" Melissa asked, watching him maneuver up and down and side to side. "Everything is in order on my end, ma'am," Jarvis replied. Tony and Melissa then nodded towards each other. They both spread their arms and said, "Suits." In an instant, the machines transformed. Components shifted and expanded, clicking into place with mechanical precision. The royal blue and royal purple machines began to reshape, encasing Tony and Melissa in their Ironman suits. Plates of armor extended over their bodies, merging seamlessly until they stood fully suited and ready. The arc reactors, initially part of the machine's eyes, descended and embedded themselves into the chests of the suits, powering them up with a bright glow. The masks formed last, sliding over their faces and sealing with a hiss, the HUDs inside flickering to life. "You just gotta love a cool suit-up sequence," Tony said, his voice now resonating with the suit's internal speakers. "Let's test these upgrades," Melissa added, flexing her armored fingers. "Shall we fight against one another?" Tony asked with a slight smile. "Yes, I have to test how Jarvis functions in a fight," Melissa instantly agreed. "Friday window," Tony ordered. The windows from their lab started to open, leading down towards the ocean, making it a perfect runway for them. They both took a running position before they began sprinting towards the ocean. They both jumped and spun around as they started flying towards the middle of the ocean. The air around them became visible as they flew at high speeds. Once they were a safe distance away, Tony and Melissa faced off each other. "You ready?" Tony asked. "For you." "Always," Melissa said teasingly. They didn't say anything else as they began attacking one another. Tony and Melissa both made finger guns, the tips of their fingers glowing with different colors. Tony's fingers shimmered with an ice-cold blue, while Melissa's crackled with flames. In unison, they fired, the projectiles colliding mid-air and creating a massive steamy explosion that sent waves churning beneath them. They exchanged smirks as their thrusters hummed to life, propelling them toward each other. Upon meeting in the middle, the force of their combined power churned the ocean below. They engaged in close-quarters combat, trading powerful punches. The sound of metal clashing echoed across the empty expanse. Their suits began to show faint scratches, evidence of their fierce exchanges. Melissa expertly blocked one of Tony's punches, then quickly placed a hand on his stomach, unleashing a powerful repulsor beam that sent him spiraling backward. Regaining his balance mid-air, Tony shot toward her, opting for a kick instead of a punch. Thrusters ignited on his calves, enhancing the force of his attack. Melissa raised both arms to defend herself, but the kick plunged her into the depths of the ocean below, creating a massive splash. Emerging from the water, Melissa quickly recalibrated, her suit glowing as she activated her thermal vision to track Tony's movements. She spotted him hovering above, readying another attack. With a swift motion, she activated her fire-based repulsor beams, which they created using their previous ideas of the skin suit weapons, Melissa unleashing a torrent of flames aimed directly at him. Tony countered by diving into the ocean. As her flame repulsors hit the water, steam billowed up, creating a thick mist that obscured their vision. He seized the opportunity, appearing back above, darting through the steam, trying to flank her. But Melissa was ready. Using her own thrusters, she propelled herself out of the mist and twisted mid-air, launching a volley of explosive projectiles at the point where she predicted he would emerge. The ocean erupted in a series of explosive bursts, each explosion sending ripples across the surface. As the smoke cleared, Tony soared from the chaos, a determined look etched on his face. He grinned, recalibrating his targeting system. Nice moves, but it's time to kick it up a notch. He activated his suit's advanced targeting capabilities, locking onto her with precision. Melissa responded by engaging her suit's cloaking technology, becoming partially invisible as she repositioned herself. Tony scanned the area, his sensors on high alert. Suddenly, she burst from her hiding spot, her fists glowing with repulsor energy as she charged toward him. They collided in a fierce exchange of blows, the sound of metal clashing reverberating through the air. Each punch resonated with the strength of their suits, creating shockwaves that rippled through the water below. As they traded blows, both suits began to show signs of wear, scratches marring the once pristine armor. In a swift move, Tony blocked one of Melissa's punches and countered with a powerful uppercut, sending her reeling. As she stabilized, she activated her suit's propulsion system, launching herself into a spin and delivering a roundhouse kick aimed at his head. Tony narrowly dodged, using his own thrusters to propel himself backward and regain distance. He fired a series of targeted energy blasts from his palms, but Melissa deftly evaded, her suit's agility on full display. Melissa tackled Tony and activated her thrusters at full capacity, breaking the sonic barrier. Tony started to grunt as Melissa gave him a strong bear hug. Tony kept delivering punches toward her back and head as they flew. Melissa then slowed down significantly, and it wasn't long before they both crashed back into their lab. As they landed, they rolled and crashed into the entryway, ending up on the ground. Melissa was aimed down towards the open ocean, while Tony was facing up towards the lab, both were looking towards the lights on the ceiling. When their masks lifted, they both had cuts on their lips. A long silence followed, broken by Tony asking, "Wanna go on a date?" "Absolutely." "Cool, it's a date then." Chapter 48, Date Night. Third person's POV. Tony and Melissa were both dressed in casual but stylish clothing. Tony wore a nice red dress shirt with dress pants and dress shoes. He had his sleeves rolled up to his elbows, and his hair was combed back, with some bits poking out due to not being able to tame it. Melissa had light makeup on and wore a beautiful white frilly blouse tucked into a blue skirt, with black leggings and heels. Her curly hair was tied in a ponytail with 2 strands hanging to her chin. Tony offered his hand. "Are you ready, beautiful?" Melissa slid her hand into his, smiling beautifully. "For you, handsome. Always." Their fingers soon became interlocked. Tony then led her toward a limo, where he opened the door for her. "Madam." "Why thank you, good sir," Melissa replied jokingly. As the limo began to drive itself, Melissa looked toward Tony. "So where are you taking me?" she asked with a happy grin. "That, my beautiful mistress, is a surprise." Melissa went and sat on his lap, playfully rolling her finger around his chest. "Are you sure I can't know about it?" Tony grabbed her thigh, making her cross her leg a bit. He grabbed her chin and pulled her into a kiss. "Sorry, grand seductress, your techniques won't work on me." Melissa rested a finger sensually on his cheek. It appears so. That means I have to use everything I have to get this information out of you." "Heh, lucky for you, that's just what I wanted." They giggled as they softly kissed each other, their bantering and little kisses continuing until they arrived at what appeared to be a high-stakes restaurant. Melissa looked out the window. When she read the name of the restaurant, she couldn't help but giggle and shake her head. Stark Restaurant. No matter how many times I see it, I can't help but laugh. Your naming sense is so original, Tony. Tony just looked proud of himself. What can I say? I need to stay on brand. The Stark name needs to be everywhere. When does it end? Melissa giggled. When it reaches your last name, Tony smirked as he casually reached over and opened the door. As he got out, he held out his hand. When she didn't come out, Tony looked inside and found Melissa covering her face, bright red. Tony coughed into his fist, causing Melissa to slowly reach out her hand. She was fanning herself as they walked past the long line of well-dressed people. Some called for them to stop cutting, but Tony paid them no mind. Melissa covered her mouth a bit as her embarrassment died down slightly. The guards by the door bowed to Tony and Melissa. Mr. Stark, they greeted as they held the door open for him. Tony nodded and greeted them back, leaving those waiting in the long line looking a bit shocked. There was a beautiful woman sitting by a podium with a tablet in hand. When she looked toward Tony and Melissa, she nodded in greeting and headed toward an elevator. She led them to the highest floor with a beautiful view of the city at night. There was a large area with a man wearing a chef's outfit with 6 arms. Each hand held a cooking utensil. Is he going to be cooking right in front of us? Yes, he is. Tony smiled proudly. They both sat down in front of the man. He bowed towards them before clanging his spatulas together. Good evening, Mr. Stark and Miss Shield. I will be your chef for the evening. I am Hashima, at your service. We'll be in your care then, Tony and Melissa replied with a polite Japanese bow. Hashima smiled as he nodded. He used one of his free hands to grab ingredients and toss them onto the open stove. He spread his arms and took a deep breath before he began rapidly chopping the ingredients. Tony's and Melissa's heads moved back and forth, both entertained. The smell of the food, the heat from the stove warmly hitting their faces, and the performance, all the little things added together made it enjoyable. As Hashima's hands rapidly moved, he stopped and held a piece of food on a spatula. For the young miss, are you ready? Melissa nodded, grinning and looking at the piece intently. Hashima flicked his wrist, causing the food to fly in the air. Melissa moved her head as she followed its movement before jumping up and biting it out of the air. Tony and Hashima both had small smiles on their faces, seeing her proud expression as they both began clapping. And now for the young mister. You ready? Like last time, Hashima flicked his wrist, causing it to fly. Tony casually caught it before winking at Melissa, causing her to giggle and Hashima to gain an amused look. They repeated the action a few times before Hashima neatly arranged their food on plates and put them in front of them. Enjoy. Itadakamasu, Tony and Melissa said as they clasped their hands together. They immediately loved it, talking happily as they ate. They discussed many things throughout the night. They even received seconds and third portions due to how good the food was. Melissa cleaned her face with a napkin, leaned back in her seat, and held her stomach. I don't think I can eat another bite. I know what you mean, Tony said as he patted his chest and took a sip of his drink. The food was amazing, Mr. Hashima, Melissa thanked. Tony made the okay sign with his hand and a satisfied expression. It brings me great joy that you two had a wonderful experience. Hashima bowed. Tony looked towards Melissa and smirked, I know a great place to wash this food down. There's more to our date? Melissa asked, surprised. But of course, Tony scoffed. They both got up, and Tony brought out his phone and quickly typed something out. When they said their goodbyes and were leaving Hashima, they heard him shout, 100 million yen, as the elevator doors closed in front of them. Melissa looked at Tony and shook her head with a smile. You're too much sometimes, you know that, she said as she leaned on his shoulder. Literally pocket change, Tony scoffed as he interlocked their hands together. They returned to their limo, which soon drove off and later arrived at a beach with a lovely house. Melissa leaned towards Tony, looking at him with a playful, loving expression. You are so cheesy and cute sometimes. We literally have a beach at home where we can have our little beach moonlight walk. I know, but it's the novelty of it not being our home and being away that makes it special, Tony smirked. I suppose you have a point, Melissa nodded. They both walked out and began strolling on the sandy beach, reminiscing about their childhood as they walked under the soft moonlight. Oh please, you were much more clumsy than I was, Melissa scoffed. Need I remind you of how, when you tried to upgrade the repulsor beams, you made it too strong and went flying back into the wall, knocking yourself unconscious? Tony covered his face as he laughed. Oh, I remember. You went crying to my mom and dad, thinking I killed myself. Haha, what about you, trying to upgrade the thrusters? Need I remind someone of how they lost their last set of baby teeth? In my defense, I activated those thrusters at their usual capacity. I failed to account that since they were upgraded, that capacity would send me flying. Melissa raised her hand defensively as she giggled. It wasn't long before they both took off their shoes and socks and began walking by the shore, wetting their feet. Melissa held her heels and stockings in the air as they both laughed and kicked the water, wetting their feet. After a while, Tony saw Melissa shiver a bit. He crouched down in front of her and held his arms to the side. "Come, I'll carry you inside." Melissa happily giggled as she jumped onto his back. Tony took hold of her thighs as he led her towards the house in the far distance. Melissa held his neck with one arm and pointed forward. "Onward, my steed. Our adventure has just begun," she shouted before laughing. Tony chuckled. "Yes, my princess," he said sarcastically as he shook his head. As he was carrying her, she softly leaned her cheek on his, both arms wrapped around his neck as she happily kicked her feet and softly swayed. There was a beautiful silence between them as they both smiled in contentment. "Hey Tony," Melissa softly asked. Tony hummed. "I love you," Melissa said as she kissed his cheek and leaned towards him. "And I love you just as much, Melissa, if not even more." Doubt it." No, I'm pretty sure I love you more." "I'm not so sure." "I'm certain I love you more." "But you see, that can't be possible, since I love you more." "So by the equation, no matter how much you love me, I will always love you more," Tony said triumphantly. This caused them both to start chuckling and giggling as they went inside the house. Chapter 49, Are 18 Addicted? Third person's POV. When they entered, it appeared to be a nice 2-story house, a beautiful home for a family. As they closed the door behind them, Melissa jumped from his back and tossed her shoes to the side. She grabbed Tony's shoes and did the same. She grabbed his hand and began walking up the stairs. "Melissa, where are you taking me?" Tony asked as he watched Melissa peek inside some of the doors before closing it and going to the next one. Melissa didn't respond, but he saw how her turning red. Melissa then opened the last door in the hall and pulled Tony inside. When he looked around, he saw they were in the master bedroom. As Tony turned around and closed the door behind him, Melissa leaned her head on his back and grabbed the back of his shirt. Tony stared at the door as he asked, "Melissa, we don't have to do this if you don't want to, you know." Tony felt Melissa nodded before speaking in a soft tone. "I know, but I want to do it. I'm just a bit nervous, sorry." "Why are you even apologizing?" Tony asked as he shook his head and sighed. He turned around, to which Melissa just leaned forward on his chest. He grabbed her face as he asked, "Are you sure you want to do this?" Melissa batted her eyes shyly as she nodded her head before looking down. Tony made her look him in the eyes, studying her expression. As they stared at each other, Melissa started going on her tiptoes as Tony held her face and lowered his head, both of them slowly closing their eyes. Their lips met softly and Melissa was immediately reminded of how much bigger Tony was than her, but in his arms and with his body against hers she didn't feel threatened. Instead she felt safe and comforted. She reached over and wrapped her arms around his neck as his arms went around her lower back. He pulled her to him and she felt her breasts press against his chest. They slowly walked towards the empty bed as they continued their passionate kiss. When Melissa sat down on the bed, Tony was still holding her face. She reached over and began taking off his shirt, as he leaned his head to the side. He pulled away for a second and took his shirt off and threw it across the room. He was now only wearing his dress pants, but his massive chest was now completely exposed. Melissa reached over and unzipped her skirt. When she slid it off her body, it exposed her purple lingerie. Tony took a hold of her thighs as they began kissing once more. Tony lifted her up slightly and carried her further up on the bed. He was still leaning over her when they reached the top of the bed. As they kissed, Tony began unbuttoning her blouse as Melissa reached down under and began unbuckling his belt. Once his pants were off, he began sliding off her shirt and soon she was only in her purple lingerie. Her skirt having been discarded onto the floor, Melissa was breathing heavily. "I really want this," she whispered, looking into his eyes. "Do you?" he whispered back. She nodded. "Yes, I do." Tony gave her a big smile and leaned down and kissed her neck. Melissa felt chills go down her spine as he sucked on her neck. She reached down and began pulling off his boxers. When his hard cock sprang free, she looked down at his shaft. He was so big that she was beginning to have second thoughts. Tony noticed the look on her face and began sliding his fingers underneath the waistband of her lingerie. He began peeling it off, but stopped when her underwear was completely off. "You sure you want to do this?" he whispered, as he stared into her eyes. She nodded and kissed his cheek. Tony wasn't going to ask again. She unhooked her bra and her breasts bounced free. Her nipples were hard, but were very small compared to the size of her areolas. Tony began kissing her lips before kissing her chin, her neck and her collarbone. He kept going down, kissing her breasts, his firm hands groping and kneading them, his thumbs teasing her erect nipples. He then took one into his mouth, and Melissa's entire body shuddered as his warm tongue licked her areola, before he began sucking on her nipple. He switched breasts and did the same thing to her other nipple, sucking on it, before giving it a long lick. "You're so beautiful," he said, as he stared up at her. His head kept going down, leaving a trail of kisses down her belly, past her belly button and down to her vagina. He licked his lips and gave her cunt a slow and sensual lick. This feels weird, Melissa gasped, instinctively grabbing his hair, as she never experienced anything like it. Good or bad? Good, I think. Just relax and enjoy it, okay? I've never done anything like this as well, I'm just doing what feels right. Okay. Tony leaned his head back down and gave her a slow lick. Melissa shuddered and felt a wave of pleasure wash over her body. Tony kept licking her, his tongue getting faster and faster, his nose brushing up against her clit, making her squirm. Oh my God, she moaned, biting her lip. He smiled as he continued licking her, his tongue flicking her clit, sending shivers of pleasure down her spine. She could feel herself getting wetter and wetter with each lick. He continued licking her, his tongue dancing on her sensitive spot, driving her crazy with desire. Oh. That feels amazing, she moaned, gripping the sheets, as her entire body tensed up. You taste sweet, he whispered, his voice muffled by her pussy. Something's happening, she cried out, as she reached her orgasm, her toes curling. Tony gave her pussy a final lick before moving up her body. He was now hovering over her. He began kissing her neck and her chin, before giving her a passionate kiss. You ready for the next step? Melissa was panting. I've never felt like this before, I'm nervous. Just relax, we'll take it slow, okay? Okay. Tony kissed her again. Spread your legs for me. She did as she was told. He took his rock-hard cock and began rubbing it up and down her wet slit. His tip was already glistening with pre-cum due to how turned on he was. I'm not going to lie to you, he whispered, it will probably hurt a bit, but I'll be gentle, okay? Okay. Melissa gasped when his thick tip slid inside her. She gripped the sheets and took a deep breath. Relax. He leaned forward and gave her a tender kiss. This is a big step, he whispered, his hand gently touching her cheek, so take your time. He leaned forward again and gave her another kiss. It hurts, she whined. We can stop. No, it's fine. He moved forward and began kissing her neck. He kept going down, giving her collarbone a kiss, before kissing her chest. He stopped kissing her when his head was between her breasts. You sure? She nodded. Just keep kissing me, please. Okay. He kept going down and began licking and kissing her nipples. As his mouth worked her breast, his free hand caressed her other tit, his thumb circling her nipple, teasing her. His hand then drifted lower, and he began rubbing her clit, making the pain more tolerable. He slid his cock further inside her. Does that feel better? He asked. She nodded. Yeah, much better, just keep kissing me. His lips were on hers, their tongues intertwined, as he slid his cock into her further until he hit a barrier. This is gonna hurt a bit, okay? She nodded. But don't worry, I'll make it feel good real soon. He leaned forward and gave her a deep and loving kiss. Here we go. Melissa gripped the sheets as his thick cock pushed through her hymen. She winced in pain, but Tony didn't stop. He kept kissing her, his tongue swirling around hers. He kept kissing her, his lips pressed against hers, his cock fully buried inside her, her walls wrapped around him, his balls resting against her ass. A drop of blood soon came down between their connection, but she wasn't aware of it. She wrapped her legs around his waist. You can start moving, I'll be okay. Just relax and let me take care of you. He leaned his head down and gave her a soft kiss, their lips barely touching. He then pulled out until only his tip was inside her and then thrust back in, burying his cock deep within her. He repeated the motion, pulling out and then thrusting back in, his tip hitting her G-spot, sending shivers of pleasure through her body. The pain's going away, she moaned. Tony groaned, as he pumped into her, his pace picking up. That's it, she moaned, her eyes closed. He kept going, his cock pumping into her, his pace becoming faster and faster, his balls slapping against her ass, her tits bouncing. Oh my God, she moaned, this feels amazing. Tony groaned as he slammed his cock into her, his pace becoming frantic, her body bouncing. Don't stop, she moaned, her toes curling, he kept going, his cock pounding into her. She wrapped her legs around his waist, her heels pressing into his back, her nails digging into his shoulders, her body trembling. Ah, this feels so good, she cried out, her walls tightening around his shaft, her body convulsing, her eyes rolling into the back of head. Tony felt his own orgasm coming, he held her tightly as he soon erupted inside of her. Both of them coming at the same time. He came with each thrust. Soon Tony and Melissa were laying next to each other under the covers, breathing heavily. So what do you think? Tony asked. I can barely do that straight, Melissa panted. Tony had a smug look hearing her answer. Tony. Melissa called out. Yeah. I think I'm addicted. Ha ha ha. Why? You want to do it some more? Tony asked, turning towards her with a large smile. Melissa nodded her head with a flushed expression. Then there's no one stopping us from indulging. Chapter 50, School Event. Third person's POV. Melissa batted her eyes as she slowly woke up, finding herself laying on Tony's chest with his arms around her. She simply closed her eyes again, listening to his resting heartbeat and finding comfort in its sound. They were back in their own home. Since crossing that line together, they had decided to sleep together from now on. They were then woken up by alarms flaring around them, causing Tony to wake up as well. The door to their room opened, and in came Friday and Jarvis flying in. "It's time to get up, sir and madam." "You have school, Friday," and Jarvis both said. Tony groaned and laid his head back down, kissing Melissa on the top of her head, causing her to sigh as well. They both then got up and got themselves ready to go back to school. After eating their breakfast, they were on their motorbike with their helmets ready. Both Jarvis and Friday soon turned invisible as they floated by their side, always ready for when Tony and Melissa might need them. And with that, they went on their way. As they arrived and went into their classroom, they greeted their friends and sat down as Aizawa soon entered the room. Unlike the anime, this time Aizawa was okay with a small bandage here and there. He stood in front of the class, his face as apathetic as always. "I hope you guys enjoyed your rest. Because we're just getting started. Our fight is far from over," Aizawa said. Everyone mostly looked at him in confusion, assuming he was referring to fighting more villains. "UA Sports Festival is fast approaching," he said as his eyes narrowed. "It's something normal," some of them shouted, as Aizawa's apathetic expression didn't help in guessing what he was referring to. "We were just attacked by villains." "Is it okay to hold the sports festival?" one student asked. "It's necessary. To demonstrate that UA's crisis management protocol is sound. It is to show people that even when attacked by villains, UA stands strong and isn't affected." Well, that's the thinking, apparently. Compared to the previous year, there will be heightened security. The UA Sports Festival is an event that must go on. It is the greatest opportunity you will receive. It will not be stopped by a couple of villains. Some students were unsure of Aizawa's statement. The UA Sports Festival is Japan's biggest event. As far as Japan's concerned, it has taken over the Olympics. The nation's top heroes will be watching, they will be scouting you guys. Naturally, you'll gain popularity if you're picked by a high-ranking hero. But your time will be limited. Show the high rankers what you guys are made of, and you will make a future for yourselves. This happens once a year. If you're hoping to become a hero, this is an event you can't miss. Everyone had a serious expression after Aizawa finished giving his speech, as he had set the tone for the upcoming event. After his speech, their classes continued as normal, then came lunchtime. Everyone was still affected by Aizawa's speech. "This has gotten me so freaking pumped," Kirishima said as his hands hardened. Kaminari turned toward Tony and saw him slouching in his seat. "You don't seem that affected by the sports festival. Are you not excited?" "I am and I'm not, since even if I perform poorly, I will still receive many applications from high-ranking heroes." "What? Are you serious?" Mina replied, shocked. Tony just nodded. "Yup. My name holds a lot of weight in the public eye. So heroes having said to work with a Stark will receive a boost of popularity. Not to mention, they will believe they will get benefits from Stark Industries personally if they can get me to accept." "Just how popular are you?" Azui asked, tilting her head in confusion. "For your name to have such an effect, you must be insanely popular." "I'm popular for good and bad reasons." "Well, Melissa is fairly popular as well," Tony said. "We two are the first quirkless people to ever be accepted into a hero school. Some believe I bribed my way in with Melissa, and then there's the half that doesn't." Tony and Melissa were seating on top of their invisible suits, floating out toward lunch. As they made their way, they heard Midoriya asking Uraraka, "Why do you want to be a hero?" Uraraka grew a bit shy. "Well, it's mostly for money." "You want to be a hero for money?" Both Midoriya and Ida looked at Uraraka in shock. Uraraka rubbed the back of her head, a bit embarrassed. "Ultimately, yeah." She then began to blush and hold her face. "Sorry, I know it seems base and really embarrassing considering Ida's noble goal of following in his brother's footsteps." Ida and Midoriya both tried to reassure her that there was nothing wrong with wanting to live a comfortable life. "My family runs a construction company, but business is poorer than poor. Please don't mention it to anyone else," Uraraka said. "Sorry. We didn't mean to eavesdrop," Tony said as he scratched his cheek. "Wah." Uraraka yelped in embarrassment, covering her face. "We really didn't mean to eavesdrop. We were just making our way toward lunch," Melissa added. "Hey, Uraraka," Tony called out. "Yeah," she replied, holding her face that was bright red. "Of course your reason for wanting to be a hero sounds shallow if you worded it like that," Tony said, shaking his head. Uraraka, Midoriya, and Ida responded. "You don't want to be a hero for money," Tony rolled his eyes. You want to be a hero to make your parents live a comfortable life, a life they deserve, right? Uraraka nodded her head in confirmation. Filial piety is something I consider very noble, Tony said. With that, I agree, Melissa nodded. Midoriya and Ida also nodded, showing they agreed with Tony's statement. So even if you didn't realize it, you want to be a hero for a very noble reason, Tony said. Uraraka looked down a bit as she blushed, her lips slowly forming into a smile. Thank you, she expressed with gratitude. How are you guys floating, she asked, as it finally clicked that they were just calmly sitting in the air. Ida and Midoriya blinked and tilted their heads in confusion, trying to figure out how they were doing it. Tony and Melissa calmly tapped on the air below them, which had a metallic ring to it. Both Friday and Jarvis flashed slightly before turning invisible once more. It's our suits we're sitting on, Melissa said proudly. They continued talking about it as they made their way to lunch, but before they could arrive, All Might peeked his head out. Young Midoriya. I have found you. All Might happily said as he held a lunchbox in his hand. Want to have lunch with me? Uraraka covered her mouth, trying not to laugh as All Might sounded like a schoolgirl. Hey, Uncle Might, Melissa greeted. Why, hello there, young Melissa, All Might greeted her as well. Want to join me as well? Melissa looked toward Tony, who just looked at her weirdly. Why are you looking at me? It's not like you need my permission, Tony rolled his eyes. Melissa blushed slightly as she rubbed the back of her head. Sure, I'll join you too. Melissa and Midoriya then both followed All Might as Tony accompanied Uraraka and Ida to lunch. Chapter 51, Sport Festival Part. Third Person's POV. As school came to an end and everyone was preparing to leave, they were met with a horde of students from different departments waiting outside their doors, taking most of them by surprise. What is going on? Uraraka asked as she opened the door. There's no way out. What are they even doing here? Mineta mumbled. Bakugo, seeing this, scoffed, isn't it obvious? They're here to scope out the competition, duh. 'Cause we're the kids who survived the villain attack. Makes sense they'd want to check us out. Tony then walked up front with a hand over Melissa's shoulders, wearing sunglasses indoors and sporting an arrogant look. All right, everyone. Calm down. I'll sign the autographs, bring them here. He motioned with his free hand while walking past Bakugo, who looked at him in annoyance. His annoyance grew as he saw some actually pass Tony things to sign. I better not see these for sale online, I'll sue, Tony teased. Move out of the way, you extra cannon fodders. Bakugo yelled. Please stop calling people extras and cannon fodders. It'll give us a bad rep, not to mention that's not how heroes are supposed to act, Ida said, moving his arms robotically. It's true that we came to have a look, but you guys sure are modest. Are all of you like that, or is it just him? Someone said from the back. He slowly came to the front of the crowd, revealing purplish hair with bags under his eyes. Gotta say, I'm a little disillusioned if this is all you're offering. Those of us who didn't make the hero course are stuck in general studies and other tracks. There are quite a few of us, actually. So where do you want me to sign? Tony asked with a marker in hand. Shinso only tilted his head in confusion. You're a fan, right? Tony smirked as he twirled the pen in his hand. I mean, you must be. Here you are complaining about being stuck in general studies and not making the hero course. But you see, I'm quirkless and I still made it. So I must be a huge inspiration for you guys. Shinso narrowed his eyes at Tony. With the way you're behaving, I take it all of Class 1A is arrogant and it wasn't only him. Do you know that depending on the results of the sports festival, they might consider transferring some of us to the hero course? Of course, the reverse is also possible for you. Tony lifted his glasses and looked surprised before turning to Mineta. You hear that, Mineta? Your spot can be taken. You better train hard. What? Why mine? That's just mean, you rich bastard. Mineta glared at Tony with a scared expression. Tony just let his glasses fall back to his face, and Melissa covered her mouth lightly, trying not to laugh. Shinso just looked around the classroom at all of Class 1A, I wasn't talking about a singular person. This was a warning to everyone. This is the perfect chance to knock you off your pedestal. Consider this a declaration of war. This guy is so intense, most of them thought. All right, Aizawa's secret love child, if you're done with your little speech, please move out of the way. Some of us actually have something useful to do with our time available. Well, unless you still need me to sign something. If that's the case, I'll ask again, where do I sign, he said, emphasizing every word and twisting his marker again with a smirk. Tony is just as intense. Please stop riling him up, they all secretly wished. Someone from the crowd then shouted, hey, I'm from Class 1B next door. I heard you guys fought villains and wanted to find out more. But all I'm seeing are arrogant bastards. Another one, they all lamented. You guys better not make fools of the hero course at this thing. Says Class 1. Everyone from Class 1A jumped in and covered Tony's mouth, even Melissa joined in covering his mouth. Seeing Tony's confused look, they all then shouted, "Please stop making US enemies." Bakugo just walked up to the mob of people and started forcing them apart. "And what are you doing?" they asked. "Leaving. I don't care what they have to say. All I'm doing is heading for the top. Nothing else should matter," Bakugo calmly said. After a bit of difficulty, they all soon began exiting the school. Momo, Mina, Kirishima, Kaminari, and Jiro were seen with Tony and Melissa. Jiro recently joined after getting closer with Momo and Kaminari after the villain attack. "Why do you like to antagonize people?" Melissa asked, shaking her head in amusement. 1. Their response is always funny. And 2. I'm bored of always winning. I need more enemies in my life. "Yeah, but do we need to be implicated as well?" Momo asked with an awkward expression. Yes, you do. After all, the only way to grow is through the challenges placed in front of you. As the class president, it is my job to make sure you all receive those challenges. Huh. Was that the real reason you were making enemies for us left and right? Mina asked in surprise. Yup. Tony smiled as he gave her a peace sign with his tongue slightly out of his mouth. Man, the way you work and think is scary, Kaminari said, shaking his head, with Jiro nodding in agreement. I see, so they are a way for us to grow stronger. Awesome, Kirishima said, sounding excited. Not awesome. I don't want to make enemies out of everyone, Mina said worriedly. Too bad, Tony said as he snapped his fingers towards her before getting on his bike. Can I come with you guys? Your place is the best place to train for the upcoming sports festival, Momo asked. Sure, just hop on, Tony said, motioning behind Melissa, who had her arms wrapped around him. No, I'll just follow you in my limo, Momo shook her head. Tony just handed her his helmet. Stop being such a wuss and hop on already. Momo sighed as she reached down to her leg and pulled out a helmet. Right, you can do that. I forgot, Tony said as he put on his helmet and Momo went and sat behind Melissa. Tony then looked at the others and saw their looks, causing him to rest his arms on the handles of his bike and sigh. You guys want to come but don't want to seem like a bother or a nuisance by asking me, don't you? They all began blushing, pretty embarrassed for being caught. Tony wasn't bothered and had an amused look at their embarrassment as he rolled his eyes. Fine, Momo has been the only other person that has come over, so it could be fun. But it has to be tomorrow, so I can prepare some things. Friday, send them the address. All of their phones then chimed as Tony made his motorcycle roar. He lowered his visor as he looked towards them. Remember, tomorrow. Be there or be square, he said as he began driving away. A/N, I'ma be honest. The sport festival didn't come out how I wanted it, so don't get your hopes up thinking you're about to see something amazing. Chapter 52, House Visit. Third person's POV. The next day. Friday hovered around Tony, holding a toolkit as he tightened a screw. Boss, your company has already arrived, Friday informed him, causing Tony to put the screwdriver down. Thanks, Friday. Tony said as he went to greet everyone. Friday took the toolbox off her head and followed Tony around as he grabbed a towel to clean his hands. The doorbell rang. I'm coming. Don't get your panties in a twist, Tony said as he opened the door to find Momo with Kirishima, Kaminari, Mina, and Jiro. Momo was blushing slightly. Your language is always so crass. Tony rolled his eyes, throwing the towel over his shoulder. Anyways, come on in. Sorry for not looking presentable, I was working on something. Thanks for the invite, they said, bowing politely as they made their way inside. Make yourself at home, Tony said, gesturing around himself. Whoa. This house is so nice, Mina said, spinning in a circle and looking upwards. You know, people usually say that after they see the entirety of the house, not just the ceiling, Tony teased. We don't need to see the entire house to say this place is very nice, Kaminari nodded in agreement with Mina. Well, of course, it's nice. I designed it. Now come, I'll give you guys a tour. As Tony guided them around, he looked at Momo in confusion. You've already seen the place. Why are you going along with the tour? Momo grew embarrassed. I was going along with the flow. I didn't know when was the best time to leave. Tony almost facepalmed as he shook his head. So, do you guys want anything to eat or drink? My maid could quickly make it. You have a maid? Kaminari asked excitedly, causing the other girls to look at him weirdly. Kaminari leaned in and whispered, Is she beautiful? The prettiest, Tony whispered back. Here, take a look. Baymax. Hearing this, Momo covered her mouth, trying not to laugh. Baymax. Kaminari wondered. They soon heard squeaky footsteps. When Baymax appeared, he was wearing a maid outfit with a little maid hat and holding a duster. He did his little hand greeting. "Hello, I am Baymax, your personal maid for the duration of your stay." Jiro stifled a laugh. "She's the prettiest thing I've ever seen." Kaminari dropped to all fours, looking at Tony with tears in his eyes. "You have the heart of the devil. How can you trick me like that? If you guys want to drink or eat anything, and I mean anything, ask Baymax. He will be able to get you anything." "Anything, anything?" Mina asked mischievously. Tony had a confident smirk. "Try it." Mina put a hand on her chin as she pondered. "All right, I'll test this out. Baymax, may I have a milkshake that's a quadruple-decker, half chocolate, half vanilla, with a twist of strawberry and a hint of mint, layered with chunks of cookie dough, sprinkles of caramel, and a swirl of marshmallow. Top it off with a dollop of whipped cream, but only the organic kind, drizzled with both hot fudge and salted caramel. Add a sprinkle of crushed pistachios, a dash of nutmeg, and precisely 3 maraschino cherries on top. Oh, and it needs to be served in a vintage-style glass with a curly straw that's in the shape of a heart, please and thank you," Mina said challengingly. "As you wish." Baymax bowed and waddled towards the kitchen. "Is it weird that I want to hug it?" Kirishima mumbled. "He is very soft and huggable," Momo nodded with a large smile. "Just know you aren't alone in those feelings." The kitchen then began to sound like a war zone. "Is he all right in there?" Jiro asked awkwardly. Not a minute later, Baymax walked out with a tray in hand, holding Mina's exact order. Mina's mouth was slightly agape as Baymax presented it to her. "Thank you," she answered in shock. She took a sip from the curly heart straw and squealed, "So good," before drinking more. Baymax continued to look at her, waiting with his tray in hand, causing her to look at him in confusion. "He won't leave your side until you are finished and say you are satisfied with his services," Tony explained. Mina nodded in understanding. Momo then asked, "You said you were working on something. What was it?" "Oh, nothing serious. I'm building a jet. If it works as intended, it could fly me to America in under an hour." "You're building a jet," they all shouted. "I'm right here, literally no need to yell," Tony rolled his eyes. "Come, I'll show you guys." As Tony began guiding everyone towards his workshop, Jiro asked, "Hey, where's Melissa?" "Ah, she's currently training. She's pretty excited about the sports festival." "She is?" Kirishima asked in confusion. Tony nodded. "Yup, she believes this will be the best opportunity to show everyone that she isn't only an assistant, that she herself is very skillful." Kaminari looked confused. "From what I heard, Melissa fought really well against the villains and those monsters. What else does she need to prove? That information isn't available to the public. Mostly everyone believes Melissa is where she is today simply because of me. Which isn't entirely wrong, but it isn't right either. She is where she is mostly due to her hard work." The others nodded in understanding. As they reached his workshop, they were all amazed. Everything appeared as if it was made from a sci-fi movie. What amazed them even more were all of his suits on display. "Whoa, those are a lot," Kaminari said in awe. "It's cool. It's like seeing age progression by the heights of the suits," Mina said, still holding her milkshake. "Some of the designs are just so manly." They all began looking and studying the suits, forgetting the reason they were down there in the first place, except for Momo, who shook her head with a smile. Tony leaned over and said, "I just wanted to say, you were the same way when you came here." Momo got a bit shy. I know. "So shall we see that jet you're making?" she asked, drawing back the others' attention. Tony nodded and guided everyone to where he was working before they arrived. They passed through a door leading to a hangar. In the middle was a large metal framework of a jet, appearing to later be able to fit many people. "This is obviously just the framework, but you can see where I'm heading with this." They nodded, unsure what to say, simply amazed. "This is the part where you all praise me for how amazing and gifted I am," Tony smirked. Half of them scoffed in amusement, while the other half nodded in agreement. Tony's expression then got serious. "Now then, the real reason you guys came here, to train. Be ready. You're about to feel a lot of pain." They all gulped at his serious expression until he smirked. "Kidding." They sighed in relief. "After I'm done, you won't be able to feel much at all," he smirked sinisterly. Some of them began to second-guess their decision to come over. Chapter 53, Training Montage. Third Person's POV. Tony led everyone to a training room he had prepared while Momo went to train with Melissa. "I've prepared this room just for you guys since I knew you'd be coming." The room had sections suited to train each of their individual quirks. By the entrance were black bodysuits made from unstable molecule fibers. "I know you guys brought clothes to train in, but the suits will adapt to your quirks and are very comfortable, if I might add." There's a girl/boy changing room, so get changed. Yes, sir. They all saluted, causing Tony to roll his eyes. When they returned, Jiro looked at Tony weirdly, causing him to look at her in confusion. What? How do you know our sizes? The suits change and stretch to fit you all perfectly, no matter your size. That's what makes them able to adapt to your quirk. Look, Kirishima, harden. Kirishima did as he was told and hardened his arm. His sleeve turned to match the hardness of his arm. Cool, Kirishima said as he examined it. I see, sorry. Jiro said, a bit embarrassed. Wait, does that mean my clothes won't melt off? Mina asked. She started secreting acid from her arm and, seeing that her clothes were okay and that the acid was safely secreted from her skin, she nodded, impressed. Tony then looked at all of them. I'm going to be training both your bodies and quirks at the same time. Tony stopped as he saw Mina raise her hand. Yeah. I'm not trying to sound ungrateful or anything, but why are you helping us train? Are you worried we might beat you in the sports festival? 1. I gain something by helping you train, and 2, absolutely not. No matter how much you improve, so will I. So, you guys have no chance of beating me. Wow, you sure are confident, Kaminari said, shaking his head. Kirishima then raised his hand, wanting to ask a question as well. We're not in school, you don't have to raise your hand to ask me a question. Sorry, Kirishima said, smiling a bit embarrassed. What do you get for helping us, if you don't mind me asking? I'm studying your quirk factors, Tony said, his expression turning serious. I want to see how they react when you train, when you use your quirks, when you grow stronger, how they react to your physical training, etc. As someone who's quirkless, I find quirks to be really fascinating. I'm not jealous of them or anything, but they are very interesting, Tony explained. They were a bit lost but understood that Tony was benefiting from their training. If I study them enough, I should be able to build cuffs that block people from activating their quirks. If I could, I would study Aizawa's quirk, but this will do for now, he thought. Let me explain my ideas about how you should train your quirks for today. Jiro, with how you move your earphone jacks, that means they have some kind of muscle to them. I want you to train those muscles and see how strong you can make them. Kaminari, you will be releasing your electricity into those batteries over there. We are going to see how much lightning you can release without dumbing yourself. Then, we'll see if you can build resistance to short-circuiting. Mina, you will be training to see the different types of acid you can produce and how strong you can make them without hurting yourself. And Kirishima, I will be beating the living shit out of you. Yippee. Huh? Kirishima asked. We'll be sparring against each other. Apart from training everyone's quirks and physiques, I will be teaching you a bit of martial arts as a thank you for letting me study you, Tony said as he pulled out heavy silver metal fingerless gloves and put them on. Now then, we can all begin. Everyone went to do as they were told while Kirishima and Tony stood face to face. I would harden if I were you, Tony advised. I don't want to hurt you. Tony sighed and rolled his eyes before rushing towards Kirishima, taking him by surprise. Kirishima quickly crossed his arms in front of him, hardening as Tony threw an over-shoulder punch. The sound of metal hitting hardened skin rang throughout the room as Kirishima slid back slightly. He looked at his trembling arms in surprise before smirking, thinking, looks like I was worried for nothing, and hardened his entire body, charging towards Tony. Tony sidestepped swiftly, using his enhanced reflexes to dodge Kirishima's charge. He landed a precise jab to Kirishima's side, the impact resonating through the room. Kirishima grunted but kept moving forward, swinging a hardened fist towards Tony. Tony ducked under the punch, grabbing Kirishima's arm and using his momentum to flip him over onto the ground. Kirishima groaned, quickly getting back up and launching another attack. Tony met him with a series of rapid punches, each one landing on Kirishima's hardened body with a resounding clang. Despite Kirishima's impressive durability, Tony's metal gloves and enhanced strength began to take their toll. Kirishima swung again, but Tony caught his fist, twisting his arm and forcing him down to one knee. You're tough, Kirishima, but you need more than just hardening to win battles, Tony said, his voice calm yet firm. Kirishima struggled for a moment before yielding, realizing he couldn't overpower Tony. All right, you win, he admitted, his voice filled with respect. Tony released him and offered a hand to help him up. Good fight. You've got potential, just need to refine your strategy a bit. Kirishima took his hand and stood up, nodding. Thanks, man. Now then, again. Tony said, immediately going on the offensive. Kirishima barely had time to react before Tony was upon him, throwing a series of quick, powerful punches. Kirishima hardened his body again, bracing himself for the onslaught. Each punch landed with a metallic clang, echoing through the room. This time, Kirishima tried to counterattack more strategically, aiming to catch Tony off guard. He managed to land a solid punch on Tony's side, but Tony barely flinched, using the momentum to pivot and deliver a swift kick to Kirishima's knee, forcing him off balance. Kirishima stumbled but quickly recovered, launching himself at Tony with a renewed determination. Tony sidestepped, grabbing Kirishima's arm and twisting it behind his back, then swept his legs out from under him, sending him to the ground once more. Kirishima lay on the floor, panting, but his spirit wasn't broken. He pushed himself up, ready to continue. Tony watched him with a nod. "All right, let's see what you've got," he said, settling into a defensive stance. Kirishima took a deep breath, his body hardening to its maximum once more. He charged at Tony with renewed vigor, aiming to overwhelm him with sheer force. Tony sidestepped, dodging the initial attack, but Kirishima was quick to adapt, swinging around with a backhanded punch. Tony blocked the punch with his metal-clad forearm, the impact resonating through the room. "Good, you're adapting," Tony said, nodding in approval. "But don't just rely on your strength." Kirishima grinned, launching a series of rapid punches at Tony, who expertly blocked and dodged each one. Tony then saw an opening and delivered a swift uppercut to Kirishima's jaw, momentarily stunning him. Taking advantage of the moment, Tony grabbed Kirishima's arm, twisted it, and used his momentum to flip him over his shoulder. Kirishima hit the ground hard, but he quickly rolled to his feet, his determination undiminished. "I won't give up that easily," Kirishima declared, charging at Tony once more. This time, Tony decided to test Kirishima's reflexes. He feinted a punch to the left, then quickly shifted to the right, aiming a kick at Kirishima's side. Kirishima managed to block the kick with his forearm but was pushed back by the force. "You're getting better," Tony said, moving fluidly as he continued his assault. "But you need to be unpredictable. Make me guess your next move." Kirishima nodded, focusing on Tony's movements. He tried to anticipate Tony's attacks, adjusting his stance and using his hardening quirk more strategically. When Tony went for another punch, Kirishima deflected it and countered with a swift elbow strike to Tony's ribs. Tony grunted, feeling the impact even through his body armor. "Nice one," he said, stepping back to reassess. He then lunged forward with a flurry of punches and kicks, testing Kirishima's defenses. Kirishima held his ground, blocking and parrying as best as he could. Despite the intense pressure, he managed to land a few solid hits on Tony, who nodded in approval each time. Finally, Tony stepped back, holding up a hand. "That's enough for now," he said, breathing heavily. "You've made a lot of progress." Kirishima, equally winded, grinned widely. "Thanks, I didn't expect to have as much fun as I did." Tony only smiled as he nodded and made Kirishima take a break. He then began teaching the others how to fight with their quirks, focusing on Mina and Jiro, who needed the most help. They stayed until it began getting dark. They all said their thanks and goodbyes before going home. When they all left, Tony rolled his shoulders and cracked his neck. "At least it's a good workout for me as well, now to work on the Quinton jet." "Tony. Is everyone gone?" Melissa shouted from upstairs. "Yeah. It's just you and me," he shouted back. As he took a step toward his lab, he froze at Melissa's next words. "That's good. Since I was kinda hoping you would join me up here, for some fun activities." Tony immediately turned around, his facial expression turning serious. "Duty calls," he said as he began speed walking toward Melissa. "The jet can fucking wait." Chapter 54, Sport Festival Part. Third person's POV. A week and a few days later. Tony stood in front of a large black jet with folded wings, a wrench in hand, and wiped the sweat from his brow with a sigh of relief. He looked over at Melissa, who also looked tired and glared at her. "If someone wasn't constantly interrupting me, I would have finished this earlier." Melissa rolled her eyes. "Oh please, like you didn't enjoy every second of it. Or are you going to tell me that you didn't?" She raised an eyebrow, giving him a warning look. "I didn't say all that," he muttered. "All I'm saying is that you can be a bit distracting, in a very good, pleasurable type of way." Melissa scoffed, beginning to blush. "So, now that you're done and it's getting late, we can go to sleep, right?" "But I wanted to test out the Quinton jet, QJ," Tony said, admiring his work of art. "You can do that tomorrow. We have to pick up our parents anyway since they wanted to see the sports festival in person." "You do have a point, so let's shower together before going to bed?" Tony asked. "That idea might just have been the best one you had all day," Melissa smirked as they began chuckling and giggling. The next day, Tony and Melissa were seen entangled in each other's limbs, woken up by Friday and Jarvis, who appeared larger than last time due to their upgrades. "Bossman, you have to wake up," Friday said, shaking Tony awake. Tony groaned. "It's too early. You have to so you can go and get your families and return in time for the sports festival," Friday reminded him, causing him to groan in annoyance. Tony and Melissa both got up and took a strong shower to eliminate the lingering scent of their previous activities. They quickly got ready and appeared in front of the QJ. They quickly got in, and Melissa started appreciating the interior design. They both went and sat in the pilot's seats, buckled up, and began flicking switches. Tony was the main pilot while Melissa was the co-pilot. The wings of the jet started unfolding and straightening themselves, the walls in front of them started lifting up and opening. From the outside, it appeared that part of the cliff moved out of the way. All systems are in check, Melissa said as the large thrusters heated and activated. We are ready for takeoff. Roger that, Tony said as he pushed forward. The jet started moving forward and picking up speed before it blasted off from the side of the cliff. The sea parted away as they took off, and as they broke the sound barrier, Tony pulled the controls, causing the jet to move upwards at high speed. Once they pierced the clouds, Melissa announced, commencing stealth mode, and the jet began to disappear from sight. Once they were invisible and heading toward America, Tony flipped on autopilot. Friday, wake us up if anything unusual happens. Record everything, I'll review the footage later, Tony said as he pulled a lever on the seat, which inclined his chair. Good idea, Melissa said, realizing he was going to use this chance to sleep. She followed his movements and reclined in her seat as well. Howard, David, and Maria stood in a large patio with their luggage in hand, looking upward. Howard checked his watch. They should be arriving any minute now. When he looked up, he saw the QJ appearing above them, its thrusters aimed up as it began to descend. Tony never fails to impress, Howard said in surprise. David nodded in agreement as they watched the jet land softly with its back turned towards them. As it opened, Tony and Melissa began walking out, Tony's arm around Melissa's shoulder as he yawned, Melissa doing the same. Hey guys, Tony and Melissa greeted as they all hugged each other. Tony, what is that? Howard asked, interested in the jet. As Tony and Melissa helped carry their bags inside, Tony explained his creation and its capabilities, including its speed. Howard and David explored the inside while Melissa helped Maria figure out how to buckle up in the side seat. It wasn't long before they were once more in the skies again. As they flew invisibly, Howard and David commended Tony on the lack of turbulence. As Tony put the jet on autopilot, he took off his seatbelt and began walking around. Turbulence should be the least of your concerns. I wouldn't have built this if it had such a flaw. Howard and David nodded in respect. Maria then leaned in and whispered, should we tell him now? Howard leaned toward her and whispered back, no, let's wait until we land and settle down before telling him. Tell me what? Tony asked, looking at them in confusion. Maria and Howard looked at each other. Maria mouthed, sorry, but Howard only shook his head and sighed. Sit down, son, we have some news to tell you, Howard said, putting a hand on Maria's thigh. Okay, Tony said slowly, looking at them suspiciously and with worry. It has come to our attention that your mother is pregnant. What? Tony, David, and Melissa shouted as they looked at them. Why are you surprised? Melissa asked David. Obviously, since this is the first time I'm hearing about this. It was after you left when you were accepted into UA. Your mother got lonely, and so to cure her boredom we got busy. Yo! Tony shouted, covering his ears. I don't need your narration through your sex scene, you perverted bastard. I'm going to agree on this with Tony. You are sharing too much information with us, David said with an uncomfortable expression. Melissa was the same as she nodded her head in agreement. Maria was blushing as she pinched his side. Ow. Right, sorry. Anyways, your mother has been missing her period, and just early morning yesterday, she was woken up by morning sickness. We went to a clinic quickly where the doctor informed us that she was having a baby, which is why David is only hearing about this now. Tony just looked down and had both his hands over his head. Holy shit. I'm going to be a big brother, me, a big brother. Am I even ready for such a responsibility? Tony began breathing a bit heavily, causing the others to look at him in concern. Tony, they called out with worry. Seeing their worried looks, Tony took a deep breath to calm himself down. Sorry, I was a bit overwhelmed with such news. First of all, congratulations, you guys, Tony said as he went and hugged both of them. They hugged him and thanked him. Melissa and David did the same afterward. For the rest of the trip back, they looked towards Tony, who was staring upwards with a lost look as he kept muttering, I'm going to be a big brother. They all soon landed back in his lab. As everyone settled, Tony walked around like a zombie, bumping into things before they headed towards UA. There were balloons and decorations everywhere. Tony and Melissa's parents went to sit in the audience VIP seats. Everyone was waiting inside a waiting/prep room. Kaminari looked towards Momo and asked, hey, where are Tony and Melissa? They were receiving their parents. Her words were interrupted by something banging loudly on the door. Their heads snapped towards the door when they heard Melissa's voice. Tony. Melissa came in and sighed while Tony followed right behind her, holding his forehead in pain. Melissa guided Tony to his seat before plopping down in hers. What's going on with Tony? I've never seen him this, out of focus, Momo asked. Melissa rolled her eyes as she said, he just found out his mother is pregnant and he's going to be a big brother. He doesn't know how to act now. Kaminari and Kirishima, hearing this, laughed. They went and patted his shoulders. Someone is clearly excited. Congratulations. Todoroki wanted to say something, but seeing how Tony was and hearing the reason, he chose to stay quiet. Ida then appeared through the door. We're up, you guys. Kaminari and Kirishima looked at each other, seeing Tony was still a bit absent-minded, before smirking. They wound up their hands and smacked him on the back. Ow. Tony yelled before glaring at Kaminari and Kirishima. He stood up and began chasing them around the room. He had them both in headlocks, suffocating them. You fuckers, what was that for? It was to wake you up, Kaminari choked out. Yeah, what he said. You're with us now, aren't you? Kirishima said as he hardened his neck. Seeing everyone leaving the room, Tony sighed and released them. He then glared at them. If we are ever against each other, I will show you guys no mercy, he said as he walked away, joining Melissa. Kirishima and Kaminari just smiled at each other as they ran after him. It's U.A Sports Festival. The one time each year when our fledgling heroes compete in a ruthless grand battle. Present Mike shouted to the large crowd. First up. You know who I'm talking about. The miraculous rising stars who brushed off a villain attack with their steely willpower. The first year of the hero course. Everyone soon walked out, with Tony wearing sunglasses taking the lead and Melissa right next to him, with both Jarvis and Friday visible. Everyone else followed behind. There was loud shouting and cheering from the crowd, causing them all to grow nervous, except for Tony and Melissa, who were used to this. Present Mike then began introducing the other classes when the R-rated hero Midnight took the stage in the middle. She walked to the mic stand, causing a small riot. Quiet down. Now everyone, for the representative of the first-year students, who went above and beyond passing both exams and gaining the highest marks in the history of UA, Anthony Stark. There was loud cheering upon hearing his name called. Some were surprised by Midnight's statements, some even refused to believe them. Tony casually walked towards the mic stand and looked at everyone. He found his parents up in the VIP stand and smiled before looking back at the crowd. Shut up and watch. They were all taken aback by his words and arrogance. I see some of you doubting me, doubting if I even deserve to be here, to be part of the hero course. And to that I say, shut up and watch. I'll show you that I'm better than everyone else, better than my opponents. If you can call them that, he scoffed. My classmates, my friends, and those that even came before me. Is it arrogance? Maybe, but like I said, just watch. I've said enough already. Tony smiled toward everyone as he lowered his glasses and winked before lifting them back up and walking off. There was a stunned silence, as they didn't really know what to say to that. And let the sports festival officially begin. Present Mike shouted to break the silence as Tony walked out and joined the others, who were just looking at him in surprise. Chapter 55, Sport Festival Part. Third Person's POV. After Present Mike's announcement, Midnight took the stage and announced the first event of the sports festival, the obstacle course. Everyone soon lined up at the starting line, each with a look of determination. Some even glared hatefully at Tony due to his earlier speech. On your marks. Present Mike yelled. Get set. Both Tony and Melissa got into a running position. And go. Tony and Melissa burst forward, passing everyone before Todoroki had a chance to freeze them to the ground. Tony and Melissa ran like Olympic runners. Ahead of them, they saw robots from the entrance exam lined up, blocking their way. Friday. Jarvis. Both Tony and Melissa called out respectively before saying simultaneously, gloves. Jarvis and Friday's flipper arms retracted into their compartments, revealing 2 openings for their hands. Tony and Melissa both inserted their hands and immediately pulled them out, now equipped with metal gauntlets that formed up to their elbows. Tony shot repulsors at the ground, propelling himself into the air and towards the robots. He wound up his fist and punched a robot, breaking it into pieces with his fist imprinted on the green metal. Meanwhile, Melissa pushed her palms out, sending 2 beams of repulsion that destroyed and pushed the robots out of the way. Tony landed perfectly and continued running while Melissa used her repulsors to propel herself forward. As they passed the robots, they felt a cold air in front of them. Looking back, they saw Todoroki freezing the ground as he skated forward at great speed. Tony and Melissa looked at each other and smirked, then began firing at the robots' legs, making them tumble and fall, blocking the path behind them. Don't think you can get ahead, you bastards. They heard shouting from behind. Without needing to look, they knew it was Bakugo. Meanwhile, some who were frozen in place broke free. Kaminari used his electricity, Kirishima hammered away the ice, Mina melted it with her acid, and Jiro hacked at it with her earphone jacks. They then heard a crackle of energy and saw a green flash blitz past them. Midoriya ran past everyone, catching up to Todoroki, and used the tumbled robots as stepping stones to jump from robot to robot. He appeared beside Bakugo, causing Bakugo's frustration to grow. His explosions became stronger, blasting him ahead of Midoriya. Midoriya leaned forward as he ran, cheeks puffed up, catching up. They both immediately passed Tony and Melissa. Seeing this, Tony and Melissa jumped into the air. Thrusters. Friday and Jarvis deployed 2 leg braces, attaching them to Tony's and Melissa's legs. They rolled in the air, and just before hitting the ground, their foot thrusters activated, propelling them forward. They appeared side by side with Bakugo and Midoriya. Todoroki then joined them, skating at the same speed, while Momo also appeared. She was flying on top of them wearing what appeared to be a jetpack with goggles on. Look at Class 1A go. They are ahead of the competition. I've never seen such a tight race. You must be proud of your students, Aizawa. Who do you think is going to win? Present Mike shouted as the entire crowd cheered them on. They've all trained very hard to be where they are today. It could be anyone's game, Aizawa explained plainly. They all reached the same obstacle, a giant wall almost as tall as a skyscraper, specifically made for rock climbing with small step stones to hold onto. Tony and Melissa both stuck their arms and legs out to break before shooting towards the sky. Bakugo and Momo followed after them. Midoriya used one for all to grab onto the stones and boost himself up, beginning to climb. This part slowed Todoroki down. When they reached the top of the wall, they had to drop down, as any higher would be considered out of bounds. Tony and Melissa shut down their thrusters and landed back on the ground. The ground cracked and shook underneath them before they reactivated their thrusters and flew ahead again. As Midoriya jumped over the wall, Todoroki stood on top, freezing the entire wall and creating small steps to climb down. When the others reached the Great Ice Wall, Kirishima hardened his fingers and climbed up using his own strength. Tokoyami used Dark Shadow, while Jiro used her earphone jacks to lift herself up, although her ears hurt afterward from the added weight. Tony and Melissa continued to be neck and neck, flying ahead of everyone else. Ahead, they saw a large pond stretching for miles with small boards to use for crossing, but Tony and Melissa flew over it, parting the water with their speed. It appears that Tony Stark is keeping true to his word. He is dominating the competition, flying over all the obstacles. Present Mike shouted. And he isn't the only one. By his side is Melissa Shield, going just as fiercely. Even though they are both quirkless, their genius creations make up for what they lack. The next obstacle was a straight path, but on each side were metal poles with turrets that fired blue electric bullets. Though not harmful, they were painful and intended to stun students, slowing them down. This was a course Tony and Melissa couldn't simply fly over as it would be out of bounds. Instead, they ran into the turret area, moving their arms to block the electric shocks with their metal gauntlets, while Jarvis and Friday flew around their backs, tanking hits for them. This demonstrated to the audience how great their reflexes were, as they ran straight through the multitude of bullets without getting hit. Momo, just behind them, pulled out a circular shield from her stomach, similar to one she had seen in Tony's lab. Instead of being themed around the American flag, hers was more aligned with Japan. She charged ahead through the turrets under the protection of her shield. Bakugo used his explosions to move all over the place, dodging as many bullets as he could. When Tony and Melissa got out of the turret field, the last obstacle was a minefield. Like most of the obstacles, they flew over it perfectly. The others then appeared by the turrets. Kirishima hardened his skin, making the shots useless against him. Kaminari surrounded himself in a yellow electric aura, absorbing and storing the shots inside his own body. Mina used an acid slime hamster ball to run through, the shots unable to penetrate. Midoriya charged through the electric shocks, gritting his teeth in pain but not slowing down. He then ran through the minefield, his speed allowing him to charge through, with the mines exploding after he had already passed. Tony and Melissa were neck and neck, and Present Mike hyped it up through the mic. Everyone was on the edge of their seats, cheering, some even for Momo, who wasn't far behind. Melissa. Tony shouted, feeling the rush of wind against his face. Yeah. Melissa asked, her mind focused on the finish line growing closer. I love you, Tony said as he spun around and blasted her with both his repulsors. Jarvis, detecting the danger, charged in and tanked the hit, but the force pushed him into Melissa, causing her flight to go haywire until she stabilized herself. Tony charged ahead of Melissa. You bastard, she shouted. Jarvis then warned Melissa of the danger behind her. She spun around and, in the same motion, caught the shield Momo threw at her and sent it back. Momo caught it as Melissa finished her spin just in time to see Tony cross the finish line. And we have a winner, everyone. Just like he said he would do, even at the cost of betraying his girlfriend. The winner of the obstacle race, Anthony Stark. With second place following, Melissa Shield. And in third, Momo Yaoyorozu. Chapter 56, Sports Festival Part. Third person's POV. I should really be kicking you in the shins. What the hell was that for? Melissa shouted angrily at Tony. Tony shrugged nonchalantly. It's me winning, obviously. No need to be a sore loser about it. Melissa rolled up her sleeves. Oh, I'll show you what soar truly means. Come here. Tony immediately ran away, with Melissa chasing after him with a demonic expression, both of them kicking up a storm. Tony got behind Momo, using her as a human shield. Momo found it amusing as they bobbed and weaved around her. Come on, didn't I say I love you? It was supposed to show that it was nothing personal, Tony said, moving Momo around. Melissa cracked her knuckles. Since hurting the one you love while saying, I love you, is supposed to be okay, why don't I express to you just how much I really love you? Your love for me is really strong, you know. I can feel it all the way through my human shield. There's no need, really. Hey, Momo called out, hearing what Tony was calling her. Melissa scoffed before looking at Momo. Don't think I've forgotten how you threw that shield at me. Momo rubbed the back of her head, a bit embarrassed. Sorry about that. Since Tony got first, I at least wanted to get second. Though it didn't go as intended. No hard feelings. Melissa grumbled. I'm surrounded by traitors. As they continued joking around, the area around them began to fill up with students who had passed the obstacle course. The ones to pass to the next round were the top 50s. 1. Tony Stark. 2. Melissa Shield. 3. Momo Yaoyorozu. 4. Izuku Midoriya. 5. Katsuki Bakugo. 6. Shoto Todoroki. 7. Juzo Hananuki. 8. Eijiro Kirishima. 9. Denki Kaminari. 10. Mina Ashido. 11. Kyokujiro. 12, etc. With last place, 50th, belonging to Aoyama. Bakugo bit his lip until it slightly bled upon realizing he came in 5th place and that Midoriya was a place above him. Todoroki had his fist tightened as he released a bit of steam from his mouth, having used too much of his cold side and was freezing. Midnight, who was still on the stage as she never left, continued with the sports festival. Those in the top 50 from this qualifying round will move on. But worry not to those that didn't make it, we have other ways you can show off. And now is when the main selection really begins. The press corps are going to be jumping out of their seats for this one, so give it all you've got. Now on to the second event. I already know what it is, of course. Midnight let the suspense build up, something she was really good at. Dying in suspense, aren't we? But worry not, since the next event is this. She motioned to the screen behind her, which displayed the words, Cavalry Battle. Cavalry Battle. Melissa read with a pondering look. I take it we will team up one way or another, Momo figured. Yeah, I wouldn't worry though. We'll make a fantastic team, Tony nodded with a large smile. Ha! Melissa scoffed. She turned to face Tony and put a hand on her hip, pointing her finger to his nose. You can kiss my cute little tush if you think I'm going to team up with you after the stunt you just pulled, she said in English before showing him her hand and walking away. Tony leaned towards Momo and whispered, Is it weird that I find it kinda hot when she gets like this? Momo looked at him and shook her head. You are hopeless, she said as she walked away from his side as well. Tony just stood by himself with a confused look as Midnight went on to explain the cavalry battle. Participants, on their own, will form teams of 2 to 5 members each and get into a horse and rider formation, she exclaimed as images appeared on the screen behind her. The rules are fundamentally the same as an ordinary cavalry battle, snag your opponent's headbands while guarding your own. But with one exception, each of you has been assigned a point-based value according to your ranking in the last event. The point value of your team will depend on the members you have chosen. Your individual point value starts at 5 at the bottom, so the student who took 50th place is worth 5 points, while the student at 49th has 10 points. Capice? Seeing everyone nod, Midnight nodded back in acceptance. Her smile then grew larger and more sinister. Now here's the twist, the person who came in first is worth 10 million points, she yelled, swinging her whip with every word. Everyone slowly turned and looked at Tony with bloodthirsty eyes, as if waiting for him to show any signs of weakness so they could devour him. Tony smiled, lowered his sunglasses, and winked. Don't stare too hard. I might just blush, he said with a confident smirk, which, although unintended, earned him some points with the ladies in the audience as they found his total confidence attractive. Midnight continued with her speech. There's more suffering for those at the top. As you must have heard countless times since enrolling into UA High, plus Ultra. Midnight stared at Tony with a smirk. After taking first place in the qualifiers, Anthony Stark possesses a total of 10 million points. Tony felt the aura everyone was giving off intensify as Midnight reiterated. She began posing with her small whip as she continued to explain, not caring for the position she just put Tony in. The match will last 15 minutes. Each team's points are determined by its members. The rider will wear a headband displaying the total number of points. Until the end of the match, you'll all compete to grab each other's points and maintain the ones you have. Any other headband you grab must be placed on your neck or higher. The more headbands you get, the harder they will be to manage. Most importantly, even if your headband is taken or your horse formation is broken, it's not over until it's over. Midnight swung her whip to emphasize, quirks are allowed, so it'll be a brutal battle. However, it is still a cavalry battle. Maliciously attacking another team with the intent of making them fall will get you a red card. And that means you're out of the game. Midnight finished off by saying, you all have 15 minutes to begin forming your own teams, and those 15 minutes start now. Without hesitating, Tony began running with a purpose in mind. Tony saw Momo talking to some people but snatched her away. She belongs to no one but me. Tony exclaimed with enthusiasm. Momo's face turned bright red. Tony. What are you doing? Tony set Momo down and enclosed her hand in his, staring into her eyes. Momo, I want you to be with me, just me and no one else. WW, what are you saying? She shouted, growing even redder. I need you, Momo. I won't take no for an answer. Please be on a team with me. Momo was fanning her face with one hand and glared at him. I want to face off against you and Melissa. I'm in third place after all. I should be forming my own team. Tony sighed and said, then you leave me no choice but to bribe you. He went over and whispered, I have a way to make you stronger quickly and permanently while being 100% safe. It's yours if you agree. Wait, seriously? Momo asked, looking at Tony in surprise. Tony nodded. When have I ever lied or exaggerated about a product I've created? Momo pondered for a bit, her face scrunched in contemplation before groaning loudly. Fine. But I swear, Tony, if you are lying I will be seriously mad at you. Yes. Tony pumped his fist. Come, let's get our next teammate. Tony ran as Momo followed. Tony found some students crowding around Kirishima, trying to recruit him. Tony just pointed at Kirishima. Kirishima, you're with me. No offense, dude, but you're worth 10 million, Kirishima answered awkwardly. And to that I ask you this, tell me, what can be any more manly than a man facing an army? It will be us against everyone else. You will be able to show off just how strong and unbreakable you really are. Kirishima's eyes lit up, practically aflame at the thought. He wound up his palm, and Tony did the same. You son of a gun, I'm in. It will be us against the world. That sounds so manly. They then followed Tony as he continued finding their next teammate. Hey Gakure, I want you on my team. Huh? Me, she asked, pointing at herself. Tony nodded. Just imagine it. You, the invisible girl, will be in the spotlight, where people will really take notice of you. That sounds nice. She muttered. Do you have a plan? I do, and I need you for it, Tony smirked. Hagakure sighed. Very well, it could be fun. Yes. Tony said, pumping his fist. Now, come, let's find our last member to tie all this together, he said as he jogged a bit, the others following close behind. He smiled as he looked at their last teammate. Mineta, I need your balls. Ha. Chapter 57, Sports Festival Part. A/N, not gonna lie, I dislike how the cavalry battle turned out, it's my least favorite part of everything, so just as a fair warning, don't expect much, prepare to be disappointed victory hand. Third person's POV. Mineta shook his head vigorously. Are you kidding me? I don't want to be targeted by everyone. No. No. Tony smirked. You know we're going to be the center of attention, which means a lot of ladies will be watching us. Who knows, if they see your performance, they might just want to date you. Where do I sign up? Mineta immediately agreed, his eyes sparkling. After gathering his team, Tony led them to a corner. Momo, I need you to create something to cover us while I make some things. In the 10 minutes we have left, I'm going to create items that will help us. Momo sighed and from her back created a large tarp, covering them from being seen. Meanwhile, Melissa assembled her own team. She grabbed Mina, Kaminari, and Jiro. You guys are coming with me. Huh? Why? Kaminari asked. Since Tony helped you guys grow stronger, I'm going to use that to my advantage and use you against him. Is this because of what happened during the obstacle course? Mina asked, both curious and amused. Melissa huffed and nodded. There is nothing fiercer than a woman's scorn, as they say, Jiro said with a smile. All right, I'm down. So who's going to be our last member? Kaminari asked. We'll need someone big and who can tank hits, and I know just who to go for, Melissa said as she spotted Shoji standing out in the crowd due to his large size. And the 15 minutes are up. Midnight addressed loudly, before Present Mike took over. Formed your teams. Made your plans. Too bad if you haven't. Here we go. The countdown to this brutal battle royale. Tony took off the tarp that was covering them, revealing Mineta in large white metal boots and arms, making him a good horse. Tony was the rider, wearing all his team's numbers around his neck, with his 10 million point headwear placed right on his forehead. Momo looking a bit tired already. 3. In Melissa's front were both Shoji and Kaminari, while behind her were Mina and Jiro. 2. Midoriya's team consisted of Uraraka, Mei, Azui, and Ida. 1. Bakugo and Todoroki formed a mixed-match team with the remainder of Class 1A and Class 1B. Start. Tony smirked as he lifted his forearm, a small computer appearing. As he pressed it, small drones emerged from behind him. Multiple holographic forms of Tony appeared, and as they appeared, Tony started to disappear. So which one is the real one, I wonder? They all said simultaneously. Everyone stood confused, unsure which one to go for as all the holograms began running around. Jiro, check with your earphone jacks to see if you can hear their footsteps, Melissa ordered. Jiro's earphone jacks extended and punctured the floor as she closed her eyes to focus. But with everyone attacking each other and too many movements, she clicked her tongue in frustration. I can't make it out, too many people moving at once. They're making too much noise. What is this? There appear to be multiple images of Anthony Stark moving around. Is such a thing even allowed, Aizawa? From what I was able to witness, yes it is. We have previously stated that all quirks are allowed to be used. Now then, let's think about who his teammates are and we can already infer what he has done. Momo Yaoyorozu's quirk allows her to create things she understands. Using her quirk, he probably had her create items for him to use and build. It is no secret that Tony Stark is a genius, an inventor with almost no equal. It wouldn't be unfair to assume he built something in that short time to enhance Hagakure's quirk, allowing her to reflect light on a large scale, making them all invisible. And as the rules previously stated, everyone is allowed to use their quirks, as long as it isn't used maliciously, Aizawa calmly explained. Melissa moved her head back just in time to dodge Azui's outstretched tongue. She saw the tongue retract and Midoriya flying towards her with a jetpack while his team wore rocket boots. Mina. I got it. Mina replied as her acid started expelling from her skin. She created a lot of it and threw it on the ground to their side, creating a wall of acid. Midoriya and his team had to stop, hitting the wall of acid briefly, giving Melissa and her team a moment to move away. Not a moment later, they heard an explosion behind them. Turn us around quickly. Midoriya ordered. Mei and Ida turned them just in time to see Bakugo flying towards them with his hand stretched out. Deku. Meanwhile, Melissa ordered, Shoji, try to use your eyes to see if you find even a flicker of light off of them, while also keeping a lookout for anyone trying to attack us. Yes ma'am, Shoji answered casually. Multiple eyes began to appear and extend from his body as he saw Todoroki preparing to attack. Todoroki at 6 o'clock, he warned. Sharp turn, Melissa commanded. They all took a sharp turn just in time as Todoroki sent out a wave of ice that froze everything in its path. Todoroki clicked his tongue but was fine with it as he froze some in front of Melissa and grabbed their headbands. Although I'm having a bit of difficulty finding Tony, I sense his drones creating the illusions, Shoji said as ears also appeared around his body. They're all in the air. Melissa nodded. Kaminari, I leave it all to you. Shoji, help me out, Melissa said as she grabbed Kaminari by the back of his shirt with her metal gauntlet. Both Shoji and Melissa flung Kaminari into the air. I'm the star of this show today. Kaminari shouted as he discharged a large amount of electricity everywhere. Remember, guide it, don't control it, he reminded himself as he moved his body around in the air, directing the lightning he discharged. The images of Tony and his team distorted before an explosion occurred. Pieces of drones rained down as Kaminari began to fall with them. You guys are going to catch me, right? He yelled, worried. Shoji created multiple hands to safely catch Kaminari and place him back in position. How many times can you do that? Melissa asked. 2 more times before I short-circuit, Kaminari explained. Wait, I should have thought of this sooner. Melissa exclaimed aggrievedly. Jarvis, helmet. The top of Jarvis opened up and shot something out, attaching to Melissa's face. It shifted into her mask, the HUD activating, and her eyes glowed a light blue color. Jarvis. Find me that sneaky bastard. You couldn't have done that earlier. Kaminari looked back at her in disbelief. Sorry, when it comes to Tony, he always manages to get in my head and get the better of me, Melissa said apologetically. Now then, let's get our 10 million points. Found him, Melissa muttered as she saw an infrared version of Tony with his team in a corner observing everyone and everything. As if detecting someone's gaze, he shifted his head and looked at her, his infrared version blowing her a kiss, causing her to scoff, though she couldn't deny the smile on her face. I found him, straight ahead. Tony tapped Kirishima. We've been found. Finally. This wasn't what I was promised. Don't worry, I was just letting them tire themselves out. It's time we go on the offensive. We had to give Momo time to rest, Tony smirked. I think we've been doing just fine. Mineta cried out. Can I undo our invisibility then? This is a bit uncomfortable, Hagakure questioned. In a bit, when they get here. Only Melissa can see us, we can use that to our advantage. Meanwhile, everyone continued to clash. Monoma managed to touch Todoroki's back, causing his team to retreat and create a wall of fire in front of them, stopping others from advancing. Monoma also covered the ground with ice, stopping some from moving. Ha 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 ha. Is this the best class 1, Scott? IT doesn't seem like much to me. Monoma taunted, laughing maniacally. Chapter 58, Sports Festival Part. Third person's POV. Melissa raised her arm and aimed a repulsor towards him. Kirishima, it's your time to shine, Tony said as Melissa fired a repulsor shot to undo their invisibility. All it ended up doing was exposing Kirishima's hardened arm from Hagakure's quirk before it was covered back up again. Mina, you saw where they were, right? Yup. Alright, Mineta, Momo, move out, Tony ordered. Mineta activated his rocket boots while Momo still had her jetpack, which moved them out of the way from Mina's attack. But Melissa was still able to see where he was going. She pointed towards their direction, guiding her team's movement. As she caught up to them, Tony and Melissa began a physical altercation. The sound of metal clashing resounded through the area as Tony blocked all of Melissa's attempts. Melissa reached for his headband, but Tony blocked it by pushing it away. She then aimed her hand downward and blasted the object in Hagakure's hand, which revealed their visibility. There he is, someone shouted. While Melissa looked at him smugly, Tony didn't look the least bit worried. Looks like your resting period is over, Momo. It's time we get serious. Everyone soon began making their way towards Tony in hopes of getting his 10 million points. The first one to appear before them was Midoriya and his team. Ajui attacked with her tongue, aiming straight for his headband, but Tony simply grabbed it with one hand while he shot a repulsor straight at Melissa to keep her at bay. Just when he was able to pull Ajui's tongue, it slipped out from his grip due to its slimy nature. Meanwhile, Kirishima and Momo held everyone back from approaching any further. Midoriya crackled with green energy as he shouted, Detroit Smash, which sent out a large gust of wind that threw them all off balance as Midoriya jumped and used Mei's jetpack to reach over towards Tony. But Tony wasn't unbalanced. Kirishima managed to stay on the ground due to hardening his figure, thus not making him move. Tony grabbed Midoriya's outstretched hand, spun him around, and flung him back from where he came. Those 10 million are mine, you metal bastard. Bakugo shouted, flying towards Tony. Tony simply focused on Melissa as he said, Friday. Friday flew in front of Bakugo with her chest piece opened, her arc reactor letting out a flashing beam of light that blinded Bakugo. Causing his flying to falter, luckily, Ciro's tape caught him and pulled him back before he hit the ground. As Tony and Melissa fought, Tony gained a teasing expression. Friday, we will have to talk about you and your love for public indecency. How can you just go and flash your chest at someone like that? Melissa couldn't help but laugh as she heard that. Boss, you are lucky that you have programmed me to cause no harm, otherwise I would have hit you for such a comment. As Melissa reached and Tony blocked, the thrusters on her gloves activated as she slid her hands off the gauntlet and reached over, taking the 10 million headband from his forehead. Run! 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 Melissa shouted to her teammates as her gauntlet was still pressuring into Tony. They all turned around and began running as Tony flicked the gauntlets off of him. Mineta, this is where your balls are most needed, Tony said as he extended his hand, and Momo gave him a rope she had to her side. All while they stopped paying attention to Tony and headed for Melissa now that she had the headband in her hand. Please stop wording it like that. Mineta pleaded. Tony grabbed one of Mineta's balls from his head, tied it to the rope, and began twirling it around rapidly, picking up speed. He gave it a quick toss, and it went speeding, landing right on the headband in her hand. Tony yanked it back from Melissa's hand, taking her by surprise. They all looked back to see Tony catching the ball in his hand and giving it a little shake in a taunting manner. What a turn of events, folks. In one instance, Anthony Stark lost the 10 million point headband to none other than Melissa Shield. But not even a second later, he snatched it back up from her hands. If only we could see that in instant replay. Present Mike shouted with enthusiasm. Just then, they felt a sense of cold wind permeate the air. Tony turned towards the feeling, expecting to see Todoroki, only to find out that it was Monoma who had copied the quirk. He then felt another wave of cold air from his opposite end and immediately guessed that it was the real Todoroki. Tony saw that he was being approached from all sides. He stood up over his teammates and said, Friday, chest. Her chest plate flew from her and stuck to his, quickly shifting and forming as his arc reactor spun, locking in place and glowing brightly. Spin me around, Tony ordered as he released a large repulsor from his arc reactor. Tony shot a beam as a warning shot, which ripped through the ground, creating a large circle around him. The ground around them shook as Tony's repulsor beam carved a wide, smoldering circle into the arena, halting everyone's advance. Todoroki narrowed his eyes, assessing the situation. "We need a different approach," he muttered to his team. Midoriya, regaining his balance, nodded. "Let's regroup and find an opening." Meanwhile, Melissa's team scrambled to recover. "We need a new plan," Melissa said, glancing at her teammates. "Shoji, keep an eye on Tony's team from above. Kaminari, prepare to stun them. Jiro and Mina, stay ready to support." Bakugo, still reeling from Friday's blinding tactic, growled in frustration. "Elbows, we need to get that headband. Let's find an opening. Belly button, shoot at their feet." Todoroki's team, consisting of Tokoyami, Sato, Koda, and the Class 1B member, also regrouped, strategizing their next move. Tony stood at the center of the chaos, the arc reactor on his chest glowing ominously. "All right, team," he said calmly, "we need to keep our defenses strong. Momo, keep creating barriers. Hagakure, stay invisible and provide intel. Kirishima, you're our shield. Mineta, be ready with those sticky balls." The intensity of the match escalated as the clock ticked down. The teams maneuvered, dodged, and attacked with renewed vigor, each aiming to secure the 10 million point headband. Ajui's tongue shot out again, aiming for Tony's headband, but this time, Tony was ready. He dodged her attack and countered with a swift repulsor blast that sent her reeling back. "Stay focused." Ida shouted to his team, pushing his engines to the limit as he charged towards Tony. Mei's gadgets buzzed with energy, ready to support their offensive. Melissa, determined not to let Tony keep the upper hand, activated her own boosters and launched herself at him. Their clash was a blur of energy blasts and quick maneuvers. "Now, Kaminari!" Melissa shouted. Kaminari unleashed a surge of electricity, aiming to disrupt Tony's systems. Tony's suit flickered but held steady, thanks to Friday's quick recalibration. "Nice try," Tony said with a smirk, "but you'll need more than that." From above, Shoji relayed crucial information to Melissa's team. "They're vulnerable on the left flank. Go now." Mina and Jiro dashed forward, coordinating their attacks. Mina's acid created a slippery terrain while Jiro's earphone jack rapidly whipped around. Amid the chaos, Midoriya saw an opening. "Uraraka, now," he shouted. Uraraka activated her quirk, making Midoriya float. Using Mei's jetpack, he rocketed towards Tony, aiming to snatch the headband. Tony saw him coming and prepared to intercept. However, just as he was about to grab Midoriya, Bakugo swooped in from the side, explosions propelling him forward. "Out of my way, Deku!" Bakugo snarled, aiming for Tony's headband while Aoyama shot his naval laser towards their feet. But Hagakure extended her hand and deflected the attack, exposing a bit of her hand and causing her to be a bit surprised. In the split second of confusion, Todoroki felt pressured and instinctively used his fire, sending a wave towards Tony. But he wasn't the only one. Monoma's left side unleashed a torrent of ice. The combined force at which they sent it at Tony created a powerful shockwave that destabilized the entire area. The final seconds ticked away as everyone converged on Tony. In a last-ditch effort, Tony activated a full-body repulsor burst, pushing everyone back. The buzzer sounded, signaling the end of the match. "And that's time." Present Mick's voice boomed through the arena. "What a spectacular show of power and strategy. Anthony Stark manages to hold onto the 10 million point headband. But let's not forget the incredible effort from everyone." The students panted heavily, some collapsing to the ground, exhausted but exhilarated by the intense competition. Tony looked around at his teammates, giving them a nod of approval. "Great job, everyone." Just then they heard Momo's stomach rumble slightly. Tony looked at her in amusement as she turned bright red. "If someone wasn't so demanding of my quirk, I wouldn't have to go through this." Tony just rubbed the back of his head looking at her apologetically. "A/N, I know, some of the rules were broken, yada yada, I did warn you all I didn't like how it turned out, I honestly couldn't be bothered." Chapter 59, Sports Festival Part. Third Person's POV. We will now see who the 5 teams moving to the next round are. In first place, we have Team Tony Stark. In second place, we have Team Todoroki. "What?" Melissa shouted. She turned towards Todoroki and saw a bird on Koda's shoulder with a headband as he handed it to him. "Baby, I know you love me, but you should have focused on other people beside me," Tony said, sounding disappointed. In third place, we have Team Melissa. Jiro handed her a headband as well. "I managed to get this from the one who threw fire towards Tony earlier." Melissa jumped and hugged Jiro. "Jiro, I love you so much." Jiro just patted Melissa's arm, a smug smirk on her face. In fourth place, we have Team Bakugo. And in fifth place, we have Team Midoriya. "Ha ha 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 ha, suck it Deku." Bakugo yelled as a miniature explosion occurred in his hands. Midoriya just looked a bit disappointed with himself. As everyone headed towards the lunch hall for a break, Tony, Melissa, and Midoriya found themselves in a secluded corner with Todoroki in front of them. "Why are we here?" Melissa asked curiously. "This is the part where the mysterious quiet kid tells us his tragic backstory." Tony leaned towards Melissa and muttered loudly. "Tony," Melissa elbowed him. "What? What if he really is here to tell us his backstory? We have to be supportive. We have to make sure he knows we are here to listen. We don't want to discourage him," she muttered just as loudly. Todoroki had a plain expression on his face as he looked at the two of them. He then focused on Tony. "You managed to overwhelm me, even though you weren't even focused on me, so I had to break my own pledge. As for you two, is one of you All Might's secret illegitimate child or something?" "Huh?" both Melissa and Midoriya said at the same time. "I heard how close you two are to All Might, not to mention," Midoriya shouted one of All Might's signature moves during the battle. Tony and Melissa just stared at Midoriya with a deadpan look. Midoriya began stuttering as he moved his hand around. "It's because I really admire him. That's all. He's always been my biggest inspiration, so I used his moves as examples. I literally explained that All Might's my uncle," Melissa said, shifting the attention from Midoriya. Todoroki shrugged. "It could have been a cover story to hide it. Anyways, that's not the point. You guys are hiding something, I'm sure of it. Even if we are hiding something, what does that have to do with you?" "It really shouldn't be any of your business," Tony said with an unamused look. Todoroki stood quiet for a bit, realizing Tony had a point. "You know, my father is Endeavor. The second greatest hero of all time. So if you're somehow connected to the #1 hero, that will be more than enough reason for me to crush you." Melissa just turned towards Tony and looked at him in confusion. "My dad is a powerful bastard with only one thing on his mind, getting stronger. Yeah, he's gone and made a name for himself as a hero, but he's always seen the living legend that is All Might as an obstacle and an eyesore. My father could never beat All Might on his own, so he went with another plan. I'm sorry, but I don't understand. Why are you telling us this, Todoroki?" Midoriya asked. "Have any of you guys ever heard of quirk marriages?" Melissa's eyes widened when Todoroki asked this. "You don't mean?" Already having a feeling where Todoroki was going with this. Todoroki just closed his eyes and gave Melissa a single nod. They started becoming a problem during the second or third generation after quirks appeared. Strong individuals would choose a partner and force them into marriage. All for the sole purpose of passing on a stronger version of their own quirk. So in the early generation, they surely lacked ethics. With his fame and wealth, my father made my mother's family agree to the marriage. All to get a hand on her quirk. Raising me as a hero so I could surpass All Might, just so I could fulfill his own ambition. I hated it. Being made into a tool for that human garbage. The only thing I can remember is my mother's constant crying," he said as he began touching the burned scar on his left side. "I can't stand to see that left side of yours," she said before pouring scalding water on my face. Melissa put a hand over her mouth in shock, while Midoriya shuddered in horror. "It's much more impactful seeing it in person than on screen," Tony thought with a small frown. "That's rough, buddy," Tony said sympathetically. Even Bakugo, who was listening in behind a wall to be detected, gained a serious expression. "In short, not using my left side was a sort of my own revenge against him. Never using my rotten father's quirk. No. By rising to the top without using it, I'll deny him everything." "That's stupid," Tony said, plain and simple. "Tony," Melissa said. Even Midoriya just looked at him in surprise. Melissa wanted to say more, but they all saw his serious expression. Todoroki raised a brow. "Why do you think so?" he asked, curious to know what Tony was thinking. "I'll answer that with a question. Tell me, your hair, is it yours or your father's?" "What?" "Just answer the question." Todoroki touched his hair slightly in confusion. "Mine." "It's the same with your quirk and your quirk factor." Todoroki's eyes widened a bit in surprise. "Yes, your parents had some influence in the making of them, just like the rest of your DNA. But ultimately, they are just you and no one else's. You know how fingerprints and eye retinas are always different and no two are ever the same." Todoroki nodded his head. "So are quirk factors, which are what make up your quirk. Sure, it might have been influenced by your father's quirk, but it's its own thing. Here, I've been researching quirks for a while if you think I'm lying," Tony said as he took out his phone, typed something out, and showed a hologram. The hologram showed 3 balls of swirling energy. 2 on top and 1 on the bottom. The red belongs to the quirk factors of a father, the blue one is from the mother, and can you guess who the purple one belongs to? Their child. Todoroki muttered as he stared at the purple energy. "And do they look anything similar to the other two?" Todoroki shook his head, then stared at his own hands with a look of deep contemplation. Tony shut off the hologram. I'll leave you to think on your own. Tell me once you stop being stupid, so we can actually train your quirk how it was supposed to be trained. Todoroki looked at Tony in confusion. What do you mean by that? Tony rolled his eyes. Your quirk. Have you ever thought about mixing them together and making them one? Tony then grabbed Melissa's hand and began walking away, not bothering to look at Todoroki's stunned expression, just waving him goodbye. As they were far enough away, Melissa leaned on Tony's shoulder and smiled. You never experimented on a father and mother, did you? Nope, Tony smirked, causing Melissa to laugh. You big liar. Now come, I want something to eat, Melissa smirked, dragging him to where everyone else was. When they arrived, they found the others eating something casual, so Tony and Melissa joined in. Tony saw someone waving towards him and noticed Kaminari and Mineta gesturing him over. Tony smirked, already knowing what was going to happen. As he approached them, Melissa went towards the girls. Dude, you have to help us convince them, Kaminari said in a hushed tone. Mineta rapidly nodded his head in agreement. Don't worry, I'm in. I'm winning here as well by seeing Melissa in a uniform, Tony said, giving them a thumbs up. Kaminari pumped his fist excitedly. Lunch break was soon over. Before we get off to the final event, I've got good news for those out of the running. This is still a sports festival, so we've prepared a recreational activity for all participants. We even shipped in cheerleaders from America to get you pumped up. Present Mike paused. What's this? It appears Class A would also be putting on a show. All the girls from Class 1A stood there holding pom-poms with a deadpan expression, except for one. Melissa decided to just go with the flow. Tony had his phone out, taking multiple pictures from different angles as Melissa posed for each one. Oh baby. Work it. Snap. Eat them up, Melissa. Snap. Melissa had one pom-pom in the air while the other was on her hip, looking at the camera with a kissy face. Boo-hoo. Melissa, don't hurt them. Snap. Melissa then brought the pom-pom by her mouth and extended it out as if blowing him a kiss while winking. Melissa then brought the pom-poms close to her chest, shaking them about. Come on, ladies. Let's show them our routine. All the girls just looked at Melissa in confusion, having no idea what she was talking about. Give me a P, give me an L, give me a U, S. Melissa sang while forming the letters with her pom-poms and her body. Give me a U, give me an L, give me a T, R, A, she continued, forming the A by putting the pom-pom on her hips and spreading her feet. What does it spell? She yelled enthusiastically. She jumped into the air, did a backflip with her knees tucked in, and landed in a split with the pom-poms in the air, shaking. Plus ultra. Everyone in the crowd yelled, thrusting their fists in the air. Melissa then pushed herself into the air, landing back on her feet. All the girls could do was look at Melissa in complete surprise, wondering who she was and what had happened to the real Melissa. Melissa then hooked arms with Momo. Come on, ladies. Let's hook arms and follow after me. They were all dragged by Melissa's energy and enthusiasm, linking arms. Melissa began kicking side to side, alternating legs as she sang. Plus ultra, plus ultra. We're going plus ultra. Plus ultra, plus ultra. We're going plus ultra. We are Class 1A and we're going plus ultra. They all then unlinked arms as Melissa slowly crouched with the pom-pom in the middle as if building up power. As they crouched, Melissa then asked, who are we? Class 1A. The crowd shouted. And how are we going? Melissa, along with the rest of the girls and the crowd, both slowly started off as they said, PLUUSSSS. They all then jumped in the air as the crowd shouted alongside them with large smiles, Ultra. And where was Tony during all this? Holding onto Friday for dear life as he couldn't stop laughing and was about to fall over. Chapter 60, Sports Festival Part. Third Person's POV. Melissa, Mina, Hagakure, and Uraraka were seen happily waving towards the crowd with their pom-poms, while Momo was covering her face due to how embarrassed she was. Melissa walked up towards Tony and smirked. That was unexpectedly fun. Tony, who was wiping his tears from laughing so much, scoffed, really? I couldn't tell. He said sarcastically. Melissa just rolled her eyes at his sarcasm and decided to tease him a bit. I wonder what I should do with this outfit. I should probably throw it away. Why would you do such a thing? Why would you commit such a crime? Tony asked, aghast. Meanwhile, Present Mike was hyping up their performance. What a fantastic performance from Class 1A. It seems to have motivated the crowd to cheer for Class 1A. Now then, since that's over, let's begin with the final event. Between the 25 members of the 5 winning teams, we'll have a formal tournament. A series of one-on-one battles. Now I know what some of you are wondering, how can we do a one-on-one battle with an odd number of players? But here's the catch, on each round, There will be a lucky player who will draw a lucky slot and automatically move to the next round. The first match will be 12 battles in total, with the lucky person going on to match 2. Match 2 will be 6 battles in total, with the other lucky person going to match 3. Match 3, the quarterfinal, will be 3 battles in total, with a lucky person moving into the semifinal. The semifinals will have no lucky person. It will be a battle to determine who will be in the finals, where the 2 top contestants will fight for first place. It wasn't long before the 12 matches were posted, plus the lucky guy who would move to the next round. The lucky person was Mineta, with the following matches. Anthony Stark vs Aoyama Yuga. Tsuyu Azui vs Hiria Rin. Hanta Siro vs Kyoka Jiro. Bakugo Katsuki vs Kaminari Denki. Kirishima Ijiro vs Toru Hagakure. Melissa Shield vs Tokoyami Fumikage. Shoto Todoroki vs Rikito Sato. Tenya Ida vs Mei Hatsum. Izuku Midoriya vs Taguru Kamakiri. Momo Yaoyorozu vs Senkaibara. Ochako Uraraka vs Koji Koda. Mina Ashido vs Mizo Shoji. Tony looked towards Mineta. You are so lucky, it's unbelievable. Mineta rubbed the back of his head with a pretty happy expression. Haha, who knows? Perhaps with this luck, all the beautiful ladies will want to be with me. I would happily let my luck rub off on them. His happy expression changed to that of a perverted one. Tony just sighed. Why do I even speak to you? After the lineup and everyone knew who their opponents were, the festivities commenced. During this time, Tony decided to spend time with his mother and father, while Melissa decided to spend time with her dad. They all watched the festivities from the VIP room. Howard nudged Tony as he asked, so when are you going to make me a suit? Tony just blinked as he looked at Howard. Dude, you know how to make the arc reactor, why can't you just make the suit yourself? Howard just looked at Tony in confusion. Isn't it obvious? Because it's your product. How should I say this? Those suits are now a part of you and you are a part of them. If I just went and copied it, it would feel like I'm stealing something important from you. Wow, that is surprisingly considerate of you. I didn't know you had it in you, old man, Tony said, looking at his father in surprise. Howard just gave Tony a plain look and scoffed. So are you getting me one? Of course I'm getting you one. I'm actually getting you both one. Melissa is making one for her father, Tony said, shaking his head. Actually, I had something else for you and Mom when you were coming over, but now I'm not sure since Mom is pregnant. What is it? Howard asked curiously. I don't want to talk about it in the open, Tony informed him. Howard nodded, while Maria just shook her head. Tony, honey, I appreciate the thoughtfulness of it, but I don't need a suit of armor, she said in amusement. Please, when I make it, use it for protection. I synthesized this new metal that is really good for protection. I named it vibranium. After explaining what it does, Howard had a surprised look. You created a metal that absorbs kinetic energy and distributes it. You never fail to amaze, Tony. Howard, Tony, and Maria continued conversing, discussing many things. Maria was mostly interested in his social life and the friends he made during his time at UA. It wasn't long, however, until Tony had to go as he was the first one up during the tournament. Present Mike then began presenting the 2 contestants up to the stage. In the first match, we have a contestant that has dominated events after events. His name has rang out in Japan for many years now. Please give it up for Anthony Stark. Everyone soon heard heavy footsteps as Tony appeared from his entrance wearing his full blue and golden armor, with only his face and black hair visible. There was thunderous applause as Tony appeared wearing his armor. Many were impressed with it, some even wanted one for themselves. Others were more interested in its capabilities and what it had to offer. Present Mike then presented Tony's opponent, and on the other corner, we have his classmate and coursemate, a guy that always shines, Aoyama Yuga. Aoyama began walking as if he was a runway model, posing until he arrived in front of Tony. Let's put on a magnificent show for everyone watching, Mon Ami. Sure, dude, Tony said casually. The rules are simple. Present Mike started off. Win by knocking your opponent out of the ring, immobilizing them, or getting them to say, I give up. Bring the pain. We've got our good old recovery girl on standby. And fight dirty if you must. Ethics have no meaning here. Well, of course, going for the kill is a-no-no. You'll be disqualified. Because a true hero's fists fly only when in pursuit of villains. Now let's get this thing started. Ready ie. Tony's mask closed over his face as his eyes lit up, showing their activation. Aoyama's devices around his stomach glowed slightly. Start. Immediately, Aoyama sent a beam from his belly button device. The light beam traveled rapidly through the air, hitting Tony straight in his armored stomach. However, instead of moving or being sent flying back, Tony stood rooted in place without any reaction. Tony just calmly began walking casually, swinging his arms side to side, and making his way through Aoyama's beam. Aoyama's stomach began rumbling, but he wanted to at least believe he tried to win, so he didn't give up and increased the power of the beam. Tony quickly arrived in front of Aoyama. Aoyama, seeing how pointless it was, stopped using his beam. Tony just stared down at Aoyama. "Walk off," Tony said without much emotion. Aoyama was holding his stomach in pain and his legs were closing into each other. "Merci beaucoup," he said graciously for not hurting him. Aoyama then slowly walked out and headed back the way he came from, while Tony turned around and did the same. What a show of power, folks. Just with his mere intimidating presence and words alone, he discouraged a competitor into calling it quits. Want to know what I considered power and the pinnacle of heroism? It's when your mere presence and words speak volumes. There we have it, folks. The first round done in less than a minute. The winner, Anthony Stark. Chapter 61, Sports Festival Part. Third Person's POV. After Tony's match with Aoyama came Ajui's match against Hiryu Rin from Class 1B. Tony and Melissa sat in the spectator seats with the rest of their class. Kaminari leaned against the rail, asking, "So who do you think is going to win?" "It will depend on Sue's pain tolerance," Tony said, engrossed in his phone. "You don't seem that interested in their fight. Shouldn't you be paying attention?" "You're going to fight whoever wins next, after all," Mina said. "No need. Although I said it will depend on her pain tolerance, Sue has a 75% chance of winning." "How the hell did you even manage to calculate that?" Jiro asked, looking at Tony in confusion. "Based on their skills and quirks. Our class isn't the only one I've studied, I've looked over all the other classes as well," Tony said without looking up. In the arena, scales began to grow on Rin's body for protection. Ajui charged at him, hopping around. Rin threw scales at her, but Ajui dodged and ran on all fours towards him. Rin attacked offensively, but Ajui rolled out of the way, jumped up, and drop-kicked him. The kick barely did any damage, but Ajui recovered and jumped back, shooting her tongue out to wrap around his leg. Rin shot his scales at her tongue, causing her to wince, but she held on despite the pain. She lifted him and spun around, throwing Rin out of the arena to end the round. Ajui walked out of the area, tears filling her eyes as her tongue bled. Everyone looked at Tony in surprise. Uraraka, behind him, leaned forward and asked, "Is that what you meant when you said it would depend on her pain tolerance?" "Yup. If her tongue was too sensitive, she would have dropped him, costing her the round since she couldn't do any major damage to him. Her tongue was her way of winning." Jiro turned towards him. "So what's my chance against Zero?" 65%, but only because I trained you." "What? It's that close?" Jiro asked in surprise. The next fight, as previously stated, was Kyoka Jiro versus Hanta Zero. Zero tried to capture her with his tape, but Jiro ripped them off with the metal part of her earphone jacks. Jiro then ran towards him, swinging her earphone jacks like whips, smacking and hurting him before giving him a little shock. She wrapped him up and suffocated him until he called it quits. After Jiro's fight was Kaminari versus Bakugo. Kaminari turned towards Tony, "Please give it to me straight. What's my chance against Bakugo?" Bakugo, nearby, listened. 45%. "Huh?" Kaminari asked in shock. "I know I said to give it to me straight, but it can't be that bad, right? It would be closer if you could use higher voltage, but you'd need to limit it, otherwise, you might end up killing him." "Huh? That little electric mouse can't possibly kill me," Bakugo shouted. "No matter how strong you are, Bakugo, you can't survive against 1,000,000 volts of electricity. You would either die or, in the worst case, become more retarded." "Did you just call me a retard, you quirkless bastard?" "Huh? You actually managed to catch that. I didn't know you had it in you, Bakugo." "You surprise me more and more," Tony said, genuinely surprised. Bakugo looked ready to attack Tony, but they were soon called to the arena. The fight went as Tony predicted, but Bakugo didn't come out unscathed. At one point, Bakugo was getting electrocuted as Kaminari had an aura of pure electricity protecting him. Even while getting electrocuted, Bakugo gritted his teeth, put both hands on Kaminari, and created a giant explosion that sent him flying out of the arena. Bakugo couldn't move from his place as he was paralyzed, only able to look down at his arms, gritting his teeth. He had to be carried off to be healed by Recovery Girl. Next was Hagakure Toru versus Kirishima Ijiro. Toru looked towards Tony and asked him the same question as everyone else, wanting to know his opinion. Tony didn't want to answer and just lifted his phone higher to his face. Although no one could see it, Toru had an awkward expression. "That bad, huh?" she said in a downcast tone. "It's 5%. Everyone saw her shoulders slump down, causing Tony to feel bad. How about this, after the sports festival, I'll help you practice and train your quirk properly. It has a lot of potential, you know." "Really?" she asked excitedly. Tony simply nodded, causing Toru to pump her fist. After she went down after being called, Melissa looked at him with a teasing expression. "You big softy." Tony rolled his eyes and decided to ignore her, but Melissa didn't let that happen. She happily hugged his arm. The round ended quickly. Even knowing she didn't have a chance, Toru still fought, but Kirishima was superior and ultimately won without Toru doing much. Next was Melissa versus Tokoyami. Tokoyami tried to fight, but Melissa shined a large light from her arc reactor in her chest, weakening Dark Shadow considerably. Seeing that, Tokoyami recalled Dark Shadow and tried to fight hand-to-hand, but Melissa used her hand repulsor to shoot Tokoyami out of bounds, ending their fight. After their fight was Shoto Todoroki against Rikado Sato. Tony was surprised to see that it went exactly like Todoroki's fight against Zero in the anime. A large ice wave was created, almost hitting the crowd as it grew past the stadium. After cleaning and melting away all the ice Todoroki had created, the match between Tenya Ida and Mei Hatsum followed, which also went like in the anime. Hatsum used the chance to use Ida as an ad campaign. After she was done, she called it quits, as she just wanted to promote her work for investors. "Well, consider yourself lucky." Mei turned towards the voice and found Tony looking down from the spectator seat with a small smile. He jumped over the railing, surprising everyone, and calmly walked towards the arena. "Consider me interested." "It seems to me you have a lot of skills," Tony smirked. Mei grabbed Tony's hand and began to rapidly shake it with a large smile. "I'm a big fan. You have changed the way people view support items. It's a big honor to hear that you're interested in my work. Please take your business dealings somewhere else." "We're in the middle of the sports festival," Aizawa's monotone voice was heard. Which they did. "You have to let me look at your suit. It looks absolutely phenomenal." Mei then began asking Tony a million questions about his suits at once. She even had to stop and catch her breath. "You know how after the sports festival comes internships? How would you like to intern at Stark Industries? Would I be learning personally from you?" Mei asked curiously. "Is that what you want?" Mei rapidly nodded her head, almost causing her goggles to fall off. "But I also have my own internship to worry about, you know," Tony informed her. "Aw, and I wanted to make some babies with you." Tony sighed, rubbing the back of his head. "I'll see what I can do. No promises, though." Mei nodded in acceptance. "I'll take what I can get." After finishing his dealings, the sports festival continued. After Mei Hatsum and Tenya Ida, it was the fight between Izuku Midoriya and Toguro Kamakiri, another member from Class 1B. Chapter 62, Sports Festival Part. Third Person's POV. After Mei's ad break, it was Izuku Midoriya versus Toguro Kamakiri, a student from Class 1B. His quirk, Razor Sharp, allows him to produce large blades from any part of his body. As Midoriya and Toguro stood in front of each other, Present Mike shouted for the round to begin. "Full cowling, 10%, Midoriya muttered as he was surrounded in green arcs of energy. He shot off with a burst of speed and appeared to Toguro with his fist aimed at his face. Toguro crossed his arms on time and shot blades from his foot to stay in place, but was still pushed back heavily. He only stopped from the borderline thanks to his quick thinking. Toguro grinned, revealing sharp teeth. "You're strong, but let's see how you handle this." He lunged forward, blades extending from his arms and legs, slashing at Midoriya with rapid, precise strikes. Midoriya dodged and deflected the attacks, using his agility and quick reflexes to stay ahead of the blades. He aimed a kick at Toguro's side, but Toguro blocked it with a blade sprouting from his forearm, pushing Midoriya back. "Full cowling, 15%. Midoriya muttered, increasing his power. He moved even faster, landing a punch on Toguro's shoulder. Toguro staggered but quickly recovered, spinning around and slashing with a blade from his elbow. Midoriya narrowly avoided the slash, feeling the blade's wind against his cheek. He focused, realizing he needed to end the fight quickly. Full cowling, 20%. With a burst of speed, Midoriya zigzagged around Toguro, confusing him. He appeared behind Toguro, delivering a powerful kick to his back. Toguro stumbled forward, his balance disrupted. Midoriya seized the opportunity, charging forward with a powerful punch aimed at Toguro's chest. Toguro tried to block, but Midoriya's increased power was too much. The punch connected, sending Toguro flying out of the ring. He landed outside the boundary, disqualified. Present Mike announced, "Winner, Izuku Midoriya." Midoriya took a deep breath, relaxing as the green arcs of energy faded. Toguro got up, rubbing his chest with a wry smile. After Midoriya's victory it was Momo's match, and she was up against another member from Class 1B, Senkaibara, whose quirk Gyrate allows him to make any part of his body rotate at high speed like a drill. Present Mike then announced that they could begin. Momo opened her hand and used her quirk to pull out a metal bow staff. She spun it around her body before charging in. Sen Kaibara watched Momo with a focused gaze, his hands beginning to rotate rapidly as he activated his quirk, Gyrate. Let's see how you handle this. Momo, undeterred, advanced swiftly, her bow staff spinning skillfully. She struck out with a quick jab aimed at Sen's midsection. Sen blocked with his rotating arm, deflecting the strike with ease. Momo used the momentum to spin and aim a low sweep at his legs. Sen jumped over the sweep, countering with a drill-like punch aimed at Momo's shoulder. She parried the punch with her staff, the impact causing a loud clang. Sen pushed forward, rotating his other arm to follow up with another strike. Momo backed off, her eyes narrowing in concentration. She adjusted her grip on the bow staff and switched to a defensive stance, waiting for an opening. Sen came at her again, his rotating fists a blur. As Sen lunged forward, Momo sidestepped, using her bow staff to redirect his momentum. She struck out with a rapid series of blows, each one precise and controlled. Sen managed to block most of them, but Momo's speed and technique began to wear him down. Seeing an opportunity, Momo created a flashbang grenade with her quirk and tossed it at Sen's feet. The grenade went off with a blinding light, causing Sen to stagger and cover his eyes. Momo didn't waste a second. She closed the distance and delivered a powerful strike to Sen's abdomen with her bow staff, followed by a sweeping blow to his legs, sending him to the ground. She quickly pointed the end of her staff at his throat, signaling her victory. Present Mic's voice boomed over the arena, "Winner, Momo Yayorozu." After Momo's match, it was Ochako Uraraka versus Koji Koda. Once Present Mic started the match, Koda summoned a group of birds to swarm Uraraka and push her out of the arena. Uraraka charged ahead and, with a quick touch, was able to make Koda float and push him out of the ring, ending the match quickly. Following Uraraka's win, the final match of the first round commenced, Mina Ashido versus Shoji Mizo. As their match began, Shoji tried to grab Mina with his multiple limbs, but Mina was too quick. She surrounded herself with slippery acid, making it nearly impossible for Shoji to get a good grip on her. Mina didn't just stay on the defensive. She attacked back, using sticky acid to try and hold Shoji in place, but Shoji's strength allowed him to break free, though he was injured. Both fighters were tired and hurt, but ultimately, Mina won in the end. And that's what I call a good end for the final round of the first match, everyone. Present Mic announced. After a short break, it was time for the second round of the tournament. Now then, for this round, our lucky contestant who would move on is Eijiro Kirishima, with the lucky contestant from the previous round taking his place. Kirishima felt a bit disappointed that he wouldn't get to participate in this round but was glad to place higher in the tournament. Now then everyone, let's give it up to our two first round contestants, Anthony Stark versus Asu Itsuyu. You may now begin. Sorry, Tony said apologetically. For what, Rabbit? Asui asked. A compartment opened up from Tony's shoulder, shooting out an electric charge towards her. Her eyes widened as she hopped out of the way just in time, nearly getting hit. Cheap trick, she glared. That's why I apologized, Tony said, raising his hands. Now I would kindly ask you to give up. You have a 0% chance of winning. I wouldn't forgive myself if I quit without even trying, Asui croaked before charging ahead with determination. This is why heroes are so annoying, Tony mumbled. Once she got close, Tony shot a repulsor beam at her stomach, sending her flying back and skidding across the ground out of bounds. And that's what I call another quick round from Anthony Stark. You can't deny the charm in our contestant for trying to win. Present Mic exclaimed. The next match was Kyoka Jiro versus Bakugo Katsuki. It ended quickly as Bakugo charged ahead without giving her any chance to attack. Despite her efforts, Bakugo's superior fighting techniques and abilities overwhelmed her. Following that, it was Mineta versus Melissa. Mineta tried to keep Melissa in place with his sticky balls, but Melissa ruptured them with her repulsors before sending an electric charge that hit him. Mineta could only spasm for a bit before plopping down unconscious, leading to Melissa's victory. The next match was Shoto Todoroki versus Tenya Ida. As the match began, Shoto froze the entire arena, making the terrain difficult for Ida to move on. Still, Ida used the ground as a skating rink and charged ahead towards Todoroki. However, as he got closer, Todoroki froze his calf engines, making them unable to move. Todoroki then calmly placed a hand on Ida's chest, signaling for him to stop. Ida had no choice but to agree, conceding the match to Todoroki. The arena was buzzing with excitement as the next match was announced, Momo Yayorozu versus Izuka Midoriya. The crowd was eager to see how the two would fare against each other, given their different strengths and strategies. At the start of the round, Momo immediately conjured her vibranium shield, a formidable defense, and held her bow staff in the other hand. Midoriya, aware of her capabilities, activated full cowling at 25%, his body crackling with green energy. The match began with Momo taking a defensive stance, her eyes sharp and focused. Midoriya, knowing he had to be careful, decided to test her defenses first. He dashed forward with incredible speed, aiming a series of quick, calculated punches at Momo. She skillfully blocked each attack with her vibranium shield, the metal ringing with each impact. Realizing that a frontal assault wouldn't be effective, Midoriya quickly changed tactics. He used his enhanced agility to leap back and then around Momo, trying to find an opening. Momo responded by spinning her bow staff in a wide arc, forcing Midoriya to keep his distance. Midoriya then feinted an attack from the front, but as Momo raised her shield, he flipped over her and aimed a kick at her back. Momo, anticipating his move, spun around just in time to deflect the kick with her staff, pushing him away. Midoriya decided to change his approach again. This time, he used full cowling to enhance his speed and strength even further, moving almost too fast for the eye to follow. He aimed a powerful punch at Momo's shield, pushing her back several feet. Before she could recover, he was already behind her, aiming a kick at her side. Momo barely managed to block it with her staff, but the force of the blow knocked her off balance. Seeing his chance, Midoriya moved in for a decisive strike. However, Momo quickly recovered and used her bow staff to vault herself over him, landing gracefully a few feet away. She then conjured a flashbang and threw it at Midoriya, who instinctively shielded his eyes. The flashbang went off with a blinding light and deafening sound, disorienting Midoriya for a moment. Momo seized the opportunity to close the distance and swung her staff at him. Midoriya, still recovering from the flashbang, barely managed to block the attack with his forearm, but the impact sent him sprawling. As Midoriya got back to his feet, he knew he had to end the fight quickly. He charged at Momo with everything he had, using full cowling to its maximum potential. Momo braced herself, her shield up and staff ready. Just as Midoriya was about to land a powerful punch, Momo dropped to the ground, using her staff to sweep his legs out from under him. Midoriya hit the ground hard, but quickly rolled to his feet, breathing heavily. He knew he couldn't keep this up much longer. Summoning all his strength, he launched himself at Momo one last time, aiming a powerful kick at her shield. The force of the impact sent Momo stumbling back, but she managed to stay on her feet. Midoriya, not giving her a moment to recover, followed up with a series of rapid punches. Momo blocked each one with her shield, but the relentless assault was taking its toll. Finally, Midoriya saw an opening and aimed a punch at her exposed side. Momo, unable to block in time, took the hit and was knocked back. When she reaffirmed her stance and was about to attack once more, Present Mic called the match. Momo was surprised before looking down. She saw when she had stepped out from the arena, causing her shoulders to slump and look a bit ashamed of herself. The next match was Mina Ashido vs Ochako Uraraka, and the crowd was eager to see how the two would utilize their unique quirks against each other. Mina, with her acid quirk, knew she had to be strategic and prevent Uraraka from getting close enough to touch her and make her float. As soon as the match began, Mina wasted no time and created tentacles made of acid, which extended from her arms like whips. She lashed out at Uraraka, who had to stay on her toes to avoid the acidic tentacles. The arena echoed with the sharp sounds of acid sizzling against the ground where the tentacles struck. Uraraka, understanding the danger of getting hit by the acid, used her agility to dodge the attacks. She kept her distance, trying to find an opening. Mina, however, was relentless, swinging her acid tentacles in wide arcs to keep Uraraka at bay. "You've got some tricky moves, Mina," Uraraka called out as she evaded another strike. "Thanks, Ochako. But I can't let you get close," Mina replied, determined to maintain her advantage. Uraraka knew she needed to change her approach. She quickly glanced around the arena and spotted several large rocks scattered about. Formulating a plan, she used her quirk to make the rocks float and sent them flying towards Mina. Mina, seeing the incoming projectiles, skillfully used her acid tentacles to deflect the rocks. However, the distraction provided Uraraka with the opening she needed. As Mina was focused on the rocks, Uraraka dashed forward, closing the distance between them. Realizing what Uraraka was attempting, Mina quickly retracted her tentacles and shot a stream of acid at the ground in front of Uraraka, creating a barrier of sizzling acid. Uraraka skidded to a halt, narrowly avoiding the corrosive liquid. "Nice try, Ochako, but I'm not going down that easily," Mina said, grinning. Uraraka, undeterred, took a deep breath and adjusted her strategy. She started moving in unpredictable patterns, zigzagging and using her floating rocks to create more obstacles for Mina. The rapid movement and constant barrage of rocks forced Mina to constantly readjust her aim, making it harder for her to keep track of Uraraka. Finally, Uraraka saw her chance. She leaped high into the air, using her quirk to lighten her body and soar above Mina. As she descended, she aimed to land directly behind her opponent. Mina, caught off guard by the aerial maneuver, tried to swing her tentacles upward but was a fraction too slow. However, Mina had one more trick up her sleeve. As Uraraka descended, Mina quickly coated the area around her with a thin layer of acid, making it nearly impossible for Uraraka to land without getting hurt. Uraraka realized this mid-air and tried to adjust her landing, but Mina anticipated this and extended one of her tentacles to wrap around Uraraka's leg. The acid tentacle didn't burn through Uraraka's suit immediately, but it was enough to immobilize her. Uraraka struggled to break free, but Mina tightened her grip just enough to keep her in place without causing serious harm. The referee called the match, declaring Mina the winner. Mina quickly released Uraraka and helped her to her feet, ensuring she was okay. Which meant that it was the end of the second round of the tournament. Chapter 63, Sports Festival Part. Third Person's POV. It was then the third round of the sports festival. And like in the previous round there was a lucky contestant. Which ended up being Bakugo, much to his displeasure. Which meant Kirishima, who was lucky the previous round, would be taking his place. Present Mike then announced the first match of the third round. On one end we have a contestant that finished all his matches quickly. Can he still do the same this round? Let's give it up for Anthony Stark. Tony calmly appeared in his suit of armor, his helmet already covering his face. As he appeared, people began cheering and calling out his name. And at the other end we have a touch nut to crack, a man with the power to harden, but will it be enough? Let's give it up for Eijiro Kirishima. Kirishima walked up to the stage, he slammed his hardened fist into his armored hand. All of our training has come down to this. Kirishima said excitedly. You're a fool if you think you stand a chance, Tony said teasingly. We'll just have to see about that. Kirishima retorted. Match begin. Kirishima's entire body turned rigid as he charged ahead with heavy steps, his excitement showing in his face. Tony thrusters activated as he also charged at him, a small smile forming. When their fist met in the middle, it resounded through the arena. The clash of their fists caused a shockwave that rippled through the arena, sending a gust of wind outward and making the spectators gasp. The force of the impact pushed both fighters back slightly, but neither was deterred. Kirishima quickly regained his footing and lunged forward again, his hardened fists aiming to break through Tony's defenses. Tony's armor, made from the nearly indestructible adamantium, held firm as he blocked the flurry of punches. Is that all you've got? Tony taunted through his helmet, his voice amplified for the audience. Kirishima growled in response, his determination unwavering. Not even close. With a roar, Kirishima unleashed a powerful series of punches, each one faster and harder than the last. Tony skillfully deflected the attacks, his suit's AI analyzing Kirishima's movements and predicting his next strikes. Alright, let's see how you handle this, Tony said, his tone serious. He quickly raised his hand, and the suit's repulsor beams fired a concentrated blast of energy at Kirishima. Kirishima crossed his arms to shield himself, but the force of the blast pushed him back several meters, leaving skid marks on the arena floor. He gritted his teeth and pushed forward, refusing to back down. Tony took to the air with his thrusters, hovering above the ground. He unleashed a barrage of repulsor blasts, aiming to keep Kirishima at bay. Kirishima dodged and weaved, his agility surprising the audience given his bulked-up, hardened form. You've grown tougher, Tony admitted, a hint of respect in his voice. Kirishima smirked. All my training would have been for nothing if I didn't. Tony landed with a heavy thud, creating small cracks in the arena floor. He activated his suit's enhanced strength, his movements becoming faster and more precise. The two engaged in a fierce close-quarters combat, each strike causing the ground beneath them to tremble. Kirishima saw an opening and went for a powerful uppercut, but Tony anticipated the move. He sidestepped and grabbed Kirishima's arm, using the momentum to throw him across the arena. Kirishima crashed into the ground but quickly got back on his feet, shaking off the impact. With a mutual understanding, they charged at each other once more. The force of their collision created a shockwave that knocked both fighters back, but neither stayed down for long. Tony's rockets whizzed through the air, locking onto Kirishima with precision. Seeing no other option, Kirishima braced himself for impact. The missiles exploded upon contact, creating a cloud of smoke and debris. The arena shook from the force of the blasts, and the crowd held their breath, waiting for the dust to settle. When the smoke cleared, Kirishima was still standing, his body visibly strained but unyielding. His hardened form had protected him from the worst of the explosion, though it was clear the attack had taken its toll. Impressive, Tony said, raising an eyebrow. But let's see how long you can keep that up. Tony's suit whirred as he prepared another barrage, but this time, Kirishima wasn't going to just take it. With a roar, he launched himself at Tony, moving faster than before. The ground beneath him cracked with each powerful step. Tony fired his repulsors to keep Kirishima at bay, but Kirishima was relentless, deflecting some blasts with his hardened arms and enduring others. Closing the distance, Kirishima aimed a punch at Tony's torso. Tony sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the hit, and countered with a punch of his own, enhanced by his suit's strength. Their fists collided again, sending shockwaves through the arena. Kirishima, using the momentum from the clash, twisted and swung a powerful kick at Tony. The kick connected, sending Tony skidding back, his suit systems recalibrating from the force of the blow. You're tougher than I thought, Tony admitted, his HUD displaying Kirishima's rapidly adapting fighting style. Kirishima smirked, despite the strain showing on his face. I won't go down that easily. Tony decided to change tactics. His shoulder compartments opened again, but instead of rockets, a net made of an energy field shot out, aimed to entangle Kirishima. Kirishima saw it coming and attempted to dodge, but the net was too fast. It wrapped around him, constricting his movements and emitting a high-voltage shock. Kirishima gritted his teeth, trying to break free, his muscles bulging with effort. Tony watched carefully, ready to act depending on Kirishima's next move. The energy net began to strain under Kirishima's power, and with a mighty roar, he shattered it, pieces of the net scattering around him. Breathing heavily, Kirishima charged again, but this time Tony was prepared. He activated a powerful electromagnetic pulse from his suit, aimed directly at Kirishima. The pulse hit Kirishima, disrupting his hardened state and causing him to falter. Taking advantage of the moment, Tony closed in, delivering a rapid series of punches, each one reinforced by his suit's strength. Kirishima, now unable to fully harden, tried to block but was overwhelmed by the speed and power of Tony's attacks. With a final, forceful punch, Tony sent Kirishima sprawling across the arena. Kirishima lay on the ground, breathing heavily, unable to get up. And the winner is Anthony Stark. Present Mick's voice echoed through the arena. Tony walked over to Kirishima and extended a hand. Good fight, man. You've definitely gotten stronger. Kirishima took Tony's hand, pulling himself up with a smile. Damn, that suit of yours is stuff, I don't even think I did damage to it. The crowd erupted in applause, cheering for both fighters who had given their all. After Tony's and Kirishima's fight, it was Melissa's turn as she was up against Shoto. After Present Mike called her name, Melissa flew down in her suit of armor, landing perfectly on the stage. While Shoto just casually walked up to the stage with his hands in his pockets. Match begin. Without a moment of hesitation, Melissa raised her arms and fired off repulsor's beam towards Todoroki. But Todoroki countered by created a wall of ice. The explosion from the collision of the repulsor beams and the ice wall sent shards of ice flying across the arena. Melissa's suit automatically activated its shield, deflecting the ice fragments. Todoroki, unaffected by the blast, used his ice to rapidly cover the arena floor, trying to limit Melissa's mobility. The ice spread quickly, creating a slick surface that would make it difficult for her to maneuver. Melissa, seeing the strategy, took to the air with her suit's thrusters, avoiding the icy trap. She hovered above the ground, assessing Todoroki's next move. Todoroki, with a calm expression, raised his left hand, flames igniting around it. You're not the only one with tricks, Melissa said through her suit's speakers. She activated her suit's thermal sensors, locking onto Todoroki's heat signature. She then fired a series of micro-missiles from her shoulder compartments, each one tracking Todoroki's movements. Todoroki responded by unleashing a massive wave of fire from his left side, intercepting the missiles and causing them to detonate midair. The heat from the explosion melted some of the ice on the arena floor, creating a mix of steam and water. Shoto! Endeavor cried out, clearly excited by Shoto using his flames. Melissa had a small smile as she saw this. I see you're finally using your quirk. Using the steam as cover, Melissa swooped in close, aiming to catch Todoroki off guard. She fired her repulsors at close range, but Todoroki was ready. He created a barrier of ice in front of him, the repulsors hitting the ice and creating another explosion. The blast pushed both fighters back, but Melissa quickly regained her balance in the air. She switched tactics, activating the suit's energy blades. Twin beams of energy extended from her wrists, glowing brightly. Todoroki narrowed his eyes, focusing his power. He created pillars of ice to launch himself into the air, meeting Melissa at her level. The two clashed in midair, Todoroki using his ice to create makeshift weapons while Melissa swung her energy blades with precision. Their battle became a blur of motion, ice, and energy. Todoroki attempted to encase Melissa in ice, but her suit's temperature regulators and thrusters allowed her to break free each time. Melissa's energy blades cut through the ice with ease, forcing Todoroki to constantly adapt his strategy. As the fight raged on, Melissa saw an opening. She deactivated one of her energy blades and fired a concentrated beam of energy from her hand, aiming for Todoroki's midsection. Todoroki reacted by creating a shield of ice, but the beam was too powerful. It shattered the ice, hitting Todoroki and sending him crashing to the ground. Melissa landed, her suit systems cooling down from the intense fight. Todoroki struggled to get up, clearly exhausted from the combination of using both his ice and fire powers. But Todoroki took a deep breath and fired a wave of both fire and ice towards Melissa. As the two elements made contact, it created a force which sent Melissa flying back slightly. Melissa's suit quickly recalibrated as she was pushed back, the internal systems working to stabilize her. She landed and skidded to a stop, her armor absorbing most of the impact. Not bad, Todoroki, Melissa said, her voice steady despite the unexpected attack. But I'm not done yet. She activated her thrusters and launched herself towards Todoroki with incredible speed. Todoroki, prepared for a direct assault, created another wall of ice, but Melissa anticipated this. Just before reaching the wall, she veered to the side, using her suit's agility to outmaneuver his defenses. Swinging her energy blade, she cut through the ice wall with ease, leaving Todoroki momentarily exposed. Seizing the opportunity, she fired a concussive blast from her repulsor at his feet, causing the ground to erupt and forcing Todoroki to lose his balance. Todoroki, determined to keep fighting, quickly recovered and unleashed another wave of ice, trying to encase Melissa. She countered by activating her suit's heat generators, melting the ice as it formed around her. Melissa landed a few feet away from Todoroki, her suit glowing with energy. "You're not the only one who can handle extreme temperatures," she said, her voice confident. Todoroki's eyes narrowed as he summoned another blast of fire and ice, this time intertwining the elements to create a spiraling attack aimed directly at Melissa. She responded by deploying a force field, the energy barrier absorbing the brunt of the combined elements. However, the force of the attack pushed her back, the field flickering under the intense pressure. Seeing that the force field wouldn't hold for long, Melissa deactivated it and took to the air again. She circled around Todoroki, firing quick bursts from her repulsors to keep him off balance. Todoroki created ice pillars to dodge the attacks, his fire melting any projectiles that came too close. Realizing she needed to end the fight decisively, Melissa activated her suit's most powerful feature. Her shoulder compartments opened, revealing a larger cannon that began to charge with energy. "This ends now, Todoroki," Melissa shouted, aiming the cannon at him. Todoroki, recognizing the threat, gathered his remaining strength. He raised both hands, summoning a massive wave of ice and fire, ready to meet Melissa's attack head-on. The arena was filled with a blinding light as the two forces collided. While Cemento sent a wave of cement in the middle of two of them to block their attacks. The explosion rocked the entire stadium, the sheer power of the attacks causing a shockwave that rippled through the stands. When the dust settled, both fighters were on opposite sides of the arena. Shoto was visibly exhausted, while Melissa just stood proudly. Melissa's suit showed no side signs of wear or tear and just appeared to be in perfect condition. Todoroki, on the other hand, had used up nearly all of his energy. He tried to stand but collapsed to one knee, breathing heavily. "Do you yield?" Melissa asked, her voice tinged with respect. "Tony might have been playing around in his match but I won't." Todoroki looked up, his expression one of determination but also acknowledgement. After a moment, he nodded. "I yield." "And the winner is?" "Melissa Shield." Present mix announcement echoed through the stadium, followed by the roaring applause of the audience. Melissa walked over to Todoroki, extending a hand to help him up. "You were amazing, Shoto. That was a tough fight." Todoroki took her hand and stood up with her assistance. "You too, Melissa. Your suit is incredible." As they left the arena together, the crowd continued to cheer, celebrating the extraordinary battle they had just witnessed. After Tony and Melissa won their match, it was Midoriya versus Mina. Which in turn was a much lackluster fight compared to what everyone previously witnessed. As Mina tried to attack Midoriya with her acid, Midoriya would just send it away flying with his powerful attacks. He appeared in front of Mina and sent her flying out of bounds, ending their match rather quickly. What followed next were the semi-finals, Tony versus Melissa and Midoriya versus Bakugo. The winner would then be moving on to the final. Chapter 64, Sports Festival Part. Third Person's POV. Now then folks, it's the moment you've all been waiting for. It's time for the semi-final round of the sport festival. There was heavy and excited cheering as President Mike gave the announcement before he then introduced the first match of semi-final round of the sport festival. Everyone get ready as we're about to witness a fight against titans. It will be a battle of endurance, a battle with similar skills, a mech battle for days to come. Let's give a round of for Anthony Stark and his opponent Melissa Shield. Everyone suddenly looked towards the skies. Tony did a superhero landing, cracking the floor on one knee, while Melissa had her feet together and arms to side as she casually floated down facing him. Although they couldn't see it due to their mask, they both had smirk on their faces. They both then raised their arms as their repulsors hummed, both waiting for President Mike to give the signal. Let the semi-finals begin. Both Tony and Melissa released a large beam of repulsion towards each other. The arena lit up with the clash of their repulsor beams, the force creating a brilliant explosion of light and energy at the point of impact. The ground shook as Tony and Melissa pushed against each other, neither willing to give an inch. Tony was the first to change tactics. He disengaged his repulsor beam and activated his thrusters, launching himself to the side to avoid the energy clash. Melissa quickly adjusted, her suit's sensors tracking his movement. She followed suit, boosting into the air to keep the battle dynamic. "Nice move," Tony said through their comms, his tone playful. "But can you keep up?" "We'll see about that," Melissa responded with a grin. Tony fired a barrage of micromissiles from his shoulder compartments, each one homing in on Melissa. She countered by deploying a swarm of mini-drones from her suit, each intercepting and neutralizing the missiles mid-air. The arena was filled with explosions as the drones and missiles collided. Taking advantage of the distraction, Tony flew in close, aiming to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Melissa met him head-on, their armored fists clashing with thunderous force. They exchanged a rapid series of blows, their suits enhancing their strength and speed. Each hit sent shockwaves through the air, the ground beneath them cracking from the intensity of their battle. Despite the ferocity of their attacks, both fighters remained focused and composed, their training and experience evident in their movements. Tony aimed a powerful punch at Melissa's torso, but she deflected it with an energy shield, countering with a kick that sent Tony skidding back. He quickly recovered, using his thrusters to stabilize himself. "Now this is what I'm talking about," Tony remarked, his voice filled with excitement. "Heh, but I'm not done yet," she replied, launching herself at him again. This time, Melissa activated her suit's energy blades, swinging them with precision. Tony dodged and parried, using his own energy blades to counter. Their blades clashed, creating sparks and arcs of energy with each strike. Tony switched tactics again, using a burst of repulsor energy to create distance between them. He then activated his suit's electromagnetic pulse, aiming to disrupt Melissa's systems. The pulse hit Melissa, causing her suit to flicker, but she quickly regained control, her suit's advanced AI compensating for the disruption. "Nice try," Melissa said, her voice steady. "But I've got a few tricks up my sleeve too." She fired a concentrated energy beam from her chest arc reactor, aimed directly at Tony. He countered with his own beam, the two streams of energy meeting in the middle and creating a massive explosion. Both fighters were pushed back, their suits absorbing the impact. As the smoke cleared, Tony and Melissa faced each other, their suits showing signs of the intense battle but still operational. They took a moment to catch their breath, their eyes meeting through their visors. "Ready for round 2?" Tony asked, a smile evident in his voice. "Always," Melissa replied, her determination unwavering. They charged at each other again, their suits humming with power. The crowd watched in awe, fully engrossed in the incredible display of skill and technology. This was a battle that would be remembered for years to come. The crowd's excitement reached a fever pitch as Tony and Melissa clashed again, their suits glowing with energy and power. Their movements were a blur as they exchanged blows, each strike calculated and precise. Tony took the offensive, using his suit's thrusters to dart around Melissa, firing repulsor blasts from multiple angles. Melissa's suit's AI tracked his movements, and she deftly blocked or dodged each shot. She retaliated with quick bursts of her own, keeping Tony on his toes. "Not bad, Melissa. It looks like all these years training wasn't for nothing," Tony said, his voice filled with genuine pride. "Thanks, Tony. But I know all your tricks," Melissa replied, launching a volley of missiles. Tony activated his suit's countermeasures, deploying flares that diverted the missiles away. The explosions rocked the arena, but both fighters remained unfazed. They met in the center again, their energy blades sparking as they collided. This time, Tony used a different approach. He activated his suit's magnetic field generator, aiming to disrupt Melissa's suit once more and pull her towards him. Melissa felt the pull and quickly countered by boosting her thrusters to full power, breaking free from the magnetic grip. "You'll have to do better than that," Melissa shouted, her suit glowing as she charged her energy output to maximum. She released a powerful pulse of energy, creating a shockwave that knocked Tony back. Seizing the opportunity, she followed up with a flurry of rapid punches, each one landing with a resounding impact. Tony's suit absorbed the blows, but he could feel the pressure building. Regaining his footing, Tony retaliated with a blast from his arc reactor, sending Melissa flying back. She managed to stabilize herself mid-air, her suit's systems compensating for the sudden shift. As she landed, she quickly assessed the situation, realizing that they were evenly matched. "Time to end this," Tony said, his tone serious. "Agreed," Melissa replied, her eyes narrowing in concentration. They both activated their most powerful weapons, their suits glowing brightly as they charged up. Tony's arc reactor and repulsors emitted a blinding light, while Melissa's suit hummed with energy. The crowd held its breath, anticipating the final clash. In an instant, they released their energy beams, the two streams of power colliding with immense force. The arena was engulfed in a brilliant light, the ground shaking from the impact. Both fighters poured everything they had into the attack, neither willing to back down. The energy beams pushed against each other, creating a massive shockwave that swept through the stadium. The force of the clash was incredible, but slowly, Tony's beam began to overpower Melissa's. Her suit's power levels were draining rapidly, and she could feel the strain, due to her previous fight against Shoto. With one final push, Tony's beam broke through Melissa's, hitting her suit and sending her crashing to the ground. The impact created a crater, and for a moment, everything was silent. Tony stood there, breathing heavily, his suit's systems cooling down from the intense exertion. He looked at the crater, concern etched on his face. "Melissa," he called out, his voice filled with worry. There was a moment of stillness before Melissa's voice came through the comms, slightly strained but steady. "I'm okay, Tony. Just a little singed." The crowd erupted in cheers as Melissa slowly got to her feet, her suit battered but still functional. She looked at Tony and gave a weary smile. "You win this one," she said, her voice filled with amusement. "And the winner is Anthony Stark." Present mix announcement echoed through the arena, the crowd going wild. Tony walked over to Melissa, extending a hand to help her out of the crater. She took it, and he pulled her up, their suits whirring softly. "You fought well, Melissa," Tony said, his voice sincere. "Thanks, Tony." "You too," Melissa replied, her smile genuine. As they left the arena together, the crowd continued to cheer, celebrating the incredible battle they had just witnessed. "Do you see now why I was only going physically with Kirishima?" Tony asked her as they exited the stage. Melissa nodded. "At first I thought you were just playing around with him, but you were saving your energy for your fight with mine." "What a fantastic performance, folks. Let's reminisce about what we just witnessed as the arena gets fixed for our next contestant." And it didn't take long for Cementos to fix the stage. "Let's get on with the next match, the last match of the semi-final rounds. Let's give it up for our two contestant Izuku Midoriya and his opponent Katsuki Bakugo." The air was thick with anticipation as the two rivals faced off, their eyes locked in intense focus. Midoriya's green arcs of energy flickered around him, while Bakugo's palms crackled with fiery explosions. "Come on, Deku. Let's settle this once and for all," Bakugo shouted, his voice echoing through the arena. Midoriya nodded, determination etched on his face. "I won't hold back, Kaken. Let the final match of the semi-finals begin." Present mix announcement barely finished when Bakugo launched himself forward with a powerful explosion, aiming a right hook at Midoriya. Midoriya reacted swiftly, dodging to the side and countering with a swift kick infused with one for all at 25%. The impact sent Bakugo skidding back, but he quickly recovered, launching a barrage of explosive attacks. Midoriya weaved through the blasts, his agility enhanced by full cowling. He closed the distance and landed a punch on Bakugo's side, but the explosive hero retaliated with a fierce blast that sent Midoriya flying. Midoriya tumbled across the ground, but he rolled to his feet, his body already showing signs of strain from using one for all at such a high percentage. Bakugo grinned, a wild look in his eyes. "You think you can beat me with that half-assed power, Deku?" Midoriya's eyes blazed with determination. "I'm not giving up, Kaken." They clashed again, their movements a blur of speed and power. Midoriya landed several powerful punches and kicks, each strike fueled by 25% of one for all. But each time, Bakugo responded with explosive counterattacks, the force of his blasts ripping through the air. The crowd watched in awe as the fight grew more intense. Both fighters were giving their all, neither willing to back down. Bakugo's relentless attacks began to take their toll on Midoriya, his muscles straining and small tears appearing on his skin from the immense power he was channeling. Blood trickled down Midoriya's arms, and he winced in pain, but he kept pushing forward. Bakugo, too, was showing signs of fatigue, his breaths coming in heavy pants, sweat dripping down his face. In a desperate move, Midoriya charged at Bakugo with all his remaining strength. He unleashed a powerful punch, shouting, "Detroit Smash." Bakugo met the attack head-on, his own fists blazing with explosive energy. Howitzer impact. The collision was catastrophic. The resulting explosion sent shockwaves through the arena, debris flying everywhere. Both fighters were thrown back, crashing into the ground with tremendous force. The dust settled slowly, revealing Midoriya struggling to stand, his body battered and bloodied. Bakugo lay a few feet away, also attempting to rise but clearly spent. Midoriya's vision blurred, but he forced himself to his feet, using every ounce of his remaining strength. Bakugo managed to get to his knees, glaring at Midoriya. "Damn you, Deku." Midoriya took a deep breath, blood trickling from his mouth. "This isn't over, Kaken." With one final effort, Midoriya launched himself at Bakugo, delivering a powerful, full-body tackle that knocked Bakugo to the ground. The force of the impact was too much for Bakugo, and he finally went still, unconscious. And the winner is Izuku Midoriya. Present mix voice boomed through the stadium, the crowd erupting in cheers. Midoriya collapsed next to Bakugo, gasping for breath, his body racked with pain. Despite the agony, a small smile formed on his face. He had done it. He had won. Medics rushed to the stage, attending to both fighters. As they were carried off, Midoriya's eyes met Bakugo's for a brief moment. There was no animosity, only a mutual respect forged through their fierce battle. "Good fight, Kaken," Midoriya whispered, before finally succumbing to exhaustion. "A/N, I know some of you are growing bored with the sports festival, but tomorrow's is the last chapter of it, don't worry." Chapter 65, Sports Festival Part 13, End. Third Person's POV. You know what time it is. It's time for the grand finale. The conclusion to the sports festival. Let's welcome our final two contestant. First up is the one that kept true to his words. He smashed the competition, getting first place one after the other. Will he be able to get first place here as well? Well, let's find out. Let's welcome Anthony Stark. Tony appeared walking without his suit. He calmly walked towards the stage, which caused some people to look down in confusion. Whispers became apparent as they looked everywhere, wondering why Tony wasn't wearing his suit. But Tony just looked up and spread his arms while closing his eyes. From the skies his suit of armor softly descended with the front opened up. His suit went and wrapped itself on Tony. The sound of nuts and bolts turning and locking in place was heard as everything secured itself. The only thing that wasn't present was his faceplate. Tony lifted a hand towards the sky, and from the spectator side a blur blitzed by as it landed in Tony's hand. It was his faceplate. Tony gave everyone a wink as he brought to his face and secured it in place, which he finished with a gentleman bow. Now that's what I call a suit-up sequence, everyone. And for our last contestant, let's give it up for the one that has been pushed to the limit but has managed to overcome adversity, Izuku Midoriya. And let's hope those few minutes of rest were worthwhile. Present Mike said softly towards the end. A semi-battered Midoriya walked up towards the stage confidently as he stood in front of Tony. Tony looked at Midoriya with a raised brow. You don't look so good, are you sure you should be fighting in the first place? Midoriya expressed a determined expression as he squeezed his fist in front of him. Even if I feel like I'm about to collapse, I have to keep pushing forward. I really admire you, Tony. Even when you don't have a quirk, you've come so far. I don't think I could have done the same even if I tried. That's why I have to beat you and take first place from you. I'll push past my limits, and go plus ultra if I have to. I'll do it with a big smile while shouting, I am here. Midoriya said as his skin crackled with green energy. Tony had a smile on his face as he said, if you think I'm going to go down that easily, that just means I'll have to really give you reality check. The final match of the sports festival began with the crowd's roars echoing through the stadium. Tony Stark, in his advanced armor, faced the determined and battered Izuku Midoriya. The tension was palpable as they stood opposite each other, ready to give their all. Let the final match of the sports festival begin. Present Mick's voice boomed, and the battle was on. Midoriya immediately activated One for All, pushing his body to 25% in full cowling. His muscles screamed in protest, but he ignored the pain. With green arcs of energy crackling around him, he charged at Tony, aiming a powerful punch at his chest. Tony's suit absorbed the impact, and he countered with a repulsor blast. Midoriya dodged to the side, his movements slightly slower due to his injuries, but still agile. He closed the distance again, landing a series of quick, powerful punches, each one met with Tony's armor absorbing the blows. You're tough, kid, Tony remarked, his voice calm through the helmet speakers. But toughness alone won't win this. Midoriya gritted his teeth and pushed harder, launching a Detroit smash that sent a shockwave through the arena. Tony's suit's thrusters activated, lifting him off the ground to avoid the brunt of the attack. He retaliated with a barrage of micro-missiles, which Midoriya dodged with a mix of agility and sheer willpower. The explosions rocked the arena, and debris flew everywhere. Midoriya used the chaos to his advantage, closing the distance once more. He delivered a powerful kick to Tony's midsection, but the suit held firm. Tony grabbed Midoriya by the arm and tossed him aside with a surprising amount of strength. Midoriya crashed into the ground, rolling to his feet. Blood trickled from a cut on his forehead, but he didn't let it slow him down. He activated full cowling again, pushing his battered body to its limits. With a roar, he launched himself at Tony, aiming a Delaware smash at his helmet. Tony's suit detected the incoming attack and activated a shield, deflecting the blow. The impact sent shockwaves through the arena, but Tony stood firm. He aimed a repulsor blast at Midoriya, catching him in the side and sending him skidding across the ground. Midoriya struggled to his feet, panting heavily. His body was screaming in protest, but he refused to back down. I won't give up. I have to keep fighting. Tony admired Midoriya's determination, but he knew he had to end this. He launched a series of rapid-fire repulsor blasts, each one precisely aimed to push Midoriya to his limits. Midoriya dodged and countered as best he could, but the strain was showing. His movements were becoming sluggish, his punches weaker. Tony took a moment to assess the situation. Give up, kid, you're only hurting yourself in the process. Midoriya's vision blurred, but he forced himself to focus. I can do this all day. Tony froze before he began to laugh. Oh, you son of a b, ha ha ha. As Midoriya finished his sentence, his eyes turned blank, his mind in a state between consciousness and unconsciousness. When suddenly dark tendrils of energy erupted from his body. Black Whip had activated, uncontrolled and wild. The tendrils lashed out, tearing through the arena and sending debris flying. Midoriya was in a trance, overwhelmed by the power. Tony's suit's AI, Friday, quickly analyzed the situation. Sir, it appears Midoriya's quirk is going haywire. We need to contain it. On it, Tony replied, activating his suit's thrusters to evade the erratic tendrils. He sent a pulse of energy, the same one he used to deactivate Kirishima's quirk, and used it on Midoriya, causing his quirk to deactivate. Midoriya collapsed to the ground, the black tendrils dissipating as Tony's suit neutralized the threat. Tony landed beside him, assessing his condition. Midoriya's body was battered, and he was barely conscious, but he was still trying to get up, his willpower driving him forward. "It's over," Tony said softly, his helmet retracting to reveal a sympathetic expression. "If I said I don't respect you, I would be lying." Midoriya's eyes fluttered open, and he looked up at Tony. He tried to open his mouth to say something, but his body was too tired to even form words. The crowd erupted in applause, cheering for both fighters. Medics rushed onto the stage to tend to Midoriya, who finally allowed himself to collapse, his body giving out from the strain. Present Mick's voice boomed through the stadium. "And the winner of the sports festival is Anthony Stark. But let's give a huge round of applause for the incredible effort and spirit of Izuku Midoriya." The crowd's cheers continued as they carried Midoriya off, and Tony stood in the center of the arena, raising his hand in victory. The winner of the sports festival was concluded. Anthony Stark had won first place in the sport festival. Chapter 66, Award Ceremony. Third person's POV. After Tony and Midoriya's round, Bakugo and Melissa had to fight one last time to determine who would take third place. During that time, Tony noticed Ida was nowhere to be seen. Melissa and Bakugo's fight didn't last long due to Bakugo's previous injuries from his battle with Midoriya. In the end, Bakugo accepted his loss fairly. He had a look of disappointment, but that disappointment was aimed at himself. It was then time for the award ceremony. Midnight stood below the stands as she announced, "Let the award ceremony commence. Now for the medals. Presenting them this year is you-know-who." Midnight's introduction was interrupted by All Might shouting, "I am here. With the medals." He dropped from the sky, medals in hand. The crowd erupted into cheers upon seeing everyone's favorite hero, All Might. Midnight then held the medals as he began handing them out to the winners. All Might grabbed the third-place medal and put it over Melissa's head. He patted her shoulders and gave her a hug. "I'm very proud of you. You've come a long way. It feels like it was only yesterday when you were small. Now look at you." Melissa hugged him back with a small blush. "Uncle. You're embarrassing me." All Might moved on to Midoriya and placed the second-place medal over his head. "You were great out there, kid. It seems you have a good handle on your quirk. At the rate you're going, you'll be a pro in no time," All Might said, giving Midoriya a hug. "All Might, about what happened?" Midoriya whispered. "I know. We'll talk about it in private." "This isn't a conversation to have in public," All Might whispered back. All Might then picked up the first-place medal. "Young Stark, huh? Where is he?" All Might asked, noticing there was no one on stage. Just then, someone from the crowd shouted, "Up in the skies, what is that? Is it a bird? Is it a plane?" "No. It's Tony Stark." Tony arrived at the first-place stand from the skies, his mask off, arms spread open with a large, charming grin as he descended. The entire crowd cheered and chanted Tony's name as they watched him land perfectly. He then did a gentlemanly bow as All Might placed the first-place medal over his head. "You never cease to amaze, young Stark?" All Might asked with a weary smile. "The day I don't is the day I die. But come on, we both know that if there ever comes a time, I'll still get out with a flare," Tony said with a smug expression, then got a hug from All Might. "Just know, whatever you're going to say next, end it with plus ultra since that's what they're expecting," Tony warned him. Really?" Tony just looked at him strangely and nodded. All Might then began to give his speech. As he did, Tony held his medal and waved it around like he was a prince, flashing a smile. He then looked towards the VIP section. He gained a confused look as he narrowed his eyes to get a better look. He saw David walking around, back and forth with his phone by his ear. David then clicked his tongue as he hung up and looked down towards Tony. He typed something out and put his phone by his ear as Tony then heard Friday's voice. "You have an incoming call from future father-in-law." "Answer," Tony muttered. Tony then heard David's anxious voice on the other side. "Tony, it's your parents. They haven't been around since the start of the tournament." "What?" Tony asked in a low, cold voice, turning his head to the side and tapping his ear. "Your mother wasn't feeling too well, so they decided to take a walk. They haven't returned since. I'm beginning to worry. I tried calling them, but they wouldn't answer." "Friday," Tony ordered, his mask closer over his face, lighting up with power. In that same instance, All Might thrust his fist to the sky as everyone shouted, "Plus ultra." Everyone was then taken by surprise as Tony blasted off into the sky. Once he was out of the stadium, he blasted off in a sonic boom. "Friday, what do you have for me?" Tony asked, his expression turning serious. His HUD flashed and sorted itself in front of him as Friday said, "Here's what I was able to find." Tony stopped midair to view the footage, which luckily had audio. A bit earlier. As Tony left their room and started his first match, Howard noticed Maria was beginning to look a bit green. "Are you okay?" Howard asked with concern. Maria simply put a hand over her mouth. "A bit. I'm just feeling a bit claustrophobic for some reason." "Is it due to your pregnancy?" Howard asked, putting his hand on hers. "I don't know, maybe," Maria said, sounding unsure. "Come, let's go for a walk. It'll do you some good." Howard turned towards David. "I'm taking Maria out for a walk so she can get some fresh air. Record Tony's and Melissa's matches for us. Oh, and if we're not back before Tony makes it to the finals, call us." David playfully scoffed. "You sure are confident Tony's going to make it to the finals?" "Of course. He's a Stark, and the place we Starks belong is in first," Howard said confidently. David just waved him off. "Just go. Hope you feel better, Maria." As they exited the VIP room, a few guards posted outside started to follow them from a distance. Howard took Maria outside and asked, "How are you feeling now?" "A little better," she said, taking a deep breath. Howard nodded. "We'll go on a short walk then while Tony continues his matches," he said, grabbing her hand. They spent a good 20 minutes walking around, window shopping and exploring the city. Then, suddenly, a black van pulled up. Upon seeing it, the guards jumped into action and surrounded Howard and Maria. One of the women guards conjured a bubble shield around them, but as she did, the back of the van slammed open. Out came men wearing large laser guns in their hands and metal helmets with red visors. They immediately began shooting at the guards. It quickly devolved into a firefight between the two groups. The attackers' laser guns turned out to be more fatal than expected, disintegrating any guards hit into ashes, shocking them with their power. All Maria and Howard could do was watch in horror as the guards slowly dwindled. However, some of the attackers were killed as well, while civilians ran away. The remaining attackers began shooting the protective bubble, causing it to pop and hit the woman protecting them, turning her into ashes. Howard stood in front of Maria. Wait, don't attack us. Is it money you want? If that's what you want, you're in luck. But please, don't hurt her. She's pregnant." Howard pleaded. "And if you just want to take us, we will willingly go with you." A 2-meter tall man walked over to them. "Very well. It's good you don't put up a fight. You will make excellent bait. Follow us, or the woman gets it." Howard and Maria had no choice but to follow. Just then, a B-rank hero appeared. "Stop right there, evildoer." The man from earlier didn't even look at him. He simply raised his blaster and shot the hero, killing him in one shot. Howard and Maria, horrified, willingly got in the back of the van. As they got in along with the remaining men, the wheels of the black van lifted off the ground. It slowly disappeared from view and flew rapidly into the air. Present. Tony, who had just finished watching the video, clenched his fist tightly. "Friday, were you able to follow them using our satellite?" "Yes, sir," Friday replied. A mini-map of Japan appeared, zooming in on Tokyo with a red flashing light. Although their cloaking was decent enough to evade cameras of this era, it wasn't good enough to stay hidden from her satellites. They're by the edge of Tokyo, in what appears to be a subway station. "May I advise you to please be careful, sir? They appear to have advanced weaponry. Your concern is noted, Friday. Call forth Project Big Hero, it might be finally his time to shine." Tony ordered as he blasted off once more, noticing behind him Melissa appearing following a few meters back. Chapter 67, Annoying Backstory. Third person's POV. As Tony flew towards the borders of Tokyo, Melissa followed closely behind. Tony saw her calling and accepted the call. Tony smiled slightly and nodded. "I'm going to pick up speed, try not to lose me." With that, Tony's figure blasted through the air in one quick burst, and a second later, Melissa followed right after. It didn't take them long to arrive. In one swift motion, they dove down and entered the abandoned subway station. When they slowed down and landed, everything looked decrepit and rusty. Moss grew on the walls, and the train tracks were broken beyond repair. Tony and Melissa moved down the tracks and activated their chest flashlights, powered by their arc reactors. They walked in silence as they followed the train tracks into a dark tunnel. At the end of the tunnel, they encountered a man wearing a silver helmet with red visors, leaning against the back wall with a tablet in hand. He lifted the tablet towards Tony. On the screen were images of his parents in what appeared to be a jail cell. His mother was unconscious but otherwise fine, while his father had a cut on his head, bleeding. "Ha ha ha, it looks like I was right about you, Tony Stark. Even though we managed to cover our tracks, you found us as soon as you realized your parents were gone." I've got to say, good job on winning the sports festival. Who are you? What do you want? Tony asked in a cold, intimidating voice. Oh, that's not how a hero should speak. Heh, but I'm so glad you asked. You see, Tony Stark, I have a vendetta against you. Ever since you appeared, a lot of businesses have had no choice but to shut down. Is this what this is about? Revenge. Melissa interjected. I see you've brought the third-place winner and your secretary with you. Anyway, yes, it is for revenge. Do you have any idea what you've done to me? Because of your presence and business, I had to file for bankruptcy. With the new and improved Stark Industries, what chance did our little business have? That shop, that business was the legacy my late father entrusted to me. It was my job to keep it running, but you destroyed that. Because of you, I had to sell it off. But honestly, I should be thankful. With nowhere else to go, I used the money I received and started making weapons with my quirk. My desperation, my grief, all my hate for the Stark name caused my quirk to undergo a quirk awakening. I began making weapons for underground dealings, making a name for myself, gathering money, fame, power, and minions. And just when I thought I had it all, I felt this empty void in my chest. Do you want to know what the void was? It was that business I had no choice but to abandon. I thought to myself, now that I have all this money, let me buy the building back. It will be great. With my upgraded quirk, I'll make it even better. And again, like before, you Stark took everything from me. When I went to buy that building, it had already been demolished. You destroyed it and built something else in its place, with your name plastered proudly on it. The Stark Restaurant. Can you believe that? My father's hard work, destroyed, and in its place, a restaurant Stark just felt like building. Thanks to that I swore I will get you back, I will show the world that the Stark name means nothing. I've tried following you around, you know, trying to see what you were all about, but you see you're pretty smart, I'll give you that, it was much more difficult than I anticipated. Everything around you was practically unhackable. Except one place U.A, for a top hero school it's pretty easy if I'm being honest. But that's where I saw it. Your suit. A marvelous idea. So I decided to steal it. The idea, I mean. Just then the camera switched over revealing a bulky iron suit with weapons on his shoulder and forearm which looked like giant blasters. It was mostly silver black with bits of red. I, of course, couldn't get the energy source right, no matter how hard I tried, so I thought of something else. It's mostly solar powered, based on your solar batteries actually, a little use of my quirk here and there, I was able to upgrade it to be a pretty good energy source. The iron figure then posed on the camera, for a month's work this isn't horrible, dare I say so myself, you know I've even been thinking of a name for myself. I could have gone for my underground name the Blacksmith, but this is different, it deserves a name of its own. The Dark Forger. Just then a red flying figure appeared from behind Tony and Melissa. It was tall, imposing with two small wings by its back. With purple highlights. When Tony looked back he smiled. Finally, I was getting sick of his voice already. Tony looked back towards the men wearing the armor. Just so you know, I held no sympathy for your backstory. Tony raised his arm and sent a repulsor beam through the tablet, breaking it and hitting the man holding it before he could react. He was sent flying back, but he quickly recovered. He raised his gun blaster ready to shot. But Baymax, their added company, raised his fist. It opened up revealing small thrusters. It went flying towards the man, punching him hard and sending him through the wall, which crumbled revealing a dented metal wall. The man now knocked unconscious on the floor. Baymax, I want you to find my parents, knock down everything standing in your way. Once you arrive I want you to go into nurse mode and take care of them, especially my mother, she is currently pregnant, look over them and heal them to the best of your abilities. Baymax recalled his fist and nodded his head. He then began walking and burst through the metal wall. A siren rang as the inside began flashing bright red lights. I see, so that's why you called Baymax and waited for the villain to finish with his thing, Melissa inferred. Tony nodded in confirmation. If they needed immediate medical attention, Baymax would be better than any doctor without a quirk. Hell, I dare say he would be better than most doctors with quirks. Now come, we have someone to beat up, Tony said, walking through the hole Baymax created with Melissa following right behind. Immediately, the sound of heavy footsteps and rapid gunfire echoed through the air. Figures equipped with jetpacks and rocket boots appeared, shooting dark red lasers towards Tony and Melissa in rapid succession. Tony and Melissa immediately went airborne, their thrusters activating with a powerful burst. They maneuvered through the air with precision, dodging the incoming laser fire effortlessly. The two stood back to back, their suits synchronized in movement as they counterattacked. Let's show them what real firepower looks like, Tony said through the comm link, his voice calm and collected. Melissa nodded, her face focused. Roger that. Tony unleashed a barrage of micro-missiles from his shoulders, each one finding its target with pinpoint accuracy. The explosion sent enemies flying, crashing into walls and the ground, rendered unconscious by the sheer force of the blasts. Melissa raised her forearm, firing small objects that latched onto the enemy suits. These devices emitted a powerful EMP pulse, shutting down all electronic systems and rendering their jetpacks and weapons useless. The attackers plummeted to the ground, unable to control their descent. Tony and Melissa spun around in perfect synchronization, unleashing a massive beam from their arc reactors. The combined force of their attack scorched the walls and left most of their enemies unconscious, their suits smoking and sparking from the overwhelming energy. Why are they so weak? They're not using their quirks. Tony wondered aloud as he scanned the area for any remaining threats. Friday, do a quick scan, Tony commanded. Why aren't they using their quirks? Scanning. Friday's voice responded in Tony's ear. It appears they don't possess offensive quirks. Their quirks are relatively weak and mostly non-combative. For example, one individual's quirk only turns their skin blue, another has big ears, this one has a long tongue, and another has hands for feet. I see, Tony muttered. So he hires people with quirks that don't do much and arms them with his inventions. Smart move, using their desire to feel important to gain their loyalty. Melissa continued to weave through the air, her movements fluid and precise. It's almost sad, she said, her voice carrying a note of sympathy. They're just being used. Yeah, but we can't let them get in our way, Tony replied, his eyes scanning for any more threats. We have a mission to complete. Chapter 68, Baymax Rescue Mission. Third person's POV. Baymax's footsteps echoed down the vast, metallic corridor, each step a reminder of the armored behemoth's relentless pursuit. As he advanced, the walls around him seemed to come alive, with panels sliding open to reveal an array of deadly weaponry. Automated turrets swiveled to target him, their sensors locking onto his massive form. In an instant, the corridor was alight with the deadly glimmer of laser sights, and the whine of rockets priming to launch filled the air. Without hesitation, the weaponry unleashed a furious barrage. Laser bullets zipped through the air with blinding speed, rockets roared from their launchers, and exploding bullets detonated in rapid succession. The corridor became a storm of destruction, all of it converging on Baymax. Raising his forearm, Baymax activated a shimmering blue shield that materialized in front of him, projecting from a compact device embedded in his armor. The shield absorbed the full brunt of the assault, the force of the explosions pushing him back with each impact. The floor beneath his feet groaned as the armored giant held his ground, determined to protect those who relied on him. As the barrage began to wane, Baymax deactivated the shield with a flick of his wrist. The corridor, now scarred and smoking from the relentless attack, was filled with the acrid scent of burnt metal and ozone. Baymax's eyes glowed with an icy blue light as he scanned the ruined walls, assessing the damage. Shields holding at 85% capacity, Baymax's calm, synthesized voice reported internally as he clenched his fists. In one fluid motion, Baymax extended his hands, slamming his massive fists into the thick metal walls. With a surge of power, he released twin beams of intense energy from his palms. The repulsor beams cut through the air, their heat and force disintegrating the weapon systems embedded in the walls. Explosions erupted along the corridor as the once menacing turrets and launchers were reduced to molten slag. Baymax didn't pause to admire his handiwork. He turned his gaze upward, targeting the ceiling, which was bristling with hidden traps. He raised a hand and fired a sweeping repulsor blast, incinerating every weapon in its path. The corridor was now a smoldering ruin, the deadly threat neutralized. Midway through the corridor, Baymax abruptly halted. His head swiveled to the left as his eyes glowed again, this time utilizing his advanced X-ray vision. His vision cut through the layers of metal, concrete, and wiring, scanning deeper into the structure until it focused on a distant room filled with cells. His sensors quickly locked onto two familiar faces inside one of the cells. Targets identified. Howard and Maria Stark located, Baymax announced. Commencing rescue operation. Without a moment's hesitation, Baymax surged forward, his powerful legs propelling him through the walls. The reinforced metal and concrete offered little resistance to his immense strength as he bulldozed his way toward the captured Starks. Each wall crumbled under his might, the debris scattering like paper as he ripped through the facility. With one final thrust, Baymax crashed through the last barrier, emerging into the cell block. At the far end of the room, a large, ominous door burst open with a thunderous crash, revealing the towering figure of the man responsible for the Stark couple's kidnapping. The man stepped into the room, his imposing frame clad in a dark, armored suit that glistened with a sinister mixture of black and red. His face was obscured by a silver helmet with a red visor, but Baymax's advanced sensors quickly scanned through the mask, analyzing the man's vitals and identifying him. Name, Kaito Horishi. Age, 28. Quirk, strong bones, enhanced bone density providing increased strength and durability, Baymax reported, his internal systems rapidly calculating the best method to neutralize the threat. Calculating method to subdue target. Calculations completed. Kaito's lips curled into a cruel smirk as he sized up the massive, armored hero before him. So, this is what the boss meant when he said I'd be putting my skills to good use, he sneered, his voice dripping with confidence as he flexed his gauntlet-clad hands, the spikes on his forearms glinting ominously in the dim light. Baymax responded by shifting into a combat stance, his advanced combat algorithms running thousands of simulations in milliseconds. His movements, though controlled and precise, exuded an air of quiet menace. Objective: protect targets. Neutralize threat, Baymax stated calmly, his voice unwavering as he prepared to engage the powerful adversary. Tony and Melissa soared through the labyrinth of rooms, their sleek suits glinting in the dim, artificial light. The corridors were a blur as they moved at lightning speed, systematically dismantling the waves of goons that came their way. Each adversary had a different arsenal, some wielded swords with unnatural sharpness, others brandished high-tech cannon blasters, while the rest relied on powerful explosives designed to bring down even the most fortified targets. But Tony and Melissa were not easily deterred. Tony unleashed a barrage of energy blasts from his repulsors, expertly disabling enemies as he navigated the confined space. With each move, his suit adapted, calculating the best angles and force needed to incapacitate the attackers. A goon with a sword lunged at him, only for Tony to sidestep and deliver a punch so powerful that the man was sent crashing into the wall, where he slumped, unconscious. Melissa was equally relentless, her suit glowing as it discharged repulsor beams from her palms and chest. She spun mid-air, evading cannon fire, and countered with precision strikes that sent their attackers reeling. Her movements were fluid and practiced, every blast from her suit calculated to maximize damage while minimizing collateral impact. As they cleared another room, Melissa turned to Tony, her voice clear over their shared comm channel. "You need to go after the men who took your parents, Tony. Leave the rest to me." Tony hesitated for a moment, his gaze flicking to the goons still pouring in. "Are you sure about this?" he asked, just as he delivered a powerful blow to another enemy, sending him flying across the room to crash into the wall. Melissa dodged an explosion, her suit shielding her from the debris, and then fired back with a pulse of energy that incapacitated 3 attackers in one shot. "That's what partners are for, right? Just trust me to handle things here, like I trust you to take care of everything else." Tony's lips curved into a small smile. "All right, just stay safe." "You too," Melissa replied, her focus shifting as Tony shot past her, heading straight for the heart of the operation. As Tony left the room, a group of goons tried to follow, hoping to stop him from reaching their boss. But Melissa was quick to react. A small gun turret emerged from her shoulder plate, locking onto the approaching enemies. In an instant, it fired a specialized net that expanded mid-air, ensnaring the group in its tightly woven fibers. The moment the net tightened, it delivered a potent electric shock, knocking them all unconscious in one fell swoop. With the goons incapacitated, Melissa paused for a brief second, watching Tony's figure disappear down the corridor. She took a deep breath, recalibrating her suit for the next wave of attackers. "All right, let's finish this," she muttered to herself, her resolve steeled. She flew forward, taking on more enemies, her mind focused not just on her own safety, but on ensuring that Tony had the clear path he needed to confront the mastermind behind their parents' abduction. It didn't take Tony long to find the man responsible as he was at the entire center of everything. He stopped at the large metal door and blasted off its hinges with a unibeam from his chest. "I'm going to make you regret trying to make an enemy out of me," Tony said as he entered the room, his thrusters activated and dodged to the side avoiding a large red laser that destroyed everything in its path, causing some of the metals to even be on fire. Tony then heard someone click their tongue. When he looked towards the source, he found the man wearing a similar but bulkier Ironman suit, except mounted on his shoulders were blasters which looked like railguns shining a red light as red electricity crackled from the tip of it. "I was hoping to get you with that, but at the same time that's good, it just means you're the real deal, Tony Stark. You just love the sound of your own voice, don't you?" Tony retorted with a sigh. The man's suit whirred as he activated the second railgun, both weapons charging up with a high-pitched whine. Before he could fire, Tony dashed forward, closing the distance between them in a split second. He aimed a powerful repulsor blast at the man's chest, but the enemy deflected it with an energy shield that popped up from his forearm. The force of the blast pushed the man back, but he quickly recovered, launching a barrage of missiles from his shoulders. The room exploded into chaos as the missiles homed in on Tony. With incredible agility, Tony dodged the incoming projectiles, weaving through the air with precision. Each missile detonated in midair, sending shockwaves that shook the entire facility. Tony countered by launching his own micromissiles, which zoomed towards the enemy in a coordinated attack. The men barely managed to block them with another energy shield, but the force of the explosion staggered him, creating an opening. Not wasting a second, Tony activated his unibeam, unleashing a concentrated beam of energy from his chest. The beam struck the man's suit dead center, causing sparks to fly as the armor began to overheat. But the man gritted his teeth and fired both railguns simultaneously, the twin beams converging towards Tony with terrifying speed. Tony crossed his arms in front of him, his suit's energy shields absorbing the brunt of the attack. The impact pushed him back, his feet digging into the ground as he struggled to maintain his stance. The sheer power of the railguns caused cracks to form in the ground beneath him, but Tony didn't falter. "Enough games," Tony muttered, his voice hardening. With a swift motion, he deactivated his shields and surged forward, letting the railgun blasts slip past him. Before the men could react, Tony grabbed hold of the railguns and ripped them off the suit with a powerful wrench, sparks flying as circuits were torn apart. The men staggered back, stunned by the sudden loss of his weapons. Tony didn't give him a chance to recover. He flew towards him at full speed, slamming a fist into the man's chest, denting the armor. The enemy stumbled back, but Tony followed up with a brutal combination of punches, each one denting and tearing the suit apart. Metal plates flew off, exposing the inner workings of the armor. Desperately, the men tried to retaliate, throwing a wild punch at Tony. But Tony sidestepped effortlessly and delivered a devastating uppercut that sent the men crashing into the ceiling. The force of the impact shattered the overhead lights, plunging the room into darkness. In the flickering light of sparking wires, Tony grabbed the man by the shoulder, lifting him off the ground. With a powerful pull, he tore the arm of the enemy suit clean off, wires and hydraulic fluid spraying everywhere. The men screamed in rage and pain, struggling to escape. But Tony wasn't done. He lifted the men into the air and smashed him down onto the ground with a force that cratered the floor beneath them. The impact was so intense that the remaining pieces of the enemy suit shattered, leaving the men inside, battered and broken. Tony stepped back, his armor barely scratched. He watched as the men struggled to move, his suit completely destroyed, leaving him exposed and defeated. Tony's faceplate retracted, revealing his deadpan expression, which he didn't even break a sweat. "You should have known better," he said coldly. "You never stood a chance against me." The man, barely conscious, could only groan in response, his once powerful suit reduced to scrap metal scattered around the room. "You're a fool if you think copying my suit would make you powerful or better than me. Honestly, did you really think using my own creation against me was the way to go?" Tony scoffed. The man on the ground was breathing heavily from the pain of being tossed around. "You said I like the sound of my own voice, but do you even hear yourself, you hypocrite?" "Oh, but of course I love the sound of my own voice. My mother once said I had the voice of an angel. By the way, you're lucky no harm came to her. If she had suddenly lost her baby because of your bullshit revenge, I would have killed you." The man on the floor wore a horrified expression as he realized Tony was serious about his threat. "What kind of hero are you?" "The kind of hero that doesn't take bullshit from you," Tony replied, taking a good look at the men in front of him. He had dark blue hair, but what fascinated Tony were the man's eyes. His irises were shaped like cogwheels, which was the whole reason Tony was even entertaining the conversation in the first place. "Quirk factor scan complete, boss. Here's what else I've been able to find about our suspect," Friday said. "Hold that thought, Friday," Tony said before looking back at the men on the floor. "Don't think I didn't see that injury on my father, fuckface," Tony said as he punched him in the face, breaking most of his teeth and nose, knocking him unconscious. "All right, Friday, you were saying?" Tony asked, flicking his wrist to shake off the blood. Tony's mask returned to his face as Friday displayed the information she had found. Name, Teo Seiki. Age. Quirk, Tech Vision, grants the user the ability to see mechanical structures, systems, and devices in intricate detail. With a mere glance, they can identify areas that need repair. Awakening. In this advanced form, the user's vision expands to not only identify repairs but also visualize potential upgrades and enhancements. They can see how to optimize and improve devices, machinery, and even weapons, enabling them to innovate and create superior versions of existing technology. Tell me, Friday, is it possible to replicate this quirk factor? Or at least create a machine that replicates it? Boss, why is that even a question? Isn't that one of the reasons you were studying quirk factors in the first place, to see if you could make suits to replicate them? Heh, I wanted to hear you say it, Tony said with a smirk. Chapter 69, nice rescue complete. Third person's POV. Baymax lifted his fist and launched it with incredible speed toward Kaito, the men standing before him. Kaito barely had time to react, raising his gauntlet arm to block the powerful blow. The impact sent Kaito skidding backward across the steel floor, his feet digging in as he struggled to stay upright, grunting with the effort. As Baymax's fist retracted, rejoining his body with a smooth motion, the robot immediately swung his other fist down in a crushing arc. Kaito countered with his own fist, and the clash of metal against metal sent a reverberating clang through the room. Their movements became a blur as they traded blows at blinding speed. Kaito managed to dodge one of Baymax's punches and swiftly closed the distance, attempting to slice through Baymax with the blade attached to his gauntlet. But Baymax anticipated the move, activating his thrusters and driving a powerful knee into Kaito's midsection. The force of the blow knocked the wind out of Kaito, leaving him gasping for air. Seizing the opportunity, Baymax interlocked his hands and brought them down like a sledgehammer on Kaito's face. The impact was brutal, knocking out several of Kaito's teeth and rendering him unconscious. Baymax placed a foot firmly on Kaito's chest, ensuring he was subdued. Scanning. Target is unconscious. Target subdued, Baymax reported in his calm, clinical voice. With the threat neutralized, Baymax removed his foot from Kaito and turned to walk back toward the jail cells. He approached Maria first, scanning her quickly. Scanning. Except for emotional distress, the patient is healthy. Growing life is safe and sound. Next, he scanned Howard. Scanning. Patient has a mild concussion and a laceration above the eyebrow. Commencing healthcare, Baymax announced, as he effortlessly tore the cell door from its hinges. Baymax moved to Howard and began treating his injuries, his body producing the necessary tools. After finishing, Baymax turned his attention back to Maria's cell. With a powerful pull, he ripped the metal bars away, setting her free as well. The noise woke both Howard and Maria, causing them to stare wearily. Baymax? Howard asked, remembering where he had seen that face. He recalled how Tony had won the Stark Expo with it. His eyes widened as he touched the bandages on his head. Maria, he shouted, exiting the cell. Howard. Maria shouted back as she got up. They met in front of Baymax and hugged. Howard checked her over. Are you hurt? Is the baby okay? Baymax then intervened, hearing the concern. Both patient and growing life are healthy with no injuries, except for emotional distress and elevated heart rates. Thank you, Baymax. Howard sighed in relief. And Tony? Tony was dragging the Dark Forger by the back of his broken-down suit. So, you've taken everything and destroyed all the information he had saved? Tony asked. Yes, boss. All servers have been wiped clean, leaving nothing behind. But boss, may I ask a question? Friday responded. Go ahead. Tony nodded. Why did you take all of his money? You're a multi-billionaire, fast approaching trillionaire status. Your actions don't make sense to me, Friday questioned. Because money is money, Friday. There's no such thing as too much when it comes to money. And that's to pay for my emotional distress, my hospital bills, my time, which, by the way, is very valuable, and for all the supplies I wasted taking them down. Need I go on? No, boss. Your pettiness has been made abundantly clear. Oi, my feelings have been hurt. The only way to soothe them is with money, Tony muttered as he walked back through the rooms, noticing the unconscious bodies on the ground but no sign of Melissa. Where's my little Melly? Tony asked. Shall I call her, boss? Friday asked curiously. Nah, if she's in the middle of a fight, I don't want to distract her. Just lead me to her. A guiding system showed Tony Melissa's direction. As he followed it, he stopped and sighed when he saw her talking to two people, her father and All Might. All Might, seeing Tony appear, ran toward him. Young Stark. Are you all right? All Might asked with concern. I'm a few pennies richer, so I'm better than ever, Tony said, giving All Might a thumbs up. Boss, the amount of yen you took is equivalent to 10 million US dollars. Like I said, pennies, Tony muttered. All Might put his hand on Tony's shoulder. Please don't do that again. You could have been seriously injured, or you could have hurt someone pretty badly. If you needed help, you could have come to me. I would have been more than happy to help you out, young Stark. Look, All Might, I appreciate it, I really do, but I wasn't going to let someone else go and save my parents. I wasn't going to sit still and just wait for things to be solved for me. That's not how I do things. All Might sighed. I understand, young Stark, I really do. And that's what will make you a good hero, not sitting around while someone is in danger is very difficult to do. All I'm asking is for you to be more careful and trust those around you. Tony just nodded, which caused All Might to do the same with his signature smile. All Might then looked down and saw the man Tony was holding. I take it this is the one responsible for your family's kidnapping. Tony threw the men at All Might's feet. Yup, called himself the blacksmith or something, then changed it to the Dark Forger. What? Did you say, the blacksmith? All Might asked in surprise. Do you know of him? Tony asked, raising an eyebrow. You might not know this, but villains have rankings in their own right. This blacksmith has been selling dangerous illegal weapons, arming the streets, and making it dangerous for a few years now. He's in the upper A list due to how elusive he is and how powerful his weapons are. That's actually one of the reasons your support items are really popular. I see. I guess that makes sense, Tony muttered. Just then, David appeared. Tony. Where are Howard and Maria? Are they all right? Suddenly, they heard an explosion and the sound of bricks crumbling nearby. When they turned to the source of the noise, they saw a fist fly through the debris before it flew back, followed by a giant red armored hand making its way through. All Might stood in front of everyone in a fighting position but then sighed when he saw Howard and Maria sitting on top of Baymax's shoulders. They both had lollipops in their mouths. Tony, would it be shameless of me to ask for a Baymax of my own? Howard asked, waving toward everyone. Yes, Tony answered with a straight expression. Although the others couldn't see it, Tony let out a sigh of relief. His helmet then shifted from his face as he asked, "Are you guys all right?" "We're okay, honey. Just a little spooked." "And you?" Maria asked with a smile. Tony gave her a thumbs up. "Richer." "That's nice, honey," Maria smiled. Baymax walked up to Tony and reported, "Rescue and secure mission is complete. Are you satisfied with your service?" "Very satisfied, thanks, Baymax," Tony said, offering a fist bump. "Ba la la la," Baymax replied, returning the fist bump and exploding it. "So cute," Melissa muttered as she joined the group. Howard then pouted toward Tony. "Come on, son, your robot has armor, but I don't. Why don't you keep adding to my guilty conscience since that's really what I need right now, old man," Tony retorted. I don't mean to interrupt, but what are we going to do with all these unconscious people?" Melissa wondered. "I hope you can leave it to me," All Might said. "I will have it all taken care of." He nodded reassuringly. "If you say so," Tony muttered, not entirely sure, but since he didn't want to deal with it, he went along. "Let's get going then, since I'm hungry," Howard said, patting his stomach. "You sure you're not the pregnant one?" Tony scoffed. Howard just gave him a look but then chose to ignore him. And with that, their rescue mission in Tokyo came to an end. Chapter 70, MHA Robots. Third person's POV. Down in the lab, Tony and his father, Howard Stark, were surrounded by cutting-edge technology and the hum of machinery. Meanwhile, upstairs, Melissa entertained Tony's mother, Maria, and her father. Tony held up a vial filled with a bright red liquid. "This is what I wanted to show you. I call it the Super Soldier Serum, or SSS for short. It enhances everything about a person, and when I say everything, I mean it. It even affects the metaphysical. If you're good, it makes you better. If you're bad, well, it makes you worse." Howard eyed the vial thoughtfully. "I see, that explains why you and Melissa look a bit different. I knew you two were experimenting with something, but I didn't realize it was this." Tony looked at his father with mild surprise. "You knew I was experimenting? And you just let me?" Howard chuckled. "Believe it or not, I have this unnatural confidence in you. It's like you can create anything you imagine with that brilliant mind of yours. I wasn't really worried. And if you did mess up, I was sure you'd come up with something else to fix it. That's why I don't really worry about you." Tony hesitated for a moment before responding, Thanks. Anyway, if you inject yourself with this, it'll also boost your quirk, removing any limitations you might have had before. And physically, you'll be able to lift up to a ton." Howard raised an eyebrow, impressed. "You really are something else. Now I see why you're hesitant about Maria taking this before the baby is born. Better to be safe and stick to the suits for now." Tony nodded in agreement. "Exactly. So, take a look around the lab and pick any suit you think is best." Howard's gaze drifted over the suits before one caught his eye, a suit painted in the colors of the American flag. "The one that grabs my attention is this bright one with the American flag." "Why?" Tony grinned. "Ah, you're talking about Mark 19, the Iron Patriot. It has another name if Iron Patriot isn't up to your taste." Howard looked intrigued. "Oh. And what's that?" "The War Machine," Tony replied, his tone serious. "The suit is made for literal wars." Howard nodded appreciatively. "Interesting. And what's the deal with the shield?" "It's made from synthesized vibranium. It absorbs impacts incredibly efficiently. The only way to damage it is with the same material or something stronger, which is pretty hard to come by even in our society." "Friday, show my dad a demonstration video of the suits and their capabilities," Tony ordered. On the casing of each suit of armor, realistic animations began to play, showcasing the suit's capabilities, weaknesses, and what they were vulnerable to. Howard glanced at Tony, puzzled. "Did you seriously make animations for these?" "Why?" Tony shrugged. "What? Of course not. I had Friday make them. I was tired of seeing the same old hero-centric anime, so I had her create animations for the suits. Now, when I get bored, she makes me anime to watch." Howard stared at Tony with a straight face. "I sometimes forget your childish tendencies." Tony scoffed. "You're just upset you can't be as creative as me with the things you make, old man." Howard shook his head with a smile. "Really? Throwing my limitations in my face?" "Low blow, Tony. Low blow." As Howard began examining the suits more closely, Friday's voice interrupted them. "Boss, your newest creation is now finished. You can test it out whenever." "Finally." "I was getting tired of waiting for it," Tony groaned, moving toward the door. He noticed his father following him and stopped, giving Howard a curious look. "What are you doing?" Shouldn't you be checking out which suit you want? Howard smiled and shook his head. That can wait. I'm always interested in what you create. So, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Tony rolled his eyes but led the way. As they walked, Friday's voice came through once more. Boss, there's one more piece of news I need to share. It appears your classmate, Tenya Ida, had a family emergency. His brother is currently hospitalized due to an attack by the hero killer, Stain, who's been making the news recently. Tony's expression hardened. Put in a transfer to one of our hospitals with the best doctor we have. Keep it anonymous. On it, boss, Friday confirmed. Howard didn't say anything, but he smiled at Tony's response as they entered a room filled with neatly stacked boxes. On top of one of the boxes was a metal headband. Howard pointed at it. So, what's this creation? Tony grinned. Let me tell you how it came to be. During the 2 weeks it took to build the jet, I found it was taking too long, especially after the first week. So, I made this while working on the jet. It helps me make things faster. He picked up the metal band and placed it on his head. Friday, how fast are the response times on this neural transmitter? He asked, his smugness evident. 0.01 milliseconds, boss, Friday responded, matching his tone. The boxes began to tremble before bursting open, releasing a river of tiny red and gold microrobots. I call them MHA, Tony announced, presenting them with a flourish. As Tony demonstrated his MHA, they began to shift and morph into various shapes, seamlessly responding to his thoughts. I can form them into any shape I want with just a thought, Tony explained, his voice filled with enthusiasm. The MHA quickly assembled into a detailed image of Melissa's face, which then transitioned into a hand that waved cheerfully at them. With a simple beckoning motion from Tony, the MHA gathered at his feet and began lifting him off the ground, effortlessly carrying him around the room. As they moved toward Howard, one of the MHA detached from the group and was handed to him. Howard examined it closely, watching as the tiny machine squirmed, trying to escape and rejoin the others. They're bound together by an electromagnetic connector, Tony said, observing as Howard released the MHA, allowing it to rejoin its counterparts. Howard let out an impressed whistle, his eyes narrowing with a thoughtful smirk. How long did it take you to build that jet you made? He asked, curiosity piqued. 2 weeks, Tony replied, effortlessly transforming the MHA into a surfboard beneath his feet, while the others formed large, undulating waves around him. And how long would it take you now, with those? Howard pressed. Close to an hour, Tony answered confidently, snapping his fingers as the MHA reformed into different shapes. And the suits? Howard continued, his interest deepening. A few minutes, Tony said, a wide grin spreading across his face as he began to cackle with glee. With these at my disposal, I'll be a technological god. Ha 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 ha. Tony then shot his hand forward, and the MHA instantly transformed into chains, wrapping themselves around Howard before collapsing and retreating back to Tony. Though, it depends on who's controlling the neural transmitter, Tony continued, more seriously this time. Due to a highly effective brain, I can visualize everything perfectly. Others might not be able to do the same, or at least not as efficiently as I could. Let's take Melissa for example, if I could build the jet in an hour, she might take around 3. You, on the other hand, might be able to do it in 2, or perhaps even quicker, thanks to your quirk. Howard nodded, piecing it together. So, it depends on the user and how efficiently they can think, since it's all connected to the neural transmitter. Exactly, Tony confirmed, proud of his creation and the possibilities it unlocked. Chapter 71, Maria's Backstory. Third person's POV. Tony rode around on the MHA as they made their way back to the lab where the suits were stored. Have you thought about what type of suit you want for you and Mom? We can't forget about David either. We'll need their input on what they want too. Howard scratched his chin thoughtfully. I don't know, this is a tough decision. All the suits you make are top-notch, so it's hard to choose. The adamantium one seems a bit heavy, though. The only reason you and Melissa can use it so effectively is because of your enhanced bodies. So that's one option out. I'm torn between the vibranium model and the Iron Patriot. Both have solid weaponry and tech. Tony chuckled, a playful glint in his eyes. Oh, my dear old man, it seems age is finally catching up to you. Howard narrowed his eyes and cracked his knuckles. You know, sometimes I think I was too lenient with your upbringing. Maybe it's time to start correcting that now. Tony quickly adopted an awkward smile, clearing his throat. What I meant was, you don't really need to choose. I can just combine the best features from both suits. Friday, can you call the others down? As he spoke, Tony walked over to his workspace and brought up a hologram of his armor. Friday, switch it to the vibranium model. Howard watched the hologram shift as Tony then said, there's a lot to think about with these suits. Vibranium is great for stealth, but the weapon systems on the Iron Patriot are hard to beat. We'll need to discuss what kind of weapons and capabilities you want, Tony explained. As they continued talking, Friday interrupted, her voice light. Boss, you keep receiving text messages from your friends. They seem quite worried about you due to your sudden departure. I didn't inform you earlier due to the circumstances, but I hope you won't fire me for that. Tony scoffed with amusement. Text them back that I'm fine, everything's resolved, and I'll get back to them later. Howard glanced at his son with a smile. It's nice to see you have friends who worry about you, Tony. Tony blushed slightly and waved off the comment just as Melissa brought the others down to the lab. Maria walked in, happily munching on a piece of cake, clearly enjoying herself. Tony stared at her in mild surprise, causing Maria to pause and look back at him in confusion. What? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Nothing, just enjoy yourself, Tony replied, shaking his head. Maria narrowed her eyes playfully. Are you calling me fat? Tony blinked, taken aback. Huh? When did I say that? You didn't need to say it. I could feel your eyes judging me. No, you hormonal woman, I just never saw you enjoy cake so much before, Tony said defensively. Oh, smack, respect your mother, Maria said, giving him a light smack on the back of the head. I get this sudden sweet tooth when I'm pregnant. It was the same when I was pregnant with you. Really? I didn't take you for someone with a sweet tooth. I thought you were more of a bitter kind of lady. Maria raised an eyebrow. What's that supposed to mean? Like, I don't know, that you preferred coffee more than sweet things, Tony replied with a shrug. Maria chuckled and shook her head. Just because I love my coffee doesn't mean I can't enjoy a good slice of cake now and then. Tony nodded thoughtfully before asking, so, what do you want your suit to be like? Maria, still savoring her cake, shrugged. I don't know, I'll just go with whatever your father chooses. Tony rolled his eyes. Come on, Mom, have some individuality. This suit is for your protection. Maria shrugged again. Honestly, I've never been much of a fighter or had a need to fight, especially with my quirk. It was actually one of the reasons I was pretty much disowned from my family. Excuse me? Tony asked, raising an eyebrow. You didn't know? Maria replied, surprised. I never did any background research on you guys. I didn't see the need to. What do you mean, disowned? Well, you always spent time in your office. We never really had a sharing moment, did we? To start, Stark isn't my maiden name. My maiden name is Carbonell. They're a big hero family, top 10 S-rank heroes in America. They all have telekinesis or similar abilities, but I didn't. My quirk turned out to be something different, like a Depa word version of theirs. It's called Sharp Mind. It heightens intelligence, quick problem-solving skills, and gives an exceptional memory. My family believes in power above all else. They worship the hero ranking system and think anyone who doesn't reach A-class is worthless. They thought I'd just be a sidekick, which is how they treated me. I was kicked out at 18. Luckily, my quirk helped me get into a prestigious school that valued intellect. That's where I met your father and David. Howard and I fell in love, graduated, got married, and had you. Maria finished with a smile and kissed Tony's cheek, wiping off a bit of frosting. Tony turned around, typing on a holographic keyboard. Tony. What are you doing? Maria asked suspiciously. Hacking into all their systems and extracting all the dirt on them so I can run them out of business, my dear mother, Tony said casually. Howard laughed. Ha. That's my boy. Maria sighed, placing a hand on Tony's shoulder. Tony, don't. But Mom. Tony whined. Tony, I tried the same thing when I found out, but your mother has too kind a heart. She doesn't want to see people suffering because of her. Her kind heart was one of the reasons I fell in love with her, Howard said with a sigh. Just leave it be, Tony, Maria said with a smile. I appreciate you getting angry for my sake. I really do. But I don't want you getting into trouble because of me. But. Tony said, looking at her, seeing her smile and shaking her head. He sighed and raised his hands in surrender. Fine. Maria chuckled, ruffling his hair and giving him a kiss on the side of his head. So like I was saying before, I don't really know what I want for such a suit of armor. I'll just go with whatever your father choices. He knows best after all. Or you know what, why don't you surprise me? I'm quite curious in what you would be able to make for me. Fine, since you want to be like that, I'll make a completely new suit of armor for you. Tony said as he cracked his knuckles and neck. Meanwhile, there was a group of armored cars driving on an empty road with an armored truck in the middle, protected. Inside the armored truck, there was a man with blue hair, bound and blindfolded, sitting in utter darkness. Suddenly, the vehicle jolted to a stop, followed by the sounds of gunfire, screams, and brutal violence outside. The cacophony was interrupted by a deafening roar, and then, silence. A tired sigh broke the quiet. Kurogiri, do we really need to do this? I already told Master I don't need friends, a voice grumbled. You remember what he told you, right? Another voice replied. Yeah, the grumbling voice responded. Since technology is rapidly advancing, why don't we catch up with it? I was there, we watched that stupid sports festival together. The restraints on the blue-haired man suddenly loosened and fell away. He cautiously opened his eyes, revealing eerie gear-shaped pupils, and looked at the person standing before him. Tamura Shigaraki's unsettling smile greeted him. It appears you've been recruited. You should be glad. This is where your life turns around. Tamura then turned to Kurogiri. How was that? Was my recruiting statement good? It was good, but it could use some work, Kurogiri nodded. Chapter 72, Finished Products. Third person's POV. As Tony secretly worked on designing Maria's suit, he turned to David with a question. So, father-in-law, what type of suit do you want? David scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. I can't give you a definite answer, Tony. You know, I'm more of an inventor. When I was younger, working for All Might, I might have gone for a suit built for fighting. But now, I enjoy making things for others. So maybe something that helps me with that, a suit for crafting, inventing, something along those lines. Tony nodded thoughtfully. I see. I can work with that. Actually, that's a pretty fun idea. You know what, why not? Let's do it, he muttered to himself, already considering the possibilities. Melissa, Tony called out, beckoning her over. Yeah. Melissa replied, walking up to him. Tony leaned in and whispered something in her ear, causing the adults in the room to exchange curious glances. You want me to design something like that? Melissa asked, raising an eyebrow skeptically. Tony nodded. You focus on designing your father's suit, while I focus on designing my parents' suits. Melissa shrugged. Sure, I haven't designed something like that before. It might be tricky, but it should be fairly straightforward. Tony then turned to the adults. What are you guys still doing here? Go be somewhere else. We'll call you down when we're done. We don't want to ruin the surprise. The adults looked at each other, unsure of what to do. So what do we do in the meantime? Howard finally asked. Tony shrugged nonchalantly. Hell if I know. Go watch a movie or something. Just don't leave the house, I don't want to have to rescue you guys again. Howard raised an eyebrow. Are you putting us under house arrest? Tony turned to him with a serious expression and nodded. Yes I am. Now shoo, you're interrupting my creative time. I have to take advantage of it. Fine. Howard grumbled, heading out with David and Maria following close behind. As the adults left, 2 suits of armor materialized beside Tony, and he began working on them simultaneously. Take Melissa's electrical weapon design and move it here. Now use this for the distribution of kinetic energy, Tony muttered to himself as he switched between working on his mother's suit and his father's. An hour later, Melissa tossed a hologram of a small chip towards Tony, who easily caught it. What do you think of this? She asked. Tony examined the design for a moment. Here, change this tiny section. It'll give you a faster response time. After that, you should be good to go, he said, highlighting the section and tossing the hologram back to Melissa, who caught it midair. Melissa studied it for a moment, then nodded. I see, that makes sense. Jarvis, begin production of the chip. So, does this mean I can use the MHA robots now to start making my father's suit? She asked, a bit expectantly. Melly, you've got to stop asking for permission and just use them. I've got some finishing touches to do, so go ahead. I know, I just wanted to make sure you didn't need them first, Melissa said, grabbing the neural transmitter. Not paying attention, Tony noticed Melissa flying past him out of the corner of his eye, shouting, "Wee!" He turned to see her riding the MHA robots away, and he couldn't help but scoff in amusement before refocusing on the suits in front of him. Melissa sat cross-legged in the creation room, a space Tony had designed specifically for building their suits. The MHA robots, which had begun moving and shifting with precision, started assembling the parts Melissa had selected. They worked seamlessly, joining pieces together and shaping the suit according to the image she had in her mind. After a brief mental fatigue, Melissa rubbed her temples. Wow, I didn't expect this to be so mentally taxing. Once she'd rested, the MHA robots resumed their work. Tony, having completed the designs for each suit, wore a satisfied smirk. Boss, I have something important to report, Friday's voice interrupted. HM. What's wrong, Friday? They didn't leave the house and get kidnapped again, did they? Tony asked, alarmed. Damn, I'm treating them like pets, Tony muttered. No, boss, but it is related. The man responsible, the Dark Forger, has escaped during his escort to prison. Tony clicked his tongue in frustration. And by whom? The same group responsible for the attack during the USJ. Of course, Tony said with a touch of sarcasm. I assume they've already teleported away. Yes, as we speak. All right, thanks for letting me know. I'll need to be prepared for him to be among their ranks next time they attack. Tony shook his head, muttering to himself, small steps, Tony, small steps. That's how we've gotten this far. I assume all the men involved have been killed. Tony asked in a somber tone. I'm afraid so, and rather gruesomely, I might add. Tony fell into a heavy silence, processing the information. Friday, schedule a meeting with the National Police Force for this week. I'm not doing anyone any good by keeping all this technology to myself. At least, the non-dangerous stuff should be shared, to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands. It will be arranged, boss, Friday replied. Tony then joined Melissa, noticing she was nearly finished, only a few parts left to add. You hungry? Tony asked with a smile. Yes, please. You always seem to know exactly what I need, Melissa sighed. Tony smiled and went to fetch some food. When he returned, he began feeding Melissa, who smiled contentedly as she completed the suit. After covering the suit with a white tarp, Melissa leaned her head on Tony's shoulder. You're too good to me, she sighed happily. Tony rolled his eyes and began working on the suits he had designed. The MHA robots operated at a faster pace and with greater efficiency than Melissa's. Wow, they move really fast. How are you doing that? Melissa wondered. That's because you have to picture each part of the suit individually and assemble it piece by piece. I, on the other hand, already have the entire suit envisioned in my mind, down to the tiniest bolt and thinnest wire. So I don't need to stop and start, it's all in my head, Tony explained. Howard, David, and Maria were upstairs watching a movie, completely engrossed. Suddenly, the TV screen flickered and displayed a video of Tony, looking tired as he massaged the bridge of his nose and said, Come on down, the suits are ready. Come on. We were just getting to the good part. Howard shouted. I'll throw these suits into the ocean if you keep testing my patience, old man, Tony's voice warned as the TV turned off. Am I the father or is he? Howard scoffed. David chuckled. Looks like you're being outmaneuvered by your son, Howard. Not a good look for a father, he teased. Howard turned to David, patting his shoulder. My son is probably already having sex with your daughter, he said before patting Maria's thigh and standing up. David's forehead showed visible veins. I've never wanted to kill you more than right now. David then turned to Maria. You don't think they're all ready? Maria patted David's shoulder awkwardly as she stood up. Why aren't you denying it? David demanded. They gathered with Tony and Melissa in the lab, where 3 large tarps covered the suits. Tony and Melissa stood ready to present them. First, let's start with the most complex of the suits. Yours, Dad, Tony said, grabbing the right tarp and pulling it off to reveal a sleek black vibranium Ironman suit with blue, red, and white accents. I might have gone a bit overboard with the weapons, so bear with me as I explain some of its capabilities. I call this suit the Kinetic Patriot. Tony looked at the sleek black suit, a mix of vibranium and Iron Patriot colors, taking a deep breath before starting his explanation. Honestly, where do I even begin with this thing? He walked around the suit, gesturing to different parts as he spoke. All right, first off, the core of this suit is pure vibranium, making it practically indestructible. This baby can absorb and redistribute kinetic energy. So, if you take a hit from, say, a giant or even a missile, the suit absorbs that energy, stores it, and you can use it to power your weapons or even amplify your own strength. Tony then tapped on the chest piece, where a faint glow pulsed beneath the surface. This is the vibranium power core. It's not just an energy source, it's a kinetic energy battery. Every time you take a hit, you get stronger, faster, and can unleash more devastating attacks. And that energy can be channeled into your repulsors, which have been supercharged with vibranium tech. They're not just more powerful, but they can cut through nearly anything. He moved to the arms of the suit. These gauntlets here are equipped with vibranium energy blades. They're retractable, razor-sharp, and can slice through pretty much any material out there. They also absorb kinetic energy on impact, so the more you hit, the more energy you build up. And if you need to unleash it all at once, you've got a shockwave generator built right in. Perfect for crowd control or just sending someone flying. Tony then pointed to the shoulders. Now, I did say I overdid it with the weapons, right? We've got mini-missile launchers here, loaded with vibranium-tipped projectiles. These bad boys can pierce through even the toughest armors. And they're smart missiles, so they'll track and follow targets with pinpoint accuracy. He walked around to the back of the suit, revealing sleek, streamlined thrusters. Flight capabilities are off the charts. The thrusters are enhanced with vibranium, making them more efficient and quiet. You'll be able to fly faster, with better agility, and with almost no heat signature, so good luck to anyone trying to track you. Tony stepped back to admire the suit, then pointed to the forearms. Oh, and did I mention the plasma cannons? Yeah, they're powered by vibranium too. These plasma bolts are intense, capable of vaporizing targets or cutting through nearly anything. And if that's not enough, the suit has a deployable vibranium shield that can absorb and reflect energy attacks right back at your enemies. Finally, Tony looked back at the group with a grin. But it's not all about offense. The suit has advanced stealth capabilities, radar invisibility, and sound dampening, so you can go full ninja when needed. He took a step back, giving them a moment to take it all in. So, yeah, it's a lot. But if you're going to wear a suit, might as well go all out, right? The kinetic patriot is ready for just about anything you can throw at it, or anything that can be thrown at you. I know I'm not supposed to curse in front of children, but Jesus fucking Christ, Tony. Which country are you trying to take over? With this I don't doubt anyone can just become the #1 hero, Howard said, looking at the suit. And the suit is just for me. Tony grinned, soaking in the odd looks he was getting after his dramatic reveal. Now then, let's move to my mother dearest, he continued, walking over to the second tarp. With a flourish, he pulled it off, revealing a sleek, black and pink vibranium suit, its surface shimmering slightly under the lights. I call this suit, Mommy with the Belt. Tony announced, raising his arms dramatically toward the ceiling. The room fell silent as everyone exchanged glances, unsure of what to make of the name. Tony chuckled, enjoying the confusion. Trust me, the name will make sense in a second. He moved around to the front of the suit and pressed 2 buttons on the wrist. Instantly, 2 long, pink, crackling electric whips unfurled from the suit's arms, snapping to life with a menacing hum. It's a whipping suit, hence the name. He flicked the whips in the air, and they responded with lightning-fast precision, creating arcs of pink energy as they moved. These aren't just any ordinary whips. They're made from a vibranium-infused alloy, making them both incredibly strong and flexible. They can cut through almost anything, and when they connect with a target, the electrical charge can disable tech, fry circuits, or just deliver one heck of a shock. And because they're made from vibranium, they absorb kinetic energy, so the harder you strike, the more energy you build up to use. Tony gestured to the suit itself. The suit is, of course, vibranium-based as well, so it's just as durable as the kinetic patriot. It's designed for agility and mid-range combat, with enhanced flexibility and speed. The vibranium mesh allows for quick movements while still offering top-tier protection. He pointed to the suit's back and shoulders. For added versatility, the suit has a magnetic grappling system. You can extend the whips, latch onto targets, and then pull them in, or pull yourself toward them. It's perfect for mobility in battle or for getting up close and personal with an enemy while also keeping your distance from them. Tony then tapped the chest piece, where a faint pink glow emanated. And just like the other suit, this one has a vibranium power core, capable of absorbing energy from impacts and then releasing it through the whips. You can also channel the energy into a powerful electric shockwave, sending out a pulse that disables electronics and stuns enemies within a wide radius. He stepped back, giving the suit one last look. So yeah, it's a bit more hands-on, but I think it suits you perfectly, Mom. You'll be able to handle anything, up close and personal, with a little extra zap for good measure. Of course, you can control the voltage, and it can be adjusted so they don't feel anything. This suit is primarily for capture and defense. It features holographic shields powered by kinetic energy. The more they hit the shield, the stronger it becomes, so you'll always be protected. Tony looked back at the group with a smirk. So, what do you think? Pretty electrifying, huh? Howard's face turned serious. Tony, please don't give your mother any ideas for our bedroom life. I'll say this here and now, I'm not into it. Melissa's face turned a deep shade of red as Maria slapped Howard's arm and glared at him. Oh no, Tony, she's already started hitting me. Look at what you've done. Howard exclaimed, fearfully looking at Maria. Maria, blushing and puffed up with embarrassment, continued to bang her fist towards Howard, clearly embarrassed by his comments. Moving on. Melissa shouted, pulling off the last tarp with a flourish. We named this one the Iron Octopus. She continued, revealing a red and yellow Ironman suit with a slightly bulkier build compared to the others. The crowd's attention was immediately drawn to the suit's back, where 4 distinct sections began to open with a soft whirring sound. From these sections, 4 gleaming, mechanical grapplers extended outward. Each grappler, crafted from a combination of vibranium and high-tensile alloys, moved with an almost organic fluidity. This suit is designed for both combat and inventive work, Melissa explained, her enthusiasm evident. It's like having 4 extra helping hands. The limbs are reinforced with vibranium, which means they have the same kinetic energy absorption capabilities as our previous suits, providing enhanced durability and resilience. She gestured to the extending grapplers. Each tentacle is equipped with advanced repulsor technology. They adapt to whatever you need during your build. Whether you require a laser cutter, a welding tool, or any other specialized equipment, the tentacles can shift and provide the necessary tools instantly. Melissa's eyes sparkled with excitement. So, whether you're in the lab or in the field, this suit's got you covered. It combines the versatility of vibranium with the precision and adaptability inspired by octopus anatomy. Not to mention its strength, you would be able to lift up to a couple tons with this thing. Well, it's better if you try it once so you could understand how it really works, Tony said. Tony then bowed towards all of them, and that will be all for our presentation, everyone. Come back time. Images of the suits. P.S. I really couldn't find a pic of a good whiplash armor for the mom. Chapter 73, Oprah of Injection Pistol. Third person's POV. Everyone was suited up in their armors, even Tony's mother, Maria, who stood with an awkward smile, looking over her newly armored form. I honestly don't know what to say about this. This wasn't what I expected to happen, she admitted, still getting used to the feel of the suit. Think of this as a family event, Tony reassured her, a grin evident in his voice. All we're doing is going flying and testing the suits. Everyone's in on it. All right, if you say so, Maria muttered, still uncertain but willing to go along with it. Meanwhile, Howard and David were already moving around, testing out the range of motion in their suits. Oh wow, this feels so light. It's like I'm just wearing a coat over my normal clothes, Howard said, marveling as he opened and closed his hand, watching the armor respond smoothly. David, manipulating the tentacle-like extensions of his suit, nodded in agreement. These feel like extensions of my normal limbs. They move exactly how I want them to. You two have really outdone yourselves, he praised Tony and Melissa. Melissa, with a smile, activated her suit fully, the sleek armor forming over her body as she hovered in place. Shall we take them for a test drive? Tony's suit did the same, the mask sliding down to cover his face. I think it's time we take these to the skies. The cliffside near their home began to shift, revealing a hidden launch pad. One by one, figures shot out from the opening, Tony leading the way, followed by the rest of his family, with Melissa bringing up the rear. Once the last figure cleared the cliff, it sealed back into place. Tony flew at the front, his HUD displaying a split screen showing the faces of his family members as they communicated in real time. Whoa! Howard shouted, twirling in the air with childlike enthusiasm. This is amazing. We should have done this sooner, Tony. Maria flew low over the ocean, her fingertips skimming the water's surface. A serene smile formed on her face as she relaxed into the experience. Just then, a dolphin leaped out of the water, followed by several others, their playful presence widening Maria's smile even more. David flew close to Melissa, his face reflecting pure joy. I can see why you love doing this. It feels so freeing, he remarked, his voice filled with awe. I know, right? I absolutely love flying. It's the best, Melissa responded, sharing a knowing smile with her father as they soared through the sky together. The family spent the day flying near each other, testing out their suits' weapons and various capabilities. They explored the skies, pushing the limits of their technology, and eventually, they all hovered together, watching the sun set on the horizon. As the sun dipped below the ocean, the sky transitioned into a canvas of stars, and they all shared a quiet, peaceful moment above the world. Later that night, Tony was in his lab with Howard and David, handing each of them an injection pistol containing a serum. The atmosphere was more serious now, the day's excitement giving way to thoughtful contemplation. Tony looked at both of them, his expression earnest. I'm going to be honest, while I say this will upgrade your quirks, I'm not sure by how much. The effects could be minor, or they could be completely different from what we expect. I just know they'll be upgraded to the next level. The quirk factor is still something I find very strange, and I'm still researching it, so the effects may be unpredictable. But is it dangerous? David asked, holding the injection pistol in his hand, his brow furrowed in concern. Theoretically, no. Everything should be perfectly fine. And if something does go wrong, I'd be able to fix it. This thing is 99.99% safe. And the 0.01%? Howard asked, raising an eyebrow. How should I know? Tony shrugged. I'm not God. Well, none of your inventions have let us down before, Tony, so I'm going to trust you, Howard said with a nod, his trust in his son evident. This could be the first one, you know. There's a first time for everything, David added, his tone tinged with pessimism. Oh, stop being a party pooper, Dad. It'll be fine, Melissa chimed in from her seat, her back turned as she scrolled through a tablet, her eyes scanning and reading. Howard patted David's back, seeing his downcast expression. The two men eventually left, each with their injection pistol in hand, heading to their rooms. Once they were alone, Tony turned to Melissa, curiosity in his voice. So, what are you doing? You've been reading that since we returned from our test flight. I'm studying. Melissa replied, not looking up. You are? Tony asked in surprise, prompting Melissa to stop and turn toward him, giving him a straight look before shaking her head and returning to her reading. Ever since the SSS, my cognitive abilities have doubled. I'm trying to push them to their limits by learning about a subject I always found difficult. I'm trying to see if I can come up with a different idea for the suits based on what I learn. And you're being secretive about what you're learning because? Tony asked, intrigued. I want to surprise you. I want to show you that you aren't the only super genius, Melissa said, looking back with a smile. You know I already think you're a genius, right? You have nothing to prove. Tony said, his expression serious. I know, but this is more for myself. I want to prove to myself that I can do the things I set my mind to, Melissa responded, her tone equally serious. All right, I'll be your silent supporter then, Tony nodded. Melissa stood up, kissed Tony, and said, thank you, before kissing him once more and returning to her seat. Anyway, I'm going to meet Momo, Tony said as he turned to leave. Excuse me? Melissa asked, looking at him in confusion. I kind of owe her an SSS. It was my way of bribing her into accepting me on her team during the sports festival, Tony explained with a grin. Ah, all right. Don't be too long then. Melissa said with a knowing smile. Momo sat in front of her mirror in a nightgown, her long black hair loose and cascading over her shoulders. She checked her phone before putting it back down, resuming brushing her hair. Suddenly, she heard a knock on her terrace window. Confused, she peeked outside and found Tony hovering outside, standing on a hoverboard with his skin suit on. She quickly went outside to meet him. Tony. Are you okay? I wanted to call you and make sure you were all right, but I didn't know when it was the appropriate time. Yeah, I'm good. Everything's already been resolved. My parents were just kidnapped, Tony said, waving it off as if it were nothing important. What? Are they all right? Your mother was pregnant, wasn't she? Nothing bad happened to her or the baby, right? Momo asked, her concern clear. Tony shook his head. Like I said, everything's all right. It's all been resolved. Momo let out a sigh of relief. I'm glad. Ah, do you want to come in? Sorry, I can't stay long, it's really late. I came to deliver something to you. Tony said, pulling out an injection pistol with the SSS. Noticing her confusion, Tony explained, this is what I talked to you about during the sports festival. He went on to explain its full effects and how it might enhance her quirk. I see. You didn't have to deliver it tonight. I could have waited, you know. After all, you should be spending time with your family after what happened. This should have been the least of your concerns, Momo said, touched by his gesture. Tony shook his head. They've already gone to bed. Plus, I had to deliver it to you since a Stark always keeps his word. Momo smiled and shook her head. Thank you, Tony. Anytime. Good night, Momo, Tony said as he tapped his belt, slowly turning invisible. Good night, Tony, Momo said with a smile before looking down at the injection pistol, caressing it with her thumb. Chapter 74, Advanced Quirks. Third person's POV. Tony's lab was filled with the usual hum of machinery, but this time, the atmosphere was lighter as Tony sat across from his father, Howard, and David Shield. They looked noticeably younger, more muscular, and much healthier than before. Looking good. Tony teased with a smirk, giving them both a thumbs up. Howard flexed his newly toned muscles in response. Hey, your mother couldn't get off me this morning when she saw me. Yuck. Tony groaned, cringing. You're disgusting, old man. Howard chuckled, unbothered. You can't call me that anymore. Look at me. I'm anything but old. Even the back pain from sitting in my office chair is gone. David smiled, running a hand through his hair. I'm just glad the bags under my eyes are gone, and my hair feels healthier. Tony nodded, then shifted the conversation to the more pressing matter. Shall we now test the most important part of this? Your quirks. I'm really curious about how they've evolved. David volunteered to go first. Let's do mine first since the evolution is much simpler and straightforward. Without warning, David twisted his neck in a full 360-degree rotation. What the fuck? Tony and Howard exclaimed simultaneously, their faces mirroring each other's shock. Hey, are you okay? You're not broken, are you? Tony asked anxiously. The last thing I want is to get into trouble with Melissa. David laughed. Yeah, I'm fine. It's just my quirk now. You know how my fingers used to bend in unnatural angles? Now apply that concept to my entire body. I'm extremely flexible, almost like I don't have bones. Is your skin elastic? Tony asked, fascinated. I tried stretching it, but no, it's just my body that's really flexible, David clarified. Howard grimaced. Can you fix your neck already? David sheepishly straightened his neck. Sorry about that. Tony then turned his attention to Howard. Now for you, we need to run some tests. Your quirk is a lot trickier to understand. After running a series of tests, Tony stared at his father in disbelief. What the actual fuck is your quirk, old man? Howard grinned smugly. What can I say? We Starks are always born to impress. Tony scoffed but continued with the analysis. I think we need to rename your quirk. Your mind isn't just a regular computer anymore, it's a quantum computer. Your cognitive abilities have been boosted 5 times over. The way you can recall and process information is phenomenal, and you can store an insane amount of knowledge. Tony continued, you can probably develop an AI inside your head, though I don't recommend it. Your brain now accepts Wi-Fi, which means you could potentially hack into things, though that depends on your abilities. It makes you a minor technopath, which is absolutely crazy. The restrictions on your creativity have lifted slightly, which is good because it gives you some leeway. Your emotions have become balanced, allowing you to think logically without losing your feelings or becoming a sociopath. The only drawback is that if you process too much information at once, it could overload your brain and put you in a coma. Tony concluded, for the first time, I'm a bit jealous of your quirk, but not really. Standing up, Tony patted Howard's shoulders. I'm going to abuse the hell out of you during the 2-day break I have from school. Howard's smug smile faltered. What? Tony just smiled, his mind already racing with ideas. That beautiful head of yours is going to be put to wonderful use, old man. Wonderful things. Howard's face twisted in confusion and concern. Tony, you're scaring me. But Tony just shook his head as he walked away, muttering to himself, beautiful things. Howard exchanged a worried glance with David, who just shrugged. Their concern grew as Friday interrupted Tony's thoughts. Sir, it's Ms. Yayorozu. She has come to visit and is waiting by the front door, Friday announced, showing a holographic video of Momo standing outside. Ah, bring her in and direct her to my lab, Tony instructed. As Howard nudged Tony, he couldn't resist teasing, seeing as you're inviting her to your lab, she must have gained your approval and trust. She must be important to you. Perhaps you've taken the Yayorozu's little miss for yourself as well, alongside Melissa, you know, making a little harem. You better not have, David interjected with a glare. I haven't and I'm not, Tony said, rolling his eyes. Good, David nodded in approval, relaxing slightly. Moments later, Momo's voice echoed down the hallway. Tony, what did you give me? I had to up the size of my clothes, ah. Momo froze mid-sentence, realizing Tony wasn't alone. Momo, now taller and with a more toned physique, wore casual clothing but looked slightly embarrassed as she noticed the company. Sorry, I didn't know you had guests, she said, a bit flustered. Don't worry, Tony said casually. That's just my dad and Melissa's dad, Howard Stark and David Shield. Momo quickly composed herself and introduced herself with the elegance she had been taught since childhood. As Howard shook her hand, he smiled warmly. I must thank you for looking after my boy and letting him stay with you during that time. Think nothing of it. I'm the one who should be thanking you. Tony has been taking care of me alongside Melissa since we were young, Momo replied with a polite smile, shaking David's hand as well. Momo then looked towards Tony, unsure if she should discuss what she came to say in front of his father and David. Don't worry about them, Tony reassured her. They're here for the same reason you are, although I already tested their quirks. Wait, Tony, you gave one to her as well? Howard asked, raising an eyebrow. Momo looked down, hesitant to meet Howard's eyes. Wait, don't take this the wrong way, Howard said, noticing her discomfort. I know he gave one to you because he trusts you. I just want him to be careful about who he gives things to, he added in a reassuring tone. Like you said, old man, I trust her. That's why I gave her one. I wouldn't just hand them out willy-nilly, Tony said, rolling his eyes. I know, but I just want you to be careful, son, Howard replied seriously, earning a nod from Tony. So, shall we begin testing what your quirk can do now? Tony asked. Momo quickly nodded, still marveling at the changes she felt. What I'm most surprised about is my own strength, Momo muttered, looking down at her hands. Your quirk has evolved into something else, Momo, Tony whistled in amazement. Even I'm amazed, Howard added, equally impressed. Let's break it down, Tony began. The amount of lipids you use to create something has been cut in half, which is fantastic. The speed at which you produce items has also increased. Plus, you don't get as fatigued as you used to. Now, the most amazing development, you can convert anything you've ever created back into energy for your body, although it only gives you back half of what you used to make it. And now that the serum has enhanced your mental capabilities, you should be able to create more complex items in a matter of seconds, when before it would have taken you much longer. Tony walked up to Momo, who was beaming with pride at her quirk's advancements. He smiled with his eyes closed. I'm going to abuse you, Momo. What? Momo said, her smile dropping in confusion. Smack. Ow. Tony yelped, holding his head and glaring at his father. You just hit my most prized possession. I know you want to bring me down to your level, but that's not the way to go, especially with your enhanced strength. I understand making that joke towards me, but don't say that to a woman. Howard reprimanded, shaking his head. Rubbing his head, Tony looked at Howard in confusion. Who said anything about joking? I was being serious. I'm going to abuse the living shit out of both your quirks. So don't think about leaving my lab today. You are both about to pay me back for the things I've given you. Chapter 75, Japan National Police Force. Third person's POV. Later in the day. Momo was struggling to stand, her legs wobbly as she pleaded, please. I beg of you. I want to go home, it was a mistake coming here. Beside her, Howard Stark was face first on the floor, unconscious and muttering incoherent mathematical equations. Tony, unfazed, glanced at Momo with a smirk. Oh, stop the whining. We've made so much progress. Not to mention the things we've just created together. You're not going to tell me these won't be useful to you later in the future, are you? Momo sighed, trying to catch her breath. They will, but please, just let me rest. Friday, Tony's ever-reliable AI, chimed in at just the right moment. Boss, you have your 1 o'clock meeting with Japan's National Police Force in approximately 1 hour. Tony groaned, throwing his hands up in frustration. Ugh, just when I was so close to a breakthrough. Why do I have to care about people? Why do I need to have a bleeding heart, he grumbled. Momo, hearing the news, saw a glimmer of hope. Does that mean I can take a break, she asked, her voice full of anticipation. Tony sighed reluctantly. Yeah, but you can't escape. Think of this as an intermission. Momo scoffed, still exhausted. I'm going home. You're crazy if you think I'm going to wait here for you to torture me again. I mean, look at your poor father, she said, pointing to Howard, who was still mumbling on the floor. He'll live, Tony said dismissively. Anyway, if you do go home, I'll just come there and kidnap you. Your parents love me, so they'll allow it. You monster, Momo replied, her tone harsh but too drained to argue further. Tony waved her off as he walked away. There's a bit of a monster in all of us. You'll live too. After quickly showering and getting dressed in a sharp three-piece suit, Tony combed his hair back, put on his sunglasses, and strapped on a silver watch. He descended to find Melissa waiting for him, looking every bit the professional secretary in her pencil skirt, blue blouse, matching heels, and glasses. Her hair was tied up in a neat bun. Melissa stood up straight, smoothing her skirt as she asked, "Tell me honestly, does this skirt make my butt look fat?" Tony grinned and let out a low whistle. Damn right it does. We might need to do some office play where the secretary wants a pay raise. Before he could say more, they heard a loud cough. Tony turned to see Maria Stark choking on her drink. Oh goodness, that went down the wrong pipe. Tony, what the hell, she exclaimed, her face a mix of shock and amusement. Tony's confidence faltered as he grew embarrassed. Oh, mother dearest, I didn't know you were there. He stammered, Melissa equally flustered. Friday. Tony called out, desperate to escape the awkward situation. The AI appeared, holding a briefcase with her flippers and handed it to him. We'll be on our way now, mother, Tony said quickly, speed walking out with Melissa right behind him. As they got into the limousine, Tony, still embarrassed, asked, why didn't you tell me my mother was there? Melissa shot him a look. How the hell was I supposed to know you were going to say something like that? You should know me by now. Especially when you're looking that good, Tony retorted. Melissa rolled her eyes. I would have assumed you'd have more self-control knowing your parents were in the house. Not to mention my dad. Eager to change the subject, Tony asked, did you look over everything? Melissa nodded, focusing on the task at hand. Yeah, Friday sent me the files while you were showering, which I finished reviewing. Tony relaxed a bit, grateful for the distraction as the limousine drove them to their destination. The awkwardness slowly dissipated, replaced by the anticipation of the meeting ahead. Tony and Melissa stepped out of their limousine, arriving in front of a towering skyscraper emblazoned with the letters JNPF in bold letters across the front. Tony walked with confidence, sunglasses on, and a lollipop in his mouth, while Melissa followed closely behind, holding the suitcase with Stark clearly visible on it and her signature tablet in hand. Recognizing Tony Stark, the security guards at the entrance immediately opened the door for them, nodding in acknowledgement. Thank you, Tony said with a slight nod as he walked through, heading directly toward the reception desk. The receptionist, already expecting them, quickly handed over 2 passes with their photos on them. The higher-ups are anticipating your arrival. I'll be the one guiding you, she said, leading them to a private elevator that took them directly to the top floor. As they reached the top, they found themselves in a large, sleek conference room. 10 individuals sat around a long rectangular table, waiting in anticipation. The tension in the room was palpable, and as the door was knocked, the man at the head of the table, Kazuma Takeda, gave the signal. "Come in." The receptionist opened the door, and Tony, followed by Melissa, walked in with confidence. Kazuma, the head of Japan's national police force and a member of a powerful political family, greeted them with a smile. "So, to what do I owe the pleasure of the famous Anthony Stark in my office?" Tony returned the smile as he took a seat at the opposite end of the table. "Your incompetence, obviously." Kazuma's smile vanished, replaced by a raised eyebrow as he stared at Tony in shock. The others at the table exchanged uneasy glances. "Excuse me?" Kazuma asked, his tone hardening. "You heard me," Tony continued, his voice steady as Melissa stood beside him, maintaining a professional posture. "Your officers were responsible for safely transporting the criminal who attacked my parents to your secure prison, to be locked away where they could do no more harm. But you failed." Kazuma's frown deepened. "Are you referring to the incident yesterday? You can't seriously be blaming us for that. Our men were ambushed and killed by a powerful villain with an unknown agenda." Tony didn't flinch. "Which is why I said you're incompetent. You don't know who attacked your men, why they did it, or how not a single member of that special team survived." Kazuma leaned forward, his tone growing more intense. "And are you saying you know who was responsible for that gruesome scene?" "That I do," Tony replied confidently, signaling to Melissa. She swiped her finger across her tablet, projecting a hologram of Tamura Shigaraki, Kurogiri, and a Nomu onto the table. The image was crystal clear, taken from one of Tony's satellites that had recorded the entire incident. "These are the same individuals responsible for the attack on the USJ," Tony explained. "From the information I've gathered from the underground, they are known as Tamura Shigaraki and Kurogiri. Their purpose? I can only speculate, but the most obvious is that they're building up their forces, recruiting more members." The room fell silent as Kazuma and the others absorbed the information. The evidence was undeniable, and the implications were severe. Tony had just placed them all on high alert. Chapter 76, Trillionaire. Third person's POV. "I'm sorry, but you can't just walk in here and start insulting us, calling us incompetent," one of the men seated near Kazuma began, his tone edged with frustration. Kazuma raised a hand, cutting him off mid-sentence. "I take it you set up this meeting for cooperation, then, since I doubt you'd bring us all here just to waste everyone's time. And as businessmen, time is something you value greatly." Tony turned towards Melissa with a smirk. "I always did like working with smart people, they catch up quickly, don't they?" He leaned back in his chair, pulling the lollipop from his mouth and pointing it at Kazuma. "You're correct. I'm here to equip your forces with the necessary gadgets so there won't be a next time. Shall we get on with the presentation?" Kazuma smiled and sat up straighter, sensing the gravity of the moment. "If I had to guess, I'd say we're about to see something entirely new from the one titled, The Mind That Outshines Power." "Oh, stop it," Tony waved a hand dismissively, though the compliment clearly pleased him. "Flattery won't get you any extra benefits." Tony then turned to Melissa. "If you will." Melissa set the briefcase on the table, unlocking it with practiced precision. She pulled out a pair of square handcuffs and handed them to Tony, who slid them across the table to the center, catching everyone's attention. "Handcuffs?" one of the men asked, eyebrows raised. "What's special about them?" another inquired, knowing that anything created by Tony Stark was bound to be extraordinary. Tony smirked. "These are quirk cancellation cuffs. They completely negate the user's ability to interact with their quirk factors, effectively rendering them quirkless. Who wants to test them?" Without hesitation, Kazuma volunteered. "Just so it's out there, my quirk is called barrier crafting. It allows me to create barriers wherever my hands are facing." Kazuma stood, holding one hand out to create a yellow barrier in front of him. With his other hand, he slipped one side of the cuffs on, and immediately, the barrier dissipated. "I would have thought you'd need both hands for them to work, but just one is all it takes. No matter how hard I try, I can't activate my quirk. I'm impressed. Now, how do you get these off?" "I'll get to that in a minute," Tony replied as Melissa set up her tablet, displaying an animated demonstration of the cuffs' capabilities. "They're able to expand to fit any wearer and are quite indestructible, they're resistant to anything that might try to break them. But in this world of quirks, I might just be wrong, who knows what strange powers are out there. As for how to open them, they don't have a key." "What?" Kazuma asked, his face dropping slightly. "Not the conventional kind, anyway. They're unlocked by an energy signature that only those who have been tested and approved will be allowed to have," Tony explained, motioning for Melissa to demonstrate. Melissa pulled out a stamp from the briefcase and walked over to Kazuma, pressing it against the center of the black cuff. The stamp emitted a blue energy, which the cuffs analyzed before unlocking themselves. Very impressive, Mr. Stark, but I must ask, why did you say only those who have been tested? Are you insinuating there's a traitor among us? One of the men asked, narrowing his eyes. Nope, I've already made sure of that. None of you here is a traitor or working for a villain, but I can't vouch for everyone else. And like I said, we don't really know what kinds of quirks are out there. Someone might have a quirk that lets them copy another person to the exact detail, which is why testing is necessary. The group nodded in understanding, and Kazuma spoke up again. Although these quirk cancellation cuffs are impressive, what about those with mutant quirks? Do you have something that will have the same effect? Do you even need to ask? Tony scoffed. Melissa then pulled out 4 small boxes from the briefcase. Now then, no interruptions until I present everything. We have a lot to get through, so save your questions for the end, Tony announced. These are called portable containment devices. Once deployed, they expand to surround the target, immobilizing them and rendering them stunned and unable to move. They're primarily for dealing with large threats, such as giants or other mutant quirks. He continued, displaying a small pen-like device. This is a sonic disruptor. It emits a high-frequency sound that disrupts the motor functions of anyone who hears it. Next, Tony held up a small, glowing disc. This is a portable holographic shield. It will protect against most forms of serious damage. I've also designed a special police force suit that's shock-absorbent, though they'll still need to be careful. It's not indestructible, too much shock could cause it to rupture. He then displayed a set of blueprints. These are Stark-specific designs for containment vehicles. They're about 10 times more durable and efficient than the ones you currently have, which, honestly, are pitiful. You should be ashamed. Tony pulled out a small net. These capture nets tighten the more someone struggles. Be careful with these, if the villain is too stupid, they might suffocate themselves. Lastly, he presented a small drone. These are portable medical drones, designed to fly around a scene and provide first aid to those in need. Tony leaned back, a satisfied smirk on his face. Those are all the things I managed to whip up in half a day. More can be done later. So, any questions? The stunned silence was palpable as every hand shot up. Tony turned to Melissa with a smile. As my assistant, you're supposed to handle the things I'm too lazy to do. These fine gentlemen and ladies have questions I'm too lazy to answer. Melissa didn't miss a beat, smiling as she addressed the room. As his assistant, I'll be answering any questions you might have. Shall we get started? After a long session of Q&A where Melissa was asked about the specific functions of the products and how they were made, Tony was seen playing a racing game on his phone, his expression unusually serious. Melissa pulled out a contract from her briefcase as she carefully packed everything else away. Here, sign this, and we can begin our partnership. You'll be able to receive these items from Stark Industries indefinitely. Melissa also handed copies of the contract to everyone else at the table. Goodness, that's so expensive. You seriously can't expect us to pay all that, can you? These items are made to save lives, surely you can be more lenient with the price, one of them exclaimed. Melissa's expression remained serious as she replied, we're running a business, not a charity. And as you said, these items are designed to save lives, they're not cheap to produce. We're already being very generous with the price. Kigo, stop, Kazuma interrupted. She's right. They're already being generous. If any other company had developed these items, they would have charged us much more. I'm more than happy to sign this and form a partnership with Stark Industries. At that moment, Tony shut off his phone and watched as Kazuma signed the papers, a smile spreading across his face. They both stood up, and Kazuma handed the contract to Tony. Thank you. This will help a lot more people than you realize. On the contrary, I should be the one thanking you, Tony said as they shook hands. Kazuma looked puzzled until Tony grinned and added, with this contract you just signed, you've just made me the world's youngest trillionaire, surpassing even my father's company in America. Kazuma stood there with his mouth slightly agape as Tony waved the contract in a casual goodbye. It was nice doing business with you. Tony said smugly as he walked out the door, with Melissa following behind him, briefcase in hand and a smile on her face. Here I come, world. Tony Stark, the youngest trillionaire, is in town. Make way, peasants, they all heard him shout as he exited the meeting room. What the hell just happened? One of them muttered in disbelief. Kazuma couldn't help but laugh. You know, I always thought his other titles were just boastful exaggerations, but I guess they're the real deal. The all-might of wealth and influence, indeed. Chapter 77, Decoding. Third person's POV. Tony and Melissa were back in his limo, Tony sniffing the air as he looked around, causing Melissa to eye him curiously. What the heck are you doing? Don't you smell that? Tony asked, puzzled. Smell what? Melissa replied, still confused. Not a hint of poverty in the air. Tony said, letting out a relieved and contented sigh. God, you're annoying, Melissa scoffed, rolling her eyes. Tony just grinned and suddenly pulled her onto his lap, causing her to shriek in surprise. What are you doing? She demanded. Celebrating, obviously. Melissa wrapped an arm around his shoulders and began to play with his hair. You're being weird. Sorry, I just love seeing those numbers go up, you know. I kinda get it, Melissa said with a small smile. But aren't they just going to drop back down to the billions once you start building the materials for the suits? That's why I'm glad we've got Momo on our side, Tony said smugly. Melissa playfully whacked him on the head. Please, leave that poor girl alone. I saw how exhausted she looked earlier. Oh, relax. I compensated her well. I wouldn't be surprised if you gave her the serum so her quirk would evolve and be more useful to you, Melissa said, her expression serious. Tony placed a hand on his chest, giving her a mock-hurt look. Do you really think I'd do something like that? Melissa raised an eyebrow, staring at him. Do you want me to answer that honestly? I plead the fifth, Tony responded immediately. But seriously, I gave it to her because she's someone I trust and have been friends with for more than 5 years. I wouldn't have done it otherwise. Melissa smiled softly. Tony. I was just kidding. They soon arrived back at their home. Melissa grabbed the briefcase from earlier and said, I'll need to make some calls to Stark Industries to finalize everything. After that, I'm going to get back to studying, she informed Tony. I'll be down in my lab, experimenting with a few things, Tony replied. When Tony got down to his lab, he found Momo seated at a desk, studying with a serious expression. What are you doing here? Tony asked, surprised to see her. Momo jumped slightly, startled by his sudden appearance. Ah, you're back already. Already? We've been gone for 4 hours. It's 5 o'clock, Tony replied, raising an eyebrow. Sorry, I got distracted. Did you know I got smarter too, thanks to the serum you gave me? I can build complex things much quicker and more effectively now. For example, if I build a gun, I can create a better, stronger version of it. But I still need to study a lot to refine and upgrade what I create. I mean, that's only natural, Tony said, a bit confused. He had already explained the effects of the serum to her. It's one thing to be told I'm smarter, it's another to experience it firsthand, Momo explained. Wait, why did you ask why I'm still here? Didn't you tell me you were going to kidnap me if I left? Momo suddenly asked. Oh, that. I was only joking. You were free to leave whenever you wanted. If I kept you here against your will, that would be kidnapping. I do have a reputation to uphold, after all, Tony said with a smirk. Momo's eyebrows twitched as she stared at him. So, you're telling me I could have left at any moment? Yeah, Tony shrugged, then grinned. But since you're already here, you might as well stay and help me with something. Momo's shoulders slumped in resignation. You're so mean. Thank you, Tony said, smiling at what he took as a compliment. As Tony began to work, Momo's curiosity got the better of her. So, what are you making? A quirk factor. Tony replied. What? Momo asked, taken aback. I'm working on something that will act and react like a quirk factor. The Dark Forger's quirk was incredibly fascinating. Initially, it just allowed him to see what needed fixing, but then it awakened and let him see how things could be upgraded. He upgraded my solar battery, which I thought was already perfect, into an even more powerful energy source. Now imagine what that quirk could do in my hands. I see, Momo said, intrigued but still puzzled. But how are you going to make a quirk factor or build something that replicates one? That part doesn't make sense to me. You know what genetic code is, right? Tony asked. Yeah, it's the instructions contained in a gene that tell it how to behave and what to produce, Momo explained. Well, I'm going to translate the genetic coding of this quirk factor into actual computer code. Just like how an AI is designed to replicate human consciousness, I'm going to decode the genetic information of this quirk factor and convert it into ones and zeros. Momo stared at him, her mouth agape. Is that even possible? You're talking about it like you're translating Spanish to English, but what you're actually doing is like translating an unknown alien language into another alien language. Tony smirked, looking at her confidently. Momo, do you know who you're talking to? You're talking to Tony Stark, the man who turns mere dreams and imagination into reality. There's no such thing as possible or impossible, only can and cannot. And just because everyone else falls into the cannot category doesn't mean I will. Tony began spinning in his chair, looking at Momo with unbridled confidence. Want to know why that is, Momo? Seeing Tony's pure self-assurance, Momo's cheeks turned slightly pink as she smiled. Because you're Tony Stark, she said, teasing him. Tony snapped his fingers, pointing upward. Atta girl. See, you get it. So trust me when I say, this is totally possible. Everyone else is just too dumb to do it. Tony spun back to his desk and began typing furiously, his fingers flying across the keyboard as he scanned the screen. His expression gradually became serious. Okay, wow, this is going to take me longer than I initially expected. Momo couldn't help but laugh. Where's that confidence from before? So how long will it take you? Half a day, Tony said with a sigh. I thought I could finish it in about an hour, but that was only if I didn't want to upgrade the coding to make it stronger than the original quirk. Seems I underestimated how complex this really is. Momo gave him a look that clearly said, "Are you serious?" But Tony was so engrossed in his work that he didn't notice. You can leave if you want, Momo. I didn't realize it would take this long, Tony offered. I'll stay, Momo replied, settling into a chair. I'm too invested in what you're doing to just leave. I want to see if you can actually pull this off. So don't worry about me, I'll be over here studying. Whatever suits you, Tony said, his eyes never leaving the screen as information streamed past. Chapter 78, Techno-Vision. Third person's POV. Momo was slumped over a nearby desk, her head resting on a stack of papers, fast asleep without a care in the world. The quiet hum of Tony's lab was the only sound until. Hell yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking about. The sudden shout jolted Momo awake. She leaped from her seat, immediately adopting a fighting stance, a sheet of paper still stuck to the side of her face. She frantically looked around for the source of danger. When her eyes landed on Tony, who was standing with his fist triumphantly raised in the air, she sighed in relief. The paper slipped from her cheek as she rubbed her eyes, letting out a groggy yawn. Ugh, Tony, did you really have to shout so loud? She muttered, crouching down to retrieve the fallen paper. Huh? Oh, Momo, you're still here. Sorry about that, I just got a bit too excited, Tony said, sounding slightly apologetic. Momo rubbed her eyes again, trying to shake off the remnants of sleep. What time is it, anyway? She asked, noticing the darkness still outside the windows. Friday. Tony called out. 5 a.m., boss, Friday replied in her usual calm tone. As Momo finished reorienting herself, she asked, so you really did it, huh? Yeah, Tony grinned, I even managed to adjust the coding a bit, so it's more advanced. So, where is it? Momo asked, looking around curiously. I haven't built it yet. I just finished translating everything into code, but I've already got the design ready, Tony explained. I see. Well, in that case, while you do that, I'm going to use your shower, Momo said, stretching before heading towards the bathroom. You go do that, Tony responded with a thumbs up, already turning his attention back to his work. As Momo disappeared, Tony began gathering the necessary components around his lab. He put on a pair of goggles and picked up a small soldering iron, carefully connecting wires and circuits. Occasionally, sparks flew, followed by wisps of smoke that he casually blew away as he continued his work, his tongue poking out the side of his mouth in deep concentration. After several minutes, Tony reached for a pair of tiny tweezers, using them to carefully pick up two thin, clear plastic discs. He moved them into a small casing filled with a special liquid, then connected the casing to his computer via a cable. Tony typed a series of commands, watching as a loading screen appeared and began to fill. Just then, Momo re-entered the lab, her hair loose and wearing a cozy red sweater paired with jeans. What are you up to now? She asked, tying her hair back into a ponytail. I'm downloading the quirk factor where it belongs, Tony explained, his eyes fixed on the progress bar as it slowly filled up. Ah, actually, I need your help with something, Tony said once the bar reached 100%. Sure, what can I do for you? Momo asked, eager to assist. Tony disconnected the casing and handed it to her. I need you to insert these into my eyes. I'm too scared to do it myself. Momo blinked in surprise. She opened the case to find a pair of glowing blue contact lenses. Looking at Tony with a straight face, she asked, Are you serious? My eyes close reflexively, and I can't manage to insert them, Tony explained, sounding a bit embarrassed. Momo couldn't help but chuckle. She set the case down and delicately picked up one of the lenses, balancing it on the tip of her finger. All right, lean back, she said, clearly amused. Tony leaned back in his seat, eyes wide open, trying his best to stay still. But as Momo leaned in to insert the lens, his eyes instinctively squinted shut. Stop squinting. I can't put it in if you keep doing that, Momo said, grabbing his face to steady him. What part of it's a reflex do you not understand, woman? Tony retorted, half annoyed, half amused by the situation. No matter how many ways Momo tried to keep Tony still, his eyes kept squinting instinctively to protect themselves. Growing frustrated, Momo snapped, I swear to God, Tony, if you don't sit still, I will put you in a vice grip. Without waiting for a response, Momo got on top of Tony and forcefully grabbed his head. She created two small appliances that held his eyelids wide open, ensuring that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't close them. With a look of intense concentration, she didn't even notice the awkward position they were in. Momo inserted the first contact lens, then leaned back to grab the case and pick up the second one. She firmly took hold of his chin to keep his head steady and carefully inserted the second lens. Once done, she jumped off, put a hand on her hip, and breathed a sigh of relief. There. If only you weren't so squirmy, I wouldn't have had to resort to violence, she huffed as she removed the appliances. As soon as the devices were off, Tony shut his eyes tightly and put a hand over them, leaning forward. Ah. You're okay, right? Momo asked, her annoyance quickly turning to concern, fearing she might have hurt him. Yeah, I'm just getting used to these. They're a bit uncomfortable since I've never worn contacts before. Give me a minute. Tony reassured her. Slowly, Tony began to look up at Momo and opened his eyes. Whoa. Momo muttered in amazement, they're beautiful. She stared at Tony's glowing blue eyes, mesmerized. The lenses were glowing with blue-green circuitry visible within them. The circuits formed a symmetrical design, resembling a combination of concentric circles and angular patterns that looked like gears, slowly spinning and shifting as if they were actively moving. Image. Did the guy you copied this from have eyes like that as well? Momo asked, intrigued, as she studied them closely. No, his were actual gears. I adjusted the design to look cooler. Aren't they amazing? Tony replied with a proud grin. Momo, still entranced by the design, nodded absent-mindedly. What do you see? Through your clothes. Tony said, glancing up and down at her. What? Momo shrieked, instantly covering herself with a frightful look. PHTTT, I'm kidding, Tony laughed. These only work for technology. If you were a robot, maybe I'd be able to. Don't joke like that. Momo glared at him, her cheeks flushing in embarrassment. Tony couldn't help but laugh at her reaction. But in all seriousness, it's like having a HUD. When I look at something from the side, ways to upgrade it appear. You know how your eyes are connected to your brain? Well, this uses that connection to tap into everything I know and shows me how to upgrade something with all that knowledge. It also displays a hologram of the design, broken down to the last bolt. It shows me what I can take out, what I can replace, and with what. It even tells me why certain changes would work better. But that's just the start. These lenses can do a lot more. They analyze the material composition of anything I'm looking at, telling me exactly what it's made of and suggesting better alternatives if needed. They even visualize energy flows within a system, so I can see where efficiency is lost and how to fix it. If I'm making changes, the lenses can run simulations on the fly, showing me how my tweaks will hold up under stress or over time. And get this, they can switch to different spectral views, like infrared or X-ray, so I can see inside machinery or walls without touching a thing, the limitations being I can't see through people. These things can project what I'm seeing onto external screens or share it remotely, making it easier to work with others in real time. They're also connected to my AI, so Friday can chime in with suggestions or data whenever I need it. And if that wasn't enough, they've got a learning mode. The lenses study how I work, analyze my methods, and get better at predicting what I might do next. They even offer a control interface that lets me command machinery with just a glance, no need for manual input. Honestly, with these lenses, it feels like there's no limit to what I can build or improve. They've turned everything I see into a blueprint for something better, and I'm just getting started. Momo was taken aback by his words, especially when she saw how his eyes glowed brighter with excitement. It's responding to his emotions like a real quirk factor. That's truly incredible. Tony, you're amazing, she thought, her admiration for him growing even stronger. Chapter 79, Stark Reactor. Third person's POV. Tony Stark stood in his lab, his hands absently fiddling with the arc reactor hovering above his work desk. His techno eyes displayed a holographic projection in his vision, breaking down the reactor into its most minute components, each element highlighted, analyzed, and cross-referenced with potential upgrades. The hologram pulsed, showcasing the composition of the reactor, color-coded to indicate areas of potential improvement. Tony's eyes darted across the display, absorbing the information at lightning speed. I see it now, Tony muttered, his voice barely above a whisper as he became engrossed in the possibilities. Cables made of vibranium, not just strong, but an unparalleled conductor of energy. It'll channel power more efficiently, reducing energy loss to almost zero. With a tap of his fingers, the hologram adjusted, replacing the existing copper wiring with vibranium. The energy flow simulation surged, showing a significant boost in efficiency. And the casing, Tony continued, his eyes narrowing as the hologram shifted to the reactor's outer shell. Adamantium. Indestructible. The perfect material to protect the core from any external damage while shielding it from internal pressure. It'll keep the reactor stable even under the most extreme conditions. The outer shell now gleamed with the silvery hue of adamantium as the reactor's structural integrity graph spiked, indicating near absolute durability. Leaning back, a satisfied smile played on Tony's lips as the hologram displayed the upgraded reactor in its entirety. Vibranium cables for maximum energy transfer, adamantium casing for unmatched durability. This will make the arc reactor more powerful and resilient than ever before. But Tony's mind was already racing ahead. He continued refining his design, scanning through advanced materials, cutting-edge technologies, and theoretical concepts, overlaying them onto the holographic model. Vibranium cables and adamantium casing are a good start, Tony mused, but we can take this even further. The hologram shifted again, showing the reactor's core. Tony began manipulating the core design, introducing new elements and technologies. Arc reactor cores have always relied on the new element my father and I created, but what if we integrate a micro-fusion reactor alongside it? A self-sustaining fusion process could provide a continuous energy supply. With vibranium acting as a superconductor, we could channel the energy output directly into the core without significant loss. The simulation demonstrated a fusion reaction stabilized by the vibranium wiring, with the energy output graph jumping significantly and the core's lifespan extending drastically. But why stop there? Tony's thoughts accelerated. We need to think in terms of both generation and storage. Activating a secondary hologram, he displayed a series of nanostructures. MHA batteries, supercapacitors, could be integrated into the reactor's design. These would store excess energy generated during periods of load demand, releasing it when needed. This would balance the load, reducing strain on the reactor and allowing for an even, uninterrupted power supply. The holographic arc reactor now included layers of MHA supercapacitors, seamlessly integrated into the structure. The energy efficiency graph showed marked improvements, with nearly zero energy waste. Let's not forget the quantum level, Tony added, his techno is now focused on a series of quantum equations and algorithms. Quantum tunneling could allow us to extract even more energy from the reactor core. We could use quantum entanglement to instantaneously transfer energy from the core to any system connected to the reactor, with no loss in transmission. This would make the arc reactor a near-perfect energy source, capable of powering anything from cities to spacecrafts. The hologram adapted, showing quantum conduits interlaced with the vibranium wiring, creating a network that harnessed energy at the quantum level. The simulations displayed an unprecedented energy output, approaching what could only be described as unlimited. And finally, Tony concluded, zooming out to review the entire system, we need to manage this power. A custom AI, let's call it Arc AI, dedicated solely to monitoring and optimizing the reactor's performance. It would predict energy demand, manage the flow between generation and storage, and ensure the reactor runs at peak efficiency at all times. This AI would also have adaptive learning, improving its efficiency the longer it operates. The hologram now displayed the final version of the upgraded arc reactor, a near self-sustaining, unlimited energy source. It combined the durability of adamantium, the energy-conducting power of vibranium, the continuous energy generation of fusion, the storage capacity of MHA, and the quantum energy transfer system, all overseen by the Arc AI. Tony smiled, his mind racing with the possibilities of his latest breakthrough. Now that's what I call progress. This isn't just an upgrade, it's practically a whole new energy system. It deserves a new name. His smirk widened as inspiration struck him. I'll name it the Stark Reactor. His excitement was palpable, but then he suddenly realized Momo was still in the room. Sorry about that. I tend to get lost in my thoughts. How long was I out this time? Momo smiled, unbothered by his temporary distraction. About 10 minutes since you first put on the lenses. Tony's eyes widened in surprise. 10 minutes. I created an unlimited energy source in under 10 minutes. Now that's something. He pumped his fist in the air, exhilarated by the rapid progress. Friday, let's get to work on these upgrades. Tony ordered, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Already on it, boss, Friday replied smoothly. It wasn't long before the MHA robots were brought into action, but Tony's mind was already racing ahead. Wait. I can upgrade these too, he muttered, a massive grin spreading across his face. I could upgrade these into, he. His laughter took on a slightly maniacal edge as the possibilities unfurled in his mind. Momo watched Tony with amusement, taking a couple of steps back as the MHA robots carried him away. She couldn't help but smile at his enthusiasm, even as he started to resemble a mad scientist lost in his creations. A few hours later, Melissa descended into Tony's lab, looking around curiously. Hey Friday, where's Tony? She noticed that all their suits were missing from their casings, which made her raise an eyebrow in confusion. The boss is down by the beach with Ms. Yayorozu, finishing up a new project, Friday informed her. Melissa nodded in understanding and hopped onto her hoverboard, heading down to the beach. As she arrived, she spotted what appeared to be two large carousels, except instead of horses, each carousel held their suits, all neatly encased and arranged in a circle. Tony, what are you making? Melissa asked, her curiosity piqued. Oh, I'm actually done, Tony replied, looking up with a satisfied grin. Momo's helping me take inventory of all our suit designs. I'm sending them to space. Melissa blinked. What? Tony's excitement didn't waver as he explained. Think about it, what if we're far away from home and need a specific suit? It would take too long for them to get to us. So, I came up with the idea of building these containment units for our suits and launching them into orbit. They'll follow us wherever we go, and when we need a suit, a hatch will open and it'll come flying down to us. Pretty smart, right? Melissa looked at the 2 rows of suits in their circular formations within the containers, slowly nodding as she processed the idea. Yeah, pretty smart, she agreed, impressed by the ingenuity. Well then I want you to meet the twins Stella and Luna. Tony said, motioning towards the carousel-type storage. Stella and Luna. Melissa looked at Tony in confusion. Stella is mine, Luna is yours. STELLA, suit transportation for expedited launch and localized access. LUNA, launchable utility for near arms. PHTTT, Melissa could but laugh at the names. She shook her head as she informed Tony the reason she was looking for him. Anyway, your mom wants us all to go out and eat together before they have to leave for America. Momo, you're invited as well. Momo pointed to herself in surprise. Chapter 80, Farewells. Third person's POV. I know this might be a bit late to ask, but what's going on with your eyes? Melissa asked, studying Tony's futuristic-looking pupils. Contact lenses with the forger's quirk factor, Tony replied, giving her a brief explanation as he finished setting up both Stella and Luna. Ah, I see. So you finally managed to pull it off. They look really good on you, Melissa nodded, still captivated by his eyes, which prompted Tony to wink at her. Doesn't everything? Tony said smugly before turning his attention back to the task at hand. All right, let's take these girls to space. Momo, if you would. Momo sighed but complied, beginning to build a protective screen in front of them. Tony held a tablet in his hand, his finger hovering over a large red button labeled, Launch. Once Melissa and Momo were safely behind the screen alongside Tony, he hit the launch button. Large thrusters emerged from the bottom of the 2 devices. The thrusters were silent, but the power they generated sent sand flying everywhere. Stella and Luna shot into the sky, cutting through the air before vanishing completely. Tony pressed a few buttons on the tablet, causing a holographic video to appear, streamed directly from his satellite. It showed Stella and Luna as they ascended higher, eventually becoming invisible to avoid detection. Yet, Tony's satellite still tracked them, displaying the 2 hovering in the vastness of space, awaiting further instructions. And that's what I call a successful launch, Tony said with a satisfied nod. Momo began retracting the panels she had set up, absorbing them back into herself as energy. Tony then wrapped his arms around Melissa and Momo. Well, ladies, a date awaits us. Please don't call it that, Momo murmured, blushing. Melissa, on the other hand, gave Tony a pout, her eyes narrowing possessively. They lounged in their chairs with contented smiles and full bellies as Baymax, dressed as a maid, waddled around, collecting their plates. Tony, please tell me you're giving us a Baymax to take home. I'll literally pay you, Howard said, looking at Tony with hopeful eyes. Don't worry, I've got you covered. I'm giving you one, but it's primarily for Mom. It'll be programmed as a midwife to help out with the pregnancy and all that. Will it still be able to cook? Howard asked, his gaze full of anticipation. Yeah, it'll have a chef chip with recipes from all over the world. Honestly, I feel bad for your staff, half of them might be out of a job thanks to Baymax's performance. They continued chatting until the evening grew late. Howard and Maria sighed. As much as we'd love to stay longer, it's getting late. We took a few days off to come and support you too, but we need to head back since we have work tomorrow morning. Tony nodded in understanding. Well, lucky for you, I have some parting gifts. Pack your things and meet me in the lab. In the lab, Tony revealed what he had prepared for them, 2 Quinjets. Standing proudly before them, Tony said, I was able to upgrade these bad boys. They're now capable of space travel. And get this, the trip from here to America. 5 minutes, tops. He puffed out his chest with pride. One is for Mom and Dad, of course, and the other goes to my father-in-law. The Baymaxes are inside your jets. 5 minutes. Howard exclaimed in surprise, his star-shaped pennant shaking as he shook his head, wondering why he was even surprised anymore. You're spoiling us, kid, David said, giving Tony a hug, his octopus necklace dangling loosely as he then hugged Melissa goodbye. Maria hugged Tony tightly. Now you have no excuse not to visit us. If you take too long, I'll fly that thing myself and show up in the middle of the night if I have to, she warned, wagging her finger at him, her whip-like bracelet shifting with every movement. After everyone exchanged farewells, Howard glanced at David with a challenging smirk. I'll race you. Oh, you're on, David replied excitedly. Maria sighed, massaging her forehead. I married a literal child. She turned to Howard, and if you leave me behind, be ready to sleep on the couch. With one final wave, they all entered their respective aircraft. Within seconds, both jets blasted off, turning into blurs as they sped away. I actually need to leave too. We've got school tomorrow, not to mention a curfew, Momo said a bit awkwardly. Ah, bummer, Melissa replied, disappointed. Momo's phone buzzed, and she checked it. Actually, my ride's already here. She gave Melissa and Tony a farewell hug before heading out. And then there were two, Tony muttered as they watched Momo leave. Melissa looked at Tony with a sad expression. This place suddenly feels so empty, she said, waddling towards him with open arms, a pout on her face. Tony couldn't help but chuckle as he hugged her back, pressing a kiss to her lips. Just the two of us isn't so bad, you know. I'm being serious here, Melissa pouted, looking up at him. Tony kissed her pouty lips again. So am I, he murmured as he lifted her, her legs wrapping instinctively around his waist. Tony, it hasn't even been a minute since our parents left, Melissa said with a straight face, her hands resting on his shoulders as she looked down at him. Need I remind someone that they didn't want to do anything with our parents around? Tony teased, raising an eyebrow before stealing another kiss. Melissa held his face, kissing him back. Sorry that I don't get excited at the thought of my dad being just across the hall, she said between kisses. And another thing, she continued, breaking the kiss with a mischievous smirk, wasn't it someone who spent the entire night in his lab with another girl, leaving me to sleep alone? In my defense, it was something very important that I had to accomplish, which you saw the results of. Melissa pointed a finger at his nose, I'm not sure how I feel about you spending so much alone time with another girl. Even if that girl is Momo? Tony asked as he began walking around the lab, still carrying her in his arms. Especially if that girl is Momo. Momo's a very beautiful girl, and I, Mr. Stark, am someone who gets easily jealous. Tony set her down on his work desk, leaning in closer. Oh really now? I'm curious, just how jealous can you get? Melissa responded by pulling him into a passionate, aggressive kiss. I'll show you, she whispered against his lips. As they kissed, Melissa hurriedly tugged off Tony's shirt, then quickly removed her own, leaving her in just her bra. Tony reached behind her, swiping the contents of his work desk onto the floor with one quick motion, and Melissa slowly laid back, pulling him down with her. Chapter 81, I Am. Third person's POV. The next morning started with a rainy downpour, but Tony and Melissa managed to arrive at school on time. They were even the first ones there. Gradually, the classroom began to fill up, and everyone started taking their seats. However, when Ida entered, he didn't head to his seat. Instead, he walked straight over to Tony's desk. Thank you. Ida said, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. Huh. Tony responded, looking at Ida in confusion. What are you talking about? My brother. During his hospitalization, he was suddenly transferred to a hospital with your name. There, he received immediate treatment from top doctors. Thanks to that, he recovered quickly. He was told he couldn't be a hero anymore, but after the treatment at your hospital, he should be able to return to hero work after a few rehab sessions. Although Ida couldn't see it due to Tony wearing his sunglasses, Tony blinked and shook his head. I have no idea what you're talking about. Sorry, but it wasn't me. When he was transferred, they said everything was already paid for and taken care of. Not to mention, the hospital was under your name. It could only be you. So, thank you, Ida continued, bowing once more. Melissa giggled upon seeing this. Tony gets embarrassed when he's personally thanked for doing something selfless, so don't mind him. I have no idea what you're talking about, Tony said, shrugging. I don't get embarrassed. I didn't do anything. Melissa smiled teasingly. Oh yeah. Then who sends me to accept thanks when people want to personally thank you? You're my secretary. That's your job, not mine, Tony replied casually, resting his chin on his hand. Melissa continued to smile at Tony. Tony accepts your thanks. Accept what? I didn't even do anything, Tony muttered. Ida understood immediately, nodded his head, and gave one last thank you before returning to his seat. As everyone settled down, Aizawa walked through the door. He noticed Tony and Melissa and said, glad to see you two could join us today after your sudden departure last time. Family emergency, Tony replied simply. I'm already aware, which is why you're not in any trouble, Aizawa nodded. Anyways, for today's hero informatics lesson, you'll be coming up with your hero aliases. Everyone cheered at the prospect of choosing their hero names. But first, the pro draft picks I mentioned the other day. This list is based on who the pro heroes believe is ready to join the hero workforce. Here are the complete draft picks numbers. Anthony Stark, 12. Melissa Shield, 5. Shoto Todoroki, 4. Midoriya, 3. Momo Yaoyorozu, 2. Katsuki Bakugo, 2. Etc. 12,000, they exclaimed in surprise at the number of offers Tony received. Oh, to be desired, Tony said with a sigh. The reason it's so high is simply that Tony has received international offers as well, mostly from his home country, alongside Melissa, Aizawa explained. We have? Tony asked, intrigued by who might have offered. And this is where your hero names come in. Midnight exclaimed, bursting through the door. The name you pick now may very well be the one the entire world calls you. That's what happens to most top-ranked heroes. Midnight will be here to guide you on your names and make sure they're appropriate, Aizawa said plainly as he wrapped himself in his sleeping bag. As Aizawa lay down, whiteboards and markers began to be distributed. Tony looked down at his board, uncapped his marker with a smile, and began to write, I mean, come on, is there really any other option? Melissa noticed Tony's smiling expression and grinned as she wrote down a name she felt would fit perfectly. One by one, they began presenting their names. First up was Aoyama. I cannot stop twinkling. Midnight corrected him to, can't stop twinkling. Next was Mina, who chose Alien Queen, but Midnight rejected it due to its connection to a sci-fi scary movie, causing Mina to click her tongue in frustration. Tsuyu then presented her name, the rainy season hero, Froppy. Midnight accepted it. Kirishima chose Red Riot, in tribute to his favorite hero. Jiro, Earphone Jack. Shoji, Tentacle. Siro, Cellophane. When it was Momo's turn, she walked confidently to the front of the class and displayed her sign. The creation hero, Genesis. Momo said proudly. This is the name I chose after much consideration. Midnight clapped lightly. A biblical name, that's a first for me. I like it, she said, giving Momo a thumbs up. Next was Todoroki, who simply went with his name, Shoto. Toru chose Invisible Girl, while Bakugo went with King Explosion Murderer. Midnight blinked at the name before looking at Bakugo. In what world is that name okay? That's the name I chose. There's nothing wrong with it. Bakugo said proudly. What is the matter with you? Change it. Midnight exclaimed in exasperation. Bakugo clicked his tongue and walked off the podium. Uraraka, feeling a bit shy, stepped up and said, this is the name I chose. Uravity. Ida walked to the front of the class, adjusting his glasses as he announced his hero name, Tenya. Using your own name as well. Surely you kids can be more creative than that, Midnight sighed, a hint of disappointment in her tone. After Ida, it was Midoriya's turn. He stepped up to the stage and revealed his chosen name, Deku. This is a nickname I've been called my entire life, so I decided to turn it into something meaningful and important, Midoriya explained, his expression serious. Midnight nodded in understanding, then scanned the room for those who hadn't gone yet. Tony Stark, why don't you come up and show us what you've decided your hero name will be? Tony nodded, setting his board down on the table as he stood up. Without a word, he began taking off his school blazer, causing the others to look at him in confusion, Melissa included, who watched with a puzzled expression. Her eyes widened when she saw the Stark reactor embedded in his shirt. Tony picked up his whiteboard and gave the reactor a double tap as he walked toward the front of the room. Nanobots began to emerge from the reactor, quickly surrounding Tony and forming his iconic suit. By the time he reached the podium, his entire body was encased in the armor. He set the board down and removed his glasses as the helmet sealed over his head. On the board, it read. The Armored Hero, Ironman. Tony glanced around at his classmates, a smirk forming inside his mask as he declared confidently, I am Iron Man. Chapter 82, The 5 Stages. Third person's POV. So cool, most of the class shouted as they watched Tony's transformation sequence. Did you have to change into your hero suit just to say your hero name? Midnight asked curiously. Tony gave her a thumbs up with a grin. Yup, I was going for style points. What do you think? His helmet withdrew from his face as he spoke. 10 points. I like it. Midnight said, returning the thumbs up. Tony nodded as his suit dissolved back into nanobots, returning to his Stark reactor. He grabbed his board and headed back to his seat. As he sat down, Melissa gave him a small pout. Why didn't you tell me you finally made the nanobots, she asked. I wanted it to be a surprise, Tony smirked. Melissa smiled. Well, I think you looked great and very cool out there. Thank you, Tony said, bowing as if performing. Now then, all that's left is Melissa Shield. Why don't you come up and show us what you would like your hero name to be? Midnight said, motioning for Melissa to step forward. Melissa smiled confidently, gave Tony a quick kiss on the cheek, and walked up to the podium. She didn't call forth a suit or anything similar, she simply slammed down her board with a confident smile. On the board, it read. The metal-encased hero, the Iron Maiden. Every Ironman needs his Iron Maiden, and that just so happens to be me. Melissa said, puffing her chest proudly. Oh, that's so cute, Mina gushed, with most of the girls agreeing. Midnight, however, had an awkward smile. Iron Maiden, like the torture device. Huh. Melissa turned to Midnight, confused. What? No, I didn't mean it like that. Relax, I'm messing with you, Midnight smiled teasingly. I also think it's very cute. Melissa blushed as she jogged off the podium and sat next to Tony, who was barely suppressing his laughter. Real smooth, Melissa. Real smooth, Tony smirked, causing Melissa to pout at him before sticking her tongue out. Once everyone had chosen their hero names and class had ended, Aizawa stood in front of the class with Midnight by his side as she stretched. He began handing out stacks of forms to those who had been scouted. These are from everyone who scouted you. Please review them carefully and choose wisely which agency you will intern with. Tony wasn't just handed a stack, he was practically encased in towers of paper surrounding him. Excuse me, but aren't we in a digital age? Couldn't you have converted all of these into emails? What kind of bullshit is this? Tony complained. Language, Aizawa said, in a nonchalant tone, ignoring Tony's complaints. For those who hadn't been scouted, Aizawa passed out a sheet of paper listing 40 hero agencies that were freely scouting. You have until the weekend to submit your choices, which means you only have 2 days, Aizawa informed them. Tony, seeing he was being ignored, clicked his tongue and carefully tiptoed around the stacks of papers. He took out his phone and ordered, Friday, scan this mess and pick the one you believe I'd most likely choose. I don't have time to deal with this. A light emitted from Tony's camera as it scanned the stacks of paper. Tony saw a list scrolling with names and ranks next to their pictures. He spotted a few S-rank heroes but let Friday do her thing. The scan eventually stopped and highlighted a form with all the necessary information. America's #1 S-rank hero, Stars and Stripes. Oh. Now that's interesting. Melissa, who noticed what Tony was doing, decided to do the same. Her process ended much quicker. America's #1 S-rank hero, Stars and Stripes. You won't believe who just scouted me out, both Tony and Melissa said simultaneously, turning to each other. They froze, awkward smiles forming on their faces. At the same time, Tony asked, to which Melissa nodded. Stars and Stripes, they both said in unison, causing them to sigh. I'm never getting rid of you, am I? Tony sighed. Never, Melissa mouthed with a sensual smirk. Where you go, I will happily follow. Tony let out an exaggerated sigh. I sometimes worry about your obsession with me, Melissa. It isn't healthy. Melissa glared. It's not an obsession. I'm your secretary. The first stage is denial. That's for grief. The second is anger, Tony said, shaking his head. Keep talking, I dare you, and see what happens, Melissa said, narrowing her eyes. Ooh, there's bargaining, Tony smirked. Melissa lowered her head, shaking it in exasperation. And there's depression. You know what, I'm done with this conversation. And that's acceptance, Tony began clapping. Melissa decided to ignore Tony completely until school ended for the day. After the bell rang and school ended, Tony stood up and walked over to Toru, who was deep in concentration, looking at the list of those who had scouted her. You ready? Tony asked, causing Toru to jump slightly in surprise. Although Tony couldn't really see it, Toru tilted her head in confusion. Ready for what? Your training. I did tell you I was going to train you during the sports festival, remember? Eh? I completely forgot about that, to be honest. You remembered. Yeah, I'm someone who likes to keep my word. I find my word to be something really valuable, and since I said I'd help train you, that's what I'm going to do. Right now. No, tomorrow, of course right now, Tony said with an eye roll. Toru gave an awkward giggle, rubbing the back of her head. Sorry, let me just pack my things. After quickly gathering her belongings, she followed Tony outside, where she saw both Momo and Melissa waiting. Sorry for being a bother, she said, bowing apologetically. Melissa and Momo waved off her concerns. Not at all, they both said reassuringly. Once outside, they found a limo waiting for them. Tony motioned with a smile. Ladies first. I've never been in a limo before. Toru said shyly as she stepped inside, marveling at the spacious and luxurious interior. There's a first time for everything, as they say, Tony replied, stepping in after her as the limo began to drive. Toru hesitated for a moment before asking, so how are we going to train my quirk? Tony leaned back, considering his response. I'll be honest, your quirk is definitely unique, and training it will be a bit unusual. I don't even need to skin your quirk factor to know that. Your mutation quirk causes light to naturally bend around you, making you invisible. We'll need to figure out how your body does that so you can learn to control it more consciously and deliberately. Toru nodded, absorbing the information, though she still looked a bit uncertain. It wasn't long before they arrived at Tony's house. As they stepped inside, Tony gestured around with a grin. Welcome to Casa Stark. Tony led Toru down to his lab, where she was scanned head to toe by various advanced machines. The technology around her was unlike anything she had ever seen. You aren't going to dissect me to find out how my quirk really works, right? Toru asked, trying to lighten the mood with a nervous chuckle. Tony chuckled alongside her. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Huh. Toru responded, her nervous laughter fading as she realized he might not be entirely joking.